Synopsis. Reborn into a new life as Crimson, Kokushibo carries the memories of a past he can't forget. Cold and distant. He accepts his new life without hope until the warmth of a new family begins to change him. As old guilt clashes with new bonds, Crimson must choose between clinging to the past or embracing a peaceful future. Chapter 1. What did I want? Why have I lived for hundreds of years? Did I want to be strong, even if it meant devouring people? Was it simply the fear of death? No, Yorichi. It wasn't that. I just wanted to be like you, to be someone intense and vivid, just like you. My body burned with envy. All my efforts to become a samurai were mere child's play compared to your natural brilliance. My greatest desire meant nothing to you, and I hated you for it. No matter the cost, I wanted to surpass you even if it meant abandoning my home, my family, and my humanity. For that, I became a demon. And in the end, what was the point? I can't even remember their face, me parents, my wife, my child. Why couldn't I be someone like you? Why was I even born? Yorichi, I didn't realize how much I cared for you. I never told you how much I admired you, and now I'll never have the chance to tell you how sorry I am. You deserved a better brother than me. I am nothing but a disgrace to life. As the afternoon sun dipped lower in the sky, Xiaolong-Rose made her way home after a long day hunting the Grimm that had been reported in the island forest the night before. As she approached, the sound of Ruby and Yang's laughter rang out, echoing through the trees and carrying a warmth that tugged at her heart. Moments later, her home came into view. On the porch, her husband Taiyang Xiaolong sat grinning, watching the two girls chase each other in playful abandon. The sight brought a smile to Summer's tired face and, for a fleeting moment, a sense of peace settled over her. The girls noticed her immediately and sprinted toward her, their excitement overflowing. Mom! You're back! Tell us about the mission. Tell us, tell us. Ruby chimed in, her smaller frame bouncing with enthusiasm. Girls, your mom just got back, Tai intervened, his voice steady but amused as he walked closer. Give her a moment to rest. But Yang began, only for Tai to gently cut her off. No buts, go on and keep playing, she'll tell you later. Yang pouted, clearly disappointed, while Ruby raised her pinky, her face scrunched with determination. Pinky promise? She asked insistently. Summer chuckled and knelt down, linking her pinky with Ruby's. Pinky promise, she assured her daughter. As the girls dashed back to their game, Tai turned to Summer, concern briefly flickering in his eyes. Hope everything went all right. Summer nodded, her silver eyes meeting his. It was just a pack of Beowulfs, nothing I couldn't handle, but as her gaze swept over the yard, she noticed someone was missing. Her smile faded slightly. Where's Crimson? She asked, turning back to Tai with a faint frown. He stayed inside, Tai replied with a shrug, though his voice carried a hint of exasperation. Said he wanted to finish cleaning up, you know how he is. Summer sighed softly, her shoulders sagging just a little. I'll check on him and make sure he comes outside. She said, her voice tinged with quiet worry. Her silver eyes mirrored Tai's exasperation, but there was an underlying maternal instinct that urged her to move. Without another word, she turned back toward the house, her steps quick and purposeful. Stepping inside, she spotted Crimson in the living room, the mop nearly twice his size in his small hands as he diligently worked on the floor. Welcome back, Mom, Crimson greeted as soon as he noticed her, his crimson eyes lighting up briefly. I hope the Grimm didn't give you any trouble. I am a super mom, no Grimm can give me trouble, Summer replied with a bright, playful smile before her expression softened. But Crimson, you should go outside and play with Ruby and Yang, leave the cleaning to me, her silver eyes, filled with warmth and gentle insistence, locked onto her son as she approached. He was a 4-year-old boy with dark crimson eyes and black hair, the tips tinged with red. The color was similar to her own, though his redness was a shade darker. He looked so small, his mop almost comically oversized for his tiny frame. You've been out dealing with Grimm since morning, Mom, you should rest, leave this to me, the boy replied with a smile, his little hands working diligently on the floor. Besides, you promised Ruby and Yang this morning you would play with them when you got back. Summer could not help but feel a bittersweet mix of happiness and guilt. On one hand, her little son was smart, kind, and far too considerate for his age. But on the other hand, she felt an aching guilt in her chest. He was too young for this, she thought. He shouldn't be mopping the floor. The mop was actually taller than him, making him look like a tiny adult, so serious, so responsible. But he was still just a child. Seeing the conflicted look on her face, Crimson paused and looked up, his crimson eyes warm with understanding. Mom, don't overthink it, he said gently. This isn't hard for me, I actually enjoy helping around the house. He stopped for a moment, then grinned, his smile widening with mischief. In fact, I'm a cleaning prodigy, fated to be the greatest cleaner that ever lived. Summer laughed softly, but a small sigh escaped her. Only you would say something like that. All children your age want to play, Crimson, you do not have to be responsible all the time. But at her words, his smile faltered, a distant memory of a boy holding tightly to his mother helping her walk because she was sick passed through his mind. There was something in his expression, a brief, fleeting sadness that Summer could not place. Crimson tightened his grip on the mop, and his voice became quieter, tinged with a sudden weight. No, not all. What's wrong, Crimson? Are you tired? Is there something hurting? Crimson quickly put on his brightest smile, brushing off the moment. I am completely fine, Mom, sorry if I worried you, I was thinking about something I did not do right. He was a better son than I will ever be. He was more mature, more considerate, more kind. I was clueless about her and now I cannot even remember her face. Crimson thought bitterly, his words will remain trapped inside his mind. Summer was about to press further when she heard the sound of someone entering the house. A familiar voice cut through the tension. Summer, are you still trying to convince him? You should just give up, he takes after you stubborn as a mule. Laughed a blond man, stepping into the living room. Ty's voice immediately brought a wave of relief. He was always the light-hearted one, the one who could make any situation feel easier. Ty. You can't just leave the work to him just because he said so. But Ty cut her off with a smile. You got it all wrong, Summer, I am here to help, you go outside, the girls are calling for you. Crimson added from behind her, his voice light, though his expression remained serious. It is fine, Mom, just go, I can finish up here. Summer hesitated, glancing at Crimson for a long moment, then sighed. Fine, but join us once you are done. She gave him a quick kiss on the top of his head before walking out to meet the girls. Ty smiled at Summer's retreating figure before turning to Crimson. So, what should I help with, huh? Crimson thought for a moment. Could you please collect the toys in the kitchen and near the stairs? Ty laughed, shaking his head. I am probably the only father who asks his 4-year-old for directions on chores. He chuckled again, a light-hearted sound that made the weight in the air feel a little lighter. Sometimes I wonder how much easier things would have been if Ruby and Yang were like you, just a little like you. I think I would have liked that kind of life, he laughed. Crimson met his father's gaze seriously, his voice calm and steady. I am glad they are not like me, in fact, they are much better than I will ever be, you just do not see it, Dad, they bring joy and light to this family. Ty looked at Crimson, surprised by the seriousness in his son's tone. Then, he smiled proudly. Don't be too hard on me, kid, I am just joking, but seriously, you are far smarter than any kid I know your age. Sometimes, I forget you are Ruby's age. There was genuine pride in his voice as he spoke, and he ruffled Crimson's hair before walking toward the kitchen. As Ty walked away, Crimson could not help but feel a sharp pang in his chest, a feeling of disgust toward himself. He didn't deserve their pride. He was no prodigy, no genius child. He was a demon, he was a man full of shame. They couldn't know his thoughts spiraled, but he forced himself to focus on the task at hand. He had been reborn into this new life, in a new world. But what had he done to deserve it? He hadn't earned this second chance. Was this his redemption? I don't know, he thought to himself. He told himself he would live without regrets, but every time they praised him or looked at him with pride, that sense of disgust overwhelmed him. I don't deserve this life. Are you done yet? Ty's voice broke his train of thought. Crimson blinked, coming back to reality. Yes, just give me a moment to finish up. As they stepped outside, they were met by Ruby, who came running toward them, her excitement palpable. Crimson, you are it. Catch us if you can. She shouted, and then dashed off, laughing. Crimson's heart skipped a beat as he watched Ruby run, her joy infectious. He couldn't help but smile, a soft, bittersweet smile. He did not know why he was here. He didn't know how he ended up in this family, in this world, but this time. He would do his best to be a good brother. He would never harm his blood, never again. And with that thought, Crimson ran after Ruby, his small feet pounding on the grass as he chased her through the yard, the laughter of his family echoing in the air. Chapter 2. The sun streamed through the windows of the Xiaolong-Rose household, bathing the living room in warm light. Taeyang and Summer entered with beaming smiles, each carrying a box wrapped in cheerful paper. Ruby and Yang immediately perked up, their excitement palpable. We got you kids something special. Tai said, placing the boxes on the table. What is it? What is it? Summer chuckled and opened one of the boxes, revealing an assortment of colorful pencils and stacks of drawing paper. We thought you'd all enjoy a chance to be creative, how about some drawing? Young and Ruby let out excited squeals, grabbing the supplies eagerly. They dove into their drawings, giggling and playfully competing to see who could create the best picture. I'm going to draw a dragon. Young declared, her blonde hair bouncing as she worked furiously. I'll draw our family. Ruby countered, her tiny hands clutching multiple pencils at once. Amid the lively energy, Crimson sat quietly at the table, staring at the blank sheet of paper before him. The chatter and laughter around him felt distant as his crimson eyes focused on the unmarked canvas. His mind drifted to memories from another time, another life. In his past life, he had found solace in the quiet act of creating. Whether it was the delicate brushstrokes of calligraphy, wood carving or creating intricate patterns inspired by the moon and its surrounding. Artistic pursuits had been a constant companion, even after his transformation into a demon some of it remained. Now, though, faced with a blank page, he felt paralyzed. What's wrong, Crimson? Why aren't you drawing with your sisters? He glanced at her, his voice soft. I don't know what to draw. Summer tilted her head, her smile never wavering. Why don't you draw what you feel? What I feel? Crimson repeated, his gaze shifting back to the paper. She nodded. Drawing is about expressing yourself, it doesn't have to be perfect or make sense to anyone else, just start and it will flow naturally. He nodded slowly. Summer gave his shoulder a comforting pat before returning to Ruby and Young, who were now arguing over which shade of yellow was the best yellow. Crimson's thoughts wandered once more, drifting further into his past life. He had spent countless nights drawing inspiration from the moon. Its serene beauty, casting silver light over the world, had always captivated him. Even as a demon, the moon had remained a source of quiet comfort and inspiration, a reminder of who he is as a human or a demon. The broken moon of this world felt alien to him, fragmented and imperfect. Perhaps he could draw the moon as he remembered it, whole, luminous, and unbroken. Before he could begin, Ruby's excited voice snapped him out of his reverie. Crimson. Look at this. Crimson couldn't help but chuckle softly. That's great, Ruby. You think so? She asked eagerly. I do, he replied, his tone sincere. Her enthusiasm was infectious, and he realized he had been overthinking the act of drawing. Taking a deep breath, Crimson picked up a few pencils and began sketching. At first, his movements were tentative, but soon, his confidence grew. His mind shifted to the present, his strokes capturing the simple joys of the moment. Nearly half an hour passed before he set down his pencil. Young and Ruby, having finished their own drawings, wandered over to see his. Their reactions were immediate. Whoa! Young exclaimed, her violet eyes wide. You drew us. The drawing depicted Ruby and Young as they were moments ago, deeply engrossed in their work. While not professional, the level of detail was remarkable for a child his age. The sisters' expressions, the scattered pencils, and even the slight smudges on their faces were captured with surprising accuracy. Mom! Dad! Look at this! Ty and Summer were equally amazed. Did you really draw this, Crimson? Ty asked, his tone filled with amazement. Crimson nodded to him, feeling a bit of amusement seeing their reaction. This is incredible, Summer said softly, her voice warm. You have a real gift. Crimson felt a small spark of joy at their words but didn't dwell on it for long. The day wound down, and the house grew quiet as the family settled in for the night. Crimson, however, found himself restless. Sleep eluded him, so he slipped outside and sat on the porch, his gaze fixed on the fragmented moon hanging in the night sky. Its jagged edges seemed almost mocking, a constant reminder of a world both familiar and foreign. The soft sound of footsteps broke the stillness. Summer stepped outside. Why are you sitting out here? She asked gently, taking a seat beside him. Crimson answered, just thinking, his eyes never leaving the moon. She followed his gaze upward. The moon is beautiful, isn't it? Crimson hesitated, his brows furrowing. I suppose, but why is it so fragmented? Summer tilted her head, considering his question. No one really knows, it's always been like that, she replied, though her words offered him no solace. He let out a quiet sigh, his voice tinged with melancholy. It feels strange, like something that was once whole but isn't anymore. Summer glanced at him, her expression softening. There was something deeper in his words, an unspoken weight she could sense but not fully understand. Even things that are broken can still be beautiful, she said gently, her tone reassuring. Crimson remained quiet for a moment before responding. It's a pity, though, it is beautiful as it is, but don't you think it would be even more so if it were whole? Summer paused, thoughtful. Maybe, but we can't know that for sure. Perhaps this is the best side of the moon, the one we're meant to see. But I know, Crimson thought to himself. His mind drifted to his past life, to nights spent under a sky adorned with a radiant, unbroken moon. This world's fractured celestial body felt like an echo of his own fragmented existence. Summer reached out, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. You can think about the moon tomorrow. For now, you should go to sleep. Crimson nodded reluctantly, rising to his feet. Good night, he murmured before heading back inside. Yet, even as he lay in bed, his thoughts refused to settle. The broken moon loomed in his mind, its jagged shape a haunting symbol of the chasm between his past and present. He wondered if, one day, he might forget his past life completely, as he had once forgotten his humanity. The notion unsettled him deeply. The moon, whole and unmarred, had always been part of who he was. Its absence, its broken form, felt like a wound that would never heal. The next morning, as the family stirred awake, they found a new drawing left on the table. It was remarkably detailed, far surpassing anything they had seen from Crimson before. The paper depicted a night sky dominated by a brilliant, full moon glowing in all its glory. The artistry was stunning, every line and shade meticulously crafted. Ruby tilted her head as she examined it. It's pretty, she said, though her voice was filled with confusion. But what is it? I have never seen it before. Neither have I, but it looks like the moon, Young added, her violet eyes sparkling as she studied the image. Where did this come from? Summer and Tai exchanged puzzled glances, equally unsure. Did Crimson draw this? Tai asked, though he already knew the answer. None of them could grasp the significance of the picture, having never known a full moon in their world. But to Crimson, it didn't matter. The drawing wasn't for them, it was for him. As the family admired the mysterious artwork, Crimson sat silently at the edge of the room, his gaze distant. The image of the full moon was a tether to his identity, a reminder of what he once was and what he could never let go. The broken moon might define this world, but it would never define him. Chapter 3. As the night deepened, Xiaolong-Rose closed the fairy tales book, her voice soft and soothing as she finished the story. And on the wind, Alex heard one more question, what are you? She lingered for a moment, her gaze sweeping over her daughters and son. Their breathing had slowed, their peaceful expressions bathed in a faint glow of the nightlight. She leaned forward, whispering gently. I love you just the way you are always. She placed the book down carefully on the bedside table, ensuring not to disturb them, and left the room with a final glance. Her steps were light, her movements practiced. As she descended to the lower floor. Once there, she paused by the window, gazing out at the broken moon hanging low in the sky. Its pale light illuminates the dark night, casting an ethereal glow over the quiet forest. Her silver eyes carried a distant look, her thoughts weighed down by unspoken worries. Moments later, Taiyang Xiaolong descended from upstairs, his heavy footsteps breaking the silence. It's not like you to rush off on a mission in the middle of the night, he said, his tone a mixture of concern and curiosity. Summer turned to face him, her lips curving into a faint smile as their eyes met. You know how Ajman is mystery after mystery, she replied, her voice carrying a hint of exasperation. And when it turns out to be another mundane patrol? Tai teased, a playful grin spreading across his face. They exchanged a knowing look, and almost in unison, they said, I always prefer discretion. Laughter followed, light and familiar, easing the tension between them. Summer stepped closer to Tai, wrapping her arms around him. Her embrace was firm but tender, as if seeking reassurance. I will be back soon, she promised, her voice steady yet soft. I know, Tai replied, his tone calm and filled with quiet confidence. They parted reluctantly, and Summer walked slowly toward the door. The chill of the night air greeted her as she stepped outside, her breath forming small clouds in the cold. As she moved toward the edge of the forest, a voice from behind startled her. This isn't like the other missions, and you hid that from Dad, didn't you, Mom? Summer turned sharply, her heart skipping a beat. Crimson stood a few meters away, his crimson eyes sharp and unwavering as they met hers. His calm demeanor belied the intensity of his gaze, which seemed to see right through her. Her initial surprise quickly gave way to a frown. Crimson, she began, but her son's steady voice interrupted her. Your voice didn't feel right while reading, and you seemed anxious when talking to Dad, even your steps were heavier than usual. You're worried about something, afraid, even. Summer stared at him, momentarily at a loss for words. Am I really that obvious? Even Tai didn't notice. The thought unsettled her. Crimson continued to watch her, his unrelenting gaze demanding a response. Pushing her thoughts to the back of her mind, she collected and replied firmly, "You're mistaken, I just don't like night missions." Her expression hardened as she added, "You should be asleep now, not eavesdropping on me and Tai or following me." Crimson frowned slightly, his tone steady as he spoke again. "Family should come first before any mission or goal. Missions are endless, you can always pick another." "I know that better than anyone. I abandoned my family in a blind pursuit," Crimson thought bitterly, his words reflecting his unspoken regrets. Summer felt the weight of his words, her heart aching at the truth behind them. She stepped closer, kneeling to his level, and wrapped him in a tight hug. "This mission is important," she said softly but firmly. "It will make the world a better place for you and your sisters. I'm sorry I worried you, but everything will be fine. I'll complete it and come back to all of you." Her resolve was clear, even as her voice quivered with emotion. She pulled back and looked into his eyes, her smile warm and reassuring. "Go back inside, I promise I'll come back." Crimson held her gaze for a few moments before sighing deeply. "Please be careful, if it gets too dangerous, abandon the mission. There's no shame in preserving your life." Summer laughed softly, ruffling his hair affectionately. "Stop talking like an adult." He returned a small, soft smile before turning back toward the house. After a few steps, he glanced back at her one last time. His gaze shifted momentarily to a nearby tree where a raven perched, its dark silhouette hidden between the tree branches and the shadows they cast. His eyes lingered on it briefly before continuing inside. Summer watched him until he disappeared into the house. Only then did she turn back and continue toward the forest. A few minutes later, the raven flew down before her, its wings cutting through the crisp night air. As it landed, its form shifted and morphed into a woman with flowing black hair and piercing red eyes. Raven stood before her, her expression unreadable. "Your son is quite something, isn't he?" Raven said, her voice carrying a hint of curiosity. Summer's lips curved into a proud smile. "Eavesdropping on a mother and son talking isn't nice, Raven, but yes, I'm proud of him. He's the best son in the world." Raven hesitated, her gaze faltering. "I know you said he's too smart and perceptive for his age, but this is beyond that. He's not normal, Summer." Summer's smile faded slightly, her silver eyes narrowing. "He's just smarter and sharper than other children. I don't expect you to understand, not after what you did." Raven flinched at the unmasked jab, guilt flashing across her face. She looked away, her voice quieter. "I know, family life doesn't suit me, but it's not just about how smart or sharp he is. He eavesdropped on you and Tai, followed you undetected, and the way he spoke." "Enough, Raven." Summer's tone grew sharper. "I won't let you badmouth him just because he's different." Raven hesitated again, her voice dropping to a near whisper. "When he was leaving, he turned and stared at me in my raven form. His eyes, they didn't feel like a child's, they felt wrong, dangerous. It spooked me." Summer's expression softened into amusement. "Are you serious? Crimson is the kindest, sweetest boy I've ever known, and you're telling me you were spooked by him?" She gave Raven a skeptical look. Raven sighed, brushing off the tension. "Never mind, let's just focus on the mission." Summer's resolve returned as she walked forward, her steps firm and purposeful. "Let's finish this once and for all." Raven followed silently, her unease lingering as they disappeared into the depths of the forest. Back in the house, Crimson lay on the bed next to his twin sister, Ruby. The soft moonlight filtered through the curtains, casting faint silvery patterns across the room. Ruby's quiet breaths rose and fell in rhythmic harmony. Yet, Crimson couldn't find solace in the peaceful scene. A long-forgotten emotion began to stir within him, clawing its way to the surface. Worry. Unease. These feelings were foreign to him, emotions that hadn't touched his heart in centuries. His mind replayed Summer's actions and their brief but heavy conversation. Her odd behavior, her unsteady tone, and, most notably, the faint but unmistakable smell of fear emanating from her. These details worried him. He, who had faced and slain more humans than any other demon in existence, knew that scent too well. Except for Yorichi, every being who had dared to stand before him had reeked of fear. Even the indomitable Hashira were no exception. That smell had etched itself into the deepest recesses of his mind, an inescapable signature of vulnerability and mortality. And tonight, for the first time, Summer had carried that same scent. The realization disturbed him more than he was willing to show. Crimson had confronted her, his observations sharp and precise, but he had refrained from pushing too hard. Her demeanor, the resolute look in her silver eyes, it told him everything. It was a look he had seen countless times before. A look worn by warriors, survivors, and martyrs who were willing to pay the ultimate price to achieve their goals. No matter what he said or did, Summer had already made her decision. She was going on that mission, come what may. He let out a quiet sigh. He could not ease her burdens or help her, but offering a small reminder to value her life, even in the face of danger, was all he could do. His thoughts wandered to the forest and the raven that had perched in the shadows. There was something different about that bird. It had stared at them the entire time, its unblinking gaze too intent. Too aware. When Crimson had focused on it, the raven's eyes had gleamed with an unnatural intelligence. Could it be this world's equivalent of a Kasugai crow? Suddenly, his musings were interrupted by a small hand slapping against his arm. Startled, he turned to see RWBY. Her face scrunched up in an expression of sleepy annoyance. She shifted restlessly in her sleep, her crimson-tipped hair splayed out across the pillow. Hyperactive even in slumber, she always insisted on sharing his bed, despite his gentle protests. A small, genuine smile curved his lips as he watched her. She had an innocence and warmth that felt almost alien to him, yet he cherished it deeply. Looking back at the ceiling, he whispered softly, "I pray for your success and safety, Mom." His voice barely disturbed the silence, a quiet prayer carried into the cold winter night. For a moment longer, he gazed at RWBY's peaceful face, as if drawing strength from her presence. Then he lay back, closing his eyes, though sleep felt distant. Somewhere out there, beneath the broken moon, his mother was walking into danger. All he could do now was hope and prepare for what might come next. Chapter 4. The morning sun pierced through the white clouds, casting its light over the forest outside. Inside the cozy house, Taiyang Xiaolong moved quietly through the halls, his heavy footsteps deliberate as he approached the children's room. "Time to get up, kiddos," Tai said gently, pushing the door open. His voice was cheerful as always. Yang was the first to stir, rubbing her eyes and letting out a loud yawn. "Morning already?" she grumbled, before deciding to go back to sleep. RWBY, nestled beside Crimson, opened her silver eyes groggily. "Morning," she mumbled, still clutching her stuffed animal. But she made no additional movements. Crimson blinked awake, his crimson eyes sharp and alert despite his still body. He had been awake long before Tai entered the room. Tai looked at his children's actions, like usual his daughter's struggles to wake up while Crimson woke up without fuss. "Good morning Dad," Crimson said with a smile. Tai gave back a faint smile at Crimson and said, "Breakfast is ready," Tai said, clapping his hands lightly as his eyes darted between his daughters. "Come on, before the pancakes get cold." The mention of pancakes got RWBY moving instantly. She hopped out of bed, dragging her stuffed animal along, and hurried to the kitchen. Yang was slower but she followed RWBY with a spring in her step, while Crimson trailed behind, his movements deliberate and calm. As they gathered around the kitchen table, Tai served the steaming pancakes with a bright smile. "Eat up, everyone," he said, sliding plates in front of each child. RWBY tilted her head as she poked at her pancake. "Dad, where's Mom?" Tai paused for a moment before replying, keeping his tone light. "She had to go on another mission, sweetie, you know how important her work is." RWBY's shoulders slumped a little, but she nodded. "She just came back," she said quietly, her fork lingering over the syrup-drenched stack. Yang reached over to pat RWBY's shoulder. "Mom always comes back, Rubes, she's like, unstoppable super mom." "Yeah," RWBY said, her voice perking up slightly. "She's the coolest huntress ever." Crimson stayed silent, cutting into his pancake methodically. He could still feel the weight of Summer's embrace from the previous night. Her whispered promise replaying in his mind. Though his worry gnawed at him, he kept his face neutral. There was no point in alarming his family so early in the day. As breakfast ended, the day unfolded in a quiet rhythm. The TV buzzed softly in the living room as the children gathered on the couch. RWBY clutched her stuffed animal tightly, her legs swinging as she watched cartoons. Yang occasionally tossed a pillow at Crimson during commercials, trying to provoke a reaction. "Come on, lighten up, Crimson," Yang said after another failed attempt to get him to react. He smirked faintly and tossed the pillow back at her. "You're predictable," he said, a hint of playfulness in his tone. RWBY giggled at their back and forth, and for a while, the worries of the morning seemed to fade. Crimson even joined in on a game RWBY insisted on playing, his precise and measured movements amusingly contrasting with her wild enthusiasm. Later, as the sun began to dip behind the horizon, Tai called for Crimson's help in the kitchen. "Come on, chef in training," Tai said with a grin. "Let's whip up something special for dinner." Crimson nodded, appreciating the distraction. Together, they prepared a simple but hearty meal. Tai showed Crimson how to season the meat properly, while Crimson handled the vegetables with deft precision. "You've got a good hand for this," Tai said, glancing at Crimson's steady chopping. "Thanks," Crimson replied, his voice even. Cutting was his expertise after all, more than anyone could realize. The evening passed in relative peace, but as night fell, unease crept into the atmosphere. The children waited for some sign of Summer's return, but none came. The absence of her familiar knock on the door or the sound of her boots on the porch was a glaring void. Ruby tried to stay awake on the couch, her eyes fixed on the door, but sleep eventually claimed her. Tai carried her to bed, tucking her in with a tender smile. Young followed soon after, her usual energy dimmed by the quiet worry that had settled over the house. Crimson stayed awake the longest, sitting silently by the window. The pale light of the broken moon illuminated the outside, but the dark forest beyond seemed to press closer than usual. The next morning arrived with the same blue sky, and Tai woke the children again for breakfast this time. There was no mention of Summer. Ruby didn't ask, but her eyes lingered on the empty seat at the table. Young tried to distract her with jokes and silly faces, and Ruby managed a few small laughs. After breakfast, Crimson decided to fish for information subtly. As Tai cleaned the dishes, Crimson approached him, his voice casual. "Dad, has Mom sent any messages yet?" Tai hesitated, his hands pausing briefly in the soapy water. "Not yet," he admitted, keeping his tone light. "But you know how these missions go, sometimes it's hard to get a signal out there." Crimson narrowed his eyes slightly, studying Tai's expression. The faint crease in his father's brow betrayed his words. "You're worried," Crimson said, his voice quieter but firm. Tai turned to face his son, his cheerful mask slipping slightly. "It's nothing serious," he said. "Your mom's tough, she'll be fine." Crimson didn't break eye contact, his sharp gaze unwavering. "Dad," he said, his tone carrying more weight. "Did you lose contact with her?" Tai's shoulders stiffened, and he looked away briefly before sighing. "Yes," he admitted. "We haven't heard from her since she left." Crimson's heart sank, but he kept his composure. "I need to tell you something," he said, his voice steady. Tai turned back to him, confusion flickering in his eyes. "What is it, son?" Crimson recounted his conversation with Summer the previous night, his words measured and precise. He described her unease, the fear he sensed, and her resolve to see the mission through despite the risks. Tai listened intently, his expression growing more serious with each detail. "The mission is too dangerous and she hid that from me?" Tai asked, his voice low. Crimson nodded. "But I could tell, she was prepared for something significant." Tai ran a hand through his hair, his face lined with worry. "Why didn't you tell me this sooner?" "I didn't want to worry everyone without reason," Crimson replied. "But now that she's out of contact." Tai sighed heavily, placing a hand on Crimson's shoulder. "Thank you for telling me, I will figure something out, don't let your sisters know." Crimson nodded, he would not let his sisters face this uncertainty, they are too young. As the day progressed, Tai spent more time with the communication device, he contacted Ajvan to ask about the mission details and if he could contact Summer on his side. But the old man didn't share any useful information besides being on a grim hunting mission. The response irked Tai, but he couldn't do anything. He also attempted to contact Crow, but he didn't know anything about any mission. Crimson could sense Tai increasing tension while the girls were blissfully unaware of anything, their usual playful energy was at full display. Crimson kept close to Ruby and Yang, distracting them with games and stories, his calm demeanor a stark contrast to the turmoil brewing inside him. When night fell once more, Crimson laid awake in his bed, his thoughts consumed by the image of his mother walking into the forest. For more days passed without any word from Summer. The girls, perceptive in their own ways, began to notice that something was amiss. Their father's forced cheerfulness faltered more often, and the absence of their mother's voice weighed heavily on the household. Ruby, in particular, grew more insistent, asking about Summer with wide, worried eyes. She clung to her stuffed animal as if it could anchor her in the uncertainty. Crimson, ever observant, did his best to distract his sisters. He played games with Ruby, sparred verbally with Yang, and maintained a steady calm to offset the growing tension. Yet, as the days dragged on, even his efforts began to fall short. Tai's unease was no longer hidden, it seeped into his every movement, his every word. On the 7th day of Summer's leave, the quiet was broken by the sound of the doorbell ringing in the afternoon. The sudden noise startled everyone. Tai moved swiftly to the door, his children trailing behind him with curiosity and trepidation. When Tai opened the door, Crow stood on the threshold. His usual sardonic smirk was absent, replaced by an expression of somber gravity. "Crow. Did you hear anything about Summer?" Tai's voice carried urgency, his body tense as he searched his old friend's face for hope. Crow, never one for seriousness, looked like a man carrying a heavy burden, and that alone sent a chill through Tai. I'm so sorry, Tai, Crow said, his voice low and rough. Slowly, he extended his hand. In it lay Summer's silver rose emblem, streaked with dried blood. Tai stared at the symbol, his breath catching in his throat. His hands trembled as he took it, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears. No, he whispered, his voice breaking as he bowed his head in grief. Behind him, Crimson's sharp gaze fell on the blood-stained rose. He closed his eyes, understanding the silent message that accompanied it. He remained still, his heart heavy but his composure unshaken. What's that, Dad? Where's Mom? Tai didn't respond immediately. The lump in his throat made words impossible. As Crow placed a steadying hand on his friend's shoulder, the children stood frozen, the world around them teetering on the edge of change. Chapter 5. The weak morning sun cast its pale light across the island, but it could not dispel the damp chill lingering in the air as the family gathered at the edge of a cliff overlooking the ocean. The sky was a muted gray. And the waves below crashed rhythmically against the jagged rocks. In the center of the group stood a newly carved gravestone, simple yet poignant, adorned with a small bouquet of wildflowers. The summer's emblem engraved on it along the words, "Summer rose thus kindly I scatter." A small assembly of people from Patch Island surrounded the grave, their faces somber and their postures weighed down by grief. Crow stood off to the side, his shoulders slumped, his flask conspicuously absent for once. Beside him, Taiyang Xiaolong clutched the hands of his daughters, Ruby and Yang, who looked far too young to be standing at such a solemn place. Crimson stood slightly apart, his crimson eyes fixed on the ground, his face carefully composed in an unreadable calm. The sound of the waves provided a quiet backdrop as, one by one, people stepped forward to offer their farewells. An elderly woman was the first to approach. Her hands trembled as she laid a small flower at the base of the gravestone. "Summer Rose," she began, her voice wavering. "You were a beacon of hope in a world so often dark, your kindness and strength touched us all, you will never be forgotten." With a final lingering glance at the grave, she retreated, dabbing at her eyes with a handkerchief. A younger man followed, a huntsman who had once worked alongside Summer. His voice carried both respect and sorrow. "She was a leader," he said firmly. "She faced danger head-on, not because she was fearless, but because she cared about everyone else more than herself. She's the reason many of us are here today." He bowed his head briefly before stepping back into the crowd. One by one, the villagers shared their thoughts, their words weaving a tapestry of admiration and mourning. Finally, Crow approached. His usually sharp and brash demeanor was subdued, his grief evident in every slow step he took. Kneeling before the gravestone, he placed a rose beside the bouquet and spoke, his voice raw and barely above a whisper. "Summer, I don't know how we're going to manage without you. You always knew what to do, always had the answers." He paused, struggling to find the words. "But I promise you, I'll look after them, all of them. You deserve so much more." He bowed his head for a long moment before stepping back. Ruby, standing next to Yang, looked up at her father with wide, innocent eyes. "Dad," she asked softly, tugging on his sleeve. "When is Mom coming back?" The words hung in the air, cutting through the quiet. Taiyang closed his eyes, his face crumpling as he knelt to Ruby's level. "Ruby," he said gently, his voice cracking. Mom isn't coming back." "Why not? Is she still out hunting?" Beside her, Yang let out a choked sob, tears streaming freely down her face. She clung to her father's arm, her young shoulders shaking with grief she didn't yet have the words to express. Ruby, still not fully understanding, reached up to pat her sister's arm in a clumsy attempt to comfort her. Crimson watched silently, his heart aching as he took in the scene. He stayed rooted to his spot, observing the grave and the people. It felt wrong somehow, he who abandoned his family and forgot their names and faces. He who killed his own descendant without a second thought stood there mourning a mother he knew for 4 years. He wanted to be different this time, to not repeat his past life, but somehow it is repeating. His mother passed away when he was young again, even younger than before. Will time make me forget the face of another mother? He wondered. But as the last of the villagers stepped away, leaving the family alone, something stirred within him. He took a deep breath and walked forward with measured steps. Crimson stopped in front of the grave, the weight of everyone's eyes pressed on him, but he ignored it, focusing solely on the name etched into the stone. "Thank you, I will miss you." It was short and to the point. His words didn't seem to carry the same weight as others did. However, he spoke internally. "I didn't know you for long, but I truly admire you. Rest in peace knowing everything will be okay. I will make sure of it. You have my word." He turned around to look at everyone present, his face retaining the same calmness before walking back next to the others. "I forgot my own mother once, never again. I will always remember you, Summer Rose." When he stepped back, his uncle, Crow, placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. His expression one of quiet understanding, a silent gesture of solidarity. Crimson's eyes moved to one tree at the edge of the forest, where a raven perched watching them. For some reason, Crimson didn't like that bird. Later that evening, the family of 4, along with Crow, sat together in the warmth of their home. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting a gentle glow over the room. Ruby and Yang were curled up on the couch, exhausted from the day's emotions. Tai sat in his armchair, staring silently into the flames, while Crow leaned against the wall, his flask back in hand but untouched. Crimson sat at the table, his hands clasped tightly together as he gazed out the window. The quiet was heavy but not unbearable, a shared stillness that wrapped around them like a blanket. Turning his eyes toward his sisters, he frowned slightly before deciding to stand up. "I'll prepare something to eat," he said softly. The others watched him silently as he moved toward the kitchen. A few minutes later, he returned with a plate of sandwiches and placed it on the table. He took 2 and approached Ruby and Yang, offering the food to them. The girls stared at the sandwiches, unmoving. "I'm not hungry," Yang muttered. "This isn't right, you haven't eaten all day," Crimson replied gently, holding the sandwiches closer. Ruby, without a word, reached out and took one. Yang hesitated but eventually followed her sister's lead. Crimson gave them a faint smile before retreating to the kitchen again. A moment later, he returned with a tray of tea, which he set down in the center of the room. Pouring a cup, he moved toward his father. "Dad," Crimson began, his voice quiet. "How can you be like this? She was your mother." The outburst startled everyone, including Crimson, who stared at his father in silence. "Tai, calm down," Crow interjected, stepping forward. "You see it too, Crow. He doesn't care that summer is gone, he's not sad, and now he's acting like this is just another day making food and tea as if nothing happened. What the heck are you saying? Calm down, Tai." Tai shook him off, his eyes red and brimming with tears. He knew something was wrong with Summer's mission, if he had just told me earlier. At this, Crow froze, turning to look at Crimson. The boy's expression had returned to its usual calm. "I didn't want to cause unnecessary worry," Crimson said evenly. "I'm just trying to help instead of wallowing in grief." The measured tone of his voice seemed to push Tai further over the edge. "Unnecessary worry?" Tai repeated, his voice rising. "The unnecessary worry killed her. Your silence killed her." Before anyone could react, Tai raised his hand and slapped Crimson hard across the face. The impact sent Crimson stumbling, the teacup he had been holding clattering to the floor. For a few moments, his head buzzed. And the voices around him became indistinct noise. As clarity returned, anger began to bubble within him. Instinctively, his hand moved toward his waist, where his katana would have been. When he realized what he was doing, a cold chill passed down his spine and cooled his fury. If I had my sword, I would have attacked him. Crimson felt a wave of self-disgust and self-disappointment. His dad was young and grieving, and it is normal to have emotional bursts, but what about him? He wanted to retaliate. A sudden hug pulled him back to reality. Ruby clung to him, crying into his chest. Yang's trembling voice joined from behind. Crimson looked up to see Tai staring at him, his earlier anger replaced by a look of profound guilt. I'm sorry," Tai stammered, his voice breaking. "I didn't mean to." "Tai, go wash your face and calm down," Crow said firmly, his tone brooking no argument. Tai hesitated, casting another remorseful glance at his children before mumbling, "I'm sorry," and retreating to the bathroom. "Dad is bad, he hurt you," Ruby wailed, still clutching Crimson tightly. Crimson placed a gentle hand on Ruby's head, offering her a small, reassuring smile. "It's fine, Ruby, Dad is sad, and besides, it didn't hurt." Crow frowned as he observed Crimson's swollen, reddened cheek. There was no way it didn't hurt. As if sensing Crow's thoughts, Crimson subtly raised his hand to cover his cheek. Then, turning to his uncle, he said, "Uncle Crow, can you take Ruby and Yang to their room?" Crow studied him for a moment before nodding. "Kiddos, let's go." "No!" Ruby cried, refusing to let go of Crimson. "Ruby, please," Crimson said softly. "I'll come soon after." Ruby looked up at him, searching his face. "You're not leaving like Mom?" Crimson smiled gently. "I'm not." "Pinky promise?" she asked, holding out her little finger. "Yes," Crimson replied, linking his finger with hers. Yang continued to watch them, her quiet sobs breaking the stillness. Crow sighed heavily, glancing at the two girls before motioning for them to follow him upstairs. Ruby and Yang obeyed silently, their steps heavy with the weight of the evening's events. Meanwhile, Crimson surveyed the mess around him, the tea soaking his clothes and the puddle on the floor. With a weary sigh, he fetched a mop from the kitchen and began cleaning up. The rhythmic swishing of the mop was the only sound in the room. Seriously? You cleaned the floor? It won't clean itself, Crimson replied evenly, his voice calm despite the swelling on his cheek. Crow studied him for a moment, then softened. Listen, kiddo, about Tai, he didn't mean what he said, he's just, in a lot of pain. Crimson paused, resting the mop against the wall. After a moment, he replied, I know, he's like Ruby and Young throwing a tantrum when he's upset or sad, his is just, bigger. Tai's outburst, a tantrum? Crow thought, staring at Crimson's earnest expression. It's fine, Crimson continued. He's not completely wrong, I am different from them, he trailed off, his words hanging in the air. How are you different? Don't you feel anything for your mom? Crimson's gaze sharpened, his eyes narrowing at Crow's question. Though his expression was impassive, his voice carried an undercurrent of resolve. The last time I talked to Mom, she promised she'd come back no matter what, and I made her a promise of my own to make sure everything here would be okay. He paused, his breath steady despite the weight of his words. She broke hers, she died out there, if I grieve in front of them, I'll be breaking mine, I'll keep my last promise to her. Crow fell silent, the boy's words cutting through the quiet. He felt their weight, the burden Crimson had taken upon himself. Unbeknownst to them, Tai stood just beyond the kitchen wall, his back against the wall. He had overheard everything. Closing his eyes, he raised a trembling hand to cover his face, overwhelmed by guilt and grief. Chapter 6. An entire week passed, shrouding the Xiaolong household in a somber quiet. The days bled into one another as Taiyang sank deeper into his grief. Withdrawing from his children and the world around him. He had taken an open leave from Signal Academy, unable to summon the energy to teach or even face his colleagues. His presence in the house was little more than a shadow, a reminder of the man he had been before Summer's death. Ruby and Yang, still grappling with their own loss, spent most of their time in their shared room. Ruby occasionally ventured out to sit with Crimson, seeking comfort in her brother's calm demeanor. Yang, however, kept her distance, her sunny personality dulled by the weight of sorrow. Throughout the week, Crow remained a steady presence. He would arrive early in the morning and stay until the children were asleep. He stepped into the role of caretaker, his gruff exterior softening as he looked after the children. Mornings often found him in the kitchen with Crimson, who took the lead in preparing meals. Despite his youth, Crimson exhibited an unnerving composure, seamlessly filling the gap left by Summer. He had memorized her recipes, down to the smallest detail, ensuring the food carried a semblance of comfort. Even Summer's cookies, a favorite of the girls, found their place on the table. You've got a talent for this, you could become a famous chef one day, Crow remarked one afternoon as Crimson carefully shaped cookie dough. The boy's movements were precise, his focus unshaken. Crimson didn't look up but offered a faint smile. All thanks to Mom, she always said food could bring comfort when words fail. Crow studied him for a moment, a pang of sadness tugging at his chest. The boy was far too mature for his age, bearing a burden no child should have to carry. By evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the home in the soft glow of twilight, Yang came looking for Crow. She found him sitting with Crimson on the porch, the older man holding a flask of whiskey, lost in thought. Uncle Crow. Yang's voice broke the silence. Crow glanced up, his expression softening as he motioned for her to sit beside him. What's on your mind, kiddo? Yang hesitated for a moment before sitting down. It's been a week, Dad. He's still, she paused, searching for the right words. I know he's hurting, but he's an adult, Ruby, and I need him. She stopped for a moment and glanced at Crimson, who was listening as calmly as ever. Crimson needs him, I thought maybe you could talk to him. Crow sighed deeply, running a hand through his messy hair. Ty's not the easiest person to reach when he's like this, he is the most emotional person I know, but you're right, he's gotta snap out of it. The kids need their dad, not just a ghost sulking around the house. Then you'll help. Yang's tone carried a note of hope. Crow's lips quirked into a small, sad smile. I'll try, but, kid, you should know something about your dad, this isn't the first time he's lost someone he cared about. Crimson's eyes moved to Crow without a change in expression, while Yang tilted her head, curiosity sparking in her lilac eyes. What do you mean? Crow's gaze turned inward, memories surfacing that he'd long tried to bury. Before Summer, there was Raven, my sister, she was your mom, Yang. The revelation hit Yang like a bolt of lightning, while Crimson narrowed his eyes. He had known Yang's birth mother was not Summer but had no other details about her. I don't understand, Yang said carefully. Crow took a swig from his flask, though the liquid did little to ease the ache in his chest. Raven she left, walked out on Tai and you when you were just a baby. It broke Tai. He felt betrayed, his chance to make a family was gone, but he pulled himself together for you, Yang. Then Summer came along and decided to be your mom. She was his second chance at having a normal family. Crow's voice grew quieter, tinged with guilt. Summer was a close friend and now she's gone too. I think he's scared of failing you kids, scared of losing what's left of his family. I'm not Ruby and Crimson's sister. My real mom left me. Seeing her like that, Crow knew he had made a mistake. He shouldn't have told her, but before he could reply, Crimson spoke. You are a half-sister at birth, but you lived with us and called our mother Mom. That makes you my full sister, just like Ruby. That's all that matters. Hearing him and seeing his smile, Yang felt reassured. She smiled again, then turned to Crow and asked, where is my first mom? I don't know, Crow answered honestly. Why did she leave me? Yang asked. Crow sighed. You'll find out when you grow older. Yang didn't look convinced. If anything, she seemed more doubtful than before. Yang. Where did you go? Hearing her little sister calling her, Yang gave her uncle one last look, then went inside. I'm coming, Rubes. Seeing her leave, Crimson turned to Crow and said, Uncle, you talk too much. Crow lowered his head, not wanting to meet Crimson's eyes. I'm sorry. Don't get drunk while you're here, Dad is already a handful. Crimson sighed tiredly. Crow felt ashamed. He had come to help and take care of the kids, but right now, he felt he was doing more harm than good and it wasn't his semblance as doing. Crimson waited for a few moments before speaking again. Try to convince Dad to leave the house, go to a cafe or work at the school, anything will do as long as he's not sulking in his room. Crow nodded silently. Later that night, the house was eerily quiet as Crow approached Tai's room. The door was ajar, revealing Tai sitting on the edge of his bed, his shoulders slumped and his hands clasped tightly together. He didn't look up as Crow entered. Tai, Crow began, his tone firm but gentle. We need to talk. Tai didn't respond, his gaze fixed on the floor. Crow sighed before stepping closer. You've been like this for a week, and I get it, losing Summer it's like losing a part of yourself, but you're not the only one who's hurting, your kids need you, Tai, Ruby and Yang need their dad, and Crimson, he sighed again, remembering the boy. He's been holding everything together while you've been falling apart. Tai's shoulders tensed, and his hands clenched into fists. I failed her, Crow, I failed Summer, I should have, his voice cracked, and he buried his face in his hands. You didn't fail her, Crow said quietly, taking another step forward. His voice was calm, steady. Summer made her choice to go on that mission, she knew the risks, and she still went because she wanted to do some good in the world, you couldn't have stopped her. Tai looked up, his eyes filled with anguish. You don't understand, I've known her for years, since we were at Beacon. Yet, I didn't notice her odd behavior or unease. Meanwhile, Crimson saw right through her, and then I took my grief, anger and insecurity out on him for that. I failed as a father. Crow's gaze softened as he said, children can be more perceptive than adults and Crimson isn't holding it against you, your son is worried. No, all your children are worried. Tai's eyes shook with more guilt, and he couldn't help but lower his head again. Crow placed a hand on his shoulder and continued. You're not alone in this, Tai, we're family, and we'll get through it together, but you've got to meet us halfway, you can still be a good father. For a long moment, Tai said nothing, his expression conflicted. Then, slowly, he nodded, a tear sliding down his cheek. I'll try, he whispered. It was a fragile step forward, but a step nonetheless. Crow sighed again as he stepped out of the house. He had been sighing a lot lately. He walked forward, wondering if there was a way to make things better. Was waiting for time to heal the wounds all he could do? Uncle Crow, Crimson's voice came from behind, pulling him from his thoughts. Why not stay the night? You leave every night only to come early in the morning, we have an extra room for you to use. Thanks, kiddo, but I'd prefer not to, Crow replied with a smile. Crimson, unconvinced, asked, why? Personal preference, Crow replied, maintaining the same smile. Is there something preventing you from sleeping? Something worrying you? Crow's smile faltered for a moment but recovered quickly. None of that, go to sleep, kiddo. But that moment didn't escape Crimson. He asked, is it the same reason why you try to keep your distance from us? Hearing him, Crow froze in place, looking at Crimson. The latter narrowed his eyes and spoke again. I noticed that you keep moving to the farthest from us whenever you can, I thought it was a strange habit, but now it doesn't seem to be the case. Crow opened and closed his mouth repeatedly, the words surprising him. Finally, he gave a defeated chuckle. Your perception is abnormal, there is a reason for that, I'll tell you when you're older. Crimson's stare eased into a smile. I will be waiting, good night, Uncle Crow. Chapter 7. 2 more weeks slipped by, and a semblance of normalcy began to return to the Xiaolong household. Taiyang finally started leaving the house again. Spending time at Signal Academy and even meeting old friends. Though his grief still lingered, his efforts to engage with the world gave his children a sense of stability they sorely needed. Mornings were less somber, and evenings occasionally carried the faint echoes of laughter. Yang, however, remained preoccupied. Her uncle's revelation about her mother, Raven, had planted a seed of curiosity and confusion in her heart. She began asking everyone she met about her mother, though her questions were often met with awkward glances or evasive answers. Taiyang avoided the subject entirely, and Crow, despite his earlier honesty, deflected her inquiries with gruff half-truths. One afternoon, as the golden light of the setting sun streamed through the windows, the children played hide-and-seek to pass the time. Ruby's giggles echoed through the halls as she searched for her siblings. Crimson, ever calm and collected, had hidden in the attic. Yang, on the other hand, decided to take refuge in their father's study, a place they were usually discouraged from entering. The room smelled faintly of old paper and wood polish. Yang's curious eyes scanned the shelves lined with books and trinkets before settling on the desk. Her gaze landed on a slightly ajar drawer. Temptation tugged at her, and she pulled it open, revealing an assortment of papers and photographs. Among them, 2 items stood out, a photograph and a map. The first photo showed her father and a woman with jet black hair and piercing red eyes. Though the woman's expression was stoic, her resemblance to Yang was undeniable. Mom, Yang whispered, her heart pounding in her chest. The second item was a small, aged map. A circle labeled Home marked one location, and a path leading north was highlighted. In the margin, the word Raven was scrawled in Taiyang's handwriting. Yang's mind raced. Dad's been hiding this from me, she thought. To her, it seemed like a clue, a trail that could lead her to her mother. The next morning, after Taiyang left for Signal Academy, Yang showed her discovery to Ruby and Crimson in their room. She placed the photograph and map on the bed, her expression brimming with determination. I think this can lead us to Mom, Yang said, pointing at the map. I want to follow it. Mom? You mean Summer? But that doesn't look like her. Yang hesitated before replying. This is my real mom, Uncle Crow told me about her, her name is Raven, and she's still out there somewhere. Ruby frowned in confusion but nodded. Crimson, however, studied the map and photo with a grave expression. Yang, we should wait for Dad, he said firmly. The forest is dangerous, there could be Grim out there. But Dad's never going to tell us anything, Yang protested. If we wait for him, we'll never find her. We don't even know what's out there, Crimson countered. Look, I get it, you want answers, but this isn't the way, we have to be smart about this. Yang stared at him for a long moment before sighing and nodding. Fine, I will wait. Crimson gave her a reassuring smile, his eyes flickering with relief. Later that afternoon, while Ruby and Yang played in the living room, Crimson retreated to the study. His focus was consumed by the challenge of deciphering the written language of this world, a meticulous and demanding endeavor. The desk was cluttered with books and notes he had painstakingly gathered over the past weeks, each one offering fragments of understanding. Immersed in his studies, time slipped by unnoticed. The setting sun cast long shadows across the room, painting the walls with a golden hue. Gradually, the house grew quieter. But Crimson remained engrossed, turning page after page. It wasn't until the light outside dimmed completely that he finally looked up, stretching his stiff limbs with a groan. Deciding to check on his sisters, he stepped out of the study. An eerie silence greeted him. Ruby? Yang? No response. A sense of unease gripped him as he searched the house, each room turning up empty. His chest tightened with every unanswered call. When he reached the front door, his eyes caught something on the ground, tracks. Wagon tracks, leading into the forest. Cold dread seeped into his veins as the realization struck. No, he muttered under his breath, his heart pounding in his ears. He rushed to the kitchen, grabbing the scroll from the counter. Desperately, he tried to contact Taiyang, but the line went unanswered. Each failed attempt only heightened his growing panic. Stupid, Crimson hissed, cursing himself. I should have known she wouldn't wait. In a flash, he snatched the largest knife from the kitchen. The blade gleamed in the faint light, a crude but necessary weapon. Without wasting another second, he bolted out the door, his feet pounding against the ground as he followed the tracks into the forest. The trees loomed ahead, dark and foreboding. Crimson's breath came in sharp bursts. The adrenaline propelling him forward. The wagon tracks remained visible, guiding him deeper into the dense woods. A whirlwind of fears tore through his mind. Were the girls alone? Had they encountered Grimm? The thought sent a fresh wave of urgency coursing through him. His grip on the knife tightened. He had always prided himself on being the calm and rational one, but now, fear and anger churned inside him, boiling over into action. He cursed himself for not acting sooner, for letting his guard down. After 30 grueling minutes of sprinting, Crimson finally caught sight of the wagon. A small figure Yang was dragging it. Her form illuminated by the faint moonlight. Relief flickered in his chest for a brief moment before his eyes widened in horror. Ahead of Yang, 3 pairs of glowing red eyes pierced the darkness. Beowulfs. Yang froze in place as the Grimm crept closer, their movements slow and deliberate, savoring their advantage. Ruby lay sleeping in the wagon, and Yang was too paralyzed by fear to scream. The scene was a predator's dream, prey served on a silver platter. Crimson's body surged with adrenaline, every fiber of his being screaming to protect them. He pushed himself harder, his pace relentless as he closed the distance. Just as the Beowulfs lunged toward Yang, he was only 3 meters behind the wagon. His grip tightened on the knife, the wooden handle cracking under the force. Drawing a deep breath, he steadied himself, the world around him fading into singular focus. His voice was low but firm as he whispered the words of his technique. Moon breathing, second form, pearl flower moon gazing. In the blink of an eye, Crimson's body surged forward. Moving with a speed that rivaled the swiftest huntsman. His blade carved through the air in 3 crescent-shaped arcs, precise and deadly. The Beowulfs had no time to react, their heads were severed in an instant, their bodies dissolving into smoke as they collapsed. Crimson landed in front of Yang, his chest heaving and his eyes blazing. The forest fell silent once more, save for the sound of his labored breathing. Minutes earlier, Crow arrived in front of the Xiaolong household. A slight frown creasing his brow. Tai had called earlier, asking him to check on the kids as he would be away on a training field trip until late tonight. Crow understood the strain Tai was under. Raising 3 children alone while balancing work was no small feat. At least his son's sharp, Crow thought with a faint chuckle. Must take after summer. He stepped into the house, his casual demeanor intact. Kiddos, you shouldn't leave the front door open, what if a Grimm wandered in? Crow called out, his voice laced with amusement. But the silence that greeted him wiped the grin off his face. The house was eerily quiet. This isn't funny, he muttered, unease prickling at the edges of his mind. Moving quickly, he began searching room after room, calling out for the children. His concern deepened with every empty space he found. Pulling out his scroll, he tried to contact Tai. No answer. Damn it. Crow cursed, his voice sharp with frustration as he stepped outside. He scanned the area, looking for any sign of the kids. His sharp eyes caught the faint tracks of a wagon leading into the forest. His jaw tightened. They better not have run into any Grimm, he muttered grimly before transforming into his avian form. As a crow, he soared above the forest, his keen vision locked onto the trail below. Minutes passed as he flew, dread growing with each beat of his wings. Then, in the distance, he spotted them. Crimson was running at a speed no ordinary child should be able to reach, his movements unnaturally swift. Further ahead, a small figure Yang stood near a red wagon. And in front of her, 3 pairs of glowing red eyes emerged from the darkness. Beowulfs. Crow's heart sank. Flapping his wings furiously, he surged forward, desperate to reach them in time. But then, his sharp eyes caught something that made him falter. Crimson, now mere meters away from the Grimm, moved with a speed and precision that defied belief. The gleam of a blade flashed in the moonlight as the boy dashed forward. In an instant, 3 crescent slashes cut through the air. The Beowulfs dropped to the ground, their heads severed cleanly. Crimson stood motionless for a heartbeat, his blade still raised, unharmed. Crow didn't slow down, his chest tightening with both awe and fear. He landed near them in a rush, transforming back to his human form as his boots hit the ground. Kiddos, are you okay? His voice betrayed the panic he felt. Yang turned toward him, her pale face streaked with tears. Her lips trembled as she whispered, Uncle. Before Crow could respond, a harsh cough broke the tense silence. Crimson dropped to his knees, clutching his chest with one arm, his back still turned to Yang. The sound of his labored breathing filled the air, each cough growing harsher. Crimson. Crow shouted, dashing toward the boy. As Crow approached, he froze in horror. Crimson was coughing up blood, his breath shallow and ragged. His eyes were bloodshot, with crimson tears streaming down his cheeks. Blood dripped from his nostrils, and his hand, still clutching the knife, was bleeding heavily. Crow knelt beside him, his hands trembling as he tried to assess the boy's condition. Crimson's bloodshot eyes met Crow's briefly, filled with pain and exhaustion. No words escaped his lips, he didn't have the strength. A moment later, his eyes fluttered shut, and his body collapsed forward. Crimson. Stay with me. Crimson. Chapter 8. The house was cloaked in an uneasy quiet, broken only by the rhythmic chirping of crickets outside. It was late into the night, and the dim glow of a bedside lamp cast soft shadows across the room. Crimson lay still in his bed, his face pale. His breathing steady but shallow. Bandages wrapped his right hand and forearm, while his left leg was propped up with a splint. His siblings, Ruby and Young, sat beside him, their small faces etched with worry. Young clutched Ruby's hand tightly, her earlier bravado gone. Ruby's big silver eyes glistened with tears, but she didn't cry, afraid that the sound might disturb her brother. Young stroked a strand of Crimson's hair back from his forehead, whispering. "You'll be okay, you have to be okay." Outside the room, the adults gathered. The doctor, an older man with graying hair and a tired expression, stood near the door. Taeyang and Crow listened intently, both of them visibly shaken. "I've done what I could," the doctor began, his voice low and calm. "I removed the wood splinters from his hand and disinfected the wounds. Fortunately, they didn't reach deep enough to cause permanent damage, but they'll take time to heal, the broken bones, though." He paused, then continued, "His right hand has multiple fractures in the fingers, it's as though he gripped something far beyond his strength and didn't stop even as the bone fractured." He held up again, thinking about the boy's left foot. "And his foot, both the muscles and bones were injured. These injuries are consistent with extreme pressure, far beyond what anyone could experience or sustain normally." "But why? How could someone break his bones while gripping something?" The doctor sighed, thinking again before answering. "The human body has limits. For example, pain. It is supposed to be one of Thema's signal that prevents us from causing ourselves irreparable harm. But this boy, it's as if he doesn't recognize those limits. Either his pain tolerance is abnormally high, or he isn't feeling it at all." Crow shifted uncomfortably, memories of the earlier scene flashing in his mind. He had seen Crimson's bloodshot eyes, his trembling frame, and the sheer desperation in his expression before he collapsed. He didn't flinch, not once. Crow muttered, more to himself than anyone else. "Even when his hand was bleeding, and his body looked ready to give out, he just gave me a glance, not even a groan." The doctor nodded grimly. "Such resilience is as much a curse as it is a gift. Pain exists for a reason, and ignoring it is." He trailed off, glancing at Crow and Taeyang with his unspoken concerns. "He wouldn't have survived, if not for his aura. I assume one of you unlocked it for him?" the doctor added. Crow nodded hesitantly. "I did it, it was the only thing I could think of." "Well, it saved him," the doctor said. "Without his aura protecting his internal organs and mitigating the worst of the damage, he would have died right there." The weight of the doctor's words hung heavy in the air. Taeyang looked tired, guilt flickering in his eyes. Crow rubbed his temples, his usual composure cracking. The doctor packed up his supplies, his expression hardened as he spoke. "I know it's not easy raising kids in a world like this, but I have to remind you, make sure they don't wander into the forest alone. He's alive now, but luck won't always be on his side." With that, the doctor excused himself, leaving Tai and Crow alone in the hallway. Back in the room, Young and Ruby remained by Crimson's side. Ruby had fallen asleep, her head resting on the edge of the bed. Young stayed awake, her gaze fixed on her brother's face. Tai entered the room quietly, sitting on the other side of the bed. He ran a hand through Ruby's hair, his expression softening despite his exhaustion. Young looked up at him. "Dad, is Crimson going to be okay?" Tai hesitated before nodding. "The doctor said he'll recover, but it'll take time." Young bit her lip, her guilt evident. "It's my fault, if I hadn't." Tai interrupted her gently, placing a hand on her shoulder. "Young, what happened out there wasn't your fault. Crimson made his own choice, just like you did. What's important now is that you all learn from this. No more running off into the forest, promise me." Young nodded slowly. "I promise." Crow appeared in the doorway, leaning against the frame with a thoughtful expression. "He is the toughest kid I have ever seen," he said, his voice lighter than before, though the underlying tension remained. Tai managed a faint smile. "Yeah, too tough for his own good." The three of them sat in silence for a moment, the weight of the day's events settling in. Ruby stirred slightly, mumbling something unintelligible in her sleep. Crimson's breathing remained steady, his face peaceful despite the bandages and splints. For now, he was safe, and the family would take solace in that. Crimson stood amidst a grotesque battlefield, the ground beneath him soaked in blood and shattered bone. The air was thick with the metallic tang of iron, and the silence was broken only by the occasional crunch of broken fragments beneath his feet. Above him, the sky stretched in an oppressive black void. Devoid of stars, save for a single moon. Its pale light bathed the world in an eerie glow, casting long, distorted shadows over the carnage. Yet Crimson's focus was not on the carnage, nor the otherworldly glow of the moon. His attention was fixed on the figure standing before him. A demon exuding an aura of profound power, his presence alone suffocating. Kokushibo stood tall and regal before him, his long, spiky black hair tipped with red flowing in an unfelt breeze. His 6 eyes gleamed ominously, the top pair replacing his eyebrows. The middle pair engraved with kanji declaring his rank, and the bottom pair glowing with predatory focus. The cracked, intricate pattern of his irises seemed alive, a sinister contrast to his pale, dignified visage. His attire, a purple and black hexagonal patterned kimono over black ominori-styled hakama pants, only heightened his majestic presence. At his side hung his katana, an abomination of flesh and eyes that pulsed faintly, as if breathing. The scabbard, too, seemed alive, veins running its length in a mockery of humanity. Kokushibo's gaze pierced through Crimson, the weight of it pinning Crimson in place. When he finally spoke, his voice was deep and resonant, echoing with a cold authority. "Do you enjoy playing human?" Kokushibo asked, his tone neither mocking nor kind, but filled with an ancient weariness. "Tell me, does their fragile existence satisfy you?" Crimson didn't respond, his jaw tightening. His fist clenched ever so slightly, but he steadied himself, refusing to break eye contact. Kokushibo took a slow step forward, the fleshy katana at his waist emitting a faint, guttural hum. "You cling to humanity, to weakness, but it is not who you are, it is not what you are." The demon tilted his head slightly, as though studying a futile struggle against an inevitable fate. "You were once more, do you remember the power that coursed through your veins? The raw strength, unburdened by mortal frailty?" His 6 eyes narrowed in unison, a predatory glint flashing within their depths. "You were not made to crawl among them, you were made to stand above them, to devour them." Crimson's breath came in slow, measured intervals, though his mind roared with conflicting emotions. Kokushibo's expression darkened, his voice dropping to a growl. "Stop this farce, this human act, it does not suit you, you wear the chains as if they are your salvation, but they are your cage, shed them." The demon unsheathed his grotesque katana in one fluid motion, the blade glinting in the moonlight, its embedded eyes swiveling unnervingly to lock onto Crimson. Kokushibo pointed the blade toward him, its fleshy form pulsating in anticipation. "Grow your fangs again," he commanded. "Embrace what you are meant to be, or shall I tear this fod from you myself?" Crimson's heart thundered in his chest, his mind racing as memories flickered at the edges of his consciousness, fragments of something distant and unspoken. He felt the weight of Kokushibo's words. The temptation of power they promised, the bitter reminder of a nature he had buried deep within himself. But Crimson didn't move. His eyes focused on Kokushibo, he took a deeper breath and calmed down before smiling. "Just as I pursued power in the past, I want to pursue what I abandoned once," Crimson spoke calmly as if letting the demon comprehend his words. "In this life, I am keeping my humanity." Kokushibo's lips curved into a faint, knowing smile. "Ah, so you still resist," his 6 eyes gleamed with cruel amusement. "Good, let us see if your resolve is stronger than the truth you cannot escape." The demon sheathed his blade and closed his eyes as the darkness engulfed everything. Chapter 9. The morning sun crept through the window as Crimson stirred from his sleep. His body felt heavy but rested, the ache of his injuries dulled to a manageable throb opening his eyes. He found Ruby and Yang perched beside him on the bed. Ruby's bright eyes lit up when she saw him stir, while Yang looked down, her hands clasped tightly together. "Crimson!" Ruby exclaimed, leaning closer. "You're awake." Yang looked up, her violet eyes meeting his. "Crimson, she began, her voice faltering. She looked away briefly before continuing. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have run off like that, I promise, I won't do something like that behind your back again." Crimson gave her a faint smile, his voice hoarse but warm. "It's okay, Yang, just don't run alone next time." Their father entered the room moments later, his usual stern demeanor softened by relief. Taeyang sat on the edge of the bed, his hand resting on Crimson's shoulder. "I'm glad you're okay, son," Tai said, his voice steady but tinged with emotion. "You did something incredible back there, I'm proud of you." Crimson nodded, feeling a mixture of warmth and unease. He wasn't sure if "proud" was the word he'd use to describe his feelings about what had happened, but his father's words still comforted him. The next 3 days passed in a blur of rest and quiet moments. Yang and Ruby rarely left his side, each doing their best to keep him company and distract him with stories or small games. Tai and Crow kept watch. Their presence steady and reassuring, though Crimson couldn't help but notice the quiet conversations they sometimes had in the hallway, their tones low and concerned. On the fourth morning, Crimson woke earlier than usual. The sunlight filtering through the window felt brighter, sharper. He stretched and sat up. His body feeling strangely different. Stronger. Lighter. There was a strange energy coursing through him, subtle but undeniable. As he swung his legs over the side of the bed, fragments of his dream flashed in his mind. The battlefield. The moon. The demon with 6 eyes. He shook his head, dismissing the thoughts as remnants of a nightmare. It's nothing, he muttered to himself, rising to his feet. In the kitchen, the scent of sizzling bacon and freshly brewed coffee greeted him. Tai was at the stove, flipping pancakes, while Crow leaned against the counter with a mug in hand. "Morning, champ," Crow greeted, raising his mug slightly. Tai turned, his expression softening. "You're up early, shouldn't you be resting?" "I feel fine," Crimson replied, walking toward them. "Can I help with breakfast?" Tai and Crow exchanged a glance. "You sure?" Tai asked. "If you're not up to it." "I'm fine," Crimson insisted. With a small nod, Tai relented. "All right, you can chop the tomatoes, just be careful." Crimson walked to the counter, picking up a knife and a ripe tomato. As he positioned the blade, something caught his eye in its reflection. For a moment, he didn't see his own face. Instead, 6 eyes, burning with malevolent intensity, stared back at him from the polished surface. His breath hitched, and the knife slipped from his grasp, clattering onto the counter. Without a word, Crimson turned and bolted from the kitchen, his hand covering his face. "Crimson." Tai called after him, concern lacing his voice. Crow set his mug down, his expression turning serious. "What the hell just happened?" Crimson locked the bathroom door behind him, his chest heaving. He leaned over the sink, gripping its edges as he forced himself to look into the mirror. At first, his reflection was normal. But as he stared, Kokushibo's visage began to form, the 6 eyes glaring back at him with a predatory intensity. Crimson's breath quickened, and he splashed cold water onto his face, his hands trembling. When he looked again, the demon was gone. But something else remained. Across his face, faint but unmistakable, was a mark, a jagged, flame-like design etched across his skin. Crimson stared at it, his mind racing. From outside the bathroom door, Tai and Crow's voices filtered through. "Crimson, are you all right?" Tai called, his tone firm but worried. "Open the door, kid," Crow added, his usual gruffness softened. Crimson took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. As he exhaled, the mark faded, disappearing entirely. He touched his face, his fingers brushing over smooth, unmarked skin. After a moment, he unlocked the door and stepped out. Tai and Crow immediately moved toward him, their concern evident. "You okay?" Tai asked, his hand on Crimson's shoulder. Crimson nodded slowly. "You're right, I don't feel all right," he admitted, his voice low. "I think I need to lie down." Tai hesitated but nodded. "Go get some rest," he said, watching as Crimson walked back to his room. Once the boy was out of earshot, Crow turned to Tai, his expression grim. "What was that about?" Tai crossed his arms, his brow furrowed. "I don't know, but it started when he picked up the knife." "You think it's trauma? From the other day?" "Maybe, despite his maturity he is still a child," Tai replied. "Even adults are traumatized by Grimm." Crow glanced down the hallway where Crimson had disappeared. "We need to keep an eye on him." Tai nodded, his jaw tightening. "Agreed." In his room, Crimson sat on the edge of his bed, his hands resting on his knees. He stared at the floor, his thoughts swirling in turmoil. The memory of Kokushibo, the mark on his face, and the strange energy coursing through him played on a relentless loop. "What's happening to me?" he whispered, his voice heavy with uncertainty. He glanced to his side where Ruby and Yang lay sleeping, their peaceful faces a stark contrast to his inner chaos. For a moment, he hesitated. Then, resolving to find clarity, he quietly left the room and headed to the bathroom. Standing before the mirror, Crimson scrutinized his reflection. No extra eyes, no jagged flame mark, he murmured to himself, his voice tinged with apprehension. Closing his eyes, he focused on the sensation he remembered from when the mark first appeared. Slowly, as he opened his eyes, the mark re-emerged, a jagged, flame-like pattern etched across his skin. It looked just as it had in his previous life. But something felt different. The mark carried a foreign resonance, something he couldn't quite place. "Am I going to die in 20 years? Crimson couldn't help but ask himself. But he killed these thoughts as he continued. Taking a deep breath, Crimson began to focus on the breathing forms he had used as a demon. Moon breathing techniques flooded back into his mind. He felt his skin begin to change. And his eyes shift until a flash of alarm stopped him in his tracks. Crimson immediately halted the transformation, watching as his body returned to its normal state. Even the mark faded away. I'm turning into a demon, but I've been using moon breathing instinctively since my rebirth. Why now? And why does it feel so different? Crimson wondered silently, dread settling in his chest. Crimson, are you in there? Yang's sleepy voice came from outside the bathroom door. Yeah, Crimson called back. I'm done, just give me a moment. With a weary sigh, he resolved to deal with the mystery later. The day carried on as usual, though the atmosphere was far from normal. Ruby and Yang were their usual hyperactive selves, darting around the house with boundless energy. But Crimson couldn't shake the unease, and it didn't go unnoticed by Tai and Crow. They exchanged glances throughout the day, their concern growing as they saw him zoning out repeatedly. By evening, Crow kept the girls occupied while Tai pulled Crimson aside for a conversation. Crimson, Tai began, his voice firm yet gentle. Are you okay? You've been acting strange all day. I'm fine, Crimson replied with a forced smile. There's nothing to worry about. Tai frowned. I'm your father, I can tell when something's wrong with you. Crimson hesitated, then said, I'm really fine, I just feel a little different, probably because of the injuries. Do you feel lighter? Or more energetic? Crimson blinked, surprised. Yeah, I do. Tai sighed. That's normal, your aura was unlocked. Aura? Crimson repeated, unfamiliar with the term. Tai nodded and explained, aura is the manifestation of the soul's power. It's what separates huntsmen from civilians. When someone's aura is unlocked, their speed, strength, and durability increase, they also heal faster. Your uncle unlocked yours while you were passed out. It's what saved you from permanent damage. Crimson listened intently, the pieces of his strange sensations beginning to fall into place. Tai continued, normally. We don't unlock a child's aura because it can lead to their semblance manifesting too early, without control and understanding, that can be dangerous. Not to mention, aura attracts grim. The last thing we want is to draw them toward children. Semblance. Crimson echoed, another unfamiliar term. A semblance is a unique ability developed from one's aura, Tai explained. It's an extension of who you are. Some people can manipulate fire, others can create clones. There are countless variations, but it's important to learn control because some abilities can be dangerous. Crimson nodded, a sinking feeling settling in his chest. Can a semblance change someone's appearance? He asked hesitantly. Tai nodded. Sometimes, yes, people's semblances can affect their bodies in different ways. If you notice anything unusual, you need to tell me immediately. Crimson facepalmed, his thoughts spiraling. This is one cruel joke, isn't it? He thought grimly. Crimson. Tai's voice broke through his thoughts, laced with concern. Crimson looked up, meeting his father's worried gaze. I don't want you to see me like that. No, I don't want to look like that ever again, even if I am going to die. At that moment, Crimson made a decision. He let out a slow breath and dropped his hand from his face as the jagged flame marks flared to life. They burned brightly on his skin, shocking Tai into silence. My semblance has already manifested, Crimson said with a weary smile. My semblance is just the demon slayer mark. Nothing more. Decided to himself. Chapter 10. Crimson and Tai shared the news with Crow. Crimson has already manifested his semblance, which shocked Crow. He had been there when Crimson's aura was unlocked. He was the one to unlock that. That was barely a few days ago, and now he is staring at the marks on Crimson's face, the proof of Crimson's semblance manifestation. Crow couldn't help but voice his disbelief. It takes months, sometimes years, for most people to manifest their semblances. Some never do, and yet you did it, barely a few days after unlocking your aura. Taeyang rubbed the back of his neck, looking at Crimson with a mixture of pride and concern. I don't even know what to say, it's unheard of. Crimson, standing in front of them with a strained smile, seemed weighed down by their astonishment. He displayed the mark thinking it is the norm for people to do that after unlocking their aura. His dad made it sound normal. How was he supposed to know it might take months at least? The two adults didn't mention the semblance issue again, but even as the days passed, Crimson noticed their lingering gazes and unspoken questions. After the initial display, Crimson never let it flare to life again, as though trying to keep this part of himself from becoming a spectacle. Months passed, and life settled into a rhythm. The next milestone came on the shared 5th birthday of Crimson and Ruby. Amidst the laughter, cake, and brightly wrapped presents, Ruby made a heartfelt wish. "I want us to carry out Mom's family name, me and Crimson," Ruby said, her voice small but determined. "For Mom." Her words silenced the room. Taeyang, who had been smiling moments before, looked at his youngest daughter with a mix of surprise and sorrow. "Ruby," he began, but his voice faltered. Crimson, standing beside his sister, didn't expect such a wish but he still agreed. "Fine by me, would that be okay, Dad?" On his part, not only Tai did not object to the request but also supported it, and from then the family name was officially changed for the two. From that day forward, they were no longer just the Xiaolong family children. They were the Roses, Ruby Rose, Crimson Rose, and Yang Xiaolong, a nod to their shared bond with summer. As the seasons changed, the family prepared to celebrate Yang's birthday. Crimson had been quietly working on something special for her. 4 weeks. He had risen before dawn, sneaking out of bed while everyone else was still asleep. He would tiptoe outside the house to a quiet corner in the house, where he sneaked a knife and scraps of wood and laid them waiting. In his past life, Crimson had multiple artistic pursuits, which included wood carving. Back then, his carvings often depicted the moon or elements tied to his swordsmanship, reflecting his dual passions. This time, however, his inspiration was his family. When Yang's birthday arrived, Crimson approached her with a small bundle wrapped in cloth. He handed it to her with a warm smile. "What is it?" Yang asked, her eyes alight with curiosity. "Open it and see," Crimson urged. Yang peeled back the cloth to reveal a wooden figurine of their mother, Summer Rose. The detail was astonishing. Summer's likeness had been captured with care, from the gentle waves of her hair to the soft expression on her face. Yang's eyes widened. "It's Mom," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. Ruby leaned in to get a closer look, her expression shifting to one of awe tinged with envy. Crimson noticed immediately and decided to tease her. "Ruby, that is Yang's gift, you shouldn't touch it." Ruby, hearing him, felt more envy and even upset, gave him a look of disappointment and hurt without any words. Seeing the reaction, he hurriedly said, "Don't worry, Ruby, I made one for you, too." "You did? Really?" He nodded and handed her an identical figurine while laughing softly at her excitement. "Really?" As the family admired Crimson's handiwork, Taeyang watched from the sidelines, his expression a mix of pride and wistfulness. When he noticed Tai's lingering gaze on the figurines, Crimson raised an eyebrow. "Is something wrong, Dad?" he asked. "It's nothing, I was just thinking you're really talented, you know that? Those figurines are amazing." Crimson tilted his head, sensing there was more to Tai's words. "Thanks." Tai cleared his throat, glancing at the wooden figures in Ruby and Yang's hands. "I was just wondering if you had made one for me, too." Crimson blinked, caught off guard by the question. "Oh, I didn't make one for you," he admitted. "I only made them for Ruby and Yang." Tai's shoulders slumped slightly, though he quickly masked his disappointment with a smile. "That's okay, they're beautiful, you've done a great job." A month later, Tai received his own figurine. Crimson had spent countless hours carving it, ensuring every detail was perfect. It was slightly larger than the ones he had made for Ruby and Yang, depicting both Taeyang and Summer standing side by side. When Crimson presented it to his father, Tai was speechless. He ran his fingers over the intricate carvings, his eyes shining with emotion. "Thank you," he said softly, his voice thick. "This means more to me than you know." Despite his satisfaction with the figurines, Crimson's hands itched for a greater challenge. Late at night, after everyone had gone to bed, he began working on a new carving. This one was more ambitious, a piece that would capture the entire family including their deceased mother. He envisioned it as a tableau, Tai standing strong and proud, Summer beside him with her ever-gentle smile, and the 3 children surrounding them in a circle of warmth and love. Each stroke of the knife brought the image closer to life, the wood transforming under his skilled hands. The work was slow and meticulous. But Crimson didn't mind. This piece wasn't just art, it was a way to preserve the memory of their family, a tribute to the years they shared and the memories of the mother who would always remember. As the days turned into weeks, Crimson worked tirelessly on the carving. Though he didn't share his progress with anyone, the project became his quiet way of connecting with both his past and his present. In this new world he now called home, this piece would stand as a symbol of bonds, a reminder of the oldest connections, a lesson to avoid repeating past mistakes, and a testament to the beauty that could be found in togetherness. Chapter 11. 5 years had passed since that fateful day when Crimson had made his decision to control the Demon Slayer mark. Time moved forward relentlessly. And so did life in the Xiaolong-Rose household. Crimson had taken it upon himself to ensure that Ruby and Yang not only kept up with their schoolwork but excelled in it. For someone who had lived a previous life, Crimson thought teaching would come naturally. However, he quickly discovered that much of the material was foreign to him. Modern concepts, advanced mathematics, and even basic scientific principles he had never heard before. Still, he was determined, and over time, his reading and comprehension improved. Ruby and Yang often joked about how he was like their personal tutor. His patient demeanor and growing ability to break down complex topics made him an effective teacher. Their laughter and gratitude were rewards enough for Crimson. Though the growing bond with his siblings warmed his heart even more. Crow's presence during these years became increasingly sporadic. Once a constant figure in their lives, he now popped in every few weeks, his visits brief but no less appreciated. Crow's absence was often attributed to his duties as a huntsman. Today, however, was special. Crow has returned for a specific purpose. Yang is going to unlock her aura. At 11 years old, she was ready to begin her official training as a huntress. The air buzzed with excitement, and even Crimson found himself drawn into the anticipation despite his usual reluctance toward anything combat-related. The family gathered in the backyard. Yang stood in the center, her fiery personality tempered by a rare nervousness. Tai approached her with a calm, reassuring smile. "Are you ready, my sunny dragon?" Tai asked, his voice calm and gentle. Yang nodded eagerly. "I've been waiting for this forever." Tai chuckled. "All right, here we go, just relax and focus." Standing before her, he placed a hand on her shoulder and began the unlocking chant, his voice resonant and solemn. "For it is in passing that we achieve immortality, through this, we become a paragon of virtue and glory to rise above all, infinite in distance and unbound by death, I release your soul, and by my shoulder, protect thee." As the chant concluded, a golden light surrounded Yang, shimmering like a protective aura. She gasped, feeling the surge of power coursing through her. Crimson, watching from the side, couldn't help but repeat a few words. Immortality, glory, unbound by death. The chant struck a chord within him, its words eerily echoing the twisted reality. He felt like laughing due to the irony, but forced himself to not show anything. "All right, Dad. Let's see what I can do." Tai chuckled, taking a sword of his own. "All right, but don't say I didn't warn you." Yang charged at him with boundless energy, swinging her wooden sword with enthusiasm. But Tai was a seasoned warrior, effortlessly sidestepping her attacks and countering with light taps that disarmed her repeatedly. Despite her best efforts, Yang couldn't land a single hit. "Not fair. You're too good." Crow laughed. "Don't get discouraged, kid, you've got plenty of time to learn." "What about you, Crimson? Care to give it a shot?" Crimson shook his head. "I will pass." "Oh, come on," Crow pressed. "It's just for fun, let's see what you've got." Yang and Ruby chimed in, their voices pleading. "Yeah, Crimson. Do it." Even Tai joined in. "It's good exercise, no harm in trying." With a heavy sigh, Crimson finally relented. "Fine." He picked up one of the wooden swords, the shape familiar yet foreign in his hand. As he stood opposite Tai, memories of a time long past flickered in his mind. The years of peace he had carefully maintained didn't erase centuries of experience. "Give it your best shot, hold nothing back," Tai encouraged with a knowing grin. Crimson closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. When he opened them, his mark flared to life for the first time in 5 years. Jagged flames etched themselves across his face, and his eyes narrowed with an intensity that sent a shiver through everyone present. Then he moved. In a blur of motion, Crimson charged toward Tai. At the last moment, he shifted his trajectory, targeting Tai's feet. His strikes were precise and relentless, landing in rapid succession on each of Tai's feet, causing the man to fall backward. Before Tai could hit the ground, Crimson rotated to his unarmed side, dropped low, and struck his shoulder with the wooden sword one last time. The display was over in seconds, leaving Tai's back on the ground staring at the sky and the others staring in stunned silence. Crimson exhaled as the mark disappeared. Crow was the first to break the silence. "Well, I'll be damned, that was something else." "Crimson. That was amazing. How did you do it?" "Yeah. You're so fast." Tai, still on the ground, blinked repeatedly as he stared at the sky. He then sat down and looked at Crimson, his face still stunned, and said, "You are going to be one hell of a huntsman." Crimson shook his head slightly. "I don't want to be a huntsman, it's not for me." Tai stared at him, stunned, and the others mirrored his expression. Crow, unable to keep quiet, finally spoke. "You're a natural-born huntsman, you've got the talent, if not a huntsman, then what?" The question hung in the air, heavy and unanswered. Crimson looked down, his mind racing. He hadn't given much thought to his future. Day-to-day life had been his sole focus, his escape from the life of his past, but now, faced with the question, he found himself at a loss. He closed his eyes, and memories from a lifetime ago surfaced. He saw himself gifting a flute to his brother Yorichi. The faint smile of gratitude etched on his brother's face. He remembered Yorichi's passing, still carrying the flute even after decades. And he remembered carrying the broken instrument for centuries, a relic of his brother, the only person he had ever admired. If not for the demons, what would Yorichi have done? Would he have spent his life playing the flute? Crimson wondered. It was a question he would never know the answer to. When he opened his eyes, Crow was still watching him, waiting for an answer. Crimson's lips curled into a warm smile, softer than usual. Playing musical instruments might be nice, especially the flute. That's so lame. Being a huntsman is way cooler. Yeah. Huntsmen are way better. Girls, enough. Crow held up a hand, a smirk tugging at his lips. He's free to decide his future, but you're not wrong, might just change his mind someday. He chuckled at his own words. Crimson shook his head, an amused smile playing on his face. Chapter 12. Time flowed like a river, carrying the Xiaolong-Rose family through its ever-changing tides. Crimson, true to his word, pursued a path entirely his own. While Ruby and Yang dove headfirst into their huntress training. Crimson enrolled in art school, dedicating himself to the mastery of musical instruments. His passion for the flute became the cornerstone of his studies, but he didn't stop there. Pianos, violins, and even traditional string instruments like the koto found their way into his repertoire. Tai and Crow were less than thrilled with Crimson's decision. To them, he was wasting an undeniable gift, squandering the potential to become a huntsman of unparalleled skill. Tai had tried countless times to convince Crimson to reconsider. You're the one of the best fighters I've ever seen, even without formal training. He would say. You're meant for something greater. But Crimson's response never wavered. This is my choice, Dad, he'd say, his tone calm but firm. I wish to live a life where I don't spend it fighting. Despite their disapproval, the family gradually learned to respect his decision, even if they didn't fully accept it. As the years passed, Ruby grew into a lively and determined young girl with a singular obsession, weapons. Her fascination consumed her. Magazines littered her room, pages filled with schematics, designs, and advertisements for every weapon imaginable. Crimson often found her hunched over her desk, sketching ideas for custom weapons, her mind churning with possibilities. Ruby, you've been at this for hours, take a break, Crimson would suggest, but Ruby would wave him off. Just a little longer. I'm so close to cracking this design. Yang, on the other hand, if there was one thing young Xiaolong loved more than sparring, it was her uncanny ability to turn any situation into a pun. No conversation in the Xiaolong-Rose household was safe from her quick wit and endless wordplay. Dad, Yang called out during breakfast one morning, holding up a piece of toast. You could say this is a butter situation. Tai and Ruby groaned. Yang, it's too early for this. Early? Nah, I'd say it's the toast of the day. Her love of puns extended to training sessions as well. Yang, focus on your form. Tai barked during a sparring match. Don't worry, Dad, my skills are on point, she replied, deftly dodging his strikes with a grin. You mean your punchlines are, Ruby muttered from the sidelines, earning a high five from Yang mid-dodge. Even Crimson wasn't safe from her verbal jabs. Crimson, I've got an idea for your sparring matches, Yang said one day. Should I regret asking? He replied with a raised brow. Nah, it's a strike of genius, you could call yourself, the Sword Punisher, ... Yang, I don't even use swords, at most they are wooden, Crimson deadpanned. Then you're just pun prepared, Yang fired back, leaving him rubbing his temples while Ruby cackled at his expense. Ruby's obsession with weapons only added fuel to Yang's pun fire. Ruby, when you finish building your weapon, you should name it, Slice Crime, Yang suggested one evening. That doesn't even work. Ruby protested, slamming a weapon catalog shut. Sure it does. It's cutting-edge humor. Ruby groaned. You're the worst. But Yang didn't stop there. Every new weapon design Ruby considered came with a new pun. Ruby, if you're building a scythe, why not call it Grim Reaper? Get it? Like Grim, but with style. Yang, I swear, one day I'm going to throw my scythe at you, Ruby muttered. Don't worry, Yang shot back. I'll cut you some slack. Even Tai joined in occasionally, though his puns were more dad joke caliber. I think Yang's jokes are a cut above, he quipped, earning matching groans from Ruby and Crimson. The only one who didn't seem to tire of Yang's antics was Yang herself. "Come on, admit it," she said one evening, sitting cross-legged on the couch. "You all love my puns, they're punstoppable." "Pun, stop talking," Crimson muttered under his breath, though the corner of his mouth twitched in amusement. Even as Crimson immersed himself in music, he never turned away from his family. He continued to help Ruby and Yang with their studies, patiently explaining complex concepts and guiding them through their lessons. "Crimson, how do you make this formula work?" Ruby would ask, her brows furrowed in frustration. "Think of it like this," Crimson would say, offering a simpler explanation that made the light bulb go off in Ruby's head. Crimson also joined the girls in their huntress training. Though he had no aspirations of becoming a huntsman, he saw it as an opportunity to bond with his sisters and help them grow stronger. Sparring sessions became a regular part of their routine, with Crimson often going up against Ruby or Yang or both at once. Despite him holding back, the results were always the same: Crimson dominated every sparring match with ease. "This is ridiculous. How are you so skilled?" "It is just a second nature to me, just like your puns," Crimson would reply, helping her up. Even though he wielded nothing more than a wooden stick, a metal pipe, or a kitchen knife, Crimson was an unstoppable force. His ability to read movements, combined with his precise strikes and unmatched reflexes, made him an opponent no one in the household could best, not even Tai. "Dad, you fight him," Yang once suggested after losing for the umpteenth time. Tai reluctantly agreed, stepping into the ring with a determined look. But even he couldn't land a solid hit on Crimson, who danced around him with fluid grace, tapping him on the shoulder, arm, or leg with his wooden weapon. Afterward, Tai could only shake his head, muttering, "You're a phenomenon, kid." When the time came for Ruby to forge her own weapon, she dove into the task with unparalleled enthusiasm. She spent days and nights poring over designs, sketching prototypes, and considering every possible configuration. Her obsession bordered on the obsessive, with pages of blueprints scattered across her room. "This is going to be perfect," Ruby exclaimed, holding up a rough sketch of her latest idea. "A scythe that doubles as a sniper rifle." Yang, in contrast, had already completed her weapon a year earlier. True to her straightforward personality, she had opted for simplicity and efficiency: Ember Celica, a pair of gauntlets with built-in shotguns. "Why overcomplicate things?" Yang had said with a shrug. "Punch hard, shoot harder, done." Ruby rolled her eyes at her sister's lack of creativity but couldn't deny the effectiveness of her design. Ruby's excitement wasn't limited to her own weapon. She was determined to see Crimson wield something custom-made as well. "Come on, Crimson," Ruby pleaded one evening. "I'll help you design it, it'll be awesome." But Crimson remained steadfast. "I don't need a weapon," he said, his tone leaving no room for argument. "You don't need this, you don't need that," Ruby huffed. "At least make something." Yang chimed in, crossing her arms. "Yeah, even a stick with spikes would be better than what you're using now." But Crimson was unmoved. He continued to use wooden swords, metal pipes, and kitchen knives during training. His unconventional choices drove Ruby and Yang up the wall, but even Tai couldn't convince him to change his mind. "Why fight it, Ruby?" Tai said with a shrug. "He's unbeatable with whatever he uses, let him be." Ruby groaned in frustration, but Crimson only smiled, quietly appreciating her enthusiasm. Despite their differences, the Xiaolong-Rose family remained close-knit. Crimson's unwavering dedication to his sister's growth earned their respect, even if they didn't always understand his choices. And as the years passed, the siblings grew stronger in their own ways. Ruby's boundless creativity and Yang's fiery determination were complemented by Crimson's quiet wisdom and support. Together, they formed an unbreakable bond, each pursuing their path while remaining connected by love and shared experiences. But in the back of Crimson's mind, the echoes of his past life never fully faded. As he played his flute, guiding Ruby and Yang through their studies and training, a quiet resolve grew within him. He didn't need a weapon in this life, or so he hoped. For now, his path remained one of peace, even as the world outside beckoned with challenges yet to come. Chapter 13. The sun dipped low in the sky as the Veil airship made its way toward the kingdom of Mistral. Crimson sat in the spacious cabin reserved for the orchestra members, surrounded by instruments carefully packed for travel. His flute rested in a case beside him, a personal favorite among the many instruments he had learned to play over the years. The hum of the airship was a steady background to the quiet chatter of his fellow musicians. This journey to Mistral marked a significant milestone for the orchestra. They were to perform at the prestigious Haven Academy, a place renowned for its appreciation of arts and culture. For Crimson, it was both a thrilling new experience and a firm step in his new pursuit. His only regret is that this is the year Yang will leave for Beacon Academy and he won't be there to see her leave. Meanwhile, unknown to Crimson back in Vale, Ruby Rose, his twin sister, was having a far less tranquil experience. A simple visit to a dust shop to view the latest weapon magazine edition had turned into a chaotic encounter with a known criminal. Roman Torchwick. The fight had drawn the attention of none other than Professor Ojban, Beacon Academy's headmaster. After witnessing Ruby's potential, he offered her an unprecedented opportunity to skip 2 years of schooling and join Beacon Academy immediately. Though surprised, Ruby eagerly accepted, her excitement for the future overwhelming any doubts. Yang, as supportive as ever, was overjoyed at her sister's achievement. Not long after, Team RWBY was formed, Ruby, Weiss, Blake, and Yang, a diverse group of talents and personalities united under one roof. Moving into their dorm was a whirlwind of activity, the girls buzzing with excitement and anticipation for the journey ahead. The first weekend at Beacon brought an unexpected surprise. A package arrived for Ruby and Yang, its sender unknown until Ruby opened it to find a neatly written letter inside. She read it aloud, her voice filled with delight. Dear Ruby and Yang, congratulations on your acceptance into Beacon and the formation of your team. I'm incredibly proud of both of you. Enclosed are notes I originally prepared for Yang to help her navigate the material of the first year at Beacon. Now that both of you are here, I hope they'll be useful to you too. Remember, I'm always rooting for you. With love. Crimson. The sisters eagerly dug into the package, revealing beautifully bound notebooks filled with detailed notes on multiple topics such as history and grim behavior study. The handwriting was immaculate, every word crafted with precision and care. Who wrote this? The penmanship is exquisite, and the content is surprisingly thorough. Whoever this is must be highly intellectual individual and well-versed in calligraphy. Ruby beamed with pride. It's from my twin brother, Crimson. You have a twin brother? And he wrote all of this? Yang nodded, a fond smile on her face. Yeah, he is the most amazing person I know and the best brother in the world. He has always been there for us. When Mom died, he was 4 years old. Despite his age, he practically held our family together. He took care of us, taught himself all our school material so he could tutor us and help us keep up. He also helped us in our combat training and spars. And let me tell you, this is just the tip of the iceberg. There is nothing he can't do. If it weren't for him, we probably wouldn't be here at Beacon. Blake, who had been quietly listening, tilted her head in intrigue. He sounds like an incredible person. Why isn't he here with you? Ruby hesitated for a moment, her expression a mix of admiration and wistfulness. He decided not to become a huntsman. Instead, he joined an orchestra. Music is his passion. Weiss raised an eyebrow, her skepticism evident. Let me get this straight. Your twin, who sounds like a rare prodigy, that helped you enter one of the most prestigious academies in the world, chose music over becoming a huntsman? Forgive me, but that seems unlikely. Yang chuckled. I know it's hard to believe, but that's just Crimson. He's always been different. He is in a league of his own, and trust me, he's just as talented in music as he is in everything else. Blake's ears under the ribbon twitched slightly, her interest piqued. He must have a lot of discipline to balance so many skills. He does. He's the reason I'm so good with Crescent Rose. He used to spar with me all the time and help me figure out how to use my scythe efficiently. He is the best, no one can compare with him. Weiss, though still doubtful of such a person, couldn't deny the warmth and pride evident in Ruby and Yang's words. The notebook in her hands was proof of Crimson's dedication and skill, and she found herself curious about the man behind it. Another month had passed, and life at Beacon Academy was in full swing. Team RWBY had settled into a rhythm, balancing classes, training, and their blossoming friendships. During this time, Ruby and Yang continued to share stories about their brother, Crimson. Tales of his talent, skills, and selfless dedication painted him as a near mythical figure, someone larger than life. However, no one was convinced. Weiss, ever the skeptic, had doubted the sisters' claims someone Ruby's age that talented. I find that highly improbable, she remarked one evening, flipping through one of Crimson's detailed notebooks. Blake, who was also borrowing a notebook at the time, nodded in agreement. It's not that we don't believe you, but the way you describe him makes him sound too perfect. Despite their doubts, both girls had to admit that Crimson's notes were invaluable. They made their life much easier and gave Team RWBY an edge in their classes. Over time, the notebooks became something of a secret weapon for the team, allowing them to stay ahead of their peers. Today's class was a test of their skills, a sparring match between Team RWBY and Team JNPR in Glinda Goodwich's combat class. The headmistress stood with her usual stern demeanor, overseeing the match with hawk-like vigilance. The battle was fierce, each team showcasing their strengths. Yang's fiery punches clashed against Nora's hammer, Blake's agility kept Ran on his toes. And Ruby's scythe danced in a whirlwind against John's shield. Weiss strategically supported her teammates with glyphs, but despite their efforts, Team JNPR emerged victorious. Pyrrha Nikos, the invincible girl, was the last one standing, her spear and shield gleaming under the arena lights as she helped her teammates back to their feet. Excellent work, Team JNPR, Glinda praised, though her expression remained as stern as ever. And Team RWBY, you've shown improvement, learn from this and continue to grow. Later that day during lunch, the two teams shared a table, recounting the match. Weiss, still nursing her pride, commented, "It's almost unfair having Pyrrha on your team, she practically carried you all. Sounds like someone's a little salty." "Face it, Weiss, Pyrrha's the ace up our sleeve, no one can beat her." Pyrrha shifted uncomfortably in her seat. "I'm not that special," she said softly, her humility genuine. "Oh, yeah. My brother could totally take Pyrrha in a one-on-one fight and win." Yang leaned back with a smirk, crossing her arms. "She's only called the invincible girl because she's never fought Crimson," he would wipe the floor with her. The table fell silent for a moment, then erupted into laughter. "Your brother again?" Nora teased. "You've been hyping him up for weeks. What's next? He can take on an entire pack of Nevermores with a toothpick." "It's true." Ruby protested. Weiss rolled her eyes. "Ruby, we've heard about your brother endlessly, but extraordinary as he might be, he could not possibly best someone of Pyrrha's caliber." Blake chimed in, her tone measured but curious. "You've told us a lot about him, but it's hard to picture someone so skilled who chose music over combat." Even Pyrrha couldn't hide her intrigue. She regarded Ruby and Yang with interest. "If he's as talented as you say, I'd like to meet him, someone you both admire. That much must be remarkable." The conversation grew heated, with Ruby and Yang passionately defending their brother's prowess while the rest of the table remained skeptical. The commotion soon caught the attention of Glinda Goodwitch, who was entering the cafeteria alongside Ojban. "Enough." Glinda's authoritative voice cut through the noise, silencing the group. "This is not how aspiring huntsmen and huntresses should conduct themselves." Ojban, however, seemed more amused and annoyed. Adjusting his glasses, he addressed the table. "What seems to be the source of this lively debate?" Before anyone could respond, Ruby's scroll pinged with a new message. She quickly checked it, her face lighting up with excitement. "It's from Crimson." She squealed, practically bouncing in her seat. "Well, would you look at that? He's coming to Vale for a week." The news drew curious glances from everyone at the table, including Pyrrha and Blake. Even Weiss, despite her skepticism, couldn't hide her interest. "Crimson, you say? Your brother?" Ruby nodded enthusiastically. "Yeah." Ojban chuckled softly. "That's intriguing. I'd very much like to meet him in person, Miss Rose, perhaps you could help arrange that." Standing beside him, Glinda wasn't surprised by his interest. Her expression turned thoughtful as if she, too, was curious about the young man who had sparked so much discussion. Chapter 14. Ruby blinked in confusion at Ojban's unexpected request. "Wait, you want to meet my brother?" Ojban smiled faintly, the kind of smile that suggested he already knew something others did not. "Let's just say I've heard of him long before I met you, Miss Rose." "Heard of him? From who?" The headmaster surveyed the group around him, before focusing on Yang and Ruby. "A trusted friend and ally of mine, someone who is usually stingy with praise." Described Crimson as a monstrous prodigy. The table was still silent, disbelief spreading across everyone's faces except Ruby and Yang were curious to hear what comes next. Ojban continued. "He claimed that even without formal training, Crimson could be handed a huntsman license today and would still be regarded as one of the strongest huntsmen in all of Remnant." Weiss's skepticism was written all over her face, and Blake raised an eyebrow. Even Pyrrha, who was often the epitome of composure, seemed surprised. Ruby and Yang laughed in pride and turned to the group with a "told you." "Look." Ojban, amused by their reaction, continued, "And I assure you, my friend is not one to exaggerate when it comes to such matters." "Monstrous prodigy?" Weiss echoed, frowning. "If he's so talented, then why isn't he training to be a huntsman?" "I suppose you'll have to ask him yourself," Ojban said. Some days later at the bustling Vale docks. Team RWBY, joined by Team JNPR and Professor Ojban, stood amidst the crowd waiting for the ship to arrive. The girls were animated with anticipation, while the rest observed with quiet curiosity. Everyone's gaze focused on the approaching ship. As it docked, a figure emerged from the passengers, a tall young man, his presence serene yet commanding. Crimson's appearance immediately drew attention. A handsome young man with sharp features, his long, spiky black hair with red tips that he keeps in a ponytail, framing his sharp, symmetrical face. His striking deep crimson eyes seemed to hold a depth of wisdom far beyond his years, captivating anyone who met his gaze. He wore a closed purple jacket adorned with intricate patterns of 2 hexagonal designs. The first was jet black, while the second was a rich purple, with each hexagon divided into crescent moon shapes. Creating a mesmerizing contrast, his black jeans, subtly accented by 2 faint purple lines running along the sides, added a sleek touch to his composed and dignified appearance. There was an air of serenity about him, a quiet confidence that exuded tranquility, making it almost impossible to look away. Every step he took was deliberate, each movement imbued with an elegance that seemed second nature. Ruby and Yang broke into a run, calling his name. Crimson turned, a small smile tugging at his lips as his sisters collided into him for a group hug. "You're finally here," Ruby exclaimed, beaming. Yang pulled back and grinned. "Took you long enough, what, the orchestra keeping you locked up?" Crimson chuckled softly. "Something like that." The rest of the group approached, their eyes scanning him with varying degrees of curiosity and disbelief. Weiss, in particular, was shocked to see him in person. How could Ruby's brother exude such a commanding aura of refinement and dignity? The contrast between the two is too much to believe they are twins. Ruby took the lead, her enthusiasm impossible to miss. "Crimson, this is Weiss and Blake together, we make Team RWBY, and over here is Team JNPR." Crimson nodded politely, his voice smooth and composed. "It's a pleasure to meet you all." "And this," Yang added with a grin, "is Professor Ojban, the headmaster of Beacon Academy." At the mention of Ojban's name, Crimson's eyes briefly focused on him, a faint glint of recognition flashing in their depths. While many knew Ojban as a legendary huntsman and the esteemed headmaster of Beacon, Crimson saw him differently as the man who had sent Summer Rose on that ill-fated mission. A subtle wave of dislike washed over him, but his expression betrayed none of it. Ojban extended a hand, and Crimson shook it firmly. "Crimson Rose," Ojban said, his tone warm yet measured. "It's nice to finally meet you, I've heard much about your abilities." Crimson's expression remained neutral, his tone modest, "Thank you, but I'm afraid those stories might be exaggerated." Ojban's smile didn't falter. "Somehow, I doubt that." After a few polite pleasantries, Ojban's tone shifted to one of quiet persuasion. "Crimson, I'd like to formally invite you to Beacon Academy. With your talent, you could make a profound difference in the world." Crimson's response was immediate and firm. "I'm honored, but I have no such aspirations, my path lies elsewhere." The sudden invitation and the blunt refusal left both teams visibly stunned, though Ojban seemed unsurprised. "A pity," the headmaster replied, a note of regret in his voice. "It's not often we encounter someone with your level of potential, perhaps you might reconsider." Crimson's resolve didn't waver. "I appreciate the offer, but my answer will remain the same." Ojban paused, his thoughtful gaze studying Crimson. Then he spoke again, his tone more casual. "Miss Rose mentioned you're staying in Vale for a week, perhaps you could join us at Beacon as a guest. It would allow you to spend more time with your sisters and get a sense of our academy." Crimson, already poised to decline, was interrupted by Ruby. "Please, don't say no." Ruby's voice was filled with urgency. "Crimson, you've been away for so long, we miss you, and it'd be amazing to have you stay with us, even if just for a week." "Yeah," Yang chimed in, her tone encouraging. "It's not like you'd be signing up as a student just a guest. Besides, wouldn't you like to see how we're doing here at Beacon?" To everyone's surprise, Weiss joined in. "This might not be my place to intrude. But I think you should reconsider before refusing. Both Ruby and Yang have spoken about you constantly and were eagerly waiting for your visit, it wouldn't be fair to them if you declined. See? Even the heartless Ice Queen is on our side." Weiss huffed, her cheeks reddening. "Yang Xiaolong. There's no harm in saying yes," Ojban added with a knowing smile. Crimson remained silent for a moment, his gaze shifting to his sisters. Their pleading eyes tugged at him, and with a resigned sigh, he finally relented. "Fine, a week." The sisters erupted into cheers, pulling him into another hug. Ojban chuckled softly, a glint of satisfaction in his eyes. "Excellent, we'll ensure you're well accommodated, who knows, you might find a new calling while you're here." "I won't," Crimson replied firmly, leaving no room for debate. As the group made their way back toward Beacon, the students couldn't help but steal glances at Crimson. The legendary stories Ruby and Yang had shared about their brother seemed almost mythical. But now, meeting him in person, they could sense an undeniable air of extraordinary skill and presence about him. After settling into Beacon, Crimson spent the rest of the day with Team RWBY. The dorm, usually a whirlwind of activity, felt oddly harmonious with his calm presence. During a quiet moment, Crimson turned to Weiss and Blake. "Thank you," he said, his tone earnest. Weiss blinked in surprise. "For what?" "For taking care of my sisters," Crimson replied, his gaze steady. "I know they can be a handful sometimes, but it's a relief to know they're in good company." Blake tilted her head slightly, intrigued by his sincerity. "They're our teammates and our friends, it's only natural that we look out for each other." Weiss nodded, though her expression softened. "They've spoken so much about you, it's clear how much they look up to you." Crimson's lips curved into a faint smile. "They mean everything to me, seeing them thrive here at Beacon reassures me I made the right decision letting them pursue this path." As the evening unfolded, Weiss and Blake found themselves drawn to Crimson's calm and respectful demeanor. Despite his modesty, his confidence and wisdom were evident in every word he spoke. It became increasingly difficult for them to reconcile this composed, refined young man with the lively, chaotic energy of RWBY and Yang. By the time the night fell, both Weiss and Blake silently admitted they were beginning to understand why RWBY and Yang held their brother in such high regard. Crimson wasn't just extraordinary, was profoundly different. Chapter 15. Ashbin sat in his dimly lit office, his fingers steepled as he stared out the large window overlooking the academy grounds. Across from him sat Glinda Goodwitch, her posture rigid and professional, while Professors Peter Port and Dr. Bartholomew Oblek occupied the remaining chairs. Ashbin broke the silence. "We are presented with a rare opportunity this week, a young man of extraordinary potential, someone who could be a great asset in our struggle against the darkness." Glinda adjusted her glasses, her tone skeptical yet intrigued. "You're referring to Crimson Rose, I assume. He does have a presence about him, but he's made it clear he has no intention of becoming a huntsman." "True," Ashbin replied, his calm tone unwavering. "But potential like his shouldn't be wasted. He's here for a week, we owe it to him and to the world to guide him. Even if he leaves unchanged, planting a seed of purpose is worth the effort." "An admirable goal, Headmaster. A young man of such promise should not squander his talents, we must show him the path of valor." Yes, quite so. Exposure to Beacon's finest education might ignite a spark that could kindle into a blazing flame of heroism. Glinda thought for a moment, then gave a curt nod. "Then it's settled, we'll use this week to expose him to the principles of being a huntsman. If we can make him see the potential impact of his abilities, perhaps he'll reconsider his stance." Ashbin's gaze sharpened. "Let's proceed carefully. Crimson is perceptive, he'll see through heavy-handedness. Instead, we should subtly challenge his perspective, broaden his understanding of the world's needs." The group exchanged determined nods, the meeting adjourned with a shared goal in mind. The morning sunlight streamed into Team RWBY's dorm as the sisters enthusiastically prepped Crimson for his first day. "So, bro, ready for the thrill of Professor Port's class?" Nothing screams excitement like long-winded stories about grim and monsters. RWBY groaned dramatically. "I'm so sorry you have to start with that, it's the worst." Blake, who was tying her bow, added dryly, "To be fair, every student suffers through it, consider it a rite of passage." Weiss, ever composed, huffed hearing her teammates, "This is a formal academic setting, the class holds a purpose, perhaps you all can try to maintain some decorum." Crimson chuckled softly, amused by their contrasting attitudes. "It can't be that bad." The classroom buzzed with muted conversation as students filed in, taking their seats. Crimson followed Team RWBY to their usual spots, his calm demeanor standing out amidst the animated chatter. Peter Port began his lecture with his usual exuberance, recounting tales of his heroic encounters with Grimm. As the minutes dragged on, the students' attention waned, many barely concealing their boredom. "Ah, but today, we have a special guest among us. Crimson Rose, would you do us the honor of sharing your thoughts?" The room went silent, all eyes on Crimson. Port gestured dramatically. "You are new here, yet your reputation precedes you. Tell us, what do you consider to be the scariest monster? And, more importantly, what should one do when faced with such a creature?" Crimson's expression turned thoughtful as he considered the question. Centuries of experience surged through his mind, the endless malevolence he had witnessed, the slaughter he once indulged in, and the vile acts of demons and humans alike. After a moment of silence that felt eternal, he finally spoke, his voice calm yet resonant. "A monster," he began, "isn't always something you can see. It isn't just the grim you are trained to fight. True monsters can be human, they can blend in, hiding behind the facade of civility while their actions devour the lives of others." The room grew tense, students leaning forward in curiosity. Crimson continued, "Imagine someone with the power to kill at will, no weapon, no physical force, but with mere words or the stroke of a pen. A person who sees human lives as tools for their ambitions, as disposable commodities. They don't spill blood with their own hands but orchestrate destruction from the shadows. Leaving no trace of guilt, that is a monster. He paused briefly, articulating his thoughts, then continued in the same calm tone. There are many types of monsters in this world. His endless experiences rushed back all at once. Monsters who will not show themselves and who cause trouble, he said, recalling the cult of Doma. Monsters who abduct children, he added, thinking of human traffickers who preyed on innocents. Monsters who devour dreams, he said, Muzin's shadow flashing in his mind. Monsters who drink blood, he finished, the memory of demonkind etched into his soul. But the worst of them all is a blind hateful monster, Crimson continued, his voice tinged with a quiet sorrow. They are much worse than any other monster. They truly believe they are virtuous, even as they sin, they speak of honor yet have none. They wish for love but do not realize they've already forsaken it. Their incompetence is always the fault of others, and they find solace in their dark desires, calling it ambition. A faint shadow crossed his face as he concluded. I was such a monster. Spoke to himself. Weiss, Blake, and even Ruby and Yang stared at Crimson, taken aback by the weight of his words. And what should one do when faced with such a monster? Port asked, his tone uncharacteristically serious, devoid of its usual theatrics. Crimson met his gaze steadily. Walk away, a monster like that will always devour you. A heavy silence hung in the air. Port, for once, seemed lost for words. Finally, he nodded, a forced smile breaking through. His usually grandiose demeanor was nowhere to be seen as he spoke in a subdued tone. A profound answer, young man, I believe I speak for all when I say you have given us much to think about. The class ended shortly after, students filing out with a buzz of whispered conversations. Crimson, unfazed by the attention, followed Team RWBY as they exited, his calm presence lingering in everyone's minds. As the group walked toward the cafeteria, the silence lingered until Blake finally broke it. That was unexpected. Ruby glanced at Crimson, her silver eyes wide. Yeah, where did you come up with all that? Crimson smiled faintly. It's just a perspective, monsters aren't always what they seem. Weiss adjusted her posture, her gaze lingering on him. You speak like someone who's seen more than his share of the world. I just see the world from different perspectives, Crimson responded, not explaining any further, but the knowing look in his eyes added weight to his words. When they reached the cafeteria and began settling at a table, Team JNPR approached, their expressions a mix of curiosity and awe. Mind if we join you? John asked, his usual nervous energy slightly subdued. Of course not. Come on, grab a seat. That was amazing in class. I mean, you're like some kind of wise warrior monk or something. More like a philosopher, Ren added, his calm demeanor mirroring Crimson's. Pyrrha smiled warmly. Your words struck a chord with everyone, you have a remarkable way of looking at things. Crimson inclined his head politely. Thank you, it wasn't my intention to leave such an impression. Ruby nudged him playfully. Well, too bad you're officially famous now. Laughter rippled through the group, the earlier tension dissolving. For the rest of the meal, the two teams and Crimson talked. Even Weiss, who was usually more reserved, found herself engaged in the conversation. By the time lunch ended, it was clear that Crimson's presence had become more than just a curiosity to the students. Chapter 16. The afternoon sun streamed through the tall windows of Beacon Academy's lecture hall as Dr. Bartholomew Oblek paced energetically in front of the class. His rapid movements matched the cadence of his speech as he delved into the history of faunus rights and the discrimination they faced. The faunus, for centuries, have endured systemic inequality and social prejudice, Dr. Oblek explained, gesturing emphatically. This culminated in the rise of the White Fang, initially a peaceful advocacy group, later becoming something else entirely. Team RWBY listened intently, each member engaged in their own way. Ruby scribbled notes at lightning speed, Weiss maintained her characteristic air of skepticism, Blake leaned forward with a mix of interest and empathy, and Yang tapped her fingers thoughtfully on the desk. As the discussion progressed, Carden Winchester, seated a few rows behind Team RWBY, muttered loudly enough for the class to hear, "Animals shouldn't have rights, they should be put down for everyone's good." The room fell silent. Dr. Oblek paused mid-stride, his usual frenetic energy replaced by a disapproving frown. Blake's hands clenched into fists, and her faunus ears, hidden beneath her bow, twitched. "People like you," Blake began, her voice steady but sharp, "are the reason the White Fang exists. Your ignorance and hatred fuel their fire. You're not exactly an open-minded thinker, are you, Carden? And somehow, that doesn't surprise me." Ruby nodded, agreeing with her sister. Crimson wore a thoughtful expression. "While he is not right," he said evenly, "he's not entirely wrong either. All eyes turned to him in shock as he continued, the White Fang will likely need it to be exterminated one day, their cause is already lost. The room erupted into whispers and exchanged glances. Blake, prepared for many rebuttals, had not expected someone to agree with Carden of all people. That's, Ruby stammered, searching for words. How could you say that? Crimson met her gaze calmly and shrugged. Maybe it's not the most savory thing to say, but that doesn't make it any less true. Dr. Oblek, sensing the tension, interjected. Mr. Rose, such a perspective is, troubling, to say the least. Do you care to elaborate? Crimson nodded, his voice steady as he spoke. When a group is oppressed unreasonably, they often start a movement of change with righteous causes seeking justice or equality. But when their methods escalate, they risk becoming the very thing they stood against. The White Fang isn't a group of advocates anymore, they're extremists, terrorists. They're no longer fighting for equality theory, lashing out in vengeance. History has shown that movements like this spiral out of control. When that happens, they'll need to be stopped. The class was stunned into silence. Blake broke it. That's not true. You think the entire White Fang should just disappear because of a few bad apples? You're proving their point. Faunus will never have equality with humans if people like you discriminate against all faunus because of the misguided few. Crimson shook his head. Think of it as one apple, if part of it starts rotting the rest will follow soon. Besides, equality itself is an illusion to begin with. It's not just about humans and faunus, humans themselves aren't born equal. Some are born stronger, smarter, or more talented. To claim otherwise is naive. Blake scoffed. That's a rather cynical worldview. Crimson turned to face her directly. Cynical, but true. Equality is a lie perpetuated by the weak to justify their actions. People are inherently unequal, some are better, others worse. The world is not fair, and it never will be. Instead of demanding equality, the faunus should aim for a realistic solution to build and thrive in their own communities. Once they are respected and valued for their contributions, they can naturally access better opportunities and advantages. Blake's fists trembled on the desk. That sounds like you're justifying the status quo. How can you expect faunus to thrive when the systems in place are built to oppress them? Crimson sighed. The goal isn't to justify the system, it's to recognize reality. Change doesn't come from demanding what doesn't exist, it comes from building something better. The faunus can't expect perfect equality, but they can create strong, respected communities. That's something tangible, something achievable. Crimson paused briefly before continuing. Personally, I do think White Fang terrorism is a necessary evil at this point, despite the unfortunate casualties. They serve their initial purpose, being a model for all faunus and advocating for a better world. Next, they will serve as an example and a reminder to both faunus and humans alike. Blake was thoroughly disturbed. Something about the way he spoke unsettled her. His calm, steady voice, devoid of any emotion, gave him a surreal quality, as if his words were set in stone, a matter of when rather than if. The tension in the room was palpable. Dr. Oblek clapped his hands to regain control. An interesting perspective, Mr. Rose. While I may not agree with all your points, I am glad you've put thought into it instead of resorting to blind hate, but I do have a question for you. What if one of this necessary evil's casualties was one of your sisters? Crimson pondered the question silently. I want to live peacefully, cherish my family, and have descendants in the future. But what would I do if that was taken from me? Deep down, he knew what kind of person he was. He didn't want to stray away again, but if everything is threatened, he won't show mercy. Dr. Oblek, observing Crimson's contemplative look, felt a small glimmer of hope. He had posed the question to challenge the young man's detached perspective, hoping it would lead him to a new understanding. Finally, Crimson spoke carefully. If that were to happen, I wouldn't be happy, and they would know what equality really means. The students found his answer anticlimactic, but they didn't dwell on it. Some thought he might be having second thoughts. Dr. Oblek, however, understood the deeper meaning behind the words and made up his mind would inform Ajban. This young man harbored dark thoughts. As the class resumed, the atmosphere remained heavy. Blake stared angrily at Crimson, refusing to accept what she had heard. Weiss, though outwardly composed, found herself somewhat agreeing with some of his points. Young and Ruby glanced at their brother uneasily. This was the first time they had heard him express such cold reasoning, and it gave them a new perspective on him. To Ruby, especially, Crimson's words clashed with her ideals. Reconciling the brother she admired with his detached perspective left her feeling deeply unsettled. In the late evening in Beacon Academy, the heavy atmosphere from earlier in the day had fully dissipated, and laughter now filled the space as Crimson sat with Ruby, Weiss, Blake, and Young. Okay, so if the dust reacts like that, then what happens if Ruby's voice trailed off as she gestured wildly, a confused expression crossing her face. Crimson chuckled softly and pointed to the diagram in her notebook. If you charge dust like that, it destabilizes and well, boom. RWBY nodded fervently, scribbling down his explanation. Got it. Yang leaned back in her chair, smirking. You are really good at this, Crimson. You should ask the headmaster to employ you to teach classes. Crimson was amused by Yang, but even if given the opportunity, he wouldn't become a teacher. Tutoring his sisters is a special case. Weiss, seated primly at her desk, adjusted her notes and spoke to Blake. He's an excellent study partner. Actually, his understanding of the material is remarkably thorough. She hesitated before adding. Though I still find some of his perspectives unconventional. Blake, sitting on her bed with her book propped open, glanced up. Her amber eyes held a hint of wariness. Unconventional is one way to put it. She'd been observing Crimson throughout the afternoon, and while she couldn't deny his patience and knowledge, his earlier comments in class lingered in her mind. Still, she conceded inwardly that he was surprisingly normal in casual interactions. The atmosphere in the room was relaxed, a stark contrast to the tension from earlier. Even Weiss, normally quick to critique, found herself appreciating Crimson's insight. As they worked together, the room hummed with the sound of pages flipping and pens scratching against paper, punctuated by occasional bursts of laughter. Meanwhile, in Ashbin's office, a far more somber discussion was unfolding. The dim light of the room matched the mood as Glinda Goodwitch, Dr. Oblek, and Peter Port sat across from Ashbin, their expressions varying degrees of concern. Dr. Oblek, Ashbin began, his tone measured. You mentioned a troubling answer in your class today, could you elaborate? Oblek adjusted his glasses, speaking quickly but clearly. Yes, headmaster. During a discussion about faunus rights, I posed a question to challenge perspectives. Mr. Rose's response was unexpected. To say the least. His first instinct was to consider the eradication of the white fawn not as a last resort, but as a natural inevitability. For someone so young, such a response suggests a mindset shaped by unconventional experiences. Ashbin and Glinda exchanged a glance, both frowning. Glinda spoke first. That's concerning. From what we've observed in Crow's descriptions and stories, Crimson is kind and helpful, especially with his sisters. His actions suggest someone grounded in compassion. Indeed, Ashbin agreed, his fingers steepled. Yet, there's an undeniable contradiction in his behavior. A boy who demonstrates such care for his family should not arrive at such a detached perspective so easily. It suggests there is more to him than meets the eye. Headmaster, if I may. I had a similar experience with the boy in my class today. I asked him about the scariest monster one might face and how to respond. His answer, it was profound. He spoke of monsters not as grim but as people, those who hide their cruelty behind facades of civility. And when I asked what one should do when faced with such a monster, his response was simply, walk away. The room fell silent, the weight of Port's words settling over the group. Initially, Port continued, his tone unusually subdued. I had hoped to broaden his understanding of the dangers in our world, to teach him something valuable and what it really means to be a huntsman. But as he spoke, it became clear he already knows. Perhaps more than any student I've ever taught. It's as if he's seen the worst the world has to offer and carries that knowledge with him. If that's true, it raises even more questions. How could someone so young have such a perspective? And what does it mean for his potential as a huntsman? Ashbin's gaze turned contemplative as he leaned back in his chair. Crimson is an enigma. His intellect and demeanor suggest someone far beyond his years, yet he remains approachable and grounded, at least on the surface. We must tread carefully. He may hold answers to questions we haven't yet thought to ask. The group nodded in agreement, the conversation leaving an air of unease as they pondered the mysteries surrounding the young man. Ashbin's eyes flicked to the glowing gears of his office clock, a silent reminder that time would reveal the truth, but only if they were patient enough to uncover it. Chapter 17. The cafeteria buzzed with the lively chatter of students enjoying their meals. Crimson sat at a table with Team RWBY and Team JNPR, casually observing the interactions around him. He appeared relaxed, though his sharp eyes missed no detail. How do you not know Pyrrha? She's the Pyrrha Nikos. You know, the invincible girl from the Mistral regional tournaments. Crimson blinked, his expression blank. I have never watched the tournament. She's not just the champion. She's the face on the Pumpkin Pete's cereal box. You've seen that, right? Crimson's face remained neutral. Sadly, it's not the healthiest. I've forbidden RWBY and Yang from eating it. Yang chuckled while RWBY groaned. Crimson always insists on homemade food only. It's for your own good. Crimson smiled at RWBY. Pyrrha, the subject of the conversation, smiled softly. It's all right, honestly, it's refreshing to meet someone who doesn't recognize me, thank you. Crimson chuckled. This is the first time someone thanked me for not recognizing them. The group's chatter was interrupted by loud laughter from another table. Carden Winchester and his team sat nearby, boasting about their recent antics. Did you see the look on that mouse Faunus's face when we cornered him? He was shaking like a leaf. Priceless. The mood at Team RWBY and JNPR's table darkened. Yang clenched her fists, her golden hair sparking faintly. I'll teach that jerk a lesson, she growled, starting to stand. Weiss placed a hand on her arm, frowning. Yang, don't, you'll only make things worse. Crimson, who had been silently observing, finally spoke. Weiss is right, you shouldn't go over there, besides, it's apparently the mouse Faunus's fault. How can you say that with a straight face? Do you not see how hateful and racist you're being? Crimson surveyed the table, noting the similar reactions from everyone, including his sisters. He smiled faintly, amusement evident. You are all surprisingly naive for students training to be huntsmen and huntresses, though, I suppose my sisters' reactions aren't surprising. I've sheltered them from this kind of thing, but consider this a good opportunity to learn a lesson about life. Yang frowned. What do you mean? Crimson leaned back slightly, his expression calm. Go over there and beat them up, Yang, I assure you there will be no consequences as long as you don't permanently damage them. You can't be serious. That's completely against the rules. You are missing the point. As huntsmen and huntresses in training, part of your role is to stand up for the weak, isn't it? No school worthy of its name would punish someone for doing the right thing. Yang hesitated, then grinned. Well, if you're sure, she stood, ignoring Weiss's protests, and marched toward Carden's table. Some time later, Yang returned, cracking her knuckles with a satisfied grin. Carden and his team sat sullenly at their table, avoiding eye contact. That felt good, Yang declared, sitting down. Crimson turned his attention back to the group. By attacking Carden, she'll only force him to be more covert in his bullying. He'll likely target those around Yang who are less capable of defending themselves. Outside this school, someone like Carden would aim for her family or friends, and the results would be far worse. So why did you say it was fine to beat them? What do you suggest, that we just let people like him get away with it? Crimson explained, because in school, the damage he can cause is limited and is a nuisance at worst. Besides, when dealing with him, it doesn't matter whether one can win or not. What matters is that you're willing to punch back. A united front, as a team or as friends, is often enough to deter someone like him. If he sees no cracks to exploit, he'll move on. Crimson's gaze shifted to Blake. As for the Faunus boy, it's his fault this happened, not because he's a Faunus, but because he's too weak to stand up for himself or ask for help. My opinion wouldn't change if he were a human. Blake's anger faltered as she processed his words. While she didn't like them, she couldn't deny they had some truth behind them. A twinge of guilt for her earlier accusation rose within her, but she also began to understand him better. He wasn't racist against Faunus, he was coldly pragmatic. The rest of the group exchanged uneasy glances, a sense of estrangement settling over them. They too shared Blake's feeling. Crimson's perspective was vastly different from theirs, shaped by experiences they couldn't begin to comprehend. The bell rang, signaling the end of lunch. Students began filtering into the combat arena. The atmosphere crackling with anticipation. For most, the next class with Professor Glinda Goodwitch was one they all looked forward to except for John. His eyes darted nervously as he joined his friends, aware of the upcoming combat exercises. His lack of formal training often left him feeling out of his depth. Professor Goodwitch stepped into the arena, her sharp gaze scanning the students. Today we will have a series of matches, she announced crisply. Focusing on both strategy and combat skills, I expect all of you to give your best efforts. Crimson watched with interest, his eyes glinting with amusement, though his posture remained relaxed. The class began with a few matches. Each one showcasing different levels of skill. Some students struggled, while others seemed to be competent combatants. After a few matches were over, it was time for John's turn. Was up against Carden. John stepped forward, his knees wobbling as he faced off against the much larger Carden. The two squared off in the center of the arena, with Glinda watching attentively. Let's see how you do, Johnny boy, Carden sneered, waving his mace. The audience around them murmured, sensing that John was in for a rough time. The fight began with John throwing a few hesitant slashes. Carden, however, dodged easily and countered with a heavy blow that knocked John to the ground. The group watched, uncomfortable, as Carden continued to dominate the match. Every time John tried to get up, Carden would glance over at Team RWBY and Team JNPR, smirking at them. He'd throw in a taunt, causing his team to laugh and the others to scowl. It was clear Carden was enjoying every moment of humiliating John. He knocked John down again, using his superior strength to effortlessly toss him aside. John struggled to regain his footing, but the damage was done. His pride was bruised, and his team's frustration was mounting. Crimson's voice cut through the tension, calm and almost amused. This is a perfect example of how the target of bullying shifts. If you beat Carden again, he'll just find a new target or go about it more covertly. Ruby, frustrated by the sight of John being humiliated, turned to Crimson. So what do we do to stop someone like Carden? Crimson's eyes locked onto hers, his expression unchanging. You make him afraid to raise his head, you make him walk on tiptoes around you. Ruby tilted her head. Isn't that just beating him up again? Crimson raised an eyebrow at her, a hint of a smile on his lips. Not exactly, he needs to remember you every time he picks on someone. The words seemed to hang in the air as the group processed his response, none of them quite sure of the meaning. As the match continued, Crimson was increasingly surprised by John's incompetence, who is supposedly the leader of one of the best teams. Crimson couldn't help but comment on it. No offense, but John's performance is abysmal. How did he even make it into Beacon Academy? No one could answer that, including his team. They also had some doubts about John's qualifications. John, battered and bruised, was finally thrown aside like a discarded ragdoll. He lay on the floor, unable to stand, his breath shallow and ragged. Professor Glinda, her lips pressed into a tight line, stepped forward. John, she said with a disappointed frown. Your performance was less than desirable, you need to train harder if you want to make it as a huntsman. Turning her gaze to Carden, her eyes narrowed. And as for you, Carden, your behavior is unbefitting of a huntsman. If you act this way on a real mission, you will endanger your entire team. Carden simply shrugged, his grin unfazed. It's just Johnny boy, Professor, even a toddler is more dangerous than him. The words barely registered when Carden suddenly threw a challenge into the air. Professor, my aura is intact, how about another match? Maybe with our resident big-mouthed guest. He then looked toward Crimson mockingly. Chapter 18. The students from Team RWBY and Team JNPR bristled at his words, their anger rising. Really? Yang scoffed. You want to challenge Crimson, of all people? Carden's team snickered at the provocation, adding to the tension in the air. Crimson, however, remained unfazed, his usual relaxed demeanor firmly in place. He replied to Carden with a shrug. I'm a guest, as you said, not a student. He glanced at Professor Goodwitch, who hesitated, clearly thinking it over. After a brief pause, Glinda spoke. I will allow the match if both parties agree. Crimson gave a casual nod. Then it settled. He turned to the group, his tone shifting as he addressed them with a small smile. Observe carefully, you will see how you should handle his kind. Crimson made his way to the stage, walking with an almost lazy confidence, completely unfazed by the challenge. He stopped at the center, turning to face Carden, who was gearing up with a smirk. Carden is going to suffer, isn't he? Ruby asked even though she knew the answer. Yup, he made a big mistake, Yang chuckled. The rest of the group didn't comment, but they were looking to see the Rose brothers' performance. Glinda, with a stern look, asked, Crimson, please wear this bracelet to keep track of your aura, and what about your weapon? Crimson shrugged dismissively. The bracelet isn't necessary, and I don't need a weapon. He eyed Glinda with a calm smile. Let's say if he lands even one hit on me, that's my loss, consider it a guest request. Glinda's frown deepened, but she reluctantly nodded, permitting it. Carden laughed, clearly enjoying the situation. Trying to escape the beating by setting these rules, no weapon and all that, what a joke. Crimson thought for a moment before speaking. I observed your performance earlier. Carden, your speed is average, skill has nothing worth noting. Your physical strength is above average and your height gave you a slight reach advantage, overall you pose no threat. His words were relaxed, it had no mocking or insulting tone, he was stating plainly what he observed. But to Carden it felt like an insult. Let's see how long you are going to keep talking, Carden sneered. The combat arena was alive with tension as Carden Winchester and Crimson squared off, the crowd eagerly watching, their eyes flicking between the two fighters. Carden gripped his massive mace tightly. The heavy weapon swinging menacingly from his hand, while Crimson stood calmly across from him, his posture relaxed and weaponless. The match began with Carden charging forward with a furious roar, his mace raised high. He swung it down in a vicious vertical arc, followed by a brutal horizontal swipe aimed at Crimson. The strikes were fast, powerful, and wide. But Crimson easily dodged each one, his body moving with fluid grace, avoiding the blows by mere inches. His sharp eyes tracked every move, his reflexes sharp as ever, making Carden's furious attacks seem slow and predictable. Carden grunted in frustration. All you do is run, huh? Just like a cockroach, he sneered, eyeing Crimson with contempt. Is that all you've got? You can't even fight back. Crimson's lips curled into a faint smile as he slid to the side, narrowly avoiding another wild swing. Intelligence below average, he replied coolly, his voice cutting through Carden's taunt like a knife. Carden's anger flared at the insult. He roared in rage, his face turning red. Without warning, he rushed forward again. Swinging his mace in another vertical strike, this time with all his might. Crimson dodged with ease, but the force of the blow was so strong that it struck the stage with a resounding crash. The impact shattered the surface beneath them, a deep crack spreading out from where the mace had hit. Without missing a beat, Crimson planted his foot on the end of the mace, stopping Carden from pulling it back. Carden grunted, trying to pull his weapon free, but Crimson was already in motion. With a swift kick to Carden's side, he sent the larger boy tumbling backward, crashing to the ground in a heap. Crimson bent down, grabbing the mace from the ground. He then tossed it back toward Carden with a casual flick of his wrist. Catch, he said nonchalantly. Carden, humiliated and seething with rage, didn't hesitate to charge again. This time, however, Crimson was ready. As Carden rushed forward, he delivered a swift, precise kick to Carden's knee, sending him stumbling forward. The larger boy's balance faltered, and he crashed to the ground, face first. Pathetic, Crimson muttered under his breath, watching Carden struggle to push himself up. Carden snarled as he slowly rose to his feet, his eyes burning with fury. I'll kill you, bastard. He yelled, his voice thick with malice. He charged again, his mace raised high, but this time, as he swung it down with all his might, Crimson was faster. With a single punch, he struck Carden square in the face, knocking the bully back to the ground. In the same motion, Crimson reached down and snatched the mace from Carden's hand. Carden groaned, holding his face as he looked up at Crimson with fury in his eyes. You're gonna regret that, he muttered through gritted teeth, his voice laced with venom. Crimson, unimpressed, tossed the mace back to him once again. Take it, he said flatly, his tone devoid of emotion. Carden, now visibly enraged and no longer thinking clearly, activated the dust embedded in his mace. The weapon hummed with energy. And in an instant, Carden swung the mace downward. A violent explosion of energy erupted in a straight line, tearing through the stage and heading straight toward Crimson. The shockwave tore through the ground as Crimson managed to dodge to the side, narrowly avoiding the blast. But Carden wasn't done. In an instant, he leaped into the air, his mace swinging in a horizontal arc aimed at Crimson's midsection. This time, there was no way for Crimson to avoid it. The mace was coming too fast, too powerful. Yet, to Carden's shock, Crimson didn't flinch. With the precision of a trained expert, he caught Carden's hand mid-swing, his fingers locking around the weapon's shaft as if it were nothing more than a stick. Carden's eyes widened in disbelief as he tried to pull his hand free, but Crimson's grip was like iron. Frustrated, Carden swung his free hand, aiming a punch at Crimson's face. Again, Crimson caught the punch mid-air, his other hand wrapping around Carden's wrist. Carden struggled, trying to pull away, but Crimson held firm. Then, in a swift movement, Crimson let go of Carden's hand and delivered a sharp kick to his feet, sending him tumbling to the ground once again. Crimson stood over Carden, his posture casual, as if he was waiting for him to make his next move. Carden scrambled to his feet, his aura meter flashing. His aura had dropped to 95, but he was still seething with rage. You're fast, he sneered, though his voice lacked conviction. But you hit like a girl. Crimson's smile never wavered, despite Carden's attempt to provoke him. Keep talking, Crimson replied, his voice calm and unbothered. Carden, feeling his anger rise again, started thinking for the first time. He realized that his usual bullying tactics weren't working against Crimson. And that made him uneasy. As Crimson slowly began walking toward him, Carden's eyes widened in alarm. He knew something was coming, but it was already too late. In the blink of an eye, Crimson dashed forward, his speed leaving Carden no time to react. As Carden swung his mace in a wide arc, Crimson sidestepped, spinning with unnatural grace. He struck Carden's hand with a brutal punch, forcing him to release the mace. Then, without missing a beat, Crimson followed up with a powerful kick to Carden's leg, sending him crashing to the ground face first. Carden groaned in pain, struggling to rise, but Crimson was already standing over him, picking up the mace once more. He looked down at Carden as the bully tried to push himself up. You really don't learn, do you? Crimson muttered, his voice tinged with disappointment. Carden, now panting and covered in sweat, glared up at him. You son of a... Before he could finish the insult, Crimson swung the mace down with incredible speed, striking Carden's exposed back. The force of the blow sank Carden into the stage, his aura dropping rapidly as the screen flashed with numbers. It hit 35 in an instant. Crimson stepped back, watching Carden struggle with indifferent eyes. He waited for Carden to stand again, but the bully was clearly shaken, even the back plate of his armor dented. Carden finally managed to rise a little, his breath ragged, and his eyes filled with fury. But as soon as he raised his head, Crimson moved like a blur, grabbing Carden by the throat and lifting him up to match eyes with him. Carden gasped for air, his hands clawing at Crimson's unyielding grip, but it was no use. "You know," Crimson said, his voice void of any emotion as he looked Carden in the eye. "Weak little animals either run or hide from danger." He paused, watching as Carden's aura continued to drop. "They'll behave the same way if they can't tell if the opposition is dangerous or not. Funny thing really, you a human capable of thinking are less capable than small animals." Carden's eyes widened, a look of pure fear crossing his face for the first time. Crimson's gaze was cold, unfeeling, and his words hit with brutal honesty. "You're lucky we're in the school," Crimson continued, his voice still devoid of any emotion. "If this were outside, you wouldn't walk away with just a broken pride." Carden's face reddened, his eyes brimming with desperation, but Crimson showed no mercy. His grip remained firm, and as Carden's aura dropped to 20, Crimson released him, letting him fall to the ground like a sack of potatoes. Turning to Glinda, Crimson bowed slightly, his voice calm. "Apologies for the inconvenience and the poor display," he said, as though the entire match had been nothing more than a casual exchange. He then turned away from the struggling Carden, walking back toward Team RWBY and Team JNPR. Ruby and Yang were smiling, as if they had expected the outcome. Either of them could have beaten Carden, let alone the much stronger Crimson. As for the rest of their friends, they were in awe of how easily he had subdued Carden. But at the same time, Crimson's words still echoed in their minds, sending chills down their spines. They had a feeling he meant every word. Chapter 19. Later that evening, Glinda stood in Ojban's office, recounting the events of Crimson's match against Carden. "He humiliated him," Glinda said, her tone measured but serious. "The way he dodged every attack, how he restrained himself until the end, and then the act of choking Carden while delivering unmasked threats. Those aren't the actions of someone his age." His cold demeanor and complete indifference were concerning. Ojban leaned back in his chair, his hands clasped around his ever-present mug of coffee. "I see," he said, his tone unreadable. "Thank you for bringing this to my attention. We'll continue to observe him for now. Do you think he might pose a danger to the students?" Glinda pressed. Ojban took a long sip before answering. "Highly unlikely, but his actions so far suggests a ruthless nature. I'll have a conversation with Crow about this when he returns. For now, let's keep a watchful eye." Glinda nodded, though the unease lingered as she left the room. The rest of Crimson's stay at Beacon was uneventful. Carden and his team, now humbled and visibly shaken, had ceased their bullying entirely and went out of their way to avoid Crimson, treating him as if he were a plague. There were no more incidents. No challenges, and no outbursts. Crimson spent his days attending classes with Ruby and Yang, helping them with their studies and offering guidance where he could. His calm and supportive presence remained a mystery to most of the students, who kept their distance, uncertain how to approach someone who had so effortlessly subdued one of the Academy's most notorious troublemakers. On the final day of his visit, the tranquil atmosphere shifted when Nora brought up a lingering question at lunch. "So," she said, her voice cutting through the chatter. "Do you think Crimson could end Pyrrha's winning streak, or would he fall like everyone else?" The question ignited a spark. Ruby and Yang immediately leapt to their brother's defense. "Of course, he could beat her," Ruby declared. "He's the strongest." Yang grinned confidently. "No contest. Pyrrha's amazing, but Crimson's on a whole other level." Team JNPR, however, rallied behind their teammate. "Pyrrha is undefeated for a reason," Nora argued. "She's not just amazing, she's practically unstoppable." Ren nodded in agreement. "Crimson may be strong, but Pyrrha's skill, strategy, and experience are unmatched." John, for his part, simply cheered, "Go, Pyrrha." As the two teams bickered, Weiss and Blake opted to stay neutral. "This is ridiculous," Weiss said, pinching the bridge of her nose. "Why are we even debating this?" Blake folded her arms. "I agree, but honestly, I wouldn't put my money on Crimson. Pyrrha's in a league of her own." Meanwhile, Pyrrha and Crimson stood to the side, watching the chaos unfold. Pyrrha fidgeted awkwardly, unsure of how to react, while Crimson shook his head. "Ruby, Yang," he called out, his calm voice cutting through the noise. "Stop, you're being rude to Pyrrha." The sisters turned to him, confused. "What?" RWBY asked. What kind of friends ask their brother to beat another friend and classmate? Crimson continued. This is an unnecessary conflict. RWBY and Yang exchanged guilty looks, their enthusiasm dampened. Pyrrha, still fidgeting, scratched the back of her head. Thank you, she said softly, offering Crimson a grateful smile. But, I would like to spar with you. Her words caught everyone off guard, and she flushed as their gazes turned toward her. I mean, Yang and RWBY are quite skilled themselves, even among the top, and they keep praising you. That clearly means you are highly skilled, and I think it'd be a valuable experience. Weiss was the first to break the silence. Pyrrha, you've never been the type to pick a fight. Pyrrha shook her hands defensively. It's not a fight, I just want to spar. Since it's his last day here, it would be a pity if I didn't have the chance to face him. Despite how friendly and humble Pyrrha is, she also has a competitive nature deep down, and all the talks about Crimson ignited her desire to fight. Crimson waved her off. I'm not a suitable opponent, I don't even have a weapon. That prompted another wave of discussion. Is it true you sparred with RWBY and Yang using metal pipes before? Ren asked. Crimson nodded. Yes, it wasn't ideal, but it worked. RWBY and Yang, however, weren't convinced. They pestered him relentlessly, joined by the rest of the group, until Crimson sighed in resignation. Fine, if you can solve the weapon problem, I'll indulge you. Later that day, Crimson found himself standing in Beacon's massive weapons vault, surrounded by countless blades, firearms, and exotic armaments. RWBY was practically vibrating with excitement, darting from weapon to weapon like a child in a candy store. This is amazing, she said, stars in her eyes. There are so many great options. Glinda stood nearby, her arms crossed. Choose something appropriate, she instructed. Please take this sparring match seriously. Crimson nodded to Glinda, then surveyed the place. His attention immediately was drawn to a weapon tucked away in the corner. He walked over, picked it up, and examined it carefully. This will do, he said, holding it up. What? You've barely looked. And that's just an antique. No dust storage, no firearm attachment, nothing. Crimson shook his head. It's perfect. RWBY groaned in frustration, but Glinda simply nodded. If that's your choice, so be it. The combat stadium buzzed with anticipation as students from every year gathered to witness the spectacle. News of the invincible girl challenging the enigmatic guest had spread like wildfire, drawing a crowd that rivaled some of the school's largest events. Even Headmaster Ojban and the entire teaching staff had taken their places, giving the match an air of gravity far beyond a simple sparring session. On one side of the arena stood Pyrrha Nikos, her red and gold armor gleaming under the stadium lights. She held her trusted weapon, Milo and Akuo, the spear and shield she had wielded to countless victories. On the other side stood Crimson, the guest shrouded in mystery, with a katana strapped to his left side. His right hand rested casually on the weapon's hilt, his posture relaxed but his presence exuding danger. RWBY hurried to join her team and the rest of Team JNPR in the stands. Why are there so many people here? She asked, wide-eyed. Everyone pointed accusingly at Nora, who laughed proudly. Yang nudged RWBY. What kind of weapon did he pick? RWBY crossed her arms, a katana. What does it do? Yang pressed. It's just a katana. Nothing else. Honestly, what was he thinking? Picking such an ordinary weapon for a match against Pyrrha of all people. He's not even taking this seriously. This time, even Yang and RWBY exchanged uncertain glances, sighing in quiet agreement. On the arena floor, Crimson's eyes flashed with a trace of annoyance as he scanned the expectant crowd. I don't like being treated like a monkey, he muttered coldly. Pyrrha's smile faltered. I'm sorry, I didn't expect this kind of turnout, but it's not so bad, is it? Crimson's sharp glare silenced her instantly, and she instinctively straightened her posture, feeling the weight of his unspoken displeasure. Professor Peter Port's booming voice cut through the tension as he welcomed the crowd over the speakers. The large screens flanking the stadium lit up with the names and aura levels of the combatants, Pyrrha Nikos and Crimson. Both stood at 100. Crimson's lips pressed into a thin line. His annoyance deepened, but it was too late to back out now. At the sound of the starting buzzer, Pyrrha launched forward, her movements a blur. She unleashed a flurry of attacks, her spear flashing with precision and speed as she seamlessly alternated between thrusts, slashes, and kicks. Crimson didn't budge. He dodged every strike with uncanny precision, each evasion executed with a hair's-breadth margin. His hand remained on the hilt of his katana, his stance unchanged, his expression unreadable. The crowd watched in stunned silence, a sense of déjà vu settling over them. This was eerily reminiscent of Crimson's match with Carden, but Pyrrha was on an entirely different level. Her strikes were faster, her movements more refined, yet Crimson evaded them all as if it were effortless. Frustration began to creep into Pyrrha's composed demeanor. Crimson's refusal to engage, combined with his casual dodges, felt condescending. As a last-ditch effort to break his rhythm, she hurled her shield at him with incredible force, transforming her spear into its rifle configuration and firing a volley of shots. Crimson didn't flinch. He sidestepped the bullets and leaned slightly to let the shield sail harmlessly past him, barely moving from his place. Pyrrha used her semblance to recall her shield, and Crimson held his chin with a thoughtful look as he broke the silent standoff. "Not bad, your speed is comparable to RWBY's excluding her semblance," he remarked, his tone calm. "But what's more impressive is the way your strikes flow natural and precise." "Ah, remarkable." He has the time to praise his opponent mid-fight, quite the confidence. Crimson's demeanor shifted abruptly. He was a demon and before that a samurai. To be put on display before so many people and being commented on was already quite humiliating for him. Now commenting on his words was where he drew the line. His head snapped toward the commentator's box, and his voice, sharp as a blade, rang out across the stadium. "Stay silent, or I'll rip that tongue out." The bloodlust in his words froze the air, silencing the entire stadium in an instant. Pyrrha's spear lowered slightly as she stood in stunned disbelief. She had participated in countless matches, but never had she seen a fighter threaten the commentator mid-battle. Crimson's cold eyes turned back to her, his gaze sharper and more focused than before. The icy anger in his expression made her instinctively swallow. This was no ordinary opponent. Her grip tightened on her weapon. The real fight was about to begin. Chapter 20. The combat stadium went silent after Crimson's bloodthirsty outburst. RWBY and Young exchanged uneasy glances, visibly shocked. "I have never seen him angry before," RWBY admitted, her voice tinged with disbelief. Blake crossed her arms thoughtfully. "Maybe he's nervous, so many people watching could." "No," Young cut her off firmly. "Crimson's not like that, he's different, and that wasn't nerves." Weiss nodded in agreement, her gaze fixed on the arena. "Whatever it is, you can ask him about it later, for now, let's see how this plays out." Professor Port wisely chose silence after Crimson's chilling threat. He had heard and seen enough in the last few days to know this was no idle threat. The guest was different from the rest of the students, and Port had no intention of provoking him further. In the arena, Crimson's focus returned to Pyrrha. His cold gaze locked onto her, and for the first time, he took a deliberate step forward, his hand drawing the katana from its sheath. Pyrrha instinctively tensed, adjusting her stance. The moment the blade cleared its scabbard, a profound change washed over Crimson. This was his first time holding a real sword in this life. His eyes sharpened, his movements became fluid yet purposeful, and a serene aura enveloped him. There was a bittersweet look in his expression, a mixture of reminiscence and sorrow. Pyrrha could feel it. Something about him had changed. Though she couldn't explain it, her instincts screamed of danger. "Moon breathing, second form, pearl flower moon gazing," Crimson whispered. The next moment, the distance between them vanished. Crimson's katana arced toward her neck with blinding speed. Pyrrha raised her spear just in time to block. But the weight of the strike sent a numbing jolt through her arm. She staggered back, only to realize too late that the pressure on her weapon had vanished. The katana flashed upward in a second strike, forcing her to parry with her shield. She barely managed to hold her ground before Crimson's third strike came diagonally from above. Her semblance saved her as she redirected the blade's trajectory ever so slightly with her shield, buying just enough time to thrust her spear forward in counterattack. Crimson flipped to the side through the air with effortless grace, his body and katana spinning in a deadly arc. Pyrrha, who lost sight of Crimson, noticed a glint of cold steel heading to her neck again from the side. She raised her shield just in time to block the strike, but the force dislodged her balance. To her shock, Crimson wrenched the shield from her grasp in a seamless motion, tossing it toward her legs before landing lightly on his feet. As she stumbled and turned to recover, Crimson's downward slash forced her to block with her armored forearm, sending her skidding backward. She somersaulted to safety, retrieving her shield with her semblance while catching her breath. Crimson halted his advance, his katana resting lightly in his grip. "You have remarkable reflexes and instincts," he said with genuine admiration. "Your semblance's usage is ingenious. Now I see why they call you the Invincible Girl. You are much more talented than I initially gave you credit for." Pyrrha stared at him, stunned by the unexpected praise. It felt sincere, yet it stung. It felt like a seasoned warrior speaking to a novice, rather than an equal. She stole a glance at the aura meter, 100 to 82. Crimson held the advantage. Breathing deeply, Pyrrha refocused. But Crimson's next words stopped her short. Does your semblance have a higher output? He asked. What? She replied, confused. I'm faster and stronger in a direct confrontation. If you stick to your current style, it will be your downfall. You need a wide area attack. If you don't have one, improvise bombs, dust, whatever works. Pyrrha was stunned. It was the first time an opponent started advising her mid-fight. Who gives their opponent advice mid-battle? Yet Crimson did, and he spoke without malice, his tone sincere. Pyrrha's calm mind in the face of his onslaught, her talent, skill and demeanor stirred something in Crimson's mind. She reminded him of the young Miss Tashira he killed. Him giving some advice felt like a small retribution in its own way. Pyrrha tightened her grip, her eyes thoughtful then determined. She breathed deeply. Then unleashed her semblance at full strength. Crimson felt the pull immediately as his katana was wrenched from his grasp. Around him, the metallic arena groaned and cracked under Pyrrha's influence, shards and fragments of metal rising into the air. Eventually, the katana snapped from the hilt under the pulling force, and a moment later, Pyrrha directed the storm of metal toward him. The fragments converged from all sides, burying him in a destructive vortex. Pyrrha panted, the effort draining her reserves. She glanced at the aura meter, 70 to 50. Crimson was still standing. Her stance shifted as she fixed her gaze on the pile of debris, preparing for his next move. The metal heap stirred, then started crumbling as Crimson emerged, walking forward with a sincere smile. Now we're getting somewhere, he said, brushing off the remnants. It was actually quite impressive, but still needs some work. He drew the katana's sheath from his waist. I'm going to end this match now. The air around him changed as he inhaled deeper than usual. The Demon Slayer mark flared to life, jagged flame marks appeared on his face. His eyes were sharper than ever. First form, Dark Moon, Evening Palace. Crimson whispered as he moved, his speed surpassing anything Pyrrha had faced before. He struck her with the sheath without holding back. The strike sent her flying. Her body armor barely absorbing the blow. Before she could realize what just happened, he appeared behind her midair, striking again and sending her hurtling in the opposite direction. Right after that strike, the stadium speakers blared, signaling the match's conclusion. Pyrrha stood up dazed, staring at the screen, 70 to 15. She had lost as the entire stadium fell into a heavy silence. Professor Port coughed awkwardly into the microphone, breaking the heavy silence. Well, what a riveting performance from both combatants. A testament to their exceptional talent and dedication. His voice wavered, betraying his unease. After Crimson's earlier threat, he was all too happy to move on quickly. Ruby's excitement shot through the roof, her wide silver eyes darting between the battlefield and the scoreboard. Crimson won. I knew he was the best, she finally said. Her voice filled with pride. Young nodded at Ruby's words and turned to her teammates and friends. I told you he is on a whole other level. I still don't believe it. Pyrrha was actually defeated. And his strength and speed at the end were astonishing. Blake's amber eyes narrowed slightly. It wasn't just strength and speed, she said quietly. Did you see how calm and precise he was? Like he knew what she was going to do before she even did it. This didn't feel like a sparring match, more like a mentor testing a student. Nora's usual bubbly demeanor was replaced with wide-eyed amazement. Whoa, she breathed, clutching Ren's arm tightly. Did you see how fast he was? And the way he dodged everything in the first half of the fight? That was so cool. Wait, does this mean he's invincible now? Ren, ever calm, shook his head. No one is truly invincible, but he's something else. His gaze lingered on Crimson. John, next to them, stared at the scoreboard and said under his breath, she lost, disbelief thick in his voice. Pyrrha was his team's rock and the greatest warrior he ever knew. Ojban sipped from his ever-present mug, his expression inscrutable. Interesting, he said quietly, his voice carrying just enough weight to catch Glinda's attention. Interesting? Glinda repeated, incredulous. Ojban, that was beyond what any student or most professionals could manage. Ojban's faint smile didn't falter, perhaps, but we have learned something valuable today. Even those who seem invincible can be challenged. It's a lesson I think Nikos will take to heart. In the middle of the arena, Pyrrha stood motionless, still staring at the aura meter. Her defeat felt surreal, the weight of it sinking in slowly. Despite the outcome, her lips curled into a small smile. For the first time in a long while, she had truly been pushed to her limits. Crimson approached her smiling faintly and said, well fought. Pyrrha looked at him with a smile of her own. Thank you for the match, it was enlightening. I am going back. I had enough of this ridiculous monkey show for a lifetime, Crimson said seriously. He then took off. He swore he will never agree to something like this ever again. Pyrrha couldn't help but laugh. Crimson was truly a unique individual. Who else would describe an arena match as a monkey show and feel insulted? She watched his retreating figure while replaying the fight in her mind. She felt a strange mixture of frustration and respect. Crimson's praise echoed in her ears. You are much more talented than I initially gave you credit for. She clenched her fists, determination lighting up her green eyes. This isn't over, she whispered to herself. I'll get stronger, I'll learn from this. Chapter 21. The buzz of excitement after the intense match still lingered as Crimson reunited with his sisters and their friends. Ruby and Young were practically glowing with pride, their earlier nervousness forgotten. That was awesome, bro. Young said, clapping him on the back. I've never seen anything like that before. Seriously, the way you moved. And that flip. So cool. The others nodded in agreement. John scratched his head. I've got to admit, I didn't think anyone could go toe-to-toe with Pyrrha, let alone beat her like that. You're like some ancient hero or something. That was incredible. Weiss, however, crossed her arms, her expression thoughtful. It's a shame you're not aiming to be a huntsman. With talent like that, you could become one of the most famous huntsmen in history. Crimson shook his head, his expression unreadable, and didn't respond. Instead, he looked away, clearly uninterested in the topic. Why did you threaten Professor Port during the match? It seemed out of place and excessive. Crimson exhaled slowly, his voice calm but firm. I don't like being turned into a spectacle. That sparring match felt like I was an animal in a cage being put on display. But you're amazing. If anything, that match made people see how awesome you are. They will even show you respect. What's wrong with that? Crimson's gaze remained distant, his tone calm. Respect gained like that is worthless, he sighed and continued. Never mind me, you wouldn't understand. The mood grew awkward, and the conversation shifted to lighter topics as they returned to Beacon's dorms. Later that night, the group gathered outside Crimson's room. Ruby and Young led the charge, a board game tucked under Ruby's arm. It's his last night here, Ruby whispered conspiratorially. Let's make it special. Crimson. We're here for some fun. There was no response. Ruby frowned. Oh no, I just remembered it's a full moon tonight. Ugh, how did I forget? Of course, he's not here. Pyrrha tilted her head. What do you mean? Ruby explained, Crimson has this weird hobby. Every full moon, he spends the night moon gazing and meditating. He's probably on the roof right now. Moon gazing? That's unusual. Ruby nodded. Yeah, and it's not just that, he's obsessed with the moon. He's got all these sketches of its phases, and he even imagines what it'd look like without any cracks. The group exchanged puzzled glances. Blake's curiosity piqued. That's strange, even for him. Why don't we go up to the roof? We can invite him to join us, it's worth a try. The group agreed and made their way to the roof. As they emerged onto the rooftop, they found Crimson standing alone, his back to them, gazing at the moon. His silhouette seemed heavy, as though an inexplicable sorrow weighed him down. Crimson. Ruby called out softly. He turned his head slightly, acknowledging their presence with a brief glance before returning his gaze to the sky. We were going to play a board game, Yang said, her tone light, trying to coax him. Come on, it will be fun. Crimson shook his head. I don't feel like playing, you all should enjoy yourselves. The sisters exchanged a look and, without further protest, turned to leave. Their friends hesitated, clearly surprised. Why didn't you insist like you usually do? I thought you would drag him along no matter what. Yang sighed. It's pointless. When he starts his moon-gazing ritual, he's different. He doesn't listen to anyone. We thought maybe, with so many people, he would change his mind this time, but nope, convincing him is hopeless. The group shared puzzled looks. The more I learn about Crimson, Weiss murmured. The less I feel like I understand him. Blake nodded in agreement, her golden eyes thoughtful. It's like there's a part of him we can't reach, no matter how hard we try. Pyrrha glanced out a nearby window at the glowing moon and sighed. Maybe we are not supposed to. The sun had barely risen over Beacon Academy, casting long shadows across the courtyard. Team RWBY walked alongside Crimson, the air heavy with the knowledge that he was leaving. Ruby and Young flanked him. Their expressions a mixture of reluctance and sadness, while Weiss and Blake followed close behind, both quietly reflective. It's hard to believe the week's already over, Ruby mumbled, her hands clasped tightly in front of her. Young gave a small, bittersweet laugh. Yeah, it feels like you just got here. Crimson remained silent, his steady strides unwavering. Weiss spoke up, her voice polite but genuine. It was a pleasure meeting you, Crimson, thank you for all your help over the past week, you were impressive, to say the least. Blake nodded. I couldn't agree more, you have given us a lot to think about. Crimson gave a faint nod, acknowledging their words but offering no response. As they turned a corner toward the main entrance, they were greeted by the familiar figure of Headmaster Ojban. He stood with his cane in hand, his calm, knowing smile as welcoming as ever. Good morning, Ojban greeted, his voice warm. Heading out, I see. Crimson inclined his head slightly. Headmaster. Ojban gazed at him as spoke, I trust you enjoyed your time at Beacon, I hope you found it worthwhile, and perhaps even learned something to take with you. Crimson nodded. Your hospitality was appreciated, Headmaster, thank you for giving me the opportunity to stay close to my sisters for this week. As they continued toward the academy's entrance, Ojban's voice followed them, rich with sincerity. You are welcome at Beacon any time, Crimson, should you find yourself with time in the future, I hope you will visit us again. You heard him, right? Come visit often, okay? Young added with a grin, yeah, don't be a stranger. Crimson gave a faint smile at their enthusiasm but said nothing. Ojban, ever perceptive, added thoughtfully, and should you change your mind about your career path, you would always have a place here at Beacon, someone with your skills and potential could bring immense good to the world as a huntsman. The mention of becoming a huntsman made Crimson sigh audibly, his usual stoicism faltering for a moment. He stopped walking, turning to face them all. I appreciate the sentiment, but I have no desire to become a huntsman, he said firmly, his tone leaving no room for argument. In fact, I despise the profession. The group was stunned into silence, even Ruby and Yang. What? Ruby's voice was barely above a whisper, her silver eyes wide with disbelief. What are you talking about, Crimson? Why would you say that? Crimson's gaze remained steady, his expression unreadable. I support you both because it's what you want, it's your path, your choice, and I have no right to convince you otherwise, but as for me, I have never seen the life of a huntsman as something to aspire to. Why do you think so, Crimson? Huntsmen dedicate themselves to protecting others, to making the world a safer, better place, it's noble work. Crimson's eyes darkened slightly, his voice calm but tinged with something deeper. Huntsmen are nothing more than glorified soldiers. Their lives revolve around fighting, always on the front lines, risking everything for people they have never met. They spend days, weeks, or even months on dangerous missions, often with no guarantee of returning. And while that might be for the good of others, it's a life of sacrifice with little in return. The weight of his words hung in the air, leaving the group momentarily speechless. Think about it, Crimson continued. How many huntsmen live to grow old? How many have stable lives, families, or peace of mind? Their work may be noble, but it's also relentless. They fight battles they can never truly win, sacrificing their lives for a world that doesn't even remember their names. But, isn't it worth it? To protect people? To make a difference? Crimson's expression softened, just slightly. For you, maybe it is, you are a kind soul, Ruby. You believe in people and in making the world better, that's what makes you you, and I respect that. But for me, I am selfish, I want to have a family, I want to get old with them, I want to be remembered by them. I don't wish to live a life where I end up leaving everything behind. Ruby, ever optimistic and hopeful, insisted on her opinion, but you still can do that while being huntsman, you are strong. Incredibly so. Crimson went silent for a moment, he didn't want to repeat his past, to spend his life fighting and killing, but he couldn't tell her that. He sighed and said, after making his mind, our mom chose the life of a huntsman, she chose to fight for a better world for everyone, she might have succeeded in making the world better for others, but what about us? Was it better? Ruby went silent completely, she looked hurt. Even Yang's spirit seemed to be dampened by his words. He knew it was cruel to use their mother like that to end this topic, but he couldn't think of a better one. Crimson sighed and said in a low voice, just give up, this is not for me. Ojban studied Crimson carefully, his usual enigmatic smile replaced by a thoughtful frown. I see, you have put thoughts into this, Crimson, and while I may not fully agree, I respect your honesty. The group fell into an uneasy silence. As they reached the main entrance, Crimson turned to face them one last time, his stoic mask slipping just enough to reveal a flicker of warmth. Take care of yourselves, he said, his voice quieter. And stay out of trouble. Ruby stepped forward, throwing her arms around him in a tight hug. You better visit us soon, okay? Young followed suit, clapping him on the back. Remember, don't be a stranger, bro. Blake and Weiss offered polite farewells, though both were still pondering his words. Crimson gave a final nod to Ojban before stepping away, the morning sun casting his shadow long against the academy grounds. As he disappeared down the path, Ruby watched him go, her heart heavy, his last words echoing in her mind. Yang, as if sensing her sister, placed a hand on her shoulder. Ashbin, standing nearby, gazed thoughtfully at the horizon. Perhaps, one day, Crimson will see the world differently. Until then, we can only hope his path leads him to where he needs to be. Chapter 22. The golden glow of the setting sun bathed the countryside as Crimson walked through the small, dusty path leading to a quaint dessert shop. The aroma of freshly baked pastries wafted through the air, bringing a rare smile to his usually stoic face. This shop held a special place in his heart, as it had been his father's favorite spot for treats. Crimson stepped inside, his presence drawing the attention of the elderly shopkeeper. "Ah, young man. You have been here before, haven't you?" Crimson nodded, his tone polite but distant. "Yes, it's been a while. I'll take a box of your special tarts." The shopkeeper beamed as he carefully prepared the box. Crimson's thoughts wandered to his father and the fond memories of sharing these desserts together. With the package secured, Crimson began his journey home. For the rest of the day, he stayed at the modest house where he grew up, indulging in the peaceful simplicity of his surroundings. It was a stark contrast to the tumultuous events of the past week at Beacon. The following day, Crimson returned to his art school, resuming his classes and performances. Life fell back into its familiar rhythm, with each passing day blending seamlessly into the next. However, amidst the routine, Crimson embarked on a personal project ignited by a spark of reminiscence. He had been researching and attempting to recreate a biwa, a traditional lute-like instrument from his past life. The process was painstaking, requiring meticulous craftsmanship, but Crimson found solace in the intricate work. The calm, resonant sound of the biwa had always brought a sense of tranquility, and he longed to replicate that atmosphere in this world. Weeks passed as Crimson immersed himself in his studies and the biwa project. His dedication was unwavering, but his connection to his family remained strong. During one of his calls with RWBY, her bright and energetic voice brought a welcome break from his solitary endeavors. "When are you going to visit again?" RWBY asked, her tone earnest. Crimson chuckled, shaking his head. "RWBY, I just visited, you can't possibly be serious." "There's no harm in visiting whenever you can," she retorted, undeterred. "Besides, I miss you already. Oh, and guess what? Carden changed, he stopped being a bully entirely. It's so weird seeing him act nice." Crimson chuckled. "That's good to hear," RWBY admitted. "Yes, and speaking of changes, I'm kinda worried about John. He's been off, his performance is not improving at all. We tried to offer some help but he refused. I am not sure what to do." Crimson hummed thoughtfully. "He is obviously not prepared for Beacon and he knows it. He has to either get his act together or just give up before something goes wrong." RWBY felt conflicted but knew her brother was right, so she opted not to continue this topic. And so the conversation shifted to lighter topics before RWBY eventually hung up. Time went on, Crimson focused on his work. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to him, RWBY and her team were embarking on their own adventures. Blake had revealed her identity as a faunus and former member of the White Fang, a revelation that had sent shockwaves through her team. Determined to prove the White Fang's lack of association with the criminal Torchwick, Blake had led them on a wild chase, culminating in a confrontation at the docks. "You won't believe what's been happening. Blake's a faunus." Crimson, unfazed, responded dryly. "I know." "Wait, you knew?" RWBY's shock was palpable even over the phone. "How?" The twitching ribbon on top of her head inside the hallways and classrooms was a dead giveaway, he explained matter-of-factly. "Not to mention her oversensitivity regarding anything related to faunus or the White Fang. Honestly, I thought you knew. After all, you have been living with her for weeks." RWBY laughed sheepishly. "Well, when you put it like that," she quickly shifted gears, recounting Blake's confession and their subsequent adventure. "So yeah, Blake used to be in the White Fang, but she left because she didn't agree with their methods anymore. She's trying to make things right in her own way. Oh, and we fought Torchwick at the docks. It was intense." Crimson's tone grew stern. "You were reckless and irresponsible. Getting involved in something so dangerous without proper planning could have gotten you all killed." RWBY's excitement dimmed slightly at his reprimand, but Crimson's voice softened as he added, "Still, seeing the kids finally growing out of their shells brings me joy. I am proud of you." "What does that supposed to mean?" "We are twins and Yang is older than you." Crimson smirked, amused by her outburst. "Well, I practically raised you too, you should treat me like a respected elder." RWBY groaned, clearly annoyed, while Crimson's chuckled through the line. When the call ended, RWBY turned to her team, who had been listening in nearby. Yang grinned, clearly entertained. "He's not exactly wrong, he did raise us." Weiss, ever analytical, commented, it's impressive how perceptive he is. He noticed Blake was a faunus the short time he was here. Blake nodded quietly. Deep down, she was thankful Crimson hadn't brought it up while he was still at Beacon. She couldn't help but wonder how things might have unfolded if her secret had come out earlier or in a different way. The conversation shifted, but Blake remained introspective. Crimson's uniqueness and composed demeanor left an impression on her, much like it had on the rest of the team. More months passed by, and life at the school continued as usual as it could be for the aspiring huntsmen and huntresses. Team RWBY had found themselves embroiled in another chaotic and dangerous encounter involving Roman Torchwick, the White Fang, and a stolen Atlas Paladin mech. The day had started like any other. With Team RWBY following a lead on Torchwick's operations. Blake's investigation into the White Fang's activities had unearthed suspicious shipments of dust that Roman was smuggling with the Faunus Group's help. This led the team to an industrial warehouse on the outskirts of Vale. What they thought would be a covert operation to gather evidence turned into a full-blown battle when Torchwick revealed his trump card: a massive, heavily armed Paladin mech stolen from Atlas. The chase that ensued was nothing short of spectacular. RWBY, as always, charged in head first, her crescent rose cleaving through obstacles as she darted ahead of the group. Yang used her Ember Celica to engage the mech directly. Her punches sending shockwaves through the air, while Weiss and Blake provided support with precision and agility. Roman, piloting the Paladin, taunted them over loudspeakers as he wreaked havoc on the streets of Vale. Despite their teamwork, the Paladin proved a formidable foe. Roman's tactical cunning, combined with the mech's raw power, kept the team on the defensive. Blake's quick thinking saved Weiss from a near-fatal blow, and Yang's resilience allowed her to withstand the mech's relentless attacks. Ultimately, RWBY's leadership and resourcefulness turned the tide. She used her semblance to outmaneuver the Paladin, getting close enough to disable it with a combination of Weiss's glyphs and Yang's explosive strikes. As the dust settled and Roman fled once again, Team RWBY was left to ponder the growing threat posed by their adversaries. The chaos of the battle, while exhilarating, underscored the danger they faced and the stakes of their mission. Far from Beacon, Crimson heard about the incident through a late-night call from RWBY. She recounted the events with her usual mix of excitement and exasperation, detailing their wild chase and eventual victory. Crimson listened patiently, but his mind wandered as he considered the implications. He couldn't help but question the role of Beacon staff in these situations. Were they truly unaware of the students' extracurricular activities, or were they turning a blind eye, allowing these reckless missions to serve as a form of practical education? The thought troubled him. If it was the latter, he found the approach questionable at best. If not outright negligent. Students, no matter how skilled, were still sheltered, naive and inexperienced. Were their lives being gambled for the sake of real-world experience? He didn't voice these concerns to RWBY, not wanting to dampen her spirits. Instead, he simply reminded her to be careful and look out for her teammates. Back at Beacon, preparations were underway for the upcoming Vital Festival, and the Academy welcomed students from across the Four Kingdoms. Among the newcomers were three individuals who immediately drew attention: Cinder Fall, Mercury Black, and Emerald Sustrai. Cinder, with her elegant poise and mysterious demeanor, exuded an air of authority that made it clear she was the leader of her group. Mercury, cocky and confident, wasted no time in making his presence known. He challenged Pyrrha Nikos to a sparring match, a bold move given her status as Mistral's champion. The match drew a crowd, as word spread quickly about Mercury's audacity. Pyrrha accepted the challenge with her usual grace, and the two faced off in the training arena. The battle had an intense start, with Mercury showcasing his agility and skill, but as Pyrrha started to demonstrate why she was considered one of the best, Mercury surrendered. Despite Pyrrha's victory, she wasn't happy by Mercury's words and behavior. Later that evening, in their dorm room, Cinder and her team reviewed their observations. Cinder, ever calculating, discussed the students they had encountered, focusing on those worth keeping tabs on. As Emerald sifted through her data, she pulled up a recording of Crimson's match against Pyrrha, which had been captured during his brief stay at Beacon. The footage showed Crimson's incredible prowess, his movements swift and precise, as he bested Pyrrha in their spar. Emerald played the video for Cinder, her tone laced with curiosity. "This is the guy who beat Pyrrha, apparently. He's Ruby Rose's twin brother. He stayed here for a week and left a pretty big impression on everyone he interacted with. He had no huntsman training, just natural talent." Cinder's golden eyes narrowed as she studied the recording. "And where is he now?" Emerald shrugged. "Some art school, apparently. He's not training to be a huntsman for some reason, but everyone says he's absurdly strong and fast. It's like he was strong from birth." Cinder leaned back, her gaze fixed on the screen. Her voice was cold and calculating. Born with such gifts and chooses to squander them, some people are favored by fate, given power and potential they don't deserve. Her tone sharpened, her disdain clear. We will keep an eye on him, he might be here during the festival, anyone with that level of skill could become a threat or an opportunity. Emerald and Mercury exchanged uneasy glances, sensing the edge in Cinder's words. The mention of Crimson had stirred something in her, though whether it was envy, resentment, or intrigue was difficult to discern. As the room fell into silence, the tension lingered. Cinder's eyes remained locked on the recording, her mind already plotting her next moves. Fate, she believed, could be manipulated, and those who stood in her way would learn that lesson the hard way. Chapter 23. The halls of Beacon Academy buzzed with anticipation as word spread of an upcoming dance party. Ojban, ever enigmatic yet perceptive, had agreed to the event as a way to boost morale among the students. With missions and grim fighting looming on the horizon, the headmaster believed the students deserved a moment of joy and respite. The news traveled quickly, lifting spirits across the academy as everyone began to prepare for the occasion. Far from Beacon, Crimson sat in his art studio, meticulously carving the final details on the biwa he had been recreating. His focus was interrupted when Cyan, a fellow member of his orchestra, burst into the room, practically glowing with excitement. "Crimson!" Cyan exclaimed, practically bouncing on his feet. "You won't believe this. We've been invited to perform at Beacon Academy." Crimson raised an eyebrow, setting his tools aside. "The Huntsman Academy?" "Yes. The one and only. It's a huge honor. A performance for all the students there and from the other kingdoms. This is a milestone for us." Crimson leaned back, his expression skeptical. "Beacon is hosting a dance party, and they invited an orchestra to perform? At a combat school?" "Apparently so. They wanted something special, and I guess someone suggested us. Isn't it amazing? I'm not saying it isn't great for the orchestra, but does an orchestra really match the theme of a dance party? Especially at a school for huntsmen and huntresses? Who knows? Maybe they want something elegant to set the tone. Anyway, it's happening, and we'll be representing the school, so we have to give it our all." Crimson nodded slowly, his skepticism lingering. After Cyan left, Crimson pulled out his scroll and dialed Yang's number. "Hey, bro. What's up? Yang, what's going on at Beacon? I heard you're hosting a dance party, and somehow there's an orchestra involved." "Oh, that. Yeah, we're one of the organizers. It's been pretty crazy putting everything together." "An orchestra at a dance party, though?" Crimson questioned, his tone skeptical. "Doesn't that clash with the whole vibe?" Yang chuckled. "Yeah, but we made a deal with some of the upperclassmen, and it worked out. The orchestra will be the opening of the party only. Professor Glinda actually loved the idea. Turns out she has a thing for classical music, so she was all for it." Crimson sighed, shaking his head. "Leave it to you to convince everyone to go along with something like this." "Relax, we've got it under control," Yang said confidently. "It would be great to have you here." "Okay, gotta go, bye." In the recent events, Beacon's staff showed clear negligence toward the students, and now this party handled in such a manner and the staff actually agreeing, Crimson began to lose his faith in Beacon reputation. As the call ended, Ruby and the rest of the team entered the room. Ruby curiously asked, "What was that about?" Yang smirked. "Oh, Crimson wanted to know why we're having an orchestra at the party. He thought it was weird for a combat school." "How did you convince Team CVFY to agree to this, anyway? Coco doesn't seem like the type to go for something so classical." Yang's grin widened as she leaned back in her chair. "Oh, it was a fair deal. She agreed to my idea to bring the orchestra, and in return, I will help Velvet take a photo of Crimson." The room fell silent for a moment as the rest of the team processed her words. Blake's ears twitched as she spoke first. "That's weird. Could Velvet have a crush on Crimson, and Coco is looking out for her?" "Maybe, who knows? Not my problem." Weiss pinched the bridge of her nose. "That's a ridiculous reason to agree to anything. What if it compromises the party's theme?" "It won't," Young said breezily. "Professor Glinda loves the idea, and honestly, I think an orchestra will add a touch of class. Velvet gets her photo, and we have Crimson join us regardless of his opinion." Ruby frowned slightly. "Do you think Crimson will be upset if he finds out?" Young shrugged again. He probably won't care." 2 weeks later, the grand night of Beacon's dance party had arrived. The once somber and serious halls of the academy were now alive with warm lights, laughter, and anticipation. Students from Beacon and other kingdoms had adorned themselves in elegant formal attire, a stark contrast to the school uniforms they usually wore. Amid the festivities, Crimson and his orchestra group arrived at the academy gates, their instruments in tow. Crimson walked alongside Cyan, his dark formal suit a rare sight. His typically casual, serene demeanor seemed slightly restrained as he adjusted the cuffs of his jacket. He doesn't particularly enjoy formal events, but these performances were important for his career, and he had committed to it. The group moved toward the grand hall where the stage was set. Along the way, they encountered Weiss and Yang, who were headed in the same direction. Yang's golden hair was loose behind her. And her white dress suited her well. Weiss, ever the picture of elegance, wore a pristine white gown that shimmered under the corridor lights. "Hey, bro." Yang called out, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. "Look at you, all suited up, formal wear actually suits you." Weiss eyed crimson up to bottom. "She's right, you look impressive." "Impressive, huh?" That sounded suspicious, Snow Angel. Weiss's cheeks flushed slightly, and she huffed, crossing her arms, "Don't be ridiculous, I'm just stating a fact. Anyway, I have things to do, excuse me." She turned on her heel and headed toward the hall, clearly eager to escape Yang's teasing. Crimson shook his head softly at the exchange. "You haven't changed a bit, Yang." "Why would I? Teasing Weiss is half the fun. Anyway, break a leg up there, I'm sure you'll do great." Crimson nodded before continuing with his group. In the grand hall, the orchestra took to the stage and began setting up their instruments. The room was magnificently decorated with shimmering lights and flowing drapes. A polished wooden dance floor dominated the center of the hall, surrounded by tables and chairs draped in beacons colors. As the orchestra began their first piece, a hush fell over the crowd. The music, a harmonious blend of strings and woodwinds, filled the hall with a serene and elegant ambience. Couples soon drifted onto the dance floor, moving gracefully to the melody. Among them, Crimson noticed General Ironwood and Professor Glinda. The pair danced with practiced elegance, their movements precise and disciplined. Seated at the edge of the stage, Crimson played a delicate melody on his flute, his keen eyes scanning the crowd. He couldn't help but notice how different some of the people he knew looked in this setting. Yang stood near the edge of the dance floor, a proud smile on her face as she watched the event unfold. Ruby and John sat on the side chairs near the hall entrance, sipping juice and visibly out of their element. Ruby fiddled with her glass nervously, while John was gloomy looking around. Pyrrha sat alone at another table, her usual confident demeanor replaced by a faintly sad expression. Nora, in stark contrast, dragged a reluctant run across the dance floor, her enthusiasm impossible to contain. Blake danced with a boy. Crimson didn't recognize a faunus with monkey-like tail dressed in a less than casual, streetwise outfit. Despite his attire clashing with the formal setting, Blake seemed at ease, enjoying her dance. Lastly, Weiss stood near the corner of the hall, her attention fixated on a flower vase. She seemed lost in thought, a subtle melancholy clouding her usually composed face. Crimson found it strange seeing them like this. The group dynamics he had observed during his time at Beacon energetic, chaotic, and vibrant felt absent tonight. There was an odd sense of disconnect among them, as if they were out of place in this grand setting. For a moment, he considered what might be going on in their minds. But he quickly pushed the thoughts aside, focusing instead on his performance. The music was their contribution to the event, and he intended to give it his all. Chapter 24. When the orchestra's set concluded, the room erupted in polite applause. As Crimson and his group exited the stage, Yang stepped up to the sound system. She adjusted the controls, switching the music to a livelier, bass-heavy tune. The atmosphere in the room shifted instantly as students flooded the dance floor, eager to let loose. Crimson helped his group safely store their instruments before stepping away. Most of the orchestra members chose to mingle with the crowd, enjoying the festivities they had helped set the tone for. Crimson, however, slipped away to the balcony, seeking solace in the quieter atmosphere outside. The cool night air was a welcome reprieve from the bustling energy inside. He leaned against the railing, gazing out at the illuminated courtyard below. Despite the lively celebration, he felt strangely detached from it all. Events like this had never been his scene. Barely a few minutes later, the sound of footsteps approached. Crimson turned to see Pyrrha stepping out onto the balcony. Her gown, a bright red that matched her hair, shimmered faintly in the moonlight. She offered him a small smile as she joined him by the railing. "I didn't expect to see you here," she said softly. Crimson raised an eyebrow. "Skipping the party already?" Pyrrha chuckled, though her laughter lacked its usual warmth. "I suppose I needed a break, the atmosphere inside is, a bit overwhelming." Crimson nodded. "I get that, it's not really my thing either." They stood in companionable silence for a moment, the distant sound of music and laughter filtering through the open doors. "Can I ask you something?" Pyrrha said, glancing at him hesitantly. Crimson gave a casual nod. Have you ever felt like you can't form meaningful connections with people because they think you're too good for them? Pyrrha asked, her voice tinged with sadness. Crimson raised a brow at her question, his mind reflecting briefly on his own life. He didn't have meaningful connections with most people, his social circle was limited at best, but that wasn't because others thought he was unreachable, he simply didn't care to create those bonds. His family received his attention. But beyond that, he rarely bothered. After some deliberation, he replied, I can't say I have. Oh, I see, Pyrrha's shoulders slumped slightly, disappointment evident in her voice. They fell into silence again, the distant party noises filling the void. Pyrrha eventually broke the stillness. I've been blessed with incredible talents and opportunities. I'm constantly surrounded by love and praise. But when you're placed on a pedestal for so long, you become separated from the people who put you there in the first place. Everyone assumes I'm too good for them, that I'm on a level they can't reach. It's become impossible to form any meaningful relationships. After you beat me, I thought things might change, that people would look at me differently, but nothing changed. I don't know what to do. I wonder if that's how Yorichi felt, Crimson thought to himself, recalling the look on his brother's face, someone who had also been isolated by greatness they hadn't sought. Breaking the silence this time, Crimson spoke. We tend to form relationships with people who are similar to us or who share our experiences. Maybe you are too good for the people you've met so far, and that's not your fault. It simply means you haven't met the right ones yet. But here at Beacon, you already have people who treat you as a friend. And as you grow older, you'll meet more some who see you as an equal, others who think of you as superior, and maybe even some who consider you a lesser. You don't need to tear yourself down over it. You have time. Pyrrha remained silent, digesting his words. Then she smiled faintly and said, Thank you, I needed to hear that. Crimson gave her a thin smile and a nod before turning his gaze back to the courtyard. You know, it's hard to believe you're younger than me, Pyrrha added after a pause. You're so composed and relaxed all the time, and you speak like someone who's seen it all. Sometimes, you are like a grandfather, she chuckled softly at her own words. With a relaxed tone, Crimson replied, under different circumstances, I might have considered adopting you as a daughter, a granddaughter, or maybe even taking you in as a pupil. Sadly, I don't have time left for that. Pyrrha burst into laughter at his unexpected reply. Inside, the music changed to a more upbeat tune, drawing Pyrrha's attention. After a moment of contemplation, she turned back to Crimson. It would be a shame to leave without having at least one dance. She hesitated before continuing, Do you mind having one dance with me? Sorry, you've picked the wrong person, I don't know how to dance, in fact, I've never danced before, Crimson answered quickly. You don't know how to dance? So there is something the great Crimson is not good at. I don't know what Ruby and Yang have been telling people, but I assure you, they've been exaggerating, Crimson replied with a small smirk, fully aware of his sister's antics. He turned his gaze back toward the horizon. It was then he noticed Ruby entering the communication tower, crescent rose in hand. His eyes narrowed. What's wrong? Pyrrha asked, noticing the change in his demeanor. It's Ruby, she just entered the communication tower with her weapon. Something's wrong, go back and inform the staff I'll follow her, Crimson said firmly before vaulting over the balcony railing. Pyrrha didn't waste a moment. She rushed back into the hall, heading straight for Professor Ojbin, who was standing near Professor Glinda and General Ironwood. Professor Ojbin. Crimson spotted Ruby entering the communication tower with her weapon. He followed her, but there might be a problem. The three frowned, their expressions grim as they exchanged a glance. Without delay, they moved toward the tower, Pyrrha trailing closely behind. Unbeknownst to them, Emerald and Mercury had been watching the interaction from a distance. Mercury spoke quietly into his communicator, Cinder, you're going to have guests soon. The soft hum of the elevator filled the silence as Crimson stood motionless, his eyes fixed on the illuminated panel counting up to the top floor. A faint tremor shook the elevator, followed by the distant echo of an explosion. Crimson's eyes narrowed as he adjusted his stance, readying himself for whatever awaited at the top. Moments later, the elevator dinged, the doors sliding open with a metallic hiss. The scene before him was chaotic. The pristine control room was now littered with debris. Monitors flickered erratically, and the air carried the sharp tang of burnt wiring. Amid the wreckage stood Ruby, crescent rose folded at her side, her wide silver eyes darting toward him. Ruby, Crimson called out, stepping into the room. His tone was calm but firm. What's going on here? Ruby turned to face him, her voice shaky. There was someone here, a woman, she was dressed in black and wore a mask to hide her face. She created an arrow that exploded and caused this damage before escaping through the window. Crimson's gaze shifted to the shattered window behind her. The faint sound of boots crunching on gravel reached his ears. Stepping closer, he leaned over the jagged glass frame. His eyes scanning the courtyard below. Atlas soldiers patrolled in tight formations, their rifles at the ready as they swept the grounds. He frowned. If the soldiers are still patrolling down there, then whoever did this is probably still inside the school. Before RWBY could respond, the elevator dinged again. Crimson turned as the doors slid open to reveal Ojban, General Ironwood, Professor Glinda, and Pyrrha stepping out. Their expressions immediately darkened as they took in the damage. RWBY straightened instinctively, clutching Crescent Rose tighter. Headmaster Ojban, General Ironwood, I saw her, a woman in black, she caused an explosion and escaped through the window. Ojban's brows furrowed deeply, his ever-present cane tapping softly against the floor as he approached the center of the room. Ironwood's jaw tightened, and Glinda's sharp eyes swept the scene, taking in every detail. Crimson, standing near the broken window, interjected. If the soldiers outside haven't reported anyone leaving the grounds, she's still here, somewhere in the school. Ironwood nodded grimly, I will have my soldiers comb every inch of this campus, if she's still here, we will find her. With that, the general tapped his earpiece and issued a series of orders. Crimson watched as the soldiers below redoubled their efforts, splitting into teams and scanning the area more thoroughly. Minutes passed, but no sign of the intruder emerged. Ironwood's frown deepened as he turned to Crimson and Pyrrha. You two should return to the party, this is a matter for the adults to handle now, RWBY will stay here for further questioning. RWBY stiffened at the command, her fingers tightening around her weapon. Her nervous gaze flicked to Crimson, silently pleading. Crimson crossed his arms, his eyes narrowing slightly. With all due respect, General, RWBY is coming with us, whatever's happening here isn't her responsibility, it's yours, she's already told you everything she knows. Ironwood's frown deepened further, his gaze locking with Crimson's. The room seemed to grow heavier with the weight of the unspoken challenge. Before the tension could escalate, Ojban's calm voice cut through the air. Crimson makes a fair point, James. Ironwood turned to the headmaster, his brow furrowing slightly. We have more pressing matters to attend to, Ojban continued, his tone measured. The children have done their part, let them return to the party while we focus on resolving this situation. Ironwood hesitated but eventually nodded, albeit reluctantly. Fine, but I expect a full report from both of you later, he said, glancing at Crimson and RWBY. RWBY exhaled a quiet breath of relief, her tense shoulders relaxing slightly. Crimson gave a curt nod before turning toward the elevator. Come on, Pyrrha, RWBY, he said over his shoulder. Pyrrha, who had been standing silently at the back, quickly moved to follow. RWBY hesitated for a moment, her gaze lingering on the destroyed room and the adults now engrossed in discussion. With a final glance at the broken window, she hurried after her brother. As the elevator doors closed, sealing the trio away from the tension of the control room, RWBY leaned against the wall and let out a relief breath. Thank you, Crimson, she said. Crimson glanced at her, his expression softening slightly. Don't mention it, you're not responsible for this, that's what they are here for. Pyrrha offered RWBY a reassuring smile. He's right, you did everything you could. RWBY nodded, her grip on Crescent Rose finally relaxing. I hope they figure out who that was, Pyrrha said quietly. After the elevator descended back to the first floor, the distant sound of party music began to filter through once again. Crimson stepped out first, go enjoy the rest of the night, try not to think about it too much, he said, glancing at RWBY and Pyrrha. RWBY hesitated but eventually nodded, a small smile returning to her face. Okay. As Pyrrha led RWBY back toward their friends, Crimson lingered outside, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully. Whoever had infiltrated the tower wasn't just an ordinary saboteur. Chapter 25. The lively hum of chatter, laughter, and music filled the grand hall as Crimson stepped through the doors. His eyes scanned the bustling crowd. His expression unreadable as always. It wasn't long before someone intercepted him, a girl with short, stylishly cut brown hair, wearing sunglasses even in the dimly lit room. There you are, she said sharply, her tone laced with irritation. Do you know how long I've been looking for you since your performance ended? Crimson arched an eyebrow, confused. Do I know you? The girl placed a hand on her hip and tilted her head, her annoyance clear. Coco Adele, I'm the one you made a deal with earlier. Deal? I think you've got the wrong person. Coco lowered her sunglasses, revealing sharp hazel eyes that studied his face intently. A smirk tugged at the corner of her lips. Young didn't tell you, did she? Crimson sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Of course, it's Young, he glanced around the hall. Let's find her and clear this up. Soon after, they found Young near the punch table, cheerfully chatting with Blake. When she spotted Crimson and Coco approaching, her face lit up with a grin. Hey, bro. Finally decided to join the fun? Young, Crimson said flatly. What did you do this time? What? I just got a favor in exchange for a picture of you, no biggie. A picture of me? Really? Yep. Young said brightly, completely unbothered by his tone. You are pretty popular, you know, Velvet wanted one, and Coco here made a deal with me for it, totally harmless. See? Nothing shady, a deal's a deal. As Young expected, Crimson just sighed clearly exasperated and said, fine, let's get this over with. As if on cue, a shy rabbit faunus girl hesitantly approached. Her long ears twitched slightly as she clutched a camera to her chest, looking up at Crimson with wide, nervous eyes. This is Velvet, Young said, gesturing to the girl. Go ahead, Velvet, take your shot. Velvet fidgeted before lifting her camera, her voice barely above a whisper. Thank you, for letting me take this. Crimson simply nodded, standing still as she snapped the photo. Velvet quickly lowered her camera, a small, satisfied smile on her face. Send me a copy, Velvet, Young called out. It's for the scrapbook. Velvet nodded before disappearing into the crowd, and Crimson turned back to Young and Coco. If that's everything, I'm leaving now. Crimson turned around and cut through the crowd, heading toward the exit. The noise and energy of the party didn't suit him. As he neared the door, a strange sensation washed over him, the distinct feeling of being watched. He turned his head in the direction he got that feeling. His eyes locked on a woman dancing with a silver-haired young man. She had a striking appearance. With silky black hair just past her shoulder and an aura of confidence that contrasted the surprised expression on her face. Her eyes were fixed directly on him, wide as though caught off guard by his awareness. Crimson narrowed his eyes briefly but chose to ignore her entirely, continuing his path out of the hall. Whoever she was, she didn't seem like someone worth his time. Meanwhile, back in the hall, Cinder recovered from her surprise and said to Mercury. He might be more dangerous than what I assumed. Who is that boy, Ashbin? Crimson, was it? Ashbin raised an eyebrow but gave a small, knowing smile. Crimson rose, Ruby's twin brother. Ironwood folded his arms, the frown deepening on his face. He left quite an impression. He stood there composed, challenging me without a hint of fear or nervousness. He's confident, direct, and uncompromising. I have a feeling that, if it came down to it, he wouldn't hesitate to fight me. Ashbin's smile faltered slightly. Crimson is unique, a young man with a complicated and steadfast personality. Tell me more about him, Ironwood pressed. He is the son of Taiyang Xiaolong and Xiaolong-Rose. After Summer's death he grew up along with Ruby and Yang. Tai took care of the three of them and had the occasional help of Crow, Ashbin said. I see. I thought the girl looked familiar, and that also explains his demeanor. Crow's influence would certainly foster such boldness. The general replied, his expression shifted to one of understanding. It certainly plays a part, Ashbin agreed. However, Crimson's uniqueness goes beyond his family or boldness. Here, let me show you something. Ashbin pulled up a video recording of the match between Crimson and Piranikos. The footage displayed Crimson's composed fighting style, his precise movements, and the calculated way he overwhelmed the famous champion of Mistral. Ironwood watched intently, his eyes narrowing. Impressive. Even huntsmen on active duty with years of experience might not be able to match him. And to defeat Piranikos, no less. But wait. I saw him with the orchestra playing earlier. Isn't he training to be a huntsman? A young man of his caliber coming from a family of huntsmen should be aspiring to be one. Ashbin sighed, his tone growing somber. That's where things become complicated. Crimson harbors a deep disdain for huntsmen and huntresses. Disdain? Why? His mother's death, Ashbin explained. From what I have gathered in my conversations with him, Crimson believes that Summer chose her duty as a huntress over her family. He sees her sacrifice not as heroic but as abandonment. Because of that, he refuses to even entertain the thought of following in her footsteps. Ironwood leaned back, his expression unreadable. That's unfortunate. With his potential, he could become one of the best. Ashbin nodded. It is a pity. However, I will say she seems open-minded enough to support his sisters in their pursuit of becoming huntresses. Otherwise, with his influence over them, I wouldn't be surprised if he had discouraged them from attending Beacon entirely. Ironwood's gaze lingered on the flickering screen for a moment before he straightened. Let's hope his support continues. Young people like Ruby and Yang will need all the encouragement they can get. 3 days later, Crimson's scroll buzzed with an incoming call. When he answered, Taiyang's familiar voice greeted him. Hey, Crimson, I've got an errand to run, and I was wondering if you could take care of Zvi for a while. Crimson sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. I'm busy, Dad, just send him to Beacon, he'll be fine here. Taeyong chuckled lightly at his son's immediate refusal. Alright, I will arrange it to send him there, take care. True to his word, Zwei arrived at Beacon later that day, his small tail wagging furiously as he bounded toward Ruby and Yang. For the next 2 days, Crimson immersed himself in perfecting the sound of his newly created biwa. The instrument's tunes completely captured the traditional biwa he knew, he even introduced it in the art school, but it drew mixed reactions from those who heard it. Some praised its unique, haunting tones, while others found its sound unfamiliar and difficult to appreciate. But Crimson was undeterred. To him, the biwa offered a refreshing change, a new means of expression that resonated deeply with him. In the evening, Crimson was interrupted by urgent news. A grim invasion had erupted in the middle of Vale, forcing Beacon students to work alongside Atlas forces to repel the attack. Details emerged throughout the night. The invasion had been orchestrated by Roman Torchwick in alliance with White Fang members. The battle had been fierce, but in the end, Torchwick was apprehended and imprisoned. The White Fang operatives involved, however, had been wiped out. Crimson learned the next day that Ruby's team had been at the forefront of the chaos from the very beginning. They encountered Torchwick in Mountain Glen and rode a train with him back to Vale with a tale of Grim behind them. They are safe and there were no casualties except for John. He apparently fought Ursa on his own and was nearly killed if not for Pyrrha's timely save. How do they keep getting involved in these situations? Criminals, terrorists, invasions. Crimson wondered himself. As the vital festival drew near, Crimson's entire school buzzed with excitement. Classes paused for the duration of the event, giving students a chance to relax and enjoy the festival. Crimson wondered what he should do during the vacation. Chapter 26. Crimson leaned back on the couch in the quiet comfort of his home in Patch, the sound of birds outside far more soothing than the noise of the vital festival in Vale. He had told Ruby he would watch the matches on TV, but she hadn't taken the news well. Crimson. Ruby's voice blared through the scroll, her face red with frustration. You have to come to the festival. You can't just stay in Patch and watch from the couch like some lazy old man. Crimson's expression remained neutral. Lazy is such an ugly word, I prefer selective participation. Ruby, I'll watch the matches on TV, besides, Dad's here, someone has to keep him company. That's not a good excuse. Ruby shot back. Dad's a retired huntsman, one of the few people who can handle grim attacks on his own, you know he needs to stay for the protection of Patch. Well, there's your answer, Crimson replied dryly. He's one of the few protectors of Patch, he needs company, besides, I don't see why I need to come. Before Ruby could explode further, Yang joined the call. Hey, bro. Ruby's right, you're way too much of a recluse, for someone who says he's going to make a family of his own, you need to socialize and find a girlfriend. Sometimes, I feel like you're the socially awkward one, not Ruby. Crimson gave her a flat look. Finding a girlfriend is the last thing on my mind, Yang. Oh, come on. Yang pleaded. It'll be fun. Plus, everyone wants to see you, the team, our friends. They'll all be glad you're there. Ruby chimed in, her tone softer but still firm. It wouldn't hurt to cheer for us in person, would it? After a long sigh, Crimson relented. Fine, I'll come, but I'm already late, I'll probably miss the first match. Ruby's face lit up in excitement, though she was a little disappointed that he would miss the first round. Better late than never, she said. Yang grinned. See you soon, bro. The call ended, leaving Crimson to prepare for the trip. Later that day, Crimson sat in the aircraft's lounge, watching the live broadcast of the first match as the aircraft approached Vale. The screen displayed Team RWBY facing off against Team ABRN from Shade Academy. The fight was intense from the start. RWBY's teamwork was impeccable, with Ruby zipping across the battlefield to disorient their opponents. Blake's agility and precise strikes forced Team ABRN to split their attention. While Weiss skillfully supported with glyphs, creating barriers and platforms to outmaneuver the enemy. Yang was the powerhouse, her fiery punches overwhelming their opponents one by one. Despite ABRN's coordinated tactics and their team leader Arslan's impressive skill with her staff, RWBY's synergy proved unbeatable. The match ended with Yang landing a decisive blow, sending 3 opponents out of bounds in one punch. The crowd erupted in cheers as RWBY was declared the winner. Crimson smirked faintly at the performance of his sisters. The aircraft landed smoothly near the Coliseum landing platforms, and Crimson stepped out onto the platform. Ahead, he noticed an Atlesian warship on a nearby pad. Its sleek, imposing design stood out. He spared it only a passing glance before heading toward the Coliseum. Moments later, he heard Ruby's voice calling him. He turned to see Ruby running toward him. You're finally here. Ruby said happily. I hope you weren't snooping around the Elysian warship, Crimson said jokingly. What do you take me for? RWBY asked indignantly. Weapons fanatic, he replied with a shrug. It's Weiss's elder sis, RWBY began to explain, but her eyes caught sight of a crowd forming not far from the warship. Wait, what's going on there? Who knows? Does it matter? Of course it does. Let's go. As they reached the crowd, they heard a familiar voice. She'll protect you, just like Atlas is going to protect all of us, huh? Crow said, his tone laced with sarcasm. The twins pushed through the crowd and found their uncle, Crow Branwen, slightly tipsy and speaking to Weiss and a white-haired woman who looked strikingly similar to her. If you don't hold your tongue, I'll gladly remove it for you. The woman snapped, unsheathing her weapon. Crimson stepped forward immediately. Uncle Crow, what's going on? Crow turned to Crimson and blinked before chuckling. Ah. Crimson, just in time. This is Atlas Specialist Winter Schnee, he said, pointing at her with mock formality. Crimson glanced at Winter, noticing her seething anger. She unsheathed her weapon to attack me just because I spoke the truth. Crow added dramatically. He tossed his weapon to Crimson, who caught it instinctively. Go on, kid, beat her up for your favorite uncle. Crow. Winter snapped, her voice rising. What? You want me to fight you? Meh, I'm not into fighting girls with daddy issues. Winter exploded in anger and charged at him, but Crimson intercepted her strike, blocking it with Crow's sword. Step aside. This is a military matter. By attacking, you're proving him right, Crimson said calmly. Let's de-escalate this before. Before he could finish, Winter slashed at him. Fine. I'll put you down first. Crimson sighed, his patience wearing thin, as he deflected her strikes, sticking to defense. Meanwhile, RWBY, not sure how to react, decided to cheer her brother take her down, Crimson. Weiss was angry and seeing the situation devolved into a full fight and RWBY cheering decided to support her sister, she cheered, teach him respect, Winter. As for the fighters, Winter's relentless strikes came fast and sharp, her precision honed through years of training in the Atlas military. Her form was immaculate, her blade movements fluid yet precise. Crimson, however, held his ground with an air of calm efficiency, each deflection measured and purposeful. The sound of metal clashing echoed through the courtyard, drawing gasps from the growing crowd around them. You're testing the limits of my patience. Crimson warned, his voice sharp yet controlled as he sidestepped another aggressive slash. His crimson eyes bore into hers, unwavering. Stop this while I'm still being nice. Winter's expression hardened, her pride refusing to let her back down. If you don't want to be harmed, put down your weapon and surrender. Her authoritative tone carried the weight of years of commanding others, but it fell on deaf ears. Crimson narrowed his eyes, his patience thinning. For the first time since the fight began, he countered. A single, powerful strike aimed at her blade forced Winter to leap back to avoid the impact, creating distance between the two. The two looked at each other for a moment, then charged at the same time. Winter was in a slashing motion, while Crimson breathed in air as he whispered, moon breathing, first form, dark moon, evening palace. The next moment Winter widened her eyes as she felt a sharp pain to her right midsection before flung flying by the powerful strike. She rolled on the ground a few times before she came to a stop. She stood up immediately while clutching her side in pain. If not for her aura, that strike would have split her half. She wasn't prepared or in position to counter the sudden increase of speed. The crowd murmured in awe. Even Weiss, standing to the side, momentarily forgot her anger, watching the clash in silent disbelief. RWBY, however, was excited seeing her brother win. Had enough? Crimson asked, his tone void of emotion. Winter's lips pressed into a tight line as she clutched her side. Her aura had absorbed the brunt of the strike, but the sheer power behind it left her momentarily stunned. She glared at him, her pride stung. I underestimated your speed and strength due to your age. She admitted begrudgingly, her tone sharp and biting. That won't happen again. Stepping back, Winter stabbed her sword into the ground with a flourish. A large glyph materialized beneath her feet, its icy blue light radiating outward in intricate patterns. Around her, translucent doves formed, their frosty wings shimmering as they circled her like protectors. Crimson, be careful. RWBY called out, her voice tinged with concern. Without hesitation, Winter directed the doves toward Crimson. They shot forward like icy projectiles, their speed startling. Crimson's blade moved with precision, cutting through the doves mid-flight. Each strike was effortless, his movements almost artistic in their execution. As he focused on the doves, Winter darted around him, her boots clicking sharply against the stone. More glyphs appeared in the air, their glowing circles forming a staggered path above her. From these glyphs, sharp ice shards rained down, forcing Crimson to divide his attention. Crimson danced between the shards, his movements precise and calculated. The crowd watched in stunned silence as he deflected some of the projectiles while effortlessly dodging others. His calm composure remained unshaken, a stark contrast to Winter's mounting frustration. Winter halted her assault briefly, her eyes narrowing as she stabbed her sword into the ground once more. This time, a dense icy mist erupted from her glyph, enveloping her in an opaque, chilling fog. Crimson stopped in his tracks, his posture relaxed but his eyes sharp. His breaths were measured as he scanned the mist for any sign of movement. Suddenly, a sharp whistle cut through the Foga projectile flying toward him from the left. He turned, deflecting it with ease. Another projectile zipped toward him from the right, forcing him to pivot. From the center of the mist, Winter charged. Her movements were swift and deliberate, her sword in her right hand and a gleaming dagger in her left. She aimed to overwhelm him with a rapid combination of strikes. Crimson breathed in deeply as the mark burned on his face, he murmured, "Third form, loathsome moon, chains." His blade moved in a blur, creating two massive crescent-shaped slashes that collided with Winter's weapons. The powerful arcs disarmed Winter, sending her sword and dagger flying from her hands. She staggered back, clutching her numbed fingers. Crimson exhaled deeply, his expression hardening. "Second form pearl flower moon gazing," he whispered. In one fluid motion, he performed 3 crescent-shaped slashes that struck Winter head-on. The force of the strike sent her sprawling across the ground. Winter struggled to stand, as she glared at Crimson. Her aura flickered weakly, barely holding on. Crimson lowered his blade, his expression unreadable. "You should stop while you can still walk," he said, his voice steady but cold. "Atlas specialist? Not so special after all." Winter gritted her teeth, her pride wounded. Chapter 27. When Crow and Crimson were looking at Winter, they noticed General Ironwood approaching from behind her with a girl. Crimson turned to Crow and threw the sword back to him. As for Winter, she stood there, her glare moving between Crow and Crimson, wishing she could rip the two of them apart. "Schnee!" General Ironwood's voice rang out, steady and authoritative. Winter widened her eyes before turning around and snapping into a military stance. "General Ironwood, sir." The general took a moment to take in her disheveled and beaten appearance, noting the dust and scratches on her uniform. "What in the world do you think you're doing?" the general asked, his hands clasped behind his back. "They started the altercation, sir," she answered with a straight face. Crow put his hand behind his head, tilting his body slightly. "That's actually not true, she attacked first. Crimson here," he pointed at Crimson, who stood to the side as if he had nothing to do with the situation. Tried to de-escalate and asked her to stop more than once, but she was relentless. General Ironwood could see the gloating look on Crow's face. He was confident Crow wasn't lying. The general then turned to Winter and asked for confirmation. "Is that true?" Winter looked guilty, lowering her head to the side in acknowledgement of the truth. The girl behind General Ironwood seemed shocked by this revelation. The general, however, showed no visible reaction. Instead, he scanned the gathering crowd, many of whom wore stressed or fearful expressions. The general took a deep breath before walking closer to Crow and speaking in a lower volume. "And you, what are you doing here?" "I could be asking you the same thing," Crow replied with a smirk. The general began, but his response was interrupted by Professor Ashbin, who had just arrived with Glinda. Now, everyone," Ashbin said, holding his ever-present mug. "There's a sanctioned fight happening just around the corner of the Coliseum, and I can assure you it has better seats and popcorn." Glinda stood beside him, arms folded across her chest, her expression stern. As if on cue, she immediately took charge once Ashbin had finished speaking. "Break it up, everyone," she commanded, waving her hand to disperse the crowd. She then glared at Crow and said, "We will take care of this mess." The general adjusted his tie and addressed Winter and the rest of his soldiers. "Let's go." He walked away, and the others followed him. The girl with him turned once toward RWBY and waved. RWBY waved back, both girls smiling. "Uncle Crow. So good to see you. Did you see how Crimson won?" Crow looked at her and blinked a few times before smiling and patting her head. "Crow. A word, please." Hearing Ashbin, Crow bowed slightly and whispered to RWBY, covering his mouth with his hand, "I think I'm in trouble." "You did kinda instigate a fight that damaged the courtyard," RWBY answered with a shrug. Crow winked at her. "Yeah, I did, catch you later, kid." He bumped fists with her before turning to Crimson, who had been watching the entire exchange with an unimpressed expression. Glad to see you're as unbeatable as ever, you kept my head held high, Crow said with a wink and a smile. As Crow walked away to follow Ashbin and Glinda, Weiss approached, saying to Ruby, and suddenly, your recklessness makes sense. She folded her arms and turned to Crimson with an angry glare. And you? You attacked my sister. You could have surrendered to calm the situation. No, she attacked and I asked her to stop, and the only reason your sister still can walk on her own is because you're my sister's teammate, Crimson said with a shrug. Let's go meet with the others, Ruby said happily, breaking the tension. A while later, in Ashbin's office, the General and Winter were standing, waiting for Ashbin and the rest to arrive. Winter was pacing back and forth when the elevator doors opened, and Ashbin, Crow, and Glinda stepped out. Winter stopped pacing, turned to look at them angrily, specifically at Crow, and said, "What were you thinking? If you were one of my men, I would have had you shot." The General added. "If I were one of your men, I would have shot myself," Crow replied casually while pulling out his flask. "Well, I wouldn't condone his behavior," Glinda spoke next, walking forward. When she was by Winter and Ironwood's side, she turned to look at them and continued. "But retaliating by attacking a civilian like you did certainly did not help the situation. He was drunk. And that certainly was no civilian." "Yes, he was." Crimson Rose, despite his combat ability, is a civilian and a minor, Glinda replied sharply. Glinda then turned to look at Crow and stopped speaking. The rest of the group followed her gaze and saw the man drinking from his flask without a care. When Crow noticed them, he stopped drinking and shrugged. Glinda quickly collected herself and continued, ignoring how bad the impact of you instigating a fight with an Atlassian specialist in front of so many people was. What if something had gone wrong and your own nephew was hurt? Crimson. Get hurt? By who? The boy is ridiculously strong, and look at the specialist here, she was defeated and miserably at that. The funny part is Crimson was trying to talk her out of it, and she insisted on getting thrashed. Winter clenched her fists. Everything he said was true, and she couldn't deny it, which only added to her anger and frustration. The others, hearing him, frowned, growing increasingly annoyed by his behavior. Crow, this is not a laughing matter, your actions induced unnecessary panic, let's end the topic here, and I don't want to see something like this happening ever again. Now, tell me why you are here. Ashbin said, not wanting to dwell on the issue and instead focusing on the important matter. You sent me to gather intel about our enemies, and I'm telling you the enemy is here. Crow replied. The group began their discussion about the hidden enemy. The roar of the crowd echoed through the Colosseum as the next round of matches began. The screen displayed the names of the combatants, Coco Adele and Yatsuhashi Daichi vs. Mercury Black and Emerald Sustrai. JNPR, RWBY. And the rest of Team CFVY sat together in the stands, cheering for Coco and Yatsuhashi. The group watched as Emerald went into hiding while Mercury confronted both of his opponents at the same time without losing. Before long, a chain came out of nowhere and pulled Coco into the nearby trees, separating her from her teammate. This is a bad matchup, it's almost a guaranteed win for Mercury and Emerald, Crimson said casually as he sat next to RWBY. Why do you think so? Coco and Yatsuhashi are powerhouses. Both of them hit hard but are too slow. Coco is waving that Gatling gun around, and there's no need to talk about the big guy. On the other hand, their opponents are fast and agile. Even if the match selection was rigged, it couldn't get worse than this for them, Crimson said with a shrug. True to his prediction, the battle didn't last long. Mercury and Emerald achieved an overwhelming victory. The teams from Beacon looked dejected at the result, while Crimson raised an eyebrow slightly. There's something off about Coco's behavior, it was like she saw or heard something that threw her off. First, she looked behind her and relaxed, then she was on edge again, Crimson said thoughtfully. He then looked at RWBY and continued. RWBY, do you know what Emerald semblance is? RWBY blinked at him, surprised. No, semblances aren't shared in the tournament to keep it fair, what are you thinking? Crimson glanced back at the arena but shook his head. Never mind, just a hunch. The group stood, deciding to grab some food before the next match. As they made their way down the steps, none of them noticed the figure sitting in the row behind them. Cinder Fall was sitting there with narrowed eyes. She had overheard everything, and Crimson's pointed observation left her uneasy. This one is sharp. She muttered under her breath, frowning slightly. Without looking in their direction she still remembered how Crimson had noticed her previously. She considered her options. Crimson's attention to detail and his suspicion of Emerald semblance could pose a threat if left unchecked. For a moment, she considered eliminating him. But Noit was too risky, especially with Ashbin and Ironwood watching so closely. For now, she would let it slide. But Emerald? Her recklessness needed to be addressed. Cinder stood and moved toward the exit. There was a reprimand waiting for Emerald, and she intended to deliver it. Chapter 28. In the afternoon, the sun shone brightly through the ornate windows of the Schnee family quarters in Beacon, casting a warm glow over the elegantly set table. Weiss sat with her older sister Winter, sharing a rare moment of quiet as they enjoyed tea and a selection of pastries. Winter sipped her tea, her sharp gaze softening as she observed her sister. Weiss, Winter began, setting her cup down delicately. I've been meaning to ask you about Crimson Rose. I understand he's your teammate Ruby's brother. Weiss nodded, carefully cutting into a small slice of cake. That's right, he's Ruby and Yang's younger brother, though, calling him younger feels odd considering how capable he is. Winter raised an eyebrow, her curiosity piqued. What do you mean? Well, Weiss began, placing her fork down. Crimson studies at an art school. He's part of a youth orchestra that actually performed here at Beacon not too long ago. Their performance was magnificent, though I had no idea he was part of it till Yang brought it up before the party. An artist and a musician? Intriguing. But what about his huntsman training? Surely, someone with his abilities must have formal education. That's the strange part, Weiss admitted, leaning forward slightly. He's had no formal training, none. His strength, speed, and skills seem to have come to him naturally. He's a prodigy growing stronger over time without any real effort. It's honestly infuriating. Winter's eyes narrowed slightly. Infuriating? Weiss sighed, her posture relaxing. Yes. I've spent so many sleepless nights perfecting my own skills, honing every movement to be as efficient as possible. Meanwhile, Crimson doesn't even want to be a huntsman. He studied our training material just to help his sisters. He wrote notebooks for them, filled with detailed, organized notes. His handwriting is so precise it's practically calligraphy. Even Blake and I, my fourth teammate, referred to them and benefited greatly. Winter listened intently, her expression neutral but her mind racing. And his combat ability? Weiss smirked and pulled out her scroll. Oh, you'll love this. Pyrrha Nikos herself challenged him to a one-on-one match, and he won. He beat Pyrrha Nikos. Mistral champion. Weiss nodded and tapped on her scroll, showing the match recording. The video displayed the Pyrrha and Crimson match. How Crimson was in control the whole fight. In the end, Pyrrha despite all of her efforts was defeated. The match wasn't even close. Winter stared at the screen, her mind whirling. If this is what he's capable of without formal training, how much stronger would he become if he actually trained? At the same time, back in RWBY's dorm, Ruby sat cross-legged on the floor, clutching a controller with fierce determination. Across from her, Crow lounged with his own controller, a smirk on his face as their characters clashed on screen. You will never beat me, old man. Ruby screamed. You're nothing but talk, kid, Crow replied confidently. You can do it, Ruby. Yang cheered from the side. Soaring Ninja wins. Total annihilation. Who owns these books? Crimson's voice came from behind. Crow and the girls turned to look at him. He was sitting on a chair with a book in his hand, frowning, and near him stood a mountain of books. This is just filth, sexual content with no real substance. You don't read this, do you? Crimson looked at his sisters with narrowed eyes. Of course not. They're disgusting. These are Blake's books, Yang said, laughing. To think the quiet one enjoys this kind of stuff, Crimson commented offhandedly as he put down the book. It's always the quiet ones, Crow said with a laugh. You know, I feel pity that the tournament is only for huntsmen in training. Crow spoke again, then looked at Crimson with an interested expression. I wonder how things would play out if you were to participation man team coming from an art school and winning the tournament. That would be interesting. That's a terrible idea. People would lose faith in the schools and huntsmen. You can guess what comes next, Crimson replied. That doesn't make it any less entertaining, right girls? Crow said with a smirk. That would be cool, Ruby said. Even better if we could have a three-sibling team and dominate the tournament, Yang fantasized from the side. Crimson shook his head and spoke. I still haven't asked you why were you antagonizing Winter Schnee? Well. I thought it would be interesting to bring down the arrogant specialist a peg or two, and you didn't disappoint me at all. That, and I've had some conflicts with her boss. Ironwood can't seem to get simple facts into that thick metal head of his, Crow answered. You know the general? Yang asked curiously. I know everyone to some extent. You're talking to a member of the coolest team to ever graduate Beacon, Crow said, pulling out an old photo. He continued. Team STRQ, that's where I met your parents. We were pretty well known back in the day. Known for your old-fashioned sense? Ruby asked sarcastically as she saw the photo, while Yang stared silently at it. Hey. We looked good, and I have a number of inappropriate stories to back that up. But I'll save those until you're older. Now, Crimson. What's this I heard? You became a guest at Beacon for a week. Went on to make students and professors equally uncomfortable with your answers, bullied a poor boy. And even bested the invincible Mistral champion. That's an exaggeration, Crimson said, not liking where this was going. Oh, that's an understatement. Yang, who had recovered from her trance, immediately spoke up while RWBY nodded. The next few minutes were filled with the two describing everything Crimson had done and said, their enthusiasm palpable. Crow was enjoying the tales while Crimson sighed. You really should change your mind and become a huntsman. I know, don't give me that look, it's just you act and think like a huntsman more than your sisters, who are training for that purpose, Crow said, lamentation lacing his voice. That's not fair. We are acting like huntsmen already. The other day, we stopped the Roman attack on Vale. Last I checked, it was almost stopped. And yes, you've started to act, but you don't think like one. After Roman was caught, the crime rate didn't drop, it stopped completely. Do you really think that by catching Roman, all the problems in Vale are solved? Crow spoke with a more serious tone. Well, I mean I did, until you said it just now, RWBY said nervously. Someone else took Roman's place and probably planned something. This is the calm before the storm, Crimson commented from the side. See? Crow said, pointing at Crimson while looking at RWBY, then continued. Yes, you're right, that's exactly what the great general can't understand. He brought an army with him, sure, that will make some people worried, but if something goes wrong, we'll have extra firepower to deal with it, no? Crimson asked thoughtfully. It's not that simple, Crow said with a sigh. Crimson's thought made sense, but it didn't account for their hidden enemy. Crow thought for a moment, then said with a smirk, but I'm willing to give you some details if you agree to become a huntsman. Crimson looked at his uncle with an expressionless face, not bothering to even answer him. Crow, seeing his reaction, stood up and said, Welp, it was worth a try. Anyway, I'm too old and cool to hang out with a bunch of kids. He walked toward the door but stopped again, turning to look at RWBY and Yang. Just remember, you still have a long way to go, don't think for a second that graduating means you're done, every day out there is worth a week in this place, you too are going to go far, but only if you keep learning, if you never stop moving forward. His eyes then turned to Crimson. As for you, I hope one day you'll stop being stubborn and put your talents to good use. Chapter 29. The late afternoon sun streamed through the towering glass panels of the Colosseum as 8 participants stood in the center of the grand arena. The crowd roared with excitement, their voices echoing through the massive stadium. Professor Oblek sat in the commentator room along Professor Port, his usual frenetic energy tempered by the weight of the final rounds. Ladies and gentlemen. Oblek's voice rang out, amplified by the arena's sound system. The final rounds will implement a randomization process right before each match to ensure fairness and prevent contestants from preparing ahead of time. This approach will test not only their combat prowess but also their adaptability in the heat of battle. Just like true huntsmen. The large scoreboard above the arena lit up, displaying the 8 participants' names. The randomization process began, the names spinning and flickering until they came to a halt. Yang Xiaolong versus Mercury Black. Professor Port boomed from his commentator's box. Contestants, please prepare yourselves. The rest of the participants, kindly leave the arena. As the remaining participants filed out, Yang stood confidently, rolling her shoulders and flashing her trademark grin. Across from her, Mercury wore a sly smirk, his stance casual but his eyes sharp. The match began with a burst of energy. Yang charged forward, her fists blazing with fire as she unleashed a barrage of punches. Her Ember Celica's shotgun blasts punctuated her attacks, forcing Mercury to dodge and counter with his powerful, precise kicks. His metallic boots fired bursts of energy, keeping Yang at bay and matching her power. The crowd erupted in cheers and gasps as the two fighters traded blows, each showing incredible skill and endurance. Crimson leaned forward slightly, his eyes darting from Yang's movements to Mercury's counters. She's getting impatient, he muttered to himself as Yang pressed harder, her attacks growing more aggressive. The turning point came when Yang activated her semblance. With her aura at its peak, she absorbed Mercury's last attack and retaliated with a series of devastating punches that left him no room to escape. Her final blow sent him flying across the arena, ending the match in her favor. The crowd erupted as Yang raised her fist in triumph, a victorious smile lighting up her face. As Mercury got to his feet, his expression relaxed, he began walking toward Yang. She turned her back on him, waving to the cheering audience. As he approached, she suddenly froze, her smile fading into a look of surprise as she looked at him. Her eyes flicked to him, then narrowed in anger. Without warning, Yang delivered a powerful punch to Mercury's knee, sending him collapsing to the ground. The entire Colosseum fell into stunned silence. Ah! My leg! Why would she do that? The screens above the arena displayed the scene repeatedly, showing Yang striking Mercury unprovoked. The audience gasped, murmurs of disbelief spreading like wildfire. Atlas soldiers rushed onto the field, surrounding Yang, who stood frozen, her expression a mixture of confusion and frustration. Emerald ran to Mercury's side, screaming for a medic as she cradled his injured leg. Moments later, Yang was escorted out of the arena by the soldiers, her protests unheard over the chaos. Mercury was carried away on a stretcher, Emerald by his side, still shouting angrily at the officials. Back in the stands, Ruby and Weiss stared at the scene in disbelief. Yang wouldn't do that, Ruby whispered, her voice trembling. Blake's fists clenched. How could she? Crimson remained silent, his frown deepening. His sharp mind replayed the events in his head, Yang's surprise, her sudden anger, and Mercury's exaggerated cries. Mercury didn't say anything to provoke her, Crimson muttered, his voice low. And his screams they felt off, people in real pain don't act like that. Blake turned to him. What do you mean? Someone who breaks a limb doesn't just cry like that, Crimson said, his tone thoughtful but firm. There's a desperation and suffering that comes with it, for one, he didn't even shiver from the pain. Blake frowned. It looked pretty real to me. Crimson didn't answer immediately, his eyes fixed on the retreating figures of Yang and the soldiers. He had seen countless people lose limbs or suffer serious injuries, and he knew all too well how they behaved in such moments. It doesn't matter now, Crimson replied, not sparing her a glance. Yang sat in the small room where she'd been detained for hours, her fiery temper dulled into a weary silence. Despite her insistence that she had acted in self-defense. No one seemed willing to believe her. Every time she repeated the story, it felt like her words were falling on deaf ears. Finally, the authorities released her under the condition that she remain confined to Beacon's dorms until the end of the festival. They attributed her attack to nervousness and adrenaline. The next day, Crimson walked briskly down the hallway leading to his sister's dorm. As he approached the door, he noticed General Ironwood exiting the room. The general paused briefly, his steely gaze locking onto Crimson for a moment before walking away without a word. Crimson didn't linger on the encounter, instead pushing open the door and stepping inside. Inside, he found his sisters and their team looking downcast. Ruby, sitting on the bed, perked up at his arrival, but her enthusiasm quickly faded when she noticed the serious expression on his face. Yang, Crimson called, his voice firm yet gentle. Tell me what happened. Yang looked up at him, her eyes heavy with a mix of anger and fear. She recounted the events for what felt like the 100th time. I swear, Crimson, he attacked me first, Yang said, her voice trembling. He threatened me and then made the first move, I just defended myself. Her words only solidified the growing suspicion in Crimson's mind. He held his chin, his brows furrowing as he began piecing together everything he'd seen and heard. He filtered out the sounds of the room, diving into his own thoughts. Images flashed in his mind, Yang's match, the CFVY team's duel, Crow's cryptic warnings, and a memory from the night of the party. He remembered the woman with golden eyes glaring at him while dancing with a silver-haired man. Mercury. When he came back to the present, he found all 4 girls watching him intently. Yang's voice cut through his thoughts. Do you believe me? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Crimson met her gaze, his expression softening as he smiled warmly. Of course, I believe you. Yang's shoulders sagged in relief, and the tension in the room seemed to lift slightly. Do you know where Mercury is now? Crimson asked all of them. Ruby was the one to answer. I heard he rushed back to Haven Academy along his team to be with his family. Crimson nodded, and without hesitation, Crimson pulled out his scroll and dialed a number. After a moment, Crow's gruff voice answered on the other end. Crimson. What's up? Uncle, I need your help, Crimson said, his tone serious. I need you to get Headmaster Ojban and General Ironwood to talk to me. This is important. It's about the infiltrator at the communications tower, and the people you all are on guard against. Crow's face became serious as he said in a gruff voice. This is no joking matter. Crimson only nodded while looking at his uncle. Fine, go straight to Ojban's office, I will get James, Crow said and hung up. Crimson ended the call and turned to his sisters and their team. The bewildered looks on their faces told him they had questions, but he didn't give them the chance to ask. Looking at Yang, he smiled again. Everything will be okay, he said confidently before turning and walking out of the room, leaving the girls in stunned silence. As Crimson walked out of the room, he encountered Team JNPR, who were coming to check on Yang. John was the first to speak. Is she doing okay? Not too good, go inside and check for yourself, Crimson replied, not wanting to waste time with idle chatter. He then walked away. A minute later, as he exited the dorm, he heard footsteps running behind him, followed by Pira's voice. Crimson. He stopped and turned to look at her. Yes? He asked, his tone calm but curious. He couldn't imagine what she might want from him at a time like this. Pira stood there, looking nervous and hesitant. I am confused and don't know what I should do. She stopped mid-sentence, as if trying to piece together her thoughts. Seeing her uncertainty, Crimson quickly surmised that this conversation could take a while. He decided to cut it short for now. I'm sorry, Pira, he said, his tone polite but firm. I need to see Headmaster Ojban and General Ironwood immediately. It's an important matter. If you don't mind, we can talk later today. I promise I'll listen to everything you have to say then. Pira hesitated but then nodded with a weak smile. Of course, thank you. Crimson gave her a small nod before turning and continuing on his way with purpose. As she watched him disappear down the hallway, Pira lingered for a moment, hoping she wouldn't have to wait long. She felt Crimson was the only one she could truly confide in. He was different from anyone else she had ever met, and she felt as though he might truly understand her. Chapter 30. Crimson stood in the elevator, the soft hum of the machinery the only sound as he ascended to Ojban's office. His mind was sharp, focused on what needed to be said and done. When the elevator doors slid open, he stepped into the office, immediately noting the atmosphere. Ojban was seated behind his desk, his usual calm and composed demeanor intact. Glinda stood nearby, her arms crossed, her sharp gaze fixed on him, scrutinizing his every move. Crimson entered the room with a polite nod. Professor Ojban, Professor Goodwitch, he greeted. Mr. Rose, Ojban replied with a slight smile, his tone welcoming but measured. Glinda acknowledged him with a curt nod but said nothing. We've heard from Crow, Ojban began. He mentioned this as a matter of some urgency. We're waiting for him and General Ironwood to arrive. Crimson gave a small nod in acknowledgement. He remained silent, his expression unreadable, as he waited. A few moments later, the elevator chimed, and the doors opened again. Crow stepped out, his usual nonchalant demeanor intact, though his sharp eyes betrayed his seriousness. Behind him was General Ironwood, his heavy boots echoing as he entered the room. Crimson, Ironwood said, skipping pleasantries and getting straight to the point. Crow says you have something important to share. What do you know? Crimson didn't flinch at the general's brusque tone. His voice was calm and steady as he replied, the one who infiltrated the communication tower was one of Mercury's team. Are you accusing them because of your sister? To cover for her? This sounds like a convenient excuse, and I don't have time for baseless claims or pranks. Crimson's expression hardened, his crimson eyes narrowing as he fixed Ironwood with a piercing gaze. It is related to my sister, General, but unlike you, I have eyes that can see. Ironwood's posture stiffened, anger flashing across his face. He opened his mouth to retort, but Ojban raised a hand, cutting him off. Gentlemen, Ojban said, his voice calm but firm. Let's keep this civil, Mr. Rose, please elaborate on what you've observed. Crimson exhaled slowly, reining in his irritation before he spoke. During Yang's match, Mercury's pain and cries were fake. Severe injuries like that come with shivering, voice trembling, and panic, but he had none. Also, Yang recounted the events, and I believe all of you are familiar with her story by now. Review the match recording and compare it to her account. She looked surprised, turned slightly with worry, then struck in anger. The group listened intently, frowning slightly, obviously not taking his words at face value. Crimson didn't stop and continued. And before the bright general overhear comments, it wasn't the first time this happened during the tournament, it's the second time. The general, visibly angered by his words, was about to voice his complaints when Crimson stunned everyone with his next statement. What do you mean by the second? Ojban asked, alarmed. In Coco Adele's match, she displayed behavior similar to Yang. As a matter of fact, why not call her and ask what she saw at the end? The room grew silent, the weight of Crimson's words settling over them. Ojban nodded and brought out his scroll. A few moments later, Coco's voice came through the speaker. Professor Ojban, how can I help you? Coco asked. Ms. Adele, can you kindly recount your match against Emerald and Mercury? Ojban asked in a serious tone. What is there to recount? You can check the recording. I want to know, was there something out of the ordinary? This is important. Out of the ordinary, well, at the end, I saw Yatsuhashi behind me. But at the same time, it was announced he was defeated. I looked behind me again, and he wasn't there. Everyone says it must have been the nerves, but I know what I saw, Professor. Coco said, her tone laced with anger at the last part. I see, thank you, Ms. Adele, Ashbin said before ending the call. He looked around at the people in the room, all of whom were silent. They now knew Crimson was onto something. Now that we've confirmed this part, can we move to the next? Crimson asked, clearly annoyed. Please, go on, Mr. Rose, Ashbin encouraged. At first, I wondered why they didn't aim for a win if they could create illusions, but then I remembered Uncle Crow's issue with the general. He said that bringing an army would cause worry and fear. Even though the extra firepower should offset that and prevent crime. In light of Mercury's team's actions, I believe they aim to create public panic or even incite a grim invasion. And you all know that in advance somehow. The general brought the army to fight against such a threat, but you are worried it might fuel it. Crimson's eyes scanned every face in the room. Their surprised looks told him everything he needed to know, he was on the right track. And why do you think Mercury's team is behind the infiltration? Ashbin asked, the first to regain composure. You couldn't find the infiltrator because they stayed in the school. Where did most of the people mingle? At the party. That night, Mercury was dancing with a woman white skin, golden eyes, and black hair. Sound familiar? Crimson's words brought realization to their faces. That's troubling news, if your deduction is right, they were under our roof the whole time, Ashbin said, sounding weary. They claim to have returned to Haven, but if you check the records, I'm certain you won't find them, Crimson said. Ashbin nodded. Ironwood, however, was furious. I won't let them get away with this. Hold on. There's one more issue you need to worry about. Ironwood, now listening intently, asked, what is it? I think your systems are compromised. That night, they did something to gain control, Coco's match proves it. Emerald and Mercury were the worst possible opponents for her. And Yang against Mercury? That match was easy to manipulate since Yang's fighting style revolves around punching. I refuse to believe it's a coincidence twice in a row. The room went silent again. If Crimson was right, it spelled disaster not just for them but for the entire kingdom. If this is true, the consequences could be catastrophic, Ashbin said, his tone heavy with concern. That's impossible. Our systems are not so easily compromised. Even if the possibility is slim, we can't keep the army near Vale. It's too risky, Glinda countered. I agree, Crow said, unusually serious. The three began arguing back and forth about the best course of action. Ashbin, observing Crimson's calm and detached demeanor, finally spoke. Mr. Rose, what do you suggest we do? The question caught everyone off guard, including Crimson. He frowned at the headmaster while the others looked at him curiously, waiting for his answer. Why are you asking me? I'm a normal civilian, and the only reason I have gone this far is to clear my sister's good name. It's your job to figure out criminal activity and prevent it. Crimson replied sharply. To him, he had already been more than cooperative, gracious even. His words brought guilt and shame to everyone except Ashbin, who remained unaffected. I simply believe it's fair to hear the opinion of the person who uncovered this situation, the headmaster said. Crimson regarded Ashbin carefully, his dislike for the man growing. Incompetence and shamelessness a terrible combination, he thought. Taking a deep breath, he answered. Disable any chance of remote control or sabotage. If you can't, then get rid of them entirely. With so many huntsmen and soldiers gathered in Vale, you will manage even without the full army. But we will lose a precious combat power. Ironwood objected. It doesn't matter, better in used than used against you, Crimson countered with a shrug. Also, you have Roman Torchwick imprisoned, right? Interrogate him and make him talk, if necessary, torture him, cut him little by little, make it so he either says something useful or dies in the process. The group recoiled slightly at Crimson's cold words. He meant every one of them, and it unsettled them, especially Crow. Crimson, don't you think that's too cruel? You're talking about a human being, this crosses the line. Ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves. Right now, you are being the worst kind of good, wanting to save lives but refusing to get the job done. You could have avoided this entire situation had you not shown mercy to Roman. But no. You wanted to play nice. Crow was left speechless. As much as he wanted to argue, a part of him knew Crimson had a point. The others remained silent, grappling with their own thoughts. I've shared everything I know, the rest is up to you. I expect you to clear Yang's name and apologize to her after all of this is done. Crimson said, heading back toward the elevator. As the doors closed behind him, he left them with one final remark. Remember, mercy has a price. Crimson memories swirled, remembering Yorichi's last moment. He couldn't shake the feeling that his brother that day didn't need the extra breath to finish him. He could have ended everything with a single strike, but he showed mercy. That mercy allowed a demon to live centuries and slaughter thousands of lives. That was the price of his mercy. Chapter 31. The elevator doors closed with a soft chime, and silence filled the room. Crow was the first to break it, his usual carefree demeanor cracking under the weight of what had just transpired. He sighed heavily, taking a long swig from his flask before muttering. "Didn't see this coming, I need a drink or 5. Ashbin watched him for a moment, his expression thoughtful. "The boy is far more perceptive and intelligent than you gave him credit for, Crow." He paused, steepling his fingers as his gaze shifted to the large gears turning outside the clock tower. "I recall the night of the party. Crimson avoided the gathering entirely, left first, and somehow remembered who danced with whom in a crowded room full of unfamiliar faces. That level of observation, in such a short time, is remarkable." Ironwood, still standing stiffly in the middle of the office, gave a short nod, his usual stern expression softened by a hint of self-awareness. "He was right to call me blind," he let out a dry, self-deprecating laugh. "Time is of the essence now. I'll give the order for my soldiers to investigate any possible compromises in the systems." He hesitated, the words clearly difficult to say. "And I'll make Roman talk." Glinda's frown deepened as she crossed her arms tightly. "You can't be serious, James." Mr. Rose's advice regarding Roman crossed every line of decency. Ironwood met her gaze unflinchingly. "I am serious, Glinda. If there's even a chance it could save lives, then I'm willing to do what's necessary. Crimson was right, mercy has a price, and I'm not willing to pay it this time." Deep down, Crimson's cold words resonated with Ironwood's own resolve to protect the people of Remnant. If becoming a monster was the cost of ensuring their safety, then so be it. With a firm nod to Ashbin, he turned and strode toward the door. Inside, a new respect for Crimson began to take root. In Ironwood's eyes, the boy had shown more capability than most huntsmen he had worked with. Ashbin watched the general leave, his own thoughts a storm of conflicting emotions. Crimson's cold detachment unsettled him deeply. The boy's willingness to suggest such ruthless measures wasn't normal, especially for someone his age, born in this era of relative peace. As the elevator closed the door and Ironwood was not in the view anymore, Ashbin turned to Crow. "Crow," he said quietly. Crow stared at Ashbin, waiting for him to continue, and Ashbin did. "I have reasons to believe Crimson has killed before, and not just once." Crow's head snapped up, his eyes narrowing in disbelief. "You're jumping to conclusions, Ashbin. He's just quirky, that's all. Deep down, he's a softie, you know that." Glinda remained silent, her gaze fixed on the floor, but Ashbin didn't back down. "Perhaps when it comes to his family, but his compassion doesn't extend to others. In fact, I would argue it's quite the opposite." He straightened, his tone calm but firm. "Do you recall why he came to us today? It wasn't to stop a potential crisis or prevent loss of life, it was solely to clear Yang's name. If it had been someone else, he might have ignored the situation entirely." Crow opened his mouth to argue, but Ashbin pressed on. "Crimson shows a kind of strength and intelligence that most don't develop until much later in life. If he deems someone dangerous to his family, do you really think he wouldn't take matters into his own hands? And if he wants to be discreet, will you be able to notice him?" Ashbin paused, letting his words sink in before delivering his final point. "Do you remember the match he had with a student on his visit? That student bullied his sister's friend. Crimson threatened that student publicly, and in front of Glinda. He didn't hesitate then, and I doubt he would now." Crow fell silent, his flask dangling loosely from his hand. As much as he wanted to deny it, Ashbin's words struck a chord. Crimson's maturity and sharpness had always been apparent, but now that Ashbin had pointed it out, his lack of restraint with those outside his family painted a troubling picture. "I need a stronger drink," Crow muttered, lifting the flask to his lips again. Ashbin glanced at Glinda, who had yet to say a word. Her silence spoke volumes, and he knew she shared his concerns. Finally, Ashbin broke the heavy silence. "Crow, find Mercury's team. This is now a race against time. If they're planning something, we need to stop them before it's too late." He hesitated, his voice growing quieter. "And if Crimson finds them first, I dread to think what might happen." If Crimson had overheard Ashbin's words, he would be pissed. Some of it was true, but the rest was just baseless speculation, a narrative Ashbin had woven to fit his own unease. General Ironwood's flagship hovered silently in the sky, its massive silhouette casting an ominous shadow over the landscape below. Inside, the ship's sterile hulls were dimly lit, the hum of machinery filling the silence. In the interrogation room, the air was heavy with tension. Roman Torchwick sat bound to a chair, his trademark snark still intact despite the dire circumstances. Ironwood entered the room, his face an unreadable mask. He stepped forward without a word, his heavy boots echoing on the steel floor. Roman's signature smirk didn't waver as he leaned back, feigning nonchalance. Well, if it isn't General Ironwood, Roman said, his tone dripping with sarcasm. How can this lowly thief help the great general? Ironwood didn't respond. His eyes locked onto Roman with an icy determination, his expression devoid of emotion. Without warning, he drew his sidearm not to aim, but to use it as a blunt weapon. The first strike came swiftly, the butt of the gun connecting with Roman's cheek. The force knocked his head to the side, blood trickling from his mouth. Roman's smirk faltered, replaced by a grimace. Ironwood continued, striking again and again with mechanical precision. Each blow landed with a sickening thud, blood splattering onto the pristine floor. Roman's defiance began to waver, replaced by groans of pain. Finally, Ironwood stopped, his voice cold and unwavering. I want to know everything. What are you planning, and how does it relate to Cinder, Mercury, and Emerald? At the mention of the names, Roman's eyes widened slightly, but he quickly masked his shock. I don't know what you're talking about, he said, his voice weaker but still laced with defiance. Ironwood's eyes narrowed. He raised his weapon, aimed it at Roman's leg, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. The gunshot echoed through the room. Roman screamed in agony, his voice raw and desperate. You can't do that. Are you crazy? He shouted, clutching his wounded leg as blood pooled beneath him. Ironwood didn't flinch. His voice was as cold as the steel around them. I'll ask again, what are you planning? Roman shook his head, defiance mixed with terror in his eyes. I told you, I don't. Another shot rang out. The bullet tore into Roman's other leg, and his screams grew louder, echoing off the walls. All right. All right. I'll talk. Cinder, she's my employer. She told me to steal for her, to handle the other stuff. That's it. I don't know the full plan. All I know is it's during the Vital Festival. She's working with the White Fang, and when it's all done, I'm supposed to walk free. Ironwood's eyes narrowed further. He stepped closer, his presence looming over the broken man. Without warning, he fired again, this time at Roman's hand. I swear that's all I know. Please, stop. Ironwood stared down at him, his voice low and menacing. If I find out you're lying, you'll wish I ended it here. He turned to the soldiers standing guard. Treat his wounds, I want him alive for now. As Roman was dragged away, Ironwood stepped out of the interrogation room, the steel door hissing shut behind him. Outside, Winter Schnee was waiting, her face etched with concern. General, Winter began cautiously. Was that necessary? Ironwood sighed, his rigid posture softening slightly. I don't like what I did in there, he admitted, his voice heavy with regret. But we're running out of time, and there's a very real possibility of disaster. If thousands of lives are at stake, I'll do whatever it takes to prevent it. Winter nodded, understanding the weight of his words. I trust your judgment, sir, let's just hope it doesn't come to that. Ironwood glanced back at the door, his resolve hardening once more. Hope is a luxury we can't afford. With that, he turned and walked away, his footsteps heavy with the burden of his choices. The warehouse on the outskirts of Vale was dimly lit, the only illumination coming from the faint glow of scattered lamps dangling from the ceiling. Crates and barrels were stacked haphazardly, creating looming shadows that danced with every flicker of the lights. The faint smell of oil and dust filled the air, mingling with the tension hanging heavily in the room. Emerald paced anxiously, her boots echoing against the cold cement floor. She chewed on her lip, her emerald-green eyes darting to Cinder, who sat composed in a chair. Her legs crossed and her gaze fixed intently on her scroll. Across the room, Mercury leaned casually against a stack of crates, his arms crossed, a perpetual smirk playing on his lips. You should stop pacing, Mercury said, his voice light and teasing. You're making me dizzy. Emerald shot him a glare but said nothing, her unease palpable. Cinder broke the silence, her tone sharp yet calm. Ignoring Crimson was a mistake, she tapped her scroll lightly, as though punctuating her words. Her amber eyes flicked up, locking onto Emerald. And using your semblance against Coco was an even bigger one. Emerald flinched, stopping mid-step. Chu thought it was the right move, it was safer, and we needed to. Cinder held up a hand, silencing her. Excuses won't change the outcome, her voice carried a cold edge, cutting through Emerald's defenses. We can't afford mistakes now. Unbeknownst to Ojban, Crimson, or anyone else at Beacon, Cinder's helper had compromised the headmaster's office. Every word spoken there echoed in the warehouse, a live feed that played directly on her scroll. Ojban's latest conversation had been especially enlightening. So, what's the plan now? If they're on to us, it's only a matter of time before they start sniffing around here. Cinder's lips curved into a slight smirk as she leaned back in her chair. We stick to the plan. Her voice was steady, almost casual, as though the stakes weren't as high as they were. Roman doesn't know the details, so they will gain nothing from him. We will just need to be more cautious. A few disguises should suffice. She paused, her fingers dancing over the scroll's surface, pulling up data and maps. Our annoying friend at Beacon might have pieced together some of it, but even if they know about the virus, it'll take them days, maybe weeks to isolate it and fix their systems. By then, it will be too late. And what about Crimson? He seems dangerous. Cinder's eyes glinted dangerously, her voice dropping to a near whisper. Once I have the maiden's powers, I will deal with the lucky golden boy myself. Her words sent a chill through the room, even Emerald stopping mid-breath. Cinder's confidence was absolute, her resolve unshakable. The thought of confronting Crimson or anyone who dared to oppose her seemed less like a challenge and more like a foregone conclusion in her mind. For now, all they had to do was bide their time, keep their heads down, and execute their plan with precision. The pieces were already in motion, and soon, Vale would fall. The shadows in the warehouse seemed to stretch and twist, as if echoing the dark intentions brewing within. Chapter 32. Crimson pushed open the door to Team RWBY's dorm room, his steps calm and composed as always. Inside, the room was filled with tension, the air heavy from the uncertainty and unease that had gripped the team since the confrontation with General Ironwood. Yang was the first to notice her brother's arrival, sitting up from her spot on Ruby's bed. Crimson. Finally, you're back, she said, her voice laced with nervous energy. He offered a small smile and gestured for them to gather. I've got some news, but don't expect the full report, he started, his voice calm and measured. What you need to know is this, the team you're up against has a semblance that manipulates perception, it makes people see things that aren't real. The room fell silent as the implications sank in. Yang's eyes widened, a mixture of relief and anger flashing across her face. So, I wasn't just imagining things, she muttered. Crimson nodded. You weren't, the same thing happened to Coco earlier, she is the proof of your story, it wasn't your fault, Yang. Excitement bubbled up as Ruby and Weiss exchanged glances, and Blake's ears twitched in thought. We need to tell everyone. Ruby exclaimed. No, Crimson's sharp tone silenced the room. These matches are broadcasted across the 4 kingdoms. If this kind of information leaks, it won't just affect the tournament, it could destabilize more than you realize. This stays between us for now. The team's enthusiasm dimmed slightly, but the weight of doubt that had plagued them lifted. Yang glanced down at her hands before looking up at Crimson, her usual spark returning. Thanks, Crimson, for standing up for me. He shook his head, a rare, genuine smile crossing his face. You are my sister, Yang, of course, I would always stand up for you. Weiss, usually reserved with her compliments, gave him a small nod of approval. Your perceptiveness is remarkable, Crimson, not many would have figured that out. Blake, always watching with quiet intensity, added, Yang and Ruby are lucky to have you. Ruby and Yang exchanged grins, a shared sense of pride lighting up their faces. Crimson cleared his throat, pulling out his scroll. Ruby, do you have Pyrrha's number? Ruby blinked in surprise. Yeah, I do, she quickly shared the number before tilting her head in curiosity. Why do you need to call Pyrrha? She wanted to talk to me earlier when I was on my way to Ojban's office, I told her I'd speak with her later, Crimson replied matter-of-factly as he typed the number into his scroll. The girls exchanged looks as Crimson stepped aside to make the call. As soon as he left the room, Yang's mischievous grin spread across her face. Oh, I see what's happening here, Pyrrha wants to confess. Ruby rolled her eyes, crossing her arms, Yang, not everything is about romance. Weiss tapped her chin thoughtfully. Actually, they would make a good pair, Crimson is intelligent, skilled and grounded, Pyrrha is skilled and composed, it's a great match. Blake's golden eyes glinted with interest as she added. It's not impossible, Pyrrha is one of the most admired students in the school, but she's never shown much interest in anyone, if she does like Crimson, it could be interesting to see where it goes. Ruby groaned. Can we not turn this into a shipping discussion? Yang smirked, leaning back on her hands. Too late. The room filled with light laughter, the team's spirits lifting as they speculated. Outside the dorm, Crimson leaned against the wall, his scroll in hand as he waited for Pyrrha to answer. Hello, Pyrrha's face appeared on the scroll, her tone warm and inviting. Hello, Pyrrha, I've wrapped up my business, are you free to talk now? Crimson asked in a relaxed tone. Yes, I am, are you still at Beacon? If so, let's meet in the back courtyard. Crimson nodded. Sounds good, he ended the call and began making his way to the agreed location. Minutes later, Crimson and Pyrrha met in Beacon's back courtyard. Crimson was the first to speak. I'm all ears now, what did you want to talk about? Pyrrha looked at him for a moment before walking over to a nearby wall. She sat on the ground, leaning back against it, and said, "Crimson, do you believe in destiny?" "Define destiny," Crimson replied, folding his arms as he watched her intently. Pyrrha's gaze dropped slightly. "When I think of destiny, I don't see it as some predetermined fate you can't escape, I see it as a final goal, something you work towards your entire life." Her expression turned somber. "I see," Crimson said, his curiosity now piqued. "And?" Pyrrha stared at him, searching for the right words. "What would you do if something came along that you never expected, something that had the potential to stand between you and your destiny?" Crimson didn't reply immediately. He simply looked at her, his intense gaze revealing that her question had struck a chord within him. Seeing his silence, Pyrrha turned her eyes to the horizon and continued. "Or what if you could fulfill your destiny in an instant but at the cost of who you are?" She couldn't explain everything to him. Ashbin had told her about the maidens, about the choice to become the next one. She felt overwhelmed and trapped. It wasn't how things were supposed to be. This choice wasn't fair. "And you feel like this sudden change is wrong? Like it's unfair? Like it's not how things are supposed to be?" Pyrrha blinked, caught off guard by how precisely he understood her feelings. Unable to find her voice, she simply nodded. "Destiny, as you described it, is just a goal," Crimson began. "It's ever-changing. Life throws unexpected events our way, some push us forward, others bring us to a halt. The goal itself isn't what matters. It's just a marker, a way to know we have reached the end of our journey. But without it, how will you ever know that your journey is over? If the journey is full of regret and pain, what's the point of reaching the end? The journey is supposed to change you, to shape you, for better or worse. But if you lose yourself along the way, if you abandon who you are, then all you will find at the end is regret." Pyrrha looked down, Crimson's words resonating deeply. He could see the confusion and turmoil etched on her face. "I don't know what choice you're facing," Crimson admitted. "But no matter what your goal is, staying true to yourself is what really matters. When it's all over, you'll be able to look back without regrets and begin the next journey." After a long silence, Pyrrha finally spoke. "What if I make the wrong choice? Isn't that true of every choice in life? You can never know if a decision is right or wrong until you've lived through it. Every choice, every mistake, every step forward or backward, those moments, strung together, become the story of who you are. The important thing is to live in a way that makes that story worth telling, to be like the sun, vibrant and true. So that, long after your light has faded, people will remember you, and they will tell your story." Pyrrha stayed quiet for a while, Crimson patiently waiting nearby. At last, she looked up at him, a small but genuine smile on her face. Her mood had lightened. "Thank you, Crimson, I mean it." "Anytime," Crimson replied with a smile of his own. He saw a reflection of himself in her, a reminder of the choices he had made to achieve his goal, even at the cost of everything else. He gave her a brief nod and said, "I will leave you to rest, the next match might be yours, after all. Besides, I'm pretty sure the school staff doesn't appreciate me wandering around as if I own the place." Pyrrha chuckled softly, waving at him. "See you later." Crimson turned and walked away, leaving her feeling lighter than before. She had been right to think he could understand her. Pyrrha returned to her team, her steps lighter and her demeanor brighter than it had been in days. She no longer carried the gloom that had weighed her down. Addressing the group with renewed energy, she reminded them they needed to be at the Colosseum soon, gently urging John to follow her as they left. Off to the side, Nora grabbed Ren's arm, pulling him into a hushed conversation. "Hey, don't you think something's up with Pyrrha?" she whispered, her tone laced with curiosity. Ren tilted his head. "What do you mean?" "Come on, Ren. She's been all gloomy and weird since yesterday, like something heavy was on her mind. Then she disappears for a bit, talks to Crimson, and now she's all smiles. Doesn't that seem suspicious to you?" Ren frowned, genuinely confused. "Maybe she was just nervous about the matches, it's not unusual." Nora groaned, throwing her hands up dramatically. "No, Ren, there's something going on between them, mark my words." Ren shook his head dismissively, refusing to entertain her theory further. "Pyrrha's fine, if anything, she's just a little less anxious now, let's leave it at that." As Ren walked away, Nora crossed her arms and pouted. "Ugh, you're so dense, Ren." But despite her grumbling, she couldn't deny she was relieved to see Pyrrha back to her usual self, whatever the reason might be. Chapter 33. The Colosseum buzzed with excitement as the crowd eagerly awaited the next match. The randomized selection process spun on the massive screen before finally settling on two names, Pyrrha Nikos and Penny Polendina. Crimson and Ruby sat together in the stands. RWBY bounced slightly in her seat, the usual energy in her movements, but Crimson remained still, his gaze fixed on the arena below. When Pyrrha's name appeared, RWBY clapped excitedly. "This is going to be so cool!" she exclaimed. Crimson offered a small nod, his attention drawn to the screen as Penny's name was announced next. The two combatants stepped into the arena, greeted by the deafening roar of the crowd. Penny smiled brightly, her voice cheerful as she said, "I've been looking forward to this match, Pyrrha." Pyrrha responded with a confident smile, raising her shield and spear. As they took their positions, something shifted in Pyrrha's demeanor. Her eyes flickered toward her weapon and shield, her expression twisting with uncertainty. For a brief moment, her hand trembled. Crimson noticed immediately. He leaned forward, his sharp gaze catching every nuance of her body language. When Pyrrha shook her head and seemed to steady herself, a look of relief passing over her face, Crimson didn't relax. He stood abruptly, drawing RWBY's attention. "What's wrong?" RWBY asked, her tone laced with concern. "I'll be back," Crimson said curtly, heading toward the quieter edges of the stadium. RWBY frowned, then stood and followed him, weaving through the crowd. Crimson found a secluded spot and dialed Crow on his scroll. The call connected after a few rings, and Crow's rough voice came through. "What is it?" "There's something wrong with Pyrrha," Crimson said, his tone low and urgent. She hesitated, looked at her weapons like something was off. "I think she's seeing things, this might be connected to what we talked about earlier." Crow's face hardened. "I'll alert Ojban and Ironwood immediately, stay put and keep watching." Before Crimson could respond, RWBY caught up to him. "What's going on?" she demanded, her arms crossed. "You're acting weird." "Nothing you should worry about," Crimson replied, his voice deliberately calm. "Go back to your seat." RWBY's brows furrowed. "Since when do you hide things from me, Crimson?" Before he could answer, the stadium fell eerily silent. Oblek's voice, normally rapid and enthusiastic, came over the speakers, but this time it was filled with horror. "No." Crimson and RWBY turned sharply toward the arena. The sight before them froze RWBY in place. Pyrrha stood, shocked and unmoving, while Penny lay shredded into pieces on the floor. Sparks and wires sputtered from Penny's remains, her robotic components laid bare. The silence was deafening, broken only by RWBY's choked gasp as she dropped to her knees. Crimson's eyes narrowed, his expression unreadable but his mind racing. Above the arena, the massive screen flickered. The scoreboard was replaced with a black queen chess piece set against a blood-red background. A familiar voice echoed through the Colosseum. "This is not a tragedy, this was not an accident," Cinderfall's voice began, smooth and cutting. "This is what happens when you hand over your trust, your safety, your children, to men who claim to be your guardians but are, in reality, no more than tyrants." The crowd began to murmur, confusion and fear rippling through the stands. Cinder continued, "Our academy headmasters wield more power than most armies. And one is audacious enough to control both, they cling to this power in the name of peace. And yet, what do we have here? One nation's attempt at a synthetic army. Mercilessly torn apart by another star pupil. What need does Atlas have for soldiers disguised as sweet, innocent girls? I don't think the Grimm can tell the difference. And what is Ojban teaching his students? First dismemberment, and now this? Huntsmen and huntresses should embody honor and mercy, yet I witness neither. Perhaps this is to be expected when you look at their actions behind closed doors." The screen changed, displaying a grim scene, General Ironwood savagely beating Roman Torchwick. The footage was brutal, showing Ironwood firing into Roman's legs, his face devoid of mercy. In the background, Crimson's voice played over the footage. "You have Roman Torchwick imprisoned, right? Interrogate him and make him talk, if necessary, torture him, cut him little by little, make it so he either says something useful or dies in the process." RWBY's head snapped toward Crimson, her eyes wide. He didn't meet her gaze, his focus locked on the screen. Cinder's voice resumed. "They believe themselves above others, they dictate what is right or wrong. Perhaps this is how they handle their conflicts. I don't know what to expect from them anymore. But I know this peace is fragile, and the leaders of our kingdoms handle their business with iron gloves. As someone who hails from Mistral, the situation there is equally undesirable. Our kingdoms are on the brink of war, yet we, the citizens, are left in the dark." The crowd grew louder, panic and anger taking hold. The screen cut to a live feed of Vale, where Grimm began pouring into the city, their haunting cries audible even through the speakers. Cinder's voice darkened. "So I ask you, when the first shot is fired, who do you think you can trust?" The broadcast ended abruptly, plunging the Colosseum into chaos. Alarms blared, signaling the grim invasion. Ruby trembled on the ground, her mind reeling. Crimson, was that you? What's happening? She whispered, her voice breaking. He didn't answer her immediately, his eyes turned upward where a gigantic Nevermore was trying to break the shield. Behind it, hundreds of flying Grimm loomed in the distance. The people around them were running, evacuating in panic. Crimson finally spoke, his expression cold. This is going to be a bloody night. Pyrrha stood frozen, her eyes fixed on Penny's torn body sprawled across the ground. The world around her faded into an indistinct blur as the enormity of what she had done sank in. Her knees buckled, and she dropped to the ground, hands trembling. Every sound, the gasps of the crowd, the distant alarms, the rising chaos was muffled and distorted in her mind. She stared blankly ahead. Her breath shallow and uneven. Then, without warning, a powerful gust of wind slammed into her, sending her sprawling backward. As she regained her senses, her vision cleared to reveal a gigantic Nevermore looming over her, its crimson eyes locked onto her as if she were its prey. The Nevermore let out an ear-piercing screech and lunged forward, its talons glinting in the harsh stadium lights. Just as it was about to strike, a red blur streaked past Pyrrha, forcing the Nevermore back with a sharp impact. The blur resolved into Ruby. Petals still swirling around her. One of Penny's swords was in her hands, its blade buried deep in the Nevermore's chest. Ruby leapt back to stand protectively in front of Pyrrha, her silver eyes blazing with determination. She pointed the sword at the monstrous bird and shouted. "Leave her alone." The Nevermore's screech reverberated through the arena as it spread its massive wings and charged again. Before it could reach them, weapon lockers rained down from the sky, striking its back with force and pinning it momentarily to the ground. Huntsmen and huntresses in training from all schools emerged next to their lockers, reclaiming their weapons with practiced ease. They formed a line beside Ruby and Pyrrha, their gazes filled with resolve and pride. The Nevermore thrashed violently, breaking free of the lockers and scattering the students. It rose to its full height and began flapping its enormous wings, preparing to take flight. Suddenly, a flash of light cut through the chaos. The Nevermore's movements halted abruptly, its head falling to the ground with a sickening thud. Standing near the severed head was Crimson, holding Pyrrha's weapon in one hand. His expression was cold. Crimson turned to Pyrrha, his crimson eyes meeting her dazed gaze. He walked toward her and threw the spear at her feet. "Fight now, think later," he said curtly before turning his attention to Penny's shattered remains. He knelt and picked up another of her swords, inspecting it briefly before gripping it firmly. Meanwhile, Ruby summoned Crescent Rose, her scythe gleaming in the flickering lights. High above, griffins began descending to the top of the Colosseum, their shrill cries sending waves of unease through the arena. They perched menacingly, their eyes scanning the chaos below. The students tensed, and Sun broke the silence. "Anyone got a plan?" he asked, his tone strained. Crimson stepped forward, his voice calm yet commanding. "You all need to leave, I will cover for you." Ruby immediately objected, her voice sharp with defiance. The students exchanged uncertain glances, frowning at Crimson's tone. Crimson elaborated, his gaze calm. "I'm by far the strongest one here, I can hold my own. You, on the other hand, have numbers, use them to evacuate the Colosseum, help the people." At that moment, Professor Oblek and Port arrived, their presence bringing a measure of authority to the chaos. Oblek's voice cut through the noise, rapid but firm. "All of you must leave, that includes you, Mr. Rose, this is our job, professional huntsmen, to handle." Ruby protested, her voice breaking with frustration, but Oblek's response was unwavering. "This day will go down in history, and I want all of my students alive to tell the story." Crimson, seeing that the professors were taking charge, gave a small nod. He turned to leave with the students, but Oblek called after him. Crimson paused, glancing at Ruby, silently urging her to follow the others. Oblek approached him, his expression serious. "We need all the help we can get today, I hope you will assist the students." Crimson's reply was blunt. "I can't guarantee their lives, but if I find the Mistral rats who caused this, their end is going to be horrible." Oblek nodded solemnly. As Crimson turned to leave, Port called out to him. "Mr. Rose," he began, his voice heavy with unspoken meaning. "Do you think of yourself as a monster? Like the ones you've described in my class?" Crimson stopped, turning his head slightly to meet Port's gaze. His answer was simple but chilling. "I am the worst of them." He turned and walked away without another word. Port watched him leave, a frown tugging at his lips. He turned to Oblek. "I know this is wrong, but I pray Mr. Rose crosses paths with the ones who caused this disaster." Oblek's eyes narrowed, his expression grim. "I agree," he said quietly. Chapter 34. The aircraft hangar buzzed with chaos. Fear and panic spread like wildfire among the evacuees, their hurried steps and anxious voices filling the air. Families clutched one another. Students from various academies stood huddled together, unsure of their next move, while soldiers scrambled to follow the orders barked by General Ironwood. In the center of it all, the students glanced warily at the general. Their unease was palpable. Their mistrust reflected in their hesitant stares. Crimson entered the hangar, Penny's sword in his hand, his sharp eyes catching the tension in their body language. His frown deepened. This was not the time for misgivings or doubts. The kingdom was at stake. He strode past the group, his heavy boots echoing against the steel floor as he approached Ironwood. The general stood amidst a flurry of soldiers, issuing commands with the precision of a seasoned leader. His stoic demeanor barely masked the weight of the situation. "General, how's the situation?" Crimson asked, his voice cutting through the din. Ironwood turned to him, his expression grim. "Grim are swarming the city," he said without preamble. "Someone's broadcasting the chaos, inciting fear. The White Fang has launched an attack on Beacon, and to make matters worse, some vagabond has seized control of one of my ships." Crimson's jaw tightened. "Then you need to get that ship back under control, focus on that," he said firmly. He turned to face the students, their uncertain eyes now fixed on him. His tone hardened as he addressed them. "This is what you've been training for. You can either run with your tails between your legs, or you can head back to your school and make a stand to protect it and prove your years of training are not in vain. It's that simple. Don't waste everyone's time." The students flinched but straightened, their resolve slowly solidifying under his sharp words. Crimson didn't linger on them long. He pivoted back to Ironwood. "The broadcast," he said, his voice laced with certainty, "is probably being run by the rats who caused this. I'll go down into the city and hunt them down." Ironwood's gaze lingered on Crimson for a moment, assessing him. Then, with a curt nod, he signaled his approval. Crimson turned toward Ruby, his expression softening slightly. "Ruby," he said. "Call Yang, she should be at Beacon, meet her there and stick together with the other students." Ruby's eyes widened, and her grip on her scroll tightened. "Wait, what? You're going into the city alone?" she asked, her voice trembling. "That's too dangerous." Crimson's eyes darkened, his voice calm but held a sinister edge. "It's dangerous for anything or anyone that crosses paths with me." Before Ruby could argue further, Pyrrha stepped forward and placed a reassuring hand on Ruby's shoulder. Her voice was steady, her conviction unshakable. "Trust him, Ruby, he's stronger and wiser than anyone I've ever met, he'll be fine." Ruby hesitated, her heart pounding in her chest, but Pyrrha's confidence in Crimson seemed to ease her fears. Reluctantly, she nodded, her shoulders slumping in resignation. As Crimson turned to leave, Ironwood's gaze followed him. For a moment, the general's stoic expression softened, replaced by a glimmer of respect. Moments like these revealed a person's true character. Their mettle. Crimson, despite lacking formal training and never intending to be part of this fight, stood firm, taking a stand when others faltered. Ironwood watched as the young man disappeared into the chaos of the hangar. Remembering his words about ruthlessness, he steeled his resolve to do what is needed to protect people and leave the culprits hunt for Crimson. The city of Vale was in chaos. Fires burned in the distance, smoke curling into the night sky as the panicked screams of civilians echoed through the streets. Crimson moved swiftly along the rooftops, leaping from one building to the next. His sharp eyes scanned the area below, searching for any sign of mercury, emerald, or cinder. The Demon Slayer mark appeared on his face the moment he descended upon the city. As he darted across the building, he caught sight of Atlas robots suddenly turning on the people they were meant to protect. Their once gleaming frames now radiated hostility as they fired mercilessly into the crowd, adding to the mayhem. Flying Grims swarmed the air, their haunting screeches filling the sky. With a burst of speed, Crimson descended into the chaos. His blade flashed as he dispatched the rogue robots and Grim alike. The fight was relentless. Dozens of enemies falling under his assault. By the time he cleared the immediate area, the street was littered with the remains of mechanical foes and dissipating Grim bodies. He didn't pause to catch his breath, as he continued moving. Further ahead, in the dim distance, a small aircraft caught his eye. His eyes narrowed as he recognized the figures aboard: Cinder, Emerald, and Mercury. Crimson surged forward, pushing his speed to the limit in the aircraft direction. The aircraft began to ascend just as Crimson closed in. Despite his incredible speed, he couldn't make it in time. He skidded to a halt on the edge of the building, watching as the aircraft rose into the sky. His eyes locked with Cinder's, who stood near the open door of the aircraft. She noticed him instantly, her amber eyes narrowing before a mocking smirk curled her lips. The smirk was an unspoken taunt, a challenge. Crimson's jaw tightened, his fists trembling with suppressed rage. Narrowing his eyes, he turned his gaze toward Beacon, the direction the aircraft was headed. Without hesitation, he resumed his sprint, the mark never disappearing from his face. As he crossed the city, Crimson spotted an unlikely group in trouble. Crow, Glinda, Ironwood, and Carden were surrounded. Grimm advanced from one side. Their grotesque forms hunched and snarling, while two massive paladins loomed on the other, their mechanical arms raised menacingly. The group braced for the impending fight, but before they could act, a flash descended upon the paladins. In the next instant, the two paladins exploded, their hulking frames crashing into the ground. The flash blurred past the group, and the Grimm disintegrated in rapid succession, their bodies falling in pieces. The battle ended as suddenly as it had begun, leaving the group staring. Crimson stood amidst the dissipating corpses, the demon slayer mark on his face gave him a threatening look. His piercing gaze swept over the group before settling on Ironwood. "The ship?" he demanded, his voice cold and firm. Ironwood shook his head grimly. "I failed, they destroyed the aircraft I was boarding, but I'm going up again," he said, pointing toward the distant aircraft. At that moment, a thunderous explosion rang out. All heads turned to see the ship veering wildly, flames bursting from its side as it plummeted toward the ground. Crimson scoffed, his tone edged with dry amusement. "Looks like you won't need to fly, you can walk there." He stepped forward, his attention already shifting. "I'm chasing the Mistral group, they are heading to Beacon in an aircraft," he added before sprinting off into the distance. The group didn't even have time to respond before he disappeared from sight, leaving only a faint trail of dust in his wake. Carden just sighed in relief that they are not surrounded anymore, while Crow exhaled slowly, watching the shrinking figure. "I think he's actually faster than RWBY," he muttered, shaking his head in disbelief. Glinda adjusted her glasses, her expression a mixture of awe and concern. "And he doesn't seem to tire." Ironwood nodded, his gaze lingering where Crimson had vanished. "Moments like this reveal the extraordinary," he said quietly. The others shared a silent agreement, their thoughts lingering on the young man who seemed to defy all limits. Beacon had become a battlefield. The once pristine academy grounds were now scarred with craters and rubble, the air filled with the echoes of battle cries and the guttural roars of Grimm. The students, newly arrived from the Colosseum, fought valiantly to hold their ground. Wave after wave of Grimm surged toward them. Their ferocity matched only by the determination of the students. But the fight was brutal, and the odds worsened as the Atlas robots, meant to assist them, turned rogue. What had been a difficult fight now teetered on the edge of overwhelming. Despite this, the students refused to give up. They stood shoulder to shoulder, fighting for their school. Explosions rang out as huntsmen in training fired round after round at the rogue machines and Grimm, but the tide seemed unending. A shudder rippled through the battlefield as Atlas paladins lumbered onto the scene. The towering mechanical suits moved with purpose. Their powerful arms crashing down with devastating force. The students turned their firepower on the paladins, but their weapons barely left a mark on the armored titans. Weiss Schnee stood amidst the chaos, her breathing ragged but her resolve unshaken. She focused, her rapier shining with glyph energy. She performed a summoning glyph. The air shimmered as a giant knight's arm materialized. Wielding a massive sword. The summoned construct swung its blade with immense force, cleaving through one of the paladins. The massive machine toppled, sparks flying as it crashed to the ground. On the other side of the battlefield, Velvet Scarlatina of Team CFVY stepped forward. Her usual calm demeanor was replaced with an uncharacteristic intensity. Drawing a fragment of hard light dust, she formed a glowing katana. Mirroring the exact stance Crimson had taken against Pyrrha months earlier. For a moment, her presence seemed to shift, her form almost indistinguishable from his. And then she moved. Velvet blurred forward, her speed so incredible that even the sharpest-eyed students could barely follow her. In an instant, both paladins were destroyed, their hulking forms falling to the ground in pieces. Sparks erupted, and the battlefield fell silent as the students stared in awe. The moment of triumph was short-lived. Velvet dropped to her knees, clutching her chest. Her breaths came fast and shallow, her body trembling violently. "Velvet!" Yatsuhashi cried, rushing to her side with Coco and Fox close behind. The sight before them was horrifying. Velvet's wide eyes were bloodshot, the whites overtaken by crimson streaks. Tears streamed down her face, but they were mixed with blood. Her hands clawed at her chest as though she were suffocating. Her cries of pain cutting through the stunned silence. Veins bulged around her eyes, dark and throbbing, as if something unnatural was coursing through her. Coco knelt beside her, her voice shaking. "Velvet, what's wrong? What's happening?" She tried to hold Velvet steady, but the rabbit faunus was racked with spasms. I can't breathe," Velvet gasped, her voice barely audible over her ragged breaths. She coughed, more blood splattering onto the ground. Her teammates and the other students crowded around her, panic and helplessness etched on their faces. "Somebody do something!" Yatsuhashi shouted, his deep voice trembling with fear. Despite the chaos of battle still raging around them, the students' focus had shifted entirely to Velvet. They watched in terror, unable to comprehend what was happening to their friend. For all their training and determination, they were powerless in the face of whatever was consuming Velvet from within. Chapter 35. Crimson finally reached Beacon, the school now barely recognizable amidst the chaos. The air was thick with the acrid smell of smoke, and echoes of battle still lingered in the distance. As he made his way toward the center of the grounds, he noticed a large group of students huddled together. Their worried murmurs reached his ears, punctuated by a desperate shout from Yatsuhashi. Pushing his way through the crowd, Crimson's crimson eyes swept over the scene. The students stepped aside, parting instinctively to let him through. As he approached, he saw Velvet Scarlatina on the ground. Her trembling form clutching her chest. Her teammates knelt beside her, their faces etched with panic. Blood streaked her cheeks, her eyes wide and glassy, as if caught in a terrible nightmare. Crimson's frown deepened as he took in the sight. That state, he thought grimly. He had seen this before. Velvet's condition wasn't a mystery to him. It was the result of a breathing style backfiring, the strain pushing her body beyond its limits. He knelt beside her, his presence commanding attention from the crowd. "Calm down and hold your breath," he said in a steady, reassuring tone. "Give your lungs time to recover." Velvet's panicked gaze flickered to him, and despite her agony, she obeyed. The other students exchanged uncertain glances but said nothing, their focus riveted on the scene unfolding before them. A few seconds passed, and Crimson's voice broke the tense silence again. "Now," he instructed. "Inhale deeply and slowly, then exhale at the same pace." His voice was calm but firm, the kind of tone that demanded obedience. Velvet, still struggling, began to follow his directions. The seconds stretched on as Velvet repeated the exercise under Crimson's watchful eye. Slowly but surely, her trembling lessened, and her breathing began to stabilize. The suffocating tension in the air eased as the color returned to her face. The students remained silent, their eyes wide as they watched the transformation. Velvet's coughing subsided, and she finally slumped forward, exhausted but alive. Her teammates helped steady her, relief washing over their faces. Crimson, still kneeling, turned his piercing gaze toward her. "Who taught you a breathing style?" he asked, his tone neutral but tinged with curiosity. Velvet blinked at him, her voice weak but audible. I copied you," she admitted. "My semblance lets me mimic other people's movements perfectly, but it doesn't include their semblances or physical abilities." Crimson nodded slowly, his expression unreadable. "Don't ever copy me again," he said bluntly, his voice carrying a warning. "My moon breathing is deadly." Before anyone could respond, Ruby stepped forward from the crowd. Her silver eyes were wide with both concern and curiosity. "Moon breathing?" she asked. "What's that?" The murmurs among the other students grew as they, too, looked to Crimson for an explanation. His gaze shifted to Ruby, and after a brief pause, he answered. "It's a way to change your breathing patterns," he began, his voice measured. "To match the phases of the moon, it increases overall body functionality, speed, strength, durability, reflexes, mental faculties, and even stamina." The realization dawned on Ruby and the others. Those who had seen Crimson fight and Velvet's sudden power burst now understood why Crimson seemed so far beyond them in combat. His incredible speed and overwhelming strength, it all made sense now. Crimson noticed their expressions and continued, his tone sharpening. "I didn't mention this before because it's deadly, it can kill the person who tries to use it. I created it for myself, it's tailor-made for my body, anyone else who tries to use it will suffer a backlash or die painfully." The crowd fell silent again, the weight of his words sinking in. For the first time, many of them realized the cost of the power Crimson wielded so effortlessly. They looked at him not with envy, but with newfound respect and perhaps a hint of fear. "Wait. All that strange moon gazing and meditation is how you created this breathing style? And we've been wondering about that strange ritual the entire time." This was one of the few times Crimson's face twitched. Ruby describing his drawing inspiration from the moon and meditation as a strange ritual hit his pride. "It is not a ritual, and this is not the time to discuss this topic, but yes, as the name implies, it was created based on the moon." While most of the students didn't understand what Ruby was referring to, Weiss did. She looked at Crimson as if he were a strange creature. He had been developing something like this since he was a small child. The realization struck her, this was why he was so absurdly strong even without formal training. Now, she understood that Crimson's talent was on a level made even the likes of Pyrrha look like normal people. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet trembled violently as a sudden earthquake struck, followed by a powerful, guttural roar that echoed from the distance. The atmosphere turned tense as every student froze. Their senses heightened. Crimson, who had been standing silently, immediately became alert, his crimson eyes scanning the horizon for the source of the disturbance. Moments later, Blake appeared, supporting Yang, who was clutching her hand tightly. Blood poured through her fingers, staining the ground with crimson streaks as tears streamed down her face. The sight made the students gasp, their unease growing. Without hesitation, Crimson and Ruby rushed to Yang's side. Crimson knelt to examine her injured hand. When he saw the damage, his face darkened. 4 of Yang's fingers had been severed, leaving her hand mangled and bloody. Ruby's eyes filled with tears as she choked back a sob at the sight of her sister's injury. Meanwhile, Crimson's anger already simmering from the night's events began to boil over. His voice, cold and commanding, cut through the air like a blade. Who did this? Yang, still crying, looked up at him. For the first time, she saw a look of unrestrained rage on Crimson's face, a fury so intense it made her tremble despite her pain. Her voice wavered as she stammered, Adam Taurus, the leader of the White Fang. Where? Crimson demanded, his tone making everyone around him shiver. Near the cafeteria, Yang whispered in a smaller voice, her dread of him outweighing even the pain in her hand. Before anyone could react, Crimson was gone, a blur of motion faster than anything the students had ever witnessed. Ruby, startled by his reaction, hesitated for only a moment before steeling herself. She turned to Yang and said firmly, "We will be back." Then she ran after him. Weiss, seeing Ruby's determination, sighed and followed her friend, unable to leave her alone in a moment like this. A minute later, Ruby and Weiss reached the area near the cafeteria. The sight that greeted them stopped them in their tracks. Crimson stood in the center of what could only be described as a carnage. Around him lay a dozen White Fang members. Their bodies sliced apart in ways that left no doubt as to Crimson's rage. Blood pooled beneath the fallen, the metallic scent heavy in the air. In Crimson's grip was another White Fang member, dangling helplessly as Crimson held him by the neck. The man's lips moved as he tried to speak, but his words were too weak and garbled to be understood. Crimson's eyes narrowed as he stared at the man. His expression one of icy disdain. Without warning, he dropped the man to the ground. The girls barely had time to process what was happening before Crimson waved his blade and, in one swift motion, beheaded him. Ruby and Weiss clung to each other, frozen in fear at the scene before them. The cold, unflinching way Crimson executed a person sent chills down their spines. Crimson turned to face them, his frown deepening when he saw them standing there. He approached them, his movements deliberate, and the girls instinctively flinched. However, Crimson ignored their reaction. His voice was devoid of emotion as he spoke. "You shouldn't have followed me, turn around and leave, you don't need to see this." Ruby and Weiss exchanged a nervous glance but obeyed, retreating from the grisly scene. Before they left completely, Crimson spoke again, his tone heavy with frustration. "Adam left before I arrived," he said. His voice carried an undertone of anger, and both girls could tell he was furious at having missed the chance to confront Adam. They had no doubt that if Adam had been there, he would have met the same fate as the others. As they walked away, Ruby's scroll suddenly rang, breaking the tense silence. She jumped at the sound, startled, before fumbling to answer it. "Hello," she said, her voice still shaky. "Ruby. You have to help us. Ojban was killed and Pyrrha is heading to Ojban's office to fight Cinder. She's alone, she thinks she has to do this by herself." Ruby's heart sank, she forgot the scene she just witnessed, her new fear for her friend giving way to a surge of urgency. "We're on our way," she responded. Ending the call, she turned to Weiss and Crimson. "We have to move now." Without a word, Crimson took the lead, his expression unreadable. Ruby and Weiss followed closely. Chapter 36. Crimson, Ruby, and Weiss arrived at the base of Beacon Tower, its imposing height looming over the chaos that surrounded them. The scene in front of them was harrowing. Tens of Grimm of all kinds and sizes swarmed the entrance, their menacing growls and roars echoing into the night. The creatures formed a seemingly impenetrable barrier between them and the tower. Crimson's eyes narrowed as he assessed the situation. Without hesitation, he turned to the girls, his voice sharp and commanding. "Keep moving, don't stop, and don't engage the Grimm, I'll handle them." Ruby hesitated for a brief moment, her worry etched across her face, but Weiss grabbed her arm and nodded. Let's go, Ruby, he will be fine. Crimson wasted no time. He accelerated into the horde, his blade flashing with deadly light. Grimm fell one after another. Their roars silenced as he cut them down in a blur of crimson and purple. Each strike was calculated and lethal, his movements a masterful blend of power and grace. The girls dashed toward the tower, trusting him to hold the Grimm at bay. As they reached the base of the tower, a sudden explosion rocked the structure. They looked up to see flames and debris erupting from the top, the glow of the destruction casting an ominous light over the area. Weiss immediately summoned her glyphs, forming a path along the tower's wall. Ruby, climb up. She called, her voice resolute. Ruby nodded, activating her semblance. She reached the first glyph in a burst of rose petals. Her momentum carrying her forward. The glyphs shimmered with magic, providing a stable path for her to run on without fear of falling. With Weiss maintaining the glyphs and Ruby's incredible speed, they climbed the tower's wall with remarkable efficiency. Reaching the top, Ruby leaped into the office from the broken window. Her eyes widening in horror at the sight before her. Pyrrha was on the ground, an arrow piercing her ankle as she struggled to rise. Standing over her was Cinder, exuding an air of smug confidence as she prepared to finish her off. Pyrrha! Ruby shouted, her scythe unfolding in one fluid motion. Without hesitation, she charged at Cinder, her weapon poised to strike. Cinder turned her head slightly, her fiery eyes locking onto Ruby. A smile curved her lips as she raised her hand, effortlessly blocking the incoming strike with her glass bow. The force of the block sent sparks flying. But Cinder remained unfazed. With a swift motion, she retaliated, kicking Ruby in the chest and sending her hurtling backward. Ruby crashed into the office wall with a grunt, the impact knocking the wind out of her. Before she could recover, a fireball shot from Cinder's hand, hitting Ruby and slamming her harder against the wall. The heat singed her cloak as she crumpled to the floor. Cinder turned to the two downed girls, her voice dripping with mockery. The little girl came to help the star prodigy. How nice of you. She took a step forward, her smirk growing wider. How noble of you, Ruby Rose, but so foolish. I'll enjoy burning you both to ashes. Her laughter echoed through the ruined office, her confidence palpable as flames danced around her hands. Ruby's legs were shaking. And her body felt like it was made of stone. But she couldn't stop herself. She tried to push herself up, her voice breaking as she gasped for air. She needed to understand. She had to understand. Why are you doing this, Cinder? Ruby's words barely made it past her lips. Why bring the Grimm? Why attack Beacon and kill so many innocent people? Cinder's laughter rang out, cold and cruel. She tilted her head back, her eyes glinting with malicious amusement. Oh, Ruby, she said, her tone dripping with mockery. A little girl like you is so naive, you can't possibly understand. She stepped closer, her presence suffocating. Power is everything, it's the only thing that matters in this world. Her eyes narrowed, the weight of her conviction behind her every word. I want power to destroy this broken world and rebuild it my way, a world where those who are worthy, those who deserve it, rule. Ruby's heart skipped a beat. Destroy the world. The weight of Cinder's words sank in, and the truth was so much worse than she could have imagined. From her kneeling position, Pyrrha lifted her head, eyes fierce despite the pain she was clearly in. We will stop you, Cinder, she said, her voice steady, unwavering, despite the odds. We won't let you do this. Cinder's expression twisted into an amused smile. Stop me? How quaint. With a flick of her wrist, she raised her hand, flames igniting around her fingers. You're already as good as dead, Pyrrha. With a swift motion, she thrust her hand forward, sending a wave of fire crashing toward the fallen girl. Ruby's heart raced. She couldn't let Pyrrha die like this. Without thinking, she activated her semblance, propelling herself forward with impossible speed. She grabbed Pyrrha just in time. Pulling her out of the flames, the heat scorching her face as she felt the fire lick at the edge of her dress. They both tumbled to the ground, and Ruby barely managed to catch her breath, still holding on to her teammate. Cinder's laughter echoed around them, and she looked down at them as if they were insects struggling beneath her. How futile, she sneered, her eyes glinting with malice. In the end, both of you will become nothing but ashes. Ruby's heart pounded in her chest. She could feel the weight of Cinder's words hanging over them, as if the very air around them had thickened with the promise of inevitable destruction. The two girls stared at her. Fear creeping up their spines. But just as they were about to face their worst, a voice rang out, slicing through the tension. Care to repeat that? It was Crimson's voice. Deep, commanding, and filled with fury. The world seemed to hold its breath as Cinder's eyes flickered with surprise, and she turned toward the source. Crimson stood behind her, his expression hard and unyielding, fury radiating off of him. Cinder's lips curled into a smirk as she took in his presence. Ah, now the prodigy brother joins the party, she mused, her tone dripping with mock delight. How lucky for me, it seems I'll be able to rid myself of all of you in one fell swoop, her smile widened. I wield power far beyond the imagination of any of you. Crimson didn't reply to her taunts. Instead, he focused his gaze on RWBY. You won't like what I'm about to do to her, he said coldly. Take Pyrrha and leave now. RWBY's stomach churned, the fear gnawing at her. She swallowed hard, remembering the horror Crimson had wrought on the white fan. She couldn't fathom what he would do to Cinder. But she knew she had no choice. She quickly activated her semblance again. Grabbing Pyrrha and pulling her along as they made a hasty escape, she was using the last bit of her power, pushing her semblance to the limit. As they fled, Cinder's mocking laughter echoed in the distance. Run, little hero, she taunted, her voice dripping with disdain. You think you're saving her, but it's all futile, it will all end in flames. The next moment, Crimson unleashed his fury. His moon breathing erupted like a storm, his movements fast and deadly. Forms 1 through 5 came one after another in a quick, relentless succession, each strike faster and heavier than the last. The air seemed to crackle with power as he attacked with a deadly aim, each slash of his sword cutting through the atmosphere with a sharp hiss. Cinder was quick to react, creating 2 swords and raising them with his strikes, but the speed and force of his assault were too much. Her defenses faltered. And Crimson's strikes were crushing her aura. Each blow that landed sent a shockwave of pain through her body, and despite her best attempts to counter, she crumbled under his relentless onslaught. When her aura finally shattered, Crimson paused, his voice low and filled with contempt. Some people are fated to be greater than others, born to transcend the natural laws, he muttered, his eyes darkening. You can steal, you can beg and you can trade your soul for power, but in the end you will always be insignificant because that's your place in the world. Crimson words struck a chord in Cinder. She looked at Crimson with unmasked hatred, but he didn't care. He just continued, his voice laced with malice, but you will be remembered as the idiot who fought a real monster. The hatred look on her face quickly changed to pain and fear as Crimson with a single, swift motion, drove the blade into Cinder's eye. The pain was unbearable. The force of the strike causing her to scream out, the sound echoing in the empty air. Blood poured from the wound, staining her face, but he didn't stop there. He twisted the blade and drew it across her exposed arm, carving deep gashes into her skin. Each cut was slow, deliberate, meant not to end her suffering, but to prolong it. Crimson watched as she flinched. Her breath shallow and ragged, but her screams only seemed to fuel his determination. The next strike was to her leg, cutting through muscle and sinew with cruel efficiency. She writhed in pain, unable to move, her limbs now unrecognizable from the blood and damage. Finally, Crimson moved back, surveying the damage. Dozens of cuts, shallow and deep, marred Cinder's body. Her once pristine skin was now a tapestry of lacerations, each one a symbol of his unwavering resolve. He had no intention of killing her quickly. No, he wanted her to feel every ounce of pain, to understand her helplessness. His eyes narrowed as he looked down at her, and his voice was almost a whisper. You should have known your place in the world, he muttered, his tone dripping with disdain. Now, you'll learn the true cost of power. Not long after RWBY and Pyrrha had made it to the base of the tower, they heard the sound of Cinder's screams. The cries for mercy that echoed through the night were enough to make RWBY's stomach turn. Pyrrha, still confused and hurt, glanced at RWBY in confusion, but RWBY just shook her head, her heart sinking. Weiss, who had joined them, looked up at the tower, her face pale. She had seen Crimson's work firsthand and knew exactly what was happening up there. She shivered involuntarily. I don't want to imagine what he's doing to her. The screams continued, louder and more desperate, but they were cut off suddenly, replaced by an eerie silence. Then, the roar of a grim dragon shattered the stillness. It was unlike anything they had ever heard. The earth seemed to tremble as the massive creature descended upon Ojban's tower. The sheer force of its presence terrifying. It was as if it had been summoned, its roar echoing across Beacon, drawn by the agonizing screams of Cinder. Chapter 37. The girls at the base of the tower could only stare in frozen horror. The massive grim before them was unlike anything they had ever seen. Its hulking body radiated an oppressive presence, its wings stretched wide enough to blot out the moonlight. The jagged mask on its face gleamed in the dim light. An unnatural glint of malice in its hollow eyes. Weiss took a step back, her composure cracking. We have to leave. Now. She screamed, her voice trembling. Ruby's fists clenched. "We can't just leave Crimson up there," she protested, though deep down, fear gripped her heart. They were in no condition to fight, barely able to stand after the battle with Cinder's forces. But as much as Ruby hated it, she knew Weiss was right. From above, the dragon's guttural roar shattered the air, shaking the ground beneath them. At the top of the crumbling tower, Crimson stood unmoving. His expression calm and cold as he stared down the enormous creature. Behind him, Cinder's mangled body lay motionless, a testament to his fury. The dragon's presence didn't faze him, his narrowed eyes focused on the Grim as if sizing up his next prey. The beast roared again, louder this time, its massive jaws opening as it unleashed a deafening cry. The sound reverberated across the school, and the remaining top of the tower crumbled under the sheer force. Crimson wasted no time. The moment the debris began to fall, he charged forward at full speed, leaping into the air. With a single, powerful strike, he drove his blade into the dragon's eye. The creature screeched in agony, its massive tail smashing through the remains of the tower. As the structure gave way completely, the dragon spread its wings, soaring upward in a desperate attempt to escape. Crimson wasn't about to let it go. With a swift jump, he landed atop the creature's head, steadying himself against the rush of wind. He immediately began slashing at its bony mask, his blade striking with precision. Each blow resounded like metal striking stone, but the armor was too tough, his attacks left barely a scratch. Frustrated but undeterred, Crimson adjusted his strategy. He moved using the creature's horns as leverage to reach its unprotected back. His blade gleamed as he unleashed a flurry of slashes, each one carving deep into the softer flesh beneath the dragon's scales. The massive Grim writhed in pain, its movements erratic as it tried to shake him off. The dragon climbed higher into the sky, but Crimson's relentless assault forced it into a nosedive. Screeching in fury and pain, the beast careened toward Beacon's main building. Crimson braced himself as the creature crashed into the structure with devastating force. The impact sent shockwaves through the ground, shattering windows and leveling entire sections of the school. Inside, Crimson tumbled from the dragon's back, landing in a dimly lit chamber. As he rose to his feet, he quickly surveyed his surroundings. His eyes widened when he recognized where he had landed, the school's dust storage facility. The dragon loomed over him, its hollow eyes burning with rage. It reared back and opened its mouth, flames beginning to gather in its throat. Outside, students had gathered, watching the destruction in wide-eyed terror. Ruby, Weiss, and Pyrrha were among them, their hearts pounding as they took in the sight of Beacon's main building collapsing. Ruby's hands trembled as she whispered, "Crimson." Her voice was filled with fear for her brother. Their worry turned to outright dread when an enormous explosion rocked the ground. Flames erupted from the center of the building, followed by the dragon's tortured roar. The monster emerged from the flames, its massive body wreathed in fire. Around it, the towers that had once stood tall began to crumble, collapsing in the wake of its destruction. The Grim spread its wings, its hulking form preparing to take flight once again. Then, to their amazement, they saw him. Crimson sprinted along the edge of a crumbling tower. As the structure gave way beneath him, he leaped into the air, landing on the dragon's back once more. Ruby gasped, her heart caught between awe and terror. He's still fighting," she murmured, her voice barely audible over the chaos. The dragon roared in agony as Crimson resumed his attack, his blade striking with relentless precision. The students watched, frozen in awe, as the battle continued in the skies above them. Each strike from Crimson seemed to push the beast closer to its limits. As the creature soared toward Vale, its cries of pain echoed across the whole city. Then people all over the city watched the dragon's left wing suddenly buckle. A clean, precise slash severed it from the creature's body. With a deafening roar, the massive Grim plummeted from the sky, crashing into the ground far in the distance. For a moment, there was silence, then another explosion erupted where the dragon had fallen, shaking the earth beneath their feet. The students stared in silence, their minds struggling to process what they had just witnessed. Ruby's eyes remained fixed on the horizon, her heart pounding in her chest. "Crimson," she whispered again, her voice filled with fear. Crimson rose slowly from the rubble, his body battered and bleeding. The second explosion had flung him into yet another pile of debris, leaving him bruised and singed. Wiping the dust from his face with the back of his hand, he cursed under his breath. Falling into dust storage twice in one fight. "My luck really is rotten today," he muttered, spitting out a bit of blood. As he steadied himself, a guttural, pained roar reached his ears. His sharp eyes immediately locked onto the massive dragon Grim, lying in the distance. The once mighty beast struggled to rise. But its movements were sluggish. The combination of its crash, the explosion, and Crimson's earlier attacks had taken a severe toll. Half of its neck dangled unnaturally, partially severed and barely attached. Despite its injuries, the dragon wasn't finished. It clawed at the ground, attempting to lift itself once more. Crimson's expression hardened. Not happening. With a burst of energy, he dashed forward. Sixth form, perpetual night, lonely moon, incessant. His blade sliced through the air, carving deep into the dragon's throat. Severing tendons and muscle. Without hesitation, he followed with the third form, a series of devastating arcs that finished the job. The massive head of the dragon Grim fell to the ground with a resounding thud, its weight shaking the battlefield. As the final blow landed, Crimson felt the blade in his hand shatter. Penny's sword, the weapon that had carried him through this grueling fight, finally gave out, splintering into pieces as if to signal the end of its duty. Crimson dropped to his knees, breathing heavily, his body screaming in exhaustion. Minutes later, a familiar voice broke through his haze. Crimson. He looked up to see Crow, Glinda, Ironwood, and Carden approaching. Their expressions a mix of awe and disbelief. They had witnessed the massive Grim plummeting from the sky, followed by the explosion, and had rushed to the scene. Now, seeing Crimson standing amid the wreckage of the colossal dragon, they began to piece together how the creature had met its end. Crimson pushed himself to his feet, wobbling slightly. Just as he began to steady himself, the dragon's corpse burst open. From the gaping wound, a massive Ursa Grim charged forward, its eyes glowing with rage. Weaponless and caught off guard, Crimson instinctively raised his arm to block the creature's jaws. The Ursa bit down hard, its fangs piercing his flesh, blood pouring from the wound. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Crimson reached with his free hand, snapping one of the jagged bones protruding from the Ursa's back. With a furious roar, he drove the bone into the Grim repeatedly, stabbing it over and over until the creature went limp. Crimson dropped the lifeless Ursa, blood dripping from his injured arm. Turning to face the group, he saw the horror etched on their faces. They stared at him as if he were a monster himself. "Today's my worst day ever," he muttered, cursing loudly. He tore off his jacket, ripping it into strips to bandage his bleeding arm. The group remained silent, watching as he worked with casual efficiency. Once the makeshift bandage was secured, Crimson spoke again, his tone blunt. "Ojban's dead, the school's gone, leveled while I was dealing with this thing," he said, pointing toward the massive corpse behind him. "But on the bright side, I killed Cinder and the White Fang operatives who stuck around." The group's faces fell at the news. Glinda's usual composure cracked, and Crow looked away, his jaw tightening. Even Ironwood seemed taken aback, his stoic mask faltering. Crimson turned his attention to Carden, his eyes sharp. "Hand over your mace," he ordered, extending his uninjured hand. Crow frowned, stepping forward. "Crimson, you are done, you are bleeding out, your aura's gone, and you have already done more than your fair share, you need to evacuate." "I'm fine," Crimson replied curtly. "And I can't leave, even if I wanted to, look up." The group followed his gaze, and their blood ran cold. Above them, a swarm of Griffin Grim was descending, their screeches piercing the air. From behind, the unmistakable sound of more grim roars grew louder, echoing through the ruins of Beacon. Crimson sighed, running a hand through his bloodied hair. "That big corpse of a dragon must have attracted every Grim for miles," he said. "Figures, one thing after another." He tightened the makeshift bandage around his arm and adjusted his stance, readying himself for the next fight. "Let's get this over with." Crimson stepped forward, his battered form radiating power despite the blood seeping from his makeshift bandage. Without hesitation, he wrested the mace from Carden's trembling hands. The young huntsman in training didn't resist, his exhaustion leaving him too weak to argue. "Stay behind me," Crimson ordered, his voice firm. Then, turning his gaze to Crow, he added, "We don't really have a choice, it's just a bad luck." The weight of Crimson's words hit Crow like a punch to the gut. His hands tightened into fists, guilt settling deep in his chest, but no one noticed him, they were too busy with the surrounding. Crimson hefted the heavy mace, testing its weight with his non-injured arm. He turned to the group: Crow, Glinda, Ironwood, and Carden, all of them looking worse for wear. Even the seasoned veterans were visibly drained, their steps sluggish and their breathing labored. "I'll take the charge," Crimson declared, his tone leaving no room for argument. "The rest of you follow behind me, we're breaking through by force and getting out of here." No one protested. They couldn't. Glinda and Ironwood exchanged a weary glance but nodded. Carden, barely has any strength left, gave a weak grunt of acknowledgement. Crimson's eyes hardened. "Keep running, don't stop for anything, we need to get away from this place." The four nodded again, silently accepting his plan. With no other options, they fell in line behind him, their survival hinging on this one last push. With a deep breath, Crimson charged forward, the mace swinging in brutal arcs. Despite his injuries and having no aura to protect him, his movements were as precise and deadly as ever. Each swing crushed through the oncoming Grimm like a hammer against glass, sending limbs and bone-like armor flying. Behind him, Crow, Glinda, Ironwood, and Carden followed, their awe growing with every step. The Grimm came in relentless waves, yet Crimson tore through them with a ferocity that defied his battered state. Crow's thoughts churned as he ran. If he wasn't dragging us along, he'd probably be long gone by now. Minutes dragged on like hours, but eventually, the group found themselves far from the heart of the chaos. The roars of Grimm grew fainter behind them, replaced by the labored breathing of those who had escaped. Crimson finally slowed, his steps faltering. His chest heaved, his breathing ragged. Sweat and blood dripped from his body, and his grip on the mace slackened. He stumbled, catching himself with the help of the weapon. "Looks like, I'm reaching my limit too," he muttered, his voice strained. Before despair could settle in, the distant hum of engines caught their attention. Ironwood, sharp despite his exhaustion, looked up and spotted the source of the sound. "An aircraft," he said, relief washing over him. The craft approached quickly, its sleek design unmistakably Atlas-made. The emblem of the kingdom gleamed in the fading light, a welcome sight amidst the destruction. Chapter 38. An entire week had passed since the catastrophic events at Beacon. Yet, the scars left behind were still fresh, etched into the hearts of those who survived. The broadcast from that night played endlessly in the minds of the people. A haunting reminder of the faith that had been shattered. The slaughter of innocents at the hands of Grimm and rogue Atlas robots alike left devastation on a scale rarely seen. It was, by all accounts, a disaster of immeasurable proportions. With the destruction of Beacon, Vale's greatest line of defense crumbled. Without its protective guardian, the kingdom was vulnerable. Grimm attacks became more frequent, and the surviving huntsmen and soldiers found themselves in a grueling, unending battle against an endless tide of darkness. The people of Vale, once sheltered by the towering walls and the hope Beacon symbolized, now lived in fear, their nights filled with nightmares that often became reality. To make matters worse, the trust between the kingdoms fractured. Though everyone knew it was a terrorist attack orchestrated by the White Fang and their allies, Atlas bore the brunt of the blame. Their reputation plummeted. The sight of Atlas advanced robots turning against the people they were built to protect was a betrayal that the public could not forgive. And the revelation that Penny Polendina, a weapon disguised as an innocent girl, had played a pivotal role in the chaos only deepened the mistrust. Amidst this turmoil, unity among the kingdoms dissolved. Teams from other kingdoms, seeing the futility of the situation, chose to return home rather than fight a war they believed was already lost. Even students from Beacon began to leave Vale. Weiss Schnee was among them. Her father had demanded her return to Atlas, and though she loathed the idea of leaving her friends, she had no choice but to obey. Blake Belladonna, too, disappeared without a word. Her departure struck a painful blow to her team, especially Young. Young felt betrayed by the person she once trusted most, while Ruby, still reeling from the loss of her teammates, struggled to make sense of Blake's actions. The fractures in their unity deepened further when John Ark, the leader of Team JNPR, announced his decision to leave. The devastation and death around him had extinguished his desire to become a huntsman. No amount of persuasion from his teammates or friends could change his mind. He saw himself as weak and pathetic, unworthy of the title he had once aspired to. "I couldn't even help Pyrrha," he said bitterly, his voice heavy with regret. "She went to her death alone because of me." Eventually, his team relented, believing that perhaps it was better for him to leave and heal in his own way. Pyrrha Nikos, however, chose to stay, despite her injuries. Her ankle was irreparably damaged, and the road to recovery would be long and arduous. Her family begged her to return to Mistral. But Pyrrha refused. She couldn't abandon the people of Vale, not after everything they had endured. Alongside Ren and Nora, she relocated to Patch Island. While Pyrrha remained on the island to recuperate, Ren and Nora frequently ventured back to Vale, doing what they could to combat the relentless Grimm. In these dark and desperate times, people clung to any sliver of hope they could find. It was then that a rumor began to spread, a tale of a hero who had risen from the populace. Unlike the huntsman, he bore no formal title or affiliation, yet he stood against the chaos when others faltered. The stories told of a young man who drew power from the moon itself. He was said to have faced hordes of Grimm and rogue robots, cutting them down with unparalleled skill. He had rushed to Beacon in its darkest hour, defeating White Fang operatives, and the preparator of this disaster, Cinderfall, the same woman who had slain Headmaster Ojban. The rumors grew more fantastic. It was said that this hero had faced and slain a colossal dragon Grimm single-handedly. Their battle caused tremors that were felt throughout the city. And the dragon's fall was witnessed by many. He had also gone to the aid of General Ironwood's embattled forces, ensuring their survival. To the people, he was a savior. Many began calling him the Moon Hero, a figure of hope in an age of despair. Yet, not all viewed him with admiration. Among White Fang sympathizers, his name carried a darker connotation, the Moon Demon. Tales of the horrifying fate he dealt to misguided faunas spread like wildfire, painting him as a vengeful force that spared no mercy. Amid the chaos and division, one thing was clear: whether hero or demon, the Moon Hero had become a symbol of power and defiance, a force that refused to be broken in a world teetering on the edge of collapse. Crimson, like many others, bore the physical toll of that fateful night. His body was covered in minor cuts, burns, and bruises. But the most severe injuries were his shattered left arm, where the powerful jaws of a major Ursa had crushed the bones, and his fractured ribs. Doctors were astonished that he had managed to run and fight in such a condition. Though Crimson dismissed the pain, claiming it wasn't as bad as it seemed, neither the medical staff nor his family believed him. Bandaged but resolute, Crimson decided to visit his art school. It had been situated in one of the areas heavily invaded by Grimm during the chaos. Though the Grimm had been driven away, the extent of the damage remained uncertain. His family protested, citing his unhealed injuries, but eventually relented under one condition: Crow and Ruby would accompany him. When the trio arrived, Crimson stood before the ruins of the school. His face a mask of calm that failed to hide the turmoil beneath. The building had been reduced to rubble, the surrounding area bearing the scars of destruction. Ruby and Crow remained silent, their expressions somber as they took in the devastation. Crimson moved through the debris with measured steps, his eyes scanning the wreckage until they fell upon a familiar sight. Amid the shattered remnants of his school, he found his Biwa creation he had poured his heart and soul into. It lay broken and splintered, a victim of the chaos. He knelt down, lifting the ruined instrument with a gentleness that belied his injuries. "What's that?" "Looks like a guitar, but not quite." "It's a biwa," Crimson replied, his voice steady but distant. "I created it myself, spent months working on it, and it was finally finished right before the festival." The weight of Crimson's words made Crow regret his attempt at levity. Ruby watched in silence, her eyes darting between Crimson and the broken biwa. Without warning, Crimson tossed the shattered instrument aside, the clatter startling both Crow and Ruby. They stared at him in shock, but he simply shrugged, a faint smile on his face. "I made it once," he said lightly. "I can make it again." The trio left the ruins, heading back toward the city. As they passed a collapsed section of the street, a familiar voice called out to Crimson. Turning, they saw Cyan, a former classmate and fellow orchestra member. Cyan looked devastated, his eyes red from crying. Seeing Crimson, Cyan broke down. "We were all there, Crimson. We gathered to watch the tournament when everything went wrong. The Grimm came, the robots turned on us, the school was destroyed, everyone's dead." His voice cracked as he pointed to himself. "I'm the only one left." Crimson stood silently, his crimson eyes locked onto Cyan's. "Where were you? Why didn't you come to help us?" "I heard about Xiaolong-Rose, the hero who came to save Beacon and fought valiantly. Was that you?" "Yes," Crimson answered evenly, his tone devoid of emotion. "I had priorities, I couldn't waste time helping our school, and if I had to choose again, I'd make the same choice." Cyan's eyes widened, then narrowed in rage. "You heartless demon!" he shouted before throwing a punch with all his strength. Crimson didn't flinch, letting the blow connect, but Crow immediately stepped forward, placing himself between them. Intimidated by Crow's presence, Cyan stumbled back, his anger giving way to fear. He glared at Crimson one last time. "You're a monster." He spat before storming off, his curses echoing in the empty streets. "Why did you say that? The kid's hurting, you didn't have to be so heartless." Crimson's gaze remained fixed on the horizon. "He's blaming himself for surviving while the others died," he said quietly. "It's easier to hate someone else than to hate yourself. At least when you blame someone else, you can forget the pain eventually, but when you blame yourself you never forget." Crow choked on a response, struggling to find the words. Ruby lowered her head, her hands trembling slightly as she absorbed Crimson's explanation. Crimson turned to them, a faint, bitter smile on his face. "He's not wrong, I am a heartless demon, it's better that way." Ruby opened her mouth to protest, but Crimson cut her off. "Let's go home, there's nothing left here." The three of them walked away from the ruins, the weight of loss heavy on their shoulders. Chapter 39. The cozy living room of the Xiaolong-Rose home felt unusually heavy. Yang and Tai sat on the couch, their faces marked by worry and fatigue. Across from them were the remaining members of Team JNPR Pira, Nora and Ren, who had come to check on their friends. It wasn't long before their concern turned to alarm upon seeing Yang's state. She looked drained, her usually vibrant spirit dulled, and the weariness in her eyes was unmistakable. "Yang, you look exhausted," Pira observed gently, her voice tinged with worry. Yang tried to shrug it off, but her shoulders trembled. Her defenses crumbled, and a shaky breath escaped her lips before tears began to well up. I think I'm pathetic," she admitted, her voice breaking. The room fell silent as everyone turned to her, stunned by the sudden confession. "I lost 4 fingers," she continued, tears streaming down her face. "And I keep having nightmares about it. I can't even sleep alone anymore, I'm terrified." It was the first time Yang had voiced the turmoil she'd been harboring since that harrowing night. Tai's brows knit together in shock and concern. "Yang, why didn't you say anything before?" he asked softly, his voice filled with fatherly care. Yang wiped at her tears, her hands trembling. "Because I didn't want to look more pathetic than I already am," she whispered. "How am I supposed to say that I'm scared of my own shadow when my little brother," her voice caught, and she sobbed. "He fought so much harder than me, got hurt so much worse, and the next day, he was just crimson, acting like everything was fine, helping around the house, worried about me and Ruby." Her voice grew quieter. "The doctor said just moving should be painful for him, but he doesn't show it, not at all." The weight of her guilt and shame was unbearable, and her tears flowed freely now. "And I feel so guilty," she choked out. "When Crimson saw my injury that night, he was furious. It was the first time I had ever seen him angry. He went out and killed for me, but all I could feel was fear. I was scared of my own brother." Tai shifted closer, wrapping his arm around Yang's shoulders in a comforting embrace. "Yang, you don't need to carry this alone," he said firmly, his voice steady yet full of empathy. "And you don't need to compare yourself to Crimson. He won't hold anything against Johan, never would. Your brother has been different from the rest of us since the day he was born. He's just unique. Yang, that doesn't mean you're weak." Pira leaned forward, her gaze warm and understanding. "He truly is unlike anyone I've ever met," she said softly. "But instead of feeling guilty, you should feel proud and grateful. Crimson doesn't fight for recognition or admiration, fights for the people he loves, for you, Yang." Nora, always quick to lighten the mood, broke the solemn atmosphere with a grin. "You know, it's become a legend around Vale," she said with a wink. "They say picking a fight with a grim Goliath is safer than upsetting Yang or Ruby. Seriously, people are terrified of you too." The room fell silent for a moment before a soft chuckle escaped Yang's lips. The tension eased, and even Tai let out a small laugh. For the first time in weeks, the heaviness seemed to lift, if only a little. Yang's tears slowed, and she managed a faint smile. "Thanks, guys," she said, her voice still shaky but steadier than before. "I needed that." Pira nodded, her expression gentle. "We're always here for you, Yang, all of us." "Where are Crimson and Ruby?" "We have been here a while, but we haven't seen either of them yet." Tai sighed, leaning back in his chair. "Crimson insisted on checking the state of his school," he explained. "The place was in one of the areas hit hard during the Grim invasion. Ruby and Crow went with him to make sure he is safe." The group exchanged glances, nodding in understanding. After what everyone had endured, it wasn't surprising that Crimson felt compelled to check on something so personal. The conversation naturally shifted back to the broader situation in Vale. "Progress is being made," Ren said thoughtfully. "It's slow, but we're getting there. The Grim attacks are still relentless, but huntsmen and volunteers are holding the line." "Yeah," Nora chimed in, her tone slightly more upbeat. "And, honestly, despite all the bad press, Atlas sticking around to help has been a huge relief. If they'd pulled out completely," she trailed off, but the implication was clear, the situation would have been far worse. The room grew quiet for a moment before Pira broke the silence. She shifted in her seat, her expression tinged with regret. "I just wish I could get rid of this damn cane and help out," she murmured, glancing down at the object resting against her chair. Yang, still recovering from her earlier vulnerability, offered a reassuring smile. "You will, Pira, you'll be able to walk normally again. It's just going to take some time." Pira nodded, but the gloom in her eyes didn't dissipate entirely. "I know, it's just hard, watching everyone else fight while I sit here." Nora, sensing the need for a change in topic, perked up. "Speaking of fighting, has Crimson shared anything new about his moon breathing?" she asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Ever since it was mentioned at Beacon, it's become the most talked about thing. Everyone wants to know more about it." Yang and Tai exchanged a glance before shaking their heads almost simultaneously. "We haven't asked him," Yang admitted. Ruby told me what happened in Beacon, and I still can't wrap my head around it. How does something like that even work? Or better yet, how does he come up with something so absurd? The group chuckled at Ty's candor, but he wasn't done. Honestly, he continued. I was a little worried about Crimson's behavior since he was little. I thought maybe Crimson was secretly following some strange moon-worshipping religion or something. I thought as long as it's not some fanatical cult I can let it slide. Laughter erupted around the room, the tension lifting for a moment as the children imagined Crimson leading a moon-themed congregation. Even Pyrrha managed a small smile at the thought. Well, Ren said with a wry smirk. If it is a religion, it's certainly an effective one. Yeah, Nora added, giggling. Who knew the moon could inspire someone to take down a dragon Grimm single-handedly? As the laughter settled, the group shared a collective sense of gratitude for the brief moment of levity amid the chaos. But even as they joked, the curiosity about Crimson's enigmatic techniques lingered in the back of their minds. The journey back to Patch Island was silent. Crimson sat in his seat, gazing out of the window with a calm, almost serene expression. His body was still wrapped in bandages from the injuries he sustained, yet he looked unbothered, relaxed. As if nothing had happened. Crow was holding the aircraft's yoke and occasionally glanced at Crimson through the rearview mirror, concern flickering in his red eyes. Ruby, seated next to Crimson, fidgeted, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. She wanted to say something, anything. But the words wouldn't come. Crimson's demeanor was unsettling. He had discarded his broken Biwa project he'd poured months of effort into without hesitation, and he had willingly made his friend Cyan hate him with his cold words. The weight of those moments lingered in the air between them. Ruby shifted her gaze toward Crow, hoping he might break the silence. But he remained quiet. His furrowed brows betrayed the thoughts swirling in his mind. He was deeply worried about Crimson. The boy always hid his emotions and pain, bottling them up behind a mask of indifference. Crow knew this wasn't healthy. It wasn't normal. It wasn't sustainable. When they finally arrived at the Xiaolong-Rose household, the faint hum of voices drifted through the walls. The warm sound of conversation was a welcome reprieve from the suffocating silence of the car ride. As they stepped inside, they were greeted by the sight of Team JNPR gathered in the living room. Ruby immediately brightened, her face lighting up as she ran toward them. Pyrrha. Nora. Ren. She exclaimed, her voice filled with relief. You're here. Pyrrha offered a kind smile, leaning on her cane as she stood to greet Ruby. It's good to see you, Ruby. Crimson followed Ruby's lead, giving the group a casual wave. Welcome, I'll get lunch started, count yourselves in, he said, his tone as relaxed as ever. Ren raised a hand in polite refusal. We don't want to trouble you, especially with your injuries. Crimson dismissed the concern with a shrug. I'm injured, not dying, he replied flatly before disappearing into the kitchen without waiting for a response. Crow and Ty exchanged knowing looks, their expressions a mix of frustration and resignation. They had seen this pattern before. Crimson would push through everything: pain, exhaustion, and even grief without allowing himself a moment of vulnerability. Team JNPR watched Crimson's retreating figure. Their expressions a mix of awe and unease. It was one thing to hear about his behavior and quite another to see him up close. The bandages covering his body were a stark reminder of the nightmarish night he fought, and yet he acted as though they were nothing more than scratches. Nora leaned closer to Pyrrha and whispered, okay, no wonder why Yang was trying to hide how she felt. Ren nodded solemnly. Hearing about his relaxed behavior is one thing, seeing him like this it's clear Crimson is built differently from the rest of us. Pyrrha said nothing, her hand tightening on the handle of her cane. Seeing him act so casually despite all the injuries, she knew she wouldn't be any different from Yang if she was in her place. She felt her words to Yang were hypocritical at best. Chapter 40. Another week had come and gone, and life on Patch Island had settled into a semblance of routine amidst the chaos of the world. Ruby was often away in Vale, aiding Ren and Nora under Crow's leadership. The trio had taken to patrolling the city, assisting wherever they could in the ongoing battle against the Grimm and helping restore order to the beleaguered populace. Crimson, meanwhile, had focused on his duties at home. His recovery was evident. The bandages that had once covered most of his body were now limited to his left arm, and even that didn't hinder him in his daily tasks. He spent much of his time caring for Yang, who was still struggling with basic day-to-day tasks due to her injury. Despite her initial resistance, Pyrrha had become a frequent visitor. She and Yang bonded over their shared experiences with injuries, bringing comfort to Yang, who found herself opening up in ways she hadn't before. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm orange glow across the sky, the group gathered in the Xiaolong-Rose backyard. Nora, her usual energy bubbling over, suggested a sparring match with Ruby. I could use the practice, Ruby said, stretching her arms. I haven't had a proper spar in a while. How about I take all three of you on instead? It should be more beneficial to all of you. The suggestion drew immediate objections. You're still recovering. Pyrrha exclaimed. The doctors said you need at least 2 more months to fully heal. Yeah, Nora chimed in. We don't want to be responsible for you reopening an injury or something. Crimson waved off their concerns. I'm almost fully recovered, another week or 2, and my arm will be good as new. Besides, this is just sparring, not a real fight. Crow, who had been quietly observing, finally spoke. Fine, but if any of us notice something off with you, we're calling it immediately, got it? Got it, Crimson replied with a small smile. As they prepared for the match, Crimson brought out a large mace from the storage shed. Wait, is that Carden's mace? How do you have that? I took it from him during Vale's invasion, Crimson explained nonchalantly. Haven't seen the guy since, so I figured I'd hold on to it. The sparring began, and it quickly became apparent that Crimson's recovery was not just superficial. He moved with power and speed, easily outmaneuvering his 3 opponents. Despite their best efforts, Nora, Ruby, and Ren found themselves overwhelmed. Throughout the match, Crimson provided pointers correcting Ruby's stance, advising Ren on his timing, and helping Nora refine her follow-through. When the spar finally ended, the 3 were sprawled on the ground, panting heavily. Crimson, by contrast, seemed hardly winded. Crow crossed his arms, a hint of admiration in his tone. You've bounced back fast, almost too fast. Nora sat up, wiping sweat from her brow. Is this because of that moon-breathing technique you use? Crimson nodded. It speeds up recovery, it's one of the benefits. This revelation left the group stunned. The technique seemed almost too good to be real. Pyrrha, curiosity and determination lighting up her face, stepped forward. Crimson, she said. Could you teach me? Crimson's expression hardened, and he shook his head. No. Why not? Pyrrha pressed. It's too dangerous and deadly, he replied. Velvet is proof of that. Ren interjected, his voice somber. Pyrrha, you didn't see what it did to Velvet, she was in a Ganyan the verge of death just from copying him once, it's not something to take lightly. Crimson's gaze drifted as his thoughts turned inward. The mark, he thought. That's another reason. It shortens the user's lifespan, and I was lucky it manifested as part of my semblance in this life. But even I'm not sure if I'll live to an old age. Aura and semblance, combined with the advancements in technology, make the breathing technique not worth the risk. What's the point of mastering something that could kill you young? Everyone went back inside the house. The group sat around the living room, their conversation weaving between topics of recovery, sparring, and Crimson's unique abilities. The lively discussion was interrupted by the sudden sound of the doorbell. Taeyong rose from his chair with a puzzled expression, excusing himself to answer the door. A moment later, his voice called out in surprise, General Ironwood. The group turned to see Tai stepping aside to let General James Ironwood and Specialist Winter Schnee into the house. The imposing presence of the Atlas General and his second-in-command immediately shifted the atmosphere in the room. Good evening, Ironwood greeted, his tone formal but warm. He nodded at everyone before taking a seat near the table. Winter followed suit, her posture rigid and professional as always. What brings you here, Jimmy? Atlas running short on paperwork. Ironwood allowed himself a small smile at Crow's familiar jab. Not quite, Crow, I'm here to check on Crimson and the rest of you, after everything you've done, it's the least I can do. He glanced around the room, his gaze briefly resting on Crimson, who sat silently, looking back at him. I wanted to personally thank you all, Ironwood continued. But especially Crimson, your actions during that night were instrumental. Without you, things could have gone much worse. You took down the perpetrator, slew the Dragon Grim, and even risked your life to save us from being overrun. We owe you a great debt. I owe you a great debt. The general's words carried weight, and the group exchanged glances. They had heard praise for Crimson before, but coming from Ironwood himself, it felt different. Ironwood then shifted his focus entirely to Crimson. If there's anything you need, anything at all, please tell me. As both a headmaster and the general of Atlas, I'll do everything in my power to make it happen. The room fell silent at the unexpected offer. Even Crow seemed taken aback. While Ironwood was known for his sense of duty, such a direct and personal gesture was rare. Crimson, however, didn't hesitate. His calm voice broke the silence. I want the best prosthetics Atlas has to offer for Yang. Yang's eyes widened, and her cheeks flushed with emotion. Crimson, no. But before she could finish, Ironwood raised a hand to stop her. I was planning to provide Yang with Atlas's top-tier prosthetics regardless of Crimson's request. In fact, they're already being designed as we speak. The room was stunned. Yang, struggling to find her voice, looked down at her hands. The generosity was overwhelming, and the thoughtfulness behind it left everyone moved. Crimson offered Ironwood a small smile and nodded. Thank you. Is there really nothing you need, Crimson? I mean anything within my power. Crimson shook his head. I'm fine, General, thank you for your generosity. Ironwood exhaled and gave a slight nod. Very well, I'll consider it a favor you can call upon whenever you need. The conversation shifted to other topics, the tension easing. The group discussed recent developments in Vale, the rebuilding efforts, and the continued support from Atlas. Ruby, with her characteristic curiosity, tilted her head. By the way, have you found Cinder's body yet? The question caused an abrupt shift in the room. Crimson's head turned toward Ruby, his eyes curious. He hadn't heard about this before. Winter, always poised, answered matter-of-factly. No, we haven't. Either someone took her body or she wasn't as dead as she appeared. Her icy blue gaze flicked toward Crimson, her tone pointed. Crimson leaned back in his chair, his expression thoughtful. Emerald and Mercury weren't anywhere to be seen during or after the battle. They could have taken her body. Carrying her would have certainly been quite easy. Winter's eyebrows furrowed. What do you mean by that? Have you heard of death by 1,000 cuts? Cinder experienced something similar. The atmosphere grew heavy. The mental image Crimson's words painted was enough to make even seasoned huntsmen and huntresses uncomfortable. For all of them, this was the first time hearing the full extent of what Crimson had done atop the tower. Winter, usually composed, couldn't suppress a slight shudder. Crow let out a low whistle, shaking his head. Well, Crow muttered, taking a swig from his flask. Remind me not to get on your bad side. The others exchanged uneasy looks, the weight of his words settling over them. Despite the gratitude and admiration they felt for Crimson, it was moments like this that reminded them just how far removed he was from the norm. Chapter 41. As the conversation in the living room shifted, the tension began to ease. The group found themselves discussing various topics until the subject of moon breathing naturally came up. Ironwood, who had been quietly observing for most of the evening, perked up at the mention. Moon breathing, I've heard the rumors, they've spread through the ranks, but I was wondering how true they were. Ruby, always eager to explain, straightened in her seat. It's true, Crimson explained it to me. The technique enhances the body in every way: strength, speed, stamina, precision, and even recovery. It's like pushing your physical limits without actually crossing into dangerous territory. With the right control, it makes you faster and stronger than you'd think possible. And the inspiration is weird as it's working. Crimson commented offhandedly, Ruby, it is important to draw wisdom from different places. If you take it from only one place, it becomes rigid and stale. Ruby gave him a look of exasperation. Drawing wisdom from the moon is too much of a stretch. Ironwood's expression shifted to one of genuine curiosity as he turned to Crimson. And how does it work in combat? Crimson's voice was calm as he elaborated. The breathing technique has a set of forms. Each form is designed for peak efficiency, power, speed, and precision in specific combat situations. At its highest level, it's about maximizing every movement and strike. I can perform 6 forms. He glanced toward Winter, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Specialist Schnee has already experienced the first 3. Winter's eyes narrowed slightly, recalling the battle where she'd witnessed Crimson's prowess firsthand. She said nothing, but her gaze conveyed respect. Ironwood leaned forward. 6 forms. And when you fought Cinder, how many forms did you use? Most of the present in the room didn't know the significance of taking down Cinder. She was the fallen maiden. And wielded power most of the huntsmen couldn't hope to fight against. Even if she was weakened by fighting Ojban, she is still far beyond the power scope of most of the huntsmen. Those who understood the implication were also curious about the answer. And as the question hung in the air, most of the group exchanged confused glances. While Ironwood's tone was neutral, Crimson sensed a deeper intent behind it. He hesitated briefly but answered honestly. I used the 1st through 5th forms in rapid succession, Crimson said evenly. Ruby, ever the helpful one, chimed in. And it didn't even take long. I don't think Cinder lasted more than 20 seconds, we could hear her screams not long after we escaped. She shivered slightly, the memory sending a chill down her spine. Ironwood's expression shifted as he processed the information. To him, the implications were staggering. Cinder, a fall maiden, was one of the most dangerous enemies their side had faced. And yet, Crimson had not only fought her but overwhelmed her in mere seconds. Ironwood's gaze lingered on Crimson, sharp and analytical. In his mind, Crimson wasn't just a skilled fighter, was a strategic advantage. A force on par with, or perhaps even exceeding, a maiden in sheer power. Combined with Crimson's intelligence and composure, it was clear that his refusal to become a huntsman was a significant loss. So, is it true? This moon-breathing technique of yours, can it really not be learned by others? Crimson leaned forward slightly, his fingers interlaced, and his expression calm yet firm. It can be taught, he admitted, his voice steady. But it's not worth the risk. Moon-breathing wasn't designed with anyone else in mind, it was tailor-made to suit me. For anyone else, the dangers far outweigh the benefits. Ironwood raised an eyebrow. Dangers? Crimson nodded. Velvet is a good example. She used it briefly, and while it gave her a significant boost in power and speed, the backlash almost killed her. Ren, sitting closest to Crimson, bit her lip. I remember Velvet was in so much pain afterward, she almost died. Ironwood nodded slowly, his respect for Crimson deepening. Despite the sheer audacity of the boy's invention, something that sounded almost mythical, there was no denying his brilliance. To devise a technique capable of such feats required both extraordinary talent and relentless determination. Taiyang, who had been silently listening from his seat, finally spoke. It's a shame, Tai said, his voice carrying a note of regret. A skill like that, something so extraordinary, can be passed on, it feels like it will just disappear with you, Crimson. Yang crossed her arms, her golden hair catching the soft light as she glanced at her brother. That's because Crimson is one of a kind, she said firmly. I doubt there will ever be anyone as talented or comparable to him. The others nodded in agreement, their faces showing no hint of doubt. Each of them had witnessed Crimson's abilities firsthand, and his quiet strength, both physical and emotional, left an indelible impression. To them, it seemed impossible for anyone else to reach such heights. Crimson looked at his family and friends, their unwavering faith in him evident. However, he remained silent. His gaze distant. He recalled a conversation he had long ago with Yorichi. Back then he gave up on finding a successor to inherit his technique and viewed everyone as lessers. His brother disagreed. It wasn't until centuries later he was proven wrong. The young Hashiras of a new era displayed skills and potential that could rival him in his human days or even surpass him. Crimson. What's wrong? Her question drew the attention of everyone in the room. All eyes turned to him, and for a moment, Crimson simply studied their faces. Crimson looked at her, he recalled the wisdom and humility his brother had, then spoke in a tranquil voice. I am not superior to everyone, I am merely one fragment of humankind's long history. Those whose talents surpass me might be uttering their first cries at this very moment. They may come to reach the same heights I have and perhaps even higher. There is no need to dwell on it. One day, a new generation will surpass me and ascend to even greater heights. The room grew quiet as his words sank in, the profound humility in them touching everyone present. Pira, thoughtful and inspired, murmured, that's a humbling way to look at it. Yang frowned slightly but then nodded, a small smile forming on her lips. I guess I can see that, still it's hard to imagine anyone surpassing you, Crimson. Crimson chuckled softly. They don't need to be better than me right now, they just need to grow and reach their own heights, and when they do, they will inspire the ones who come after them. Crow, who had been nursing his flask, finally spoke up. Well, kid, I don't know about the future, but for now, you are still the one setting the bar. As the conversation in the living room ebbed and flowed, General Ironwood found his thoughts drifting to Crimson. He remembered his conversation with Ojban. Ojban had spoken of Crimson's disdain for huntsmen and his skepticism of their ideals. He explained that Crimson viewed Summer-Rose's sacrifice not as a noble act but as a Philuria choice that abandoned her family in favor of duty. Despite this perspective, Crimson had continually pushed his sisters to grow stronger and better. Though he disdained the profession, Crimson had achieved a level of skill and strength that most could only dream of attaining in their lifetimes. To the general, Crimson was a paradox, a man who rejected the system yet embodied its highest ideals. Ironwood's thoughts grew heavier as he reflected on Crimson's actions. He could have walked away that night. No one would have blamed him. But he saw the bigger picture. He chose to stand with us, to fight for more than just himself or his family. When it mattered most, he rose to the occasion. Now, sitting here and listening to Crimson speak about the future, Ironwood felt something stir within him as he thought to himself, in some ways, he and I aren't so different. We both believe in humanity's future. We are both willing to get our hands dirty for the greater good. But unlike me, he places his family above everything else. He prioritizes their safety and well-being over his own beliefs. I understand that. I respect that. Ironwood cleared his throat, breaking the lull in the conversation. His commanding presence drew all eyes to him. Crimson, he began, his tone even and deliberate. I'd like to propose something. Crimson tilted his head slightly, his calm gaze meeting the general's. I'd like to formally invite you to join the Atlas military as a specialist. The room erupted into shock. What? Ruby exclaimed, her voice high-pitched. Yang's jaw dropped, and even Winter, who rarely showed emotion, was visibly surprised. Crimson's expression, however, remained unreadable. He studied Ironwood carefully, as though analyzing every nuance of the man's intent. Ironwood raised a hand to quiet the room. Before you react, let me explain. He leaned forward, his eyes never leaving Crimson's. There are people out there like Cinder, dangerous individuals who would see the kingdoms fall, who thrive on chaos and destruction. You have experienced what happens when they get their way. By fighting them, you wouldn't be abandoning your family, quite the opposite, you'd be ensuring their safety, their peace. The general paused, letting his words sink in. The weight of his statement hung in the air, heavy and undeniable. I wouldn't make such an offer lightly, Ironwood continued, his sincerity evident. You've proven your capabilities time and time again. Your intelligence, your strength, your resolve's rare, even among the best of us. Humanity needs people like you. And while I understand your reservations, I want you to know this, you wouldn't be alone, you'd have the full support of Atlas behind you. Crimson leaned back slightly, his expression thoughtful. His siblings watched him closely, their faces a mix of shock and apprehension. I'll need time to think about it, Crimson said finally, his voice calm but firm. Ironwood nodded, as though he'd expected the response. Take all the time you need, just know that the offer stands, humanity's future is worth fighting for, and you'd have the means to protect those you care about. With that, the conversation shifted, but the weight of Ironwood's words lingered in the room. Chapter 42. That night, Crimson sat alone, the quiet night providing a stark contrast to the storm in his mind. General Ironwood's offer weighed heavily on him. A proposition that carried a purpose and weight. The faint glow of the moonlight filtered through the window, casting long shadows across the room. His gaze drifted to his hands, he flexed his fingers, as if trying to grasp something intangible, something that had long slipped through his grasp. His thoughts returned to the night of the invasion, he remembered the chaos, the screaming, and the fury. Most vividly, he recalled Yang's state that night, battered, bloodied, and barely able to stand. Her eyes had burned with a mixture of pain and fear. A sight that ignited a fury within him unlike anything he had ever known in this life. That fury had driven him forward, his vision narrowing to a singular goal: eradicate the White Fang members and whoever is responsible. He had unleashed a slaughter that night, his every movement fueled by an anger so deep it bordered on primal. Yet, as he sat there now, he realized he had never fully understood the source of his rage. Was it the sight of his sister's suffering? The fact he wasn't there when needed the most? Or was it something else, something buried so deep he feared unearthing it again? He stopped the train of thought abruptly, unwilling to confront the answer. His mind shifted to a different memory, one that carried its own weight of sorrow. He thought of art school, the place he had once called his sanctuary and future. The image of the school's ruins flashed before his eyes, the building's grandeur reduced to rubble and ash. He saw the faces of his classmates, the people who had shared his passion, now lost forever. And then there was his biwa. Lying broken on the ground. The instrument, a symbol of his years of dedication and effort, had been shattered much like his new peaceful life. The memory of its splintered wood and snapped string struck him with a cruel irony. He had poured his soul into his craft to replace the violence he embodied once, only for it to be destroyed in an instant. The biwa, once a proof of change, now seemed to mirror his own fractured existence. Ironwood's words echoed in his mind. The general had spoken of others like Cinder, individuals driven by malice and a desire for destruction. The fact that they had been wary of such threats in advance suggested that this wasn't an isolated incident. Crimson's stomach churned at the thought. If this was not the last time such a catastrophe would unfold. What role would he play in the battles to come? Could he afford to turn away, knowing that inaction might cost whatever life he builds? His thoughts turned to his brother, Yorichi. The memories were distant yet vivid, like a dream that lingered upon waking. Yorichi had lost everything: his wife, his unborn child, the future he had dreamed of. Forced to walk a path he never wanted, his life had been a series of sacrifices and sorrow. Crimson had once envied his brother. Blinded by the shadow of his own inadequacies. But now, he understood. The irony was not lost on him. He, too, is being forced into a path he hadn't chosen, a path he wanted to run away from. He felt regret for the envy he once felt, and the more he thinks the heavier it becomes. He sighed deeply, the sound heavy with resignation. Another month had passed, and the city of Vale began to heal. The scars of the invasion still lingered, but the air of despair that had once hung over the streets was slowly lifting. Grim attacks grew less frequent, their feral presence dwindling as people's spirits returned. With the city rebuilding and the academy recovering, life was beginning to edge back toward normalcy. Pyrrha, too, had made a full recovery, her resilience a testament to her strength and determination. With the calm settling over Vale, Crow decided it was time to act. The pieces of Cinder's scheme still didn't fit together, and he couldn't ignore the possibility that she had allies lying in wait. His investigations pointed him toward Mistral, where whispers of unusual activity had been heard. Without fanfare, he packed his things and slipped away, leaving behind only a vague explanation to the few who noticed his departure. It wasn't long before RWBY, Ren, Nora, and Pyrrha discovered where he'd gone and why. Determined not to sit idly by while Crow investigated alone, they decided to follow him. Under RWBY's leadership, the group planned their journey carefully, their resolve solidifying with each passing day. The mission wasn't just about following Crow, it was about proving they could handle the responsibility of protecting others and uncovering the truth. Taeyong was the one who discovered their plan, thanks to a letter RWBY had left behind. It was short but heartfelt, explaining her reasons and promising to return safely. When Tai confronted Crimson with the news, he wasn't surprised. While he understood Tai's concerns, Crimson didn't object. With Pyrrha among them, he was confident they could handle themselves. They were bound to catch up with Crow, and once they did, they'd be under his watchful eye. That same day, General Ironwood arrived at the Xiaolong household once more, his presence as commanding as ever. This time, he brought with him a package of Yang's new prosthetics. The state-of-the-art hand was a blend of technology and engineering, designed to restore not just functionality but also the strength and dexterity Yang had once had in her hand. While Tai and Yang began testing the prosthetics' capabilities, Ironwood pulled Crimson aside for a private conversation. The two walked out into the open air, the quiet hum of the island providing a backdrop to their exchange. "Things are looking better here," Ironwood began, his tone lighter than usual. "Vale is stabilizing, and it's time for me to return to Atlas, but before I go, I wanted to hear your answer." Crimson walked in silence for a moment, his gaze fixed on the horizon. "I accept your offer," he said at last, his voice calm but resolute. "But I have a job I need to finish first before I come to Atlas." "What kind of job?" "If there's anything I can do to help." Crimson shook his head. "It's personal. Once I'm sure Yang is okay, I'm going after the White Fang. And I'll ensure their last breath is one of despair, not defiance. Atlas mustn't be involved. It would be a problem if your kingdom was associated with the kind of destruction I plan to bring." Ironwood considered Crimson's words carefully. While the general didn't openly condone such actions, he couldn't deny that the White Fang's threat was far from over. Vale itself was proof of the devastation they could cause, and the possibility of their resurgence wasn't something he could ignore. He nodded, his expression thoughtful. "I can't say I approve of what you said, but I also can't deny that the White Fang is too dangerous. If you're going to deal with them, then so be it, good riddance." Though Ironwood didn't voice it, he wasn't particularly concerned about Crimson's safety. In the general's mind, Crimson was no ordinary combatant, was a force. One that rivaled the maidens in power, perhaps even surpassing them. Knowing that someone like Crimson was willing to hunt the White Fang brought him a sense of reassurance, even if it came with moral ambiguity. As they walked back to the house, Ironwood spoke once more, his tone neutral yet firm. "When you have finished what you need to do, come to Atlas, we'll make the necessary arrangements. Until then, take care of your family and yourself." Crimson nodded, his resolve unwavering. "I will." After finishing his business with Crimson, Ironwood left Vale immediately. That night, the house was quiet. Save for the occasional creak of settling wood and the distant hum of the wind outside. The faint glow of the kitchen light cast long shadows across the walls, its warmth doing little to stave off the chill of the late hour. Taeyong Xiaolong sat at the kitchen table, cradling a steaming mug of tea in his hands. Footsteps approached, soft at first, but unmistakable in their purpose. Tai looked up, his brow furrowing slightly as Crimson stepped into the light, his face set in a serious expression. "Dad," Crimson said, his voice low but firm. "Got a minute?" "It's late," Tai replied, setting his mug down. "Something wrong?" "Not wrong," Crimson said, leaning a hand on the back of a chair. "Just something that needs talking about. It's about Yang." "Yang? What about her?" "Her mom," Crimson said bluntly. "Raven, I think it's time you gave her some answers." The room seemed to grow colder. Tai leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms as his jaw tightened. "Raven isn't an easy topic," he said, his voice heavy. "I know," Crimson admitted. "But look at Yang, she's been through hell, Tai, losing her fingers, fighting Adam. She's strong, no doubt about it, but something's still holding her back, that void Raven left it's eating at her." Tai sighed, rubbing the back of his neck as he looked away. I've spent years trying to protect her from Raven's choices, from the pain she'd bring. I didn't want her to carry that weight. She's not a kid anymore, Crimson said, his tone unwavering. You can't protect her forever, she needs clarity, even if it hurts, she deserves the truth about Raven. Tai didn't answer immediately. Instead, he stared at the table, his fingers drumming against his forearm. When he finally spoke, his voice was quiet, almost resigned. And what if the truth breaks her? He asked. What if she confronts Raven and doesn't get the answer she's looking for? What then? Crimson straightened, his gaze piercing. Or maybe it's exactly what she needs to move forward. Look, Dad, you raised her to be strong, to stand on her own, trust her now. Let her make the decision for herself. Encouraging her independence doesn't mean pushing her away, it shows you believe in her. Tai's shoulders slumped, the weight of Crimson's words sinking in. Raven's not like us, he said softly. She's dangerous, self-serving, seeing her for what she truly is that could shatter the image Yang's been holding on to. Better she knows now than be blindsided later, Crimson said, his voice steady. If Raven's anything like you say, then Yang deserves to face her with her eyes wide open. She's already faced monsters, Dad, literal and figurative, she can handle this. Tai closed his eyes briefly, exhaling a long, measured breath. When he opened them again, they were filled with a mixture of reluctance and resolve. You really think this will help her? He asked. I do, Crimson said with conviction. It'll hurt, no doubt, but sometimes the only way forward is through the pain, and if nothing else, it'll strengthen her resolve. Yang's not the type to back down once she knows what she's up against. Tai stared at him for a moment, then nodded slowly. All right, I'll tell her tomorrow. He paused, his gaze hardening slightly. But you'd better be right about this, Crimson. Crimson allowed a small smirk. I usually am. Tai let out a short, humorless chuckle, shaking his head. Yeah, let's just hope she's ready for what she finds. She will be, Crimson said, stepping toward the doorway. Yang's tougher than you give her credit for, and she's got you and me to back her up if she needs it. Tai chuckled faintly, a flicker of warmth breaking through the tension. As Crimson disappeared into the shadows of the hall, Tai sat back in his chair, staring at the now cold tea in front of him. Chapter 43. The first rays of dawn filtered through the trees as Crimson set out for Vale, his silhouette framed against the early morning light. He set out with purpose. Heading toward the weaponsmith's shop in the city. The conversation from the night before echoed in his mind. His father had finally agreed to tell Yang about her mother, Raven. It wasn't a subject to tread lightly. Crimson figured it was better to give them space. When Crimson arrived at the weapon shop, the assortment of weapons on display immediately caught his eye. Rows of blades, guns, and hybrid weaponry filled the room, each gleaming under the lights. He browsed briefly. But nothing appealed to him. The designs were flashy, impractical, or burdened with unnecessary attachments. Eventually, Crimson approached the weaponsmith, a grizzled man with a wary yet curious expression. I need a katana, Crimson said. A classic weapon, no gimmicks, no attachments, just the blade. The shopkeeper raised an eyebrow. You're one of a kind, I'll give you that. Most people nowadays want all the bells and whistles, dust chambers, energy cores, transformation mechanisms. You're asking for something old school. Not old school, Crimson replied, his voice calm. Timeless. After a moment's thought, the weaponsmith disappeared into the back of the shop. When he returned, he carried a simple katana in its scabbard. The blade had no ornamentation, no special features, just a perfectly forged weapon, balanced and deadly. Crimson examined the katana carefully, testing its weight and inspecting the steel. The craftsmanship was impeccable. How much? He asked. The shopkeeper shrugged. You'd be surprised, said, no one wants these anymore. I'll let it go for next to nothing. When Crimson heard the price, he couldn't help but chuckle. It was less than a tenth of the cheapest weapon on display. People these days don't know quality when they see it. He muttered to himself, sliding the katana into its scabbard and handing over the payment. As the hours passed and the sun climbed higher in the sky, Crimson made his way back home. When he arrived, he was greeted by the sight of Professor Oblek and Professor Port sitting in the living room with his father. The last time he'd seen the two professors was on the night of the invasion. Mr. Rose. Oblek greeted, his energy as boundless as ever. Good to see you again. Likewise, Crimson replied. Taeyang grinned. Yang already left, by the way, she said to send her regards. Guess she threw you away for her mom the moment she got the chance. Crimson smiled faintly. Can't blame her, she deserves answers. Ah, what's this? A new accessory? Are you finally planning to become a huntsman? Crimson's smile deepened. No, I don't plan on becoming a huntsman, he paused, his tone growing more serious. But after everything that's happened, I've decided to change my profession. And what's that supposed to mean? If not a huntsman, then what? Crimson's voice was calm but carried a weight that silenced the room. I'm going to become a manslayer. Good one, lad. You have a dark sense of humor. Crimson didn't laugh. Instead, he turned to Oblek. You once asked a question in class, Professor, what would I do if the necessary evil casualty was one of my sisters, do you remember? Oblek nodded slowly, his sharp mind already piecing together where this was heading. I keep my word, Crimson said, his tone unyielding. The White Fan will become an example for everyone. And how exactly are you planning to find them? If it were that easy, the kingdoms would have taken care of them by now. Crimson's gaze turned cold, his voice quiet but firm. Menagerie, they'll have a branch there, and they'll give me everything I need. The air in the room grew tense as Professor Oblek finally broke the silence. Crimson, you can't seriously be considering Menagerie, that continent is a sanctuary for the faunus, they won't take kindly to a human setting foot there, especially one seeking vengeance against their people. Crimson's cold gaze met Oblek's, unwavering. It doesn't matter, I'm not going there in peace. They either give me the information I want, or I'll consider every person on that continent part of the White Fan, eventually, they'll break her, the continent will burn. A chill swept through the room as his words sank in. The sheer finality in his tone left no doubt that he meant every word. Taiyang's voice trembled with a mix of anger and disbelief. That's not the right way, Crimson, it's not moral, and even if it were, you can't do this alone, Menagerie has tens of thousands of people, what could you possibly do against that? Crimson let out a dark chuckle, the sound devoid of warmth. You'd be surprised how fragile life is, he said, his voice low and eerie. A single disease, a well-placed cut, even an emotion like despair can bring it all crashing down, life isn't as durable as people like to believe. The three men in the room exchanged uneasy glances, their discomfort growing as Crimson continued. They did the same to Vale, he said, his voice steady but filled with malice. They sowed fear and destruction, and they were willing to pay any price for their cause, so, they can resist me all they want, in the end, fear will continue what I can't, fear will bring me reinforcements, eye for an eye, evil for evil. He paused, his bloodlust beginning to seep into the room like a tangible force. That night, the White Fan made a choice, now they'll learn what it costs, and if the entire faunus race sides with them, then they'll share their fate, extinction, no exceptions, no escape. Oblek and Port shifted uncomfortably, their instincts screaming at them to move, to put distance between themselves and the growing storm before them. Crimson's presence was suffocating, his quiet rage manifesting as an aura of unrelenting pressure. Crimson turned and walked toward his room. His final words hung in the air like a death knell. I'll prepare for my journey, don't try to stop me. As the door to his room closed, Taiyang let out a shaky breath. Now I understand what RWBY and Yang meant, they said Crimson was terrifying when he's angry, I think he's been angry ever since that night, and he's just been hiding it while his sisters were around. Oblek nodded slowly, still feeling the lingering weight of Crimson's presence. If he truly unleashes himself on Menagerie, the continent may not survive, we have all seen what he's capable of, his strength, his speed, his stamina theory almost inhuman, if he spreads enough fear, the Grimm will inevitably join the fray, it would be disastrous. Port frowned, his usual jovial demeanor replaced with grim concern. Tai, you're his father, he'll listen to you. Taiyang shook his head, his voice heavy with resignation. You don't understand, Crimson's as stubborn as a mule, when he sets his mind on something, there's no stopping him, you can only pray the people in Menagerie will not be as stubborn. The room fell into silence once more, the three men left to grapple with the enormity of what was to come. Oblek and Port shared a quiet prayer that the continent wouldn't be devastated, but deep down, they knew the storm had already begun to brew. The dim light of the blackened castle flickered eerily, the oppressive atmosphere weighing heavy on those who gathered in the grand hall. Salem sat at the head of the obsidian table, her pale hands folded before her. Her crimson eyes scanned her inner circle. Each face showing varying degrees of loyalty, ambition, or fear. Her voice, calm yet commanding, broke the silence. Cinder is on the path to recovery, she began, her tone devoid of sympathy. The wounds she suffered at Crimson's hands were severe, if not for the maiden's power coursing through her veins and the Grimm embedded within her, she would have perished. Cinder, seated further down the table, lowered her head, hiding the mix of anger and fear that churned inside her. The mere mention of Crimson sent shivers down her spine. Her trembling hand instinctively moved to the scars on her face. Each a brutal reminder of her humiliating defeat. She vividly recalled the horror of that fight, the monstrous strength and speed that allowed Crimson to defeat her, then how he proceeded to rip her arm and leg away as if they were nothing, the sharp agony of her eye being dug out by his sword. The memories left her paralyzed with both hatred and terror. She wanted vengeance, but the thought of facing him again made her blood run cold. Salem's lips curled into a faint, mocking smile as she observed Cinder's reaction. The power Crimson displayed was extraordinary, far beyond what even I anticipated from a human. He poses a threat to our plans, especially in Mistral and Haven Academy. It's inevitable that Ojban's allies will look to him for help. The room grew tense as her words settled over the group. Salem turned her gaze toward Tyrion, the manic grin on his face betraying his excitement. Tyrion, you are to meet Adam Taurus, convince him to return to our fold. We will need the White Fang's strength once more. Tyrion bowed deeply, his sharp teeth glinting in the dim light. It will be my pleasure, my queen. Adam will fall in line, I'll make sure of it. Satisfied with his eagerness, Salem shifted her attention to the doorway as a new presence entered the room. The sound of light footsteps echoed, followed by a figure stepping into the faint light. A petite girl with pale skin and striking heterochromian pink eye and one brown stood before them. The faint smirk on her lips matched the air of confidence she exuded. Allow me to introduce the newest member of our circle, Salem announced, gesturing toward the girl. Neapolitan. With Cinder recovering, our plans must not falter, Salem continued. Once she is ready, we will move against Haven Academy. Everyone here will play their part. This time, we will ensure there are no surprises. Her words carried a chilling finality as she stood, signaling the meeting's end. Prepare yourselves, the time to strike draws near. As the members of the inner circle dispersed, Cinder remained seated, her mind clouded with conflicting emotions. The specter of Crimson haunted her thoughts, but deep within, the flame of her resolve began to flicker anew. Chapter 44. The sun-bathed menagerie in its gentle warmth, casting soft shadows over the Belladonna household. Blake sat at the dining table with Sun, her parents. Callie and Gyra, sharing a quiet moment of respite. The month spent at home had been a balm for her frayed nerves, allowing her to process the horrors of the White Fang attack and the devastating fall of Beacon. Though the memories haunted her, she found comfort in the presence of her family and the serenity of menagerie. Blake sighed as she sipped her tea, her amber eyes distant. It's strange, she began. Being back here, after everything. Callie reached over, placing a comforting hand on her daughter's. You've been through so much, Blake, it's only natural to need time to heal. I thought I understood the White Fang, Blake said, her voice trembling. When I left them, I believed they were just misguided, that I could find another way, but that night, seeing what they became, the destruction they caused, it shook me to my core. Sun, sitting beside her, offered a supportive smile. You made the right choice leaving them, Blake. You've been fighting for what's right, even when it was hard. Blake nodded, though her expression remained clouded. It's just I can't stop thinking about Crimson. During Oblek's class, he made a comment about the White Fang, and I argued with him, thinking he was being cruel or even racist, but now I see how blind I was. He was right. They've become something far worse than I ever imagined. The room fell silent for a moment, the weight of her confession sinking in. Despite her heavy thoughts, Blake managed a small smile as she looked at her parents. But I've missed this being with all of you, talking about normal things. It's been good to reconnect, to remember what I'm fighting for. Callie's expression softened. We're glad you're here, Blake, and it sounds like you've made some incredible friends at Beacon. Blake's eyes lit up slightly. I told you about my team, but there's also Crimson. He's complicated. He loves his sisters deeply and would do anything for them. His way of thinking is unconventional, to say the least, but he always does what he believes is right. And during the fall of Beacon, he stood against the grim dragon by himself. Without him, we might not have made it. Gyra leaned forward, intrigued. This Crimson sounds like quite the individual, a warrior of that caliber at such a young age. Callie frowned, her expression growing uneasy. I've heard rumors, she said softly. About someone called the Moon Demon, a human who's been slaughtering Faunus mercilessly. They say he's a monster. Blake froze, her heart sinking. The title struck a chord, her mind racing with thoughts of Crimson and the path he seemed determined to walk. Before she could respond, a piercing scream shattered the calm. Everyone bolted upright, Gyra immediately rushing toward the front door. Blake and the others followed closely behind. At the entrance stood a frantic Faunus guard, his face pale and his words tumbling out in panic. A human, he's here, the guard stammered. He came to the Kwakuana demanding the location of the White Fang branch. When we tried to apprehend him he started killing. He's unstoppable. Gyra's face darkened, a grim determination setting in. Without hesitation, he bolted in the direction the guard had pointed. Blake, Sun, and Callie followed, concern etched into their features as they raced through the streets. It took the group a few minutes to reach the marketplace, where the chaos was unfolding, and the scene before them made their blood run cold. A man stood at the center of a gruesome tableau, his face had red jagged marks like flame. Around him lay the lifeless bodies of a dozen faunas, their blood pooling in the dirt. The stench of death hung thick in the air. Surrounding the man were more armed faunas, trembling but resolute. Their weapons aimed at him despite the clear fear in their eyes. Some of them bore fresh wounds, missing limbs hastily wrapped in bloodied cloth, their pain visible but overridden by desperation. The man looked at the newcomers with an emotionless expression, his cold, unyielding gaze meeting theirs. His stance was relaxed, almost casual, but it carried the weight of quiet, deadly power. Sometime earlier, Crimson arrived in Menagerie aboard a ship, the sea breeze tangling his hair as the vessel slowly docked. As he disembarked, he felt the sharp stares of the faunas on board. Their gazes were filled with raw hatred, the remnants of battles not long ago clinging to their expressions. Many of them were bandaged. Some with deep gashes that spoke of recent struggle. The ship's captain, an older faunus with a grizzled appearance, stood at the front of the group. He was missing an arm, and the vacant space where his eyes once were was covered by a thick bandage, giving him a ghostly presence. The crew remained silent, and their eyes followed Crimson's every step as he left the ship. Unfazed, Crimson walked through the streets of Menagerie, a sense of purpose in his stride. Faunas stopped in their tracks, their eyes narrowing as they took in the sight of him. Some pointed, whispering to one another with expressions of anger. Others recoiling in fear, while a few stared with a quiet curiosity, perhaps wondering what had brought a human to their territory. Crimson ignored them all, letting the stares wash over him like water off a stone. He was on a mission, and nothing would deter him from it. As he continued through the town, he eventually reached the heart of Menagerie, an open marketplace bustling with activity. Dozens, if not hundreds, of eyes turned towards him. But the crowd didn't break its flow. Vendors hawked their goods, children ran through the streets, and merchants exchanged goods, but there was a palpable tension in the air. Crimson could feel the eyes on him, judging him, but he gave them little attention. His eyes were fixed on his goal, finding the white fan. Before he could proceed further, a squad of Menagerie's guards arrived, their armor clinking as they moved towards him. The leader, a broad-shouldered faunus with sharp, piercing eyes, stepped forward, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. "What is a human doing here?" he demanded, his voice low and laced with suspicion. Crimson remained calm, his expression cold and distant. "I'm looking for the White Fang's location," he replied, his tone steady. "I have personal business with them, once that's done, I'll leave. If you want to save everyone time, just point me to their headquarters." The leader's lips curled into a sneer, and he let out a low chuckle. "The White Fang doesn't deal with humans," he scoffed, his hand moving to rest on Crimson's shoulder, pressing with the intent to intimidate. "You'd best come with us quietly, if you know what's good for you." Crimson's gaze hardened, his jaw setting as he sighed deeply. "I gave you a chance," he murmured, his voice carrying a faint trace of disappointment. "But none of you appreciate mercy." Before the guard leader could retort, Crimson's katana flashed out with deadly precision. The leader's hand, still gripping Crimson's shoulder, was severed from his arm in one swift motion. Blood splattered across the cobblestone streets, and the severed hand clattered to the ground with a sickening thud. Crimson stood unmoving, his katana still unsheathed, a red mark now appearing on his face. His voice was slow, deliberate, and cold. "I'm here for the White Fang," he said, his tone void of emotion. "You can show me the way, or you can die, it changes nothing." The crowd erupted into chaos. Screams filled the air as people scattered in every direction, fleeing from the scene. The sounds of feet pounding against the ground mixed with the shrill cries of terror. From all directions, the guards who had been stationed nearby and combat-ready Menagerie citizens rushed to the scene. Weapons drawn, determined to deal with the human who dared to challenge them. But Crimson didn't flinch. He stood there, an unmoving figure, as the guards charged toward him. What followed was swift and brutal. Crimson moved like a force of nature, his katana slicing through the air, cutting down his attackers with a precision born of centuries of fighting and killing. The guards and combatants who dared to face him were little more than targets. And within moments, dozens had fallen. Some were dead, others gravely injured. As more groups continued to arrive, one group appeared and attracted his attention. Crimson's eyes narrowed as he recognized some of them, his body remaining still, his stance unshaken. His gaze locked onto one person in particular. The black-haired girl, Blake, stood at the forefront of the group. Her eyes met Crimson's, and for a moment, there was only silence between them. Crimson's posture was relaxed, yet his words carried a chilling weight as he spoke to her. It's been a while, Blake, Crimson said, his voice cold but calm. Ruby and Yang have been devastated since you left, especially Yang. She felt betrayed after nearly dying and sacrificing her fingers to protect you. His eyes pierced Blake's, the hint of accusation lingering in his words. I wonder if you even care. Chapter 45. Blake stared at Crimson, her throat tight, struggling to find the words to respond. His cold gaze bore into her, and his words had cut through the carefully constructed walls she'd built to shield herself from the guilt and regret that had been eating away at her. The sight of the corpses surrounding them, the lives extinguished so quickly, made her stomach churn. She had faced battles before, seen violence firsthand, but this was different. The carnage was too much. And in this moment, she couldn't shake the feeling that she was complicit in it all. Chihara, her father, stood beside her, watching the scene unfold with a grim expression. His eyes turned to Blake, concern flashing in them as he took in her hesitation. He had been quiet for a moment, processing everything. Finally, he spoke, his voice cutting through the tense silence. Who is this guy? He asked, his gaze shifting to Crimson with suspicion. Blake swallowed hard, her voice faltering as she spoke. Crimson-Rose, she said, her words reluctant. My teammate's brother. At the mention of the name, Chihara's face darkened. He had heard enough from Blake and the many rumors surrounding Crimson to know that this was no ordinary human. The stories of Crimson's strength were well known, especially among the Faunus, thanks to the White Fang's propaganda. His nickname, the Moon Demon, was infamous. As was the one about his role as a slayer of Faunus. Meanwhile a shudder ran through Callie and the rest of the Faunus present as they recalled the whispered tales of Crimson's cruelty. The strength he wielded was matched only by his ruthless disregard for Faunus life, and that was something no one on this continent would forget easily. Gyra's frown deepened as he looked at Crimson, sizing him up. Why are you here? He asked, his voice steady but laced with anger. Why are you attacking innocent people? Crimson's gaze remained cold, unwavering, as he replied, his voice low and emotionless. I didn't attack anyone, he said, a sharp edge to his words. I merely defended myself, and that's the only reason so many of them are still alive. He let the weight of his words hang in the air, his eyes scanning the crowd. He paused, letting the silence settle before he continued, his tone turning even colder. I'm here for the White Fang, it's better for everyone if you point me to them. Gyra's eyes narrowed as he processed Crimson's words. His fists clenched at his sides, a growing anger rising within him. He wasn't about to let this human think he could just walk in and do as he pleased. What you've done won't help you. Gyra said sharply. All you've done is make things a lot worse, you need to lay down your weapon. Crimson's lips twisted into a cold smile, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous intensity. I'll find them, regardless of what you or anyone on this continent wants to do, he said, his voice dripping with certainty. It would be ironic, wouldn't it? Many members of the White Fang have families here, those same families will be wiped out by Grimm, just like they did to Vale. The words hung in the air, heavy with menace. Blake's heart sank, and Gyra's expression shifted to one of shock. The thought of the Grimm descending upon Menagerie, a continent already on the brink of destruction, was enough to send a wave of dread through everyone present. Blake's hand trembled as she reached out, her voice weak as she tried to protest. Stop, please, stop this madness, Blake begged, her voice shaking. She couldn't fathom how things had escalated so quickly, how Crimson could say something like that with a straight face. Crimson's gaze was unchanged, as he continued, his voice chilling in its casual tone. Of course, you can point me to my target, or, I'll simply keep killing, and eventually, Grimm will come, and when they do, it won't matter who you are. The fear in the air was palpable, and the faces around them grew pale with the horrifying realization of what Crimson's words meant. The threat wasn't just to the guards, to the White Fang, or to Menagerie itself, it was to everyone. Gyra's hand clenched into a fist as he took a fighting stance, his voice rising in anger. For the last time, he warned, his voice filled with fury. Put your weapon down, this is your final warning. The Faunus around him shifted into stances of their own, preparing for a fight, their expressions filled with fear, but also determination. They were willing to defend their home. To protect their people, no matter the cost. Blake's eyes darted around as she noticed Sun moving to stand beside her, his posture tense. But it was Blake who spoke next, her voice filled with desperation. Please, don't do this, she pleaded, her gaze locking onto Crimson's. This isn't the way, it's not too late to stop. Crimson regarded her and the gathered Faunus with a cold gaze, his expression as cold as ever. It's strange, he began, his voice cutting through the tense silence. Strange that you're standing here, defending the White Fang. They're criminals by any standard, yet you're willing to protect them. And right now, they're the very reason humans are learning to hate faunus. Their actions are only bringing more danger to this continent, yet here you are, making their problems your own. He shook his head, his lips curling into a wry smile. And amusing, he continued, his eyes scanning the gathered faunus. That you want to fight me, when most of you are shaking in your boots. Gaira took a deep breath, his face hardening as he stepped forward to address Crimson's words. Not all of the White Fang are responsible for what happened, he said, his voice steady but tinged with sorrow. What you've seen, the bloodshed, the destruction, that was the work of a splinter group within the White Fang, the Veil Branch. Not all of us are like them. You coming here seeking the White Fang won't help you. His words were firm, but there was an underlying sadness in his voice as he looked around at the chaos Crimson had already caused. Who are you, then? Are you the leader of this settlement? Gaira nodded as he answered, I am Gaira Belladonna, I'm Blake's father, and I'm the chieftain of Kwakuana. Crimson studied him for a long moment, his eyes unblinking. Then, a small, cynical smile touched his lips. Ah, he said slowly, as though the pieces were falling into place. Now I understand, no wonder Blake was so blind and stubborn, it runs in the family, doesn't it? His words were deliberate, sharp, and carried an insult that stung. Blake's face flushed with anger, and she stepped forward, her hands trembling as she took a step toward Crimson. Don't speak about my father like that. She snapped, her voice strained but fierce. Gaira, however, remained still, his gaze hardening but not reacting to Crimson's barb. Instead, Crimson's words seemed to fuel the tension in the air even more. The human's expression shifted, growing darker, as he regarded Gaira. It's a simple decision you have to make, chieftain, he said, his voice flat. You either help me find the White Fang, or you help me doom this settlement, it's your choice. The air grew thick with tension. Gaira's lips pressed into a thin line, his resolve hardening as he glanced at his people. His fists clenched as his eyes locked onto Crimson. You won't threaten my people. He growled, his voice low and filled with fury. With a sudden surge of motion, Gaira charged at Crimson, his speed belying his age. Blake's eyes widened, and she reached out in horror, calling out to her father. Dad, stop! She cried, but her voice was drowned out by the rush of Gaira's movement. In an instant, Crimson reacted. His katana blurred through the air in a dozen rapid, heavy slashes. The speed and power of the strikes taking Gaira completely by surprise. Each slash landed with precision, breaking through his aura in seconds, and the Faunus chief staggered back, his eyes wide with shock. Before Gaira could even recover, Crimson's final slash came with brutal accuracy. With a single, swift motion, he severed 4 of Gaira's fingers, sending them flying through the air. The pain was immediate and agonizing, and Gaira fell to his knees with a groan of anguish, clutching at his mutilated hand. His breathing came in sharp, ragged gasps, and his face contorted in pain. The Faunus around them stood frozen, their faces pale with horror. Blake's eyes widened, her heart hammering in her chest. Her mother, Callie, stood nearby, her face full of concern and disbelief as she watched Gaira crumple to the ground. Crimson stood over Gaira, his gaze as cold as the winter wind. How does it feel, he asked in a low, almost conversational tone. To be cut like that? He paused for a beat before continuing, his words deliberate and cold. My sister had the same injury, it happened during the fall of Beacon while she was trying to protect your daughter. His voice grew even colder, his words laced with a heavy weight. And let me make something very clear to you, from this moment on, I won't be holding back, and everyone who still draws breath. His gaze swept over the gathered Faunus and Blake's horrified face. Will die. A shiver ran down the spine of every Faunus present. The malice in his voice, the finality of his words, were palpable, and the reality of Crimson's threat hung in the air like a thick fog. No one moved, frozen by the gravity of his declaration. But before anyone could react, the sound of alarms began to blare through the streets of Menagerie, the shrill ringing signaling the arrival of something far worse than Crimson. Crimson's eyes flicked upward at the sound, his lips curving into a small, dark smile. Well, he said, his voice almost amused. That was faster than expected. The arrival of the Grim was no longer a distant threat. It had arrived. And the terror it brought would only add to the chaos already unfolding. Chapter 46. Crimson held his katana steady, the tip resting dangerously close to Gaira's neck. His crimson eyes swept over the Faunus surrounding him, their expressions a mixture of fear, anger, and despair. He tilted his head slightly, his tone devoid of emotion. I'll give you all a fair trade, one of you will guide me to the White Fang, in return, I'll graciously let you all go on your merry way to protect the civilians, and I'll even spare your leader here. He pressed the blade closer, making Gaira flinch slightly. The crowd shifted uncomfortably, whispers breaking out among the Faunus. Crimson's gaze shifted to the woman standing beside Blake. He studied her for a moment, his sharp instincts confirming what he had already suspected. You. He called, his voice cutting through the murmurs. You must be her mother. Callie froze, her eyes meeting his. She didn't speak, but her protective posture over Blake confirmed his assumption. Crimson's lips curled into a faint, cruel smile. So, what's it going to be? Will you guide me? Or would you rather have a headless husband? Blake's face turned red with anger, and she stepped forward, trembling with fury. How dare you? She shouted, her voice cracking with emotion. What would Ruby and Yang think of you if they knew what you're doing here? Crimson turned his attention to her, his expression unchanging. Her words hung in the air for a moment before he chuckled softly. Ruby and Yang. He said, his voice dripping with mockery. I already know what they'd think, they'd be horrified of me for this, no doubt, but that doesn't matter. His smile faded, replaced by a cold, steely gaze. As long as I eradicate the white fang, nothing else matters. Callie stepped forward, her movements deliberate and calm, though her face betrayed her inner turmoil. I'll do it, she said firmly, her voice steady despite the fear in her heart. Mom, no. You can't. Callie placed a hand on Blake's shoulder, her touch gentle but resolute. Blake, we have no choice, she said softly. The Grimm are here, and protecting our people is more important than anything else right now. She glanced at Gyra, who had lowered his head in shame. Your father made a mistake attacking recklessly, and we need to fix this. Gyra let out a heavy sigh, his head still bowed. She's right, he admitted, his voice filled with regret. I let my emotions cloud my judgment, I'm sorry, Callie. Sun placed a hand on Blake's shoulder, his expression serious but understanding. We need to go, Blake, he said quietly. We'll come back, but right now, we have to stop the Grimm. Blake looked at Crimson, her anger replaced by desperation. Please, she pleaded, her voice trembling. Don't harm my parents anymore. Crimson regarded her for a moment, his expression unreadable. Finally, he gave a curt nod. As long as they guide me without tricks, I won't harm them, but if anyone tries anything. He didn't need to finish the sentence, the weight of his earlier actions made the threat clear. Reluctantly, Blake and Sun turned away, leading the remaining faunus to safety. Crimson watched them go, then lowered his katana. Without another glance at Chihara, he walked past the kneeling chieftain and toward Callie, who stood waiting. Callie glanced back at her husband, worry etched into her features. Gyra met her eyes, his expression filled with pain and regret, but he gave her a small nod. Turning back to Crimson, Callie swallowed hard and began to walk, her steps silent but deliberate. Crimson followed her without a word, his katana resting at his side. The two figures disappeared into the distance, leaving behind a battered town, a broken leader, and a shaken daughter. The air was heavy with tension in the White Fang's hidden base in Menagerie. The Albin brothers, Fennec and Corsac, sat in their dimly lit chamber, a mix of urgency and dread evident on their faces. The news had reached them swiftly. Xiaolong-Rose, the infamous Moon Demon, known for his merciless actions against the White Fang, had arrived in Kwakuana. The chilling details of his rampage spread like wildfire, dozens of guards slain, Gyra Belladonna defeated, and now the Grimm prowling the Kwakuana in response to the chaos. Fennec folded his hands, his voice calm but urgent. This cannot stand, his presence here is a direct threat to everything we've built. Corsac nodded, his expression grim. We have no choice but to act swiftly. If Crimson reaches us, we may lose more than just our standing in Menagerie, risk exposing the entire operation. Fennec turned to the two faunas standing before them, Trypha, a lithe woman with arachnid features, and Yuma, a hulking man with the strength to match his intimidating frame. You both understand the gravity of this situation, Fennec said. Xiaolong-Rose must be stopped before he reaches our base. Take every available member with you, Corsac added, his voice steely. This is not a mission for restraint, eliminate him by any means necessary. Trypha and Yuma exchanged glances, their expressions resolute. Understood, Trypha said, her voice cold and measured. Without another word, the two faunas departed, gathering the available White Fang operatives to confront the approaching threat. Once the group was gone, Corsac turned to a secure communication device and initiated contact with Adam Taurus. The screen flickered to life, revealing the familiar visage of the masked faunus. Adam's red hair caught the faint light, and his piercing gaze locked onto the brothers. What is it? Adam demanded, his tone sharp. Fennec spoke first. We have an urgent situation. Xiaolong-Rose is here in Kwakuana. He's already killed dozens and stirred enough chaos to attract Grimm. His reputation precedes him, and it seems he intends to reach us. Adam's eyes narrowed, and his hand clenched into a fist. Crimson-Rose, that butcher has already spilled too much faunus blood, he cannot be allowed to leave Menagerie alive. Corsac stepped in. We've sent Trypha, Yuma, and our operatives to intercept him, but his actions here may serve another purpose. Adam raised an eyebrow. Explain. Fennec leaned closer to the screen. The chaos he's caused has put Belladonna's peaceful approach to an end. With the Grimm attacking and their leader humiliated. This is an opportunity to sway Sienna Khan. She'll see this as proof that humans will always bring destruction to the faunus. A slow, cruel smirk spread across Adam's face. Perfect, I've been looking for a way to convince her to support the attack on Haven Academy. Now, I have all the evidence I need. Good, Corsac replied. Use this chance wisely, but remember, there can be no loose ends. We will make sure Crimson will die here. Adam's smirk deepened. Don't worry, just focus on your end. The communication ended, leaving the Albin brothers in silence. Fennec's expression darkened as he turned to Corsac. Now, all we can do is wait. Corsac nodded solemnly. One way or another, this will be resolved. Crimson-Rose must die here. Not far away, Crimson and Callie walked in silence through the dense forest paths of Menagerie, the sounds of the distant alarms fading. The forest air seemed to press in on them as Crimson and Callie walked in silence, the only sounds being the crunch of their footsteps on the forest floor and the distant rustle of leaves. Callie's mind swirled with thoughts. Frustration, and fear. Unable to bear the oppressive quiet any longer, she finally spoke, her voice hesitant but steady. Blake spoke about you, she began, keeping her gaze ahead. She always said you were smart, strong, and a caring brother. I think she looked up to you, you know. Despite everything I've heard about you, the rumors, the stories, I wanted to believe you were a good person. She glanced at him, her expression troubled. But what you've done here, it's no different from Adam. You've brought death and danger to this place, a peaceful home, all out of spite and vengeance. It's only going to make things worse. Crimson didn't look at her or even change his pace. His expression remained cold and unreadable. For a moment, Callie thought he wouldn't respond, but then his voice broke the silence, calm and deliberate. Things will get worse eventually, he said, his tone devoid of emotion. As long as the White Fang exists, the threat lingers. What happened to Vale can happen to any kingdom. I plan to eliminate that threat, nothing more. Callie frowned, shaking her head. That's not true, she said firmly. The White Fang in Vale operated without the knowledge or approval of the rest. They betrayed what we stood for, and they will be punished for their actions. You don't have to do this. Crimson's steps slowed slightly as he glanced at her. I doubt that, he said coldly. Considering the scale of their operation, it's hard to believe they acted without support, but we'll find out soon enough. Before Callie could respond, Crimson suddenly stopped, his hand rising slightly to signal her to do the same. Stop, he said, his voice low and sharp. Callie blinked in confusion, looking around. What is it? They're coming, Crimson said flatly. The next moment, his katana was unsheathed in a blur of motion, the blade gleaming in the dappled sunlight filtering through the trees. He raised it just in time to block a strike that came from above, the clash of metal ringing through the air. A bat-winged man descended silently from the treetops, his eyes glinting as he pressed against Crimson's blade. His surprise at being parried was evident as he leaped back gracefully, landing several feet away in a crouch. Callie gasped, her heart racing as the tension in the air grew palpable. Before she could react further, figures began emerging from the shadows. White Fang operatives armed with swords, axes, and firearms surrounded them in a tight circle. The bat-winged man sneered, his voice mocking. So, this is the infamous Moon Demon. You're smaller than the stories made you out to be. Crimson didn't respond, his crimson gaze scanning the enemies around him. His stance remained calm, his katana steady in his hands. Callie stepped back instinctively, her eyes darting to the operatives encircling them. She realized just how many there were, and a glance at Crimson's calm form gave her a strange sense of dread. Yuma, wait. Enough blood shed already. All of this is because of Adam and his group, and has nothing to do with the faunus here or the rest of the White Fang. Just call the Albin brothers and let them clarify this. The bat-winged man looked at her for a moment hesitating, but a woman came to his side and said angrily, he already killed many of us. We will not let go and forgive now, and you betrayed us and led him right to us. Hearing this, Yuma's face showed resolve as he signaled his allies, kill him. The White Fang operatives moved as one, weapons raised and determination in their eyes. But Crimson didn't flinch. His face didn't show any emotion as he spoke in chilling voice, since you're not the leaders, there is no need for me to keep you. Chapter 47. The White Fang operatives charged at Crimson, their weapons drawn and their resolve unshaken despite the fear that lingered in the air. But Crimson did not wait for them to close the distance. Instead, he moved first, a blur of deadly precision and intent. His katana gleamed under the faint light as he rushed forward, targeting Yuma and Trifa with swift ferocity. With a single calculated motion, Crimson struck between the two, separating them from one another. Yuma's massive frame staggered back under the force of Crimson's assault, while Trifa barely managed to recover her balance. But Crimson was relentless. Ignoring Yuma for the moment, he focused entirely on Trifa. His strikes came fast and hard, an unending torrent that left her no room to counter or defend. Trifa's aura flickered weakly under the onslaught, each blow wearing it down further. She tried to evade, her movements frantic, but Crimson's speed outmatched her every attempt. Her aura shattered with a final, resounding crack, leaving her defenseless. The next swing of Crimson's blade was decisive. The katana arced through the air in a flash. And before anyone could intervene, Trifa's head was separated from her body. Her lifeless form crumpled to the ground, her blood pooling beneath her as the forest fell silent in shock. Yuma roared in fury, his voice echoing through the trees as he charged at Crimson with reckless abandon. But Crimson paid him no mind. Instead, he dashed toward the remaining white-fanged operatives, his katana carving through the air with deadly precision. Most of them had no aura to shield them, and those who did barely possessed enough to offer any resistance. Each strike from Crimson's blade was fatal, slicing through their ranks with horrifying efficiency. The battle was over in seconds. Bodies littered the ground, the faint smell of blood filling the air. Yuma, panting heavily, tried to keep up with Crimson's devastating pace, but his enemy's speed was unparalleled. As Yuma came to a halt, his eyes widened in horror at the carnage before him. The once determined group of operatives lay motionless, their lives snuffed out in an instant. Callie, standing a short distance away, closed her eyes tightly and covered her ears, her body trembling uncontrollably. The sight and sound of the massacre were too much to bear. She turned her face away, unable to witness the scene any longer. Yuma's voice broke the silence, filled with rage and desperation. "You're a human beast. You'll pay for this, I swear it." He launched himself at Crimson with everything he had, his bat-like wings spread wide as he aimed a powerful strike at his foe. Crimson, unfazed by the words, met Yuma's charge head-on. His katana moved with deadly grace, delivering blow after blow with ruthless efficiency. Yuma managed to block the first few strikes, his strength barely holding against Crimson's unrelenting attacks. But the relentless onslaught proved too much. His defenses crumbled, and with one final, devastating strike, Crimson brought him down. Yuma's massive form collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Crimson stood amidst the carnage, his katana dripping with blood. His gaze shifted upward, scanning the treetops as if searching for something unseen. His brow furrowed in slight frustration when he found nothing of note. Turning back to Callie, he spoke, his voice calm yet commanding. "Move." Callie flinched at the sound, her body tensing as she forced herself to comply. She averted her eyes from the bodies scattered around her, focusing instead on the path ahead. Her steps were unsteady, her dread growing with every passing moment. Crimson followed silently behind her, his presence a constant, oppressive weight. Unbeknownst to them, a figure emerged from the shadows of the forest. Ilya Amatola stepped into the clearing, her eyes wide with shock and horror at the scene before her. Her stomach churned, and she doubled over, vomiting as the reality of the slaughter set in. She had hidden herself when the fight began, hoping for an opportunity to strike Crimson from the shadows. But the sheer brutality of his assault had paralyzed her with fear, leaving her unable to act. Now, as the last survivor of her group, Ilya clenched her fists, her body trembling with a mix of anger and grief. "I'll make you pay for this," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. Her resolve hardened as she turned away from the carnage. Disappearing into the forest, she would not face Crimson now, but she swore to herself that she would avenge her fallen friends and comrades. For now, she had to escape and warn the others of the bloodthirsty monster heading their way. Crimson and Callie approached the secluded white-fanged branch slowly. The dense forest thinned out, revealing the structure nestled among the trees. The Albin brothers, Fennec and Corsac, stood in front of the entrance, their expressions grim and wary. Crimson's arrival meant their people had failed and they felt the dread for their fates. Fennec took a step forward, his golden eyes narrowing. "What happened to our brothers and sisters?" he demanded, his tone sharp yet edged with unease. Though the answer seemed obvious, confirmation was crucial. Callie shivered beside Crimson, her hands trembling as she stared at the ground. Her voice wavered as she responded, "They are all gone, every single one of them." She forced herself to look up at the brothers, tears glistening in her eyes. This madness has to end. Adam's actions do not represent the White Fang, and you know it. You have been searching for him to punish him for what he's done. The Albin brothers exchanged a glance, their minds racing. They considered taking advantage of the situation. Perhaps they could lull Crimson into a false sense of security and strike when he was off guard. However, their scheming was cut short when Crimson unsheathed his katana. The blade gleamed ominously, and his voice cut through the air like the weapon he held. Enough, Crimson said coldly. Let's skip the games. Tell me what the White Fang is planning next. Fennec's brow furrowed. He glanced at Corsac, who gave a subtle nod. It is as the chieftain's wife said, Fennec replied, his voice steady despite the rising tension. We have no connection to Adam's actions, nor do we condone them. Crimson's crimson gaze darkened, and his grip on the katana tightened. This is your last chance, he warned. Tell me the truth, or I will kill you both. The ominous tone of his voice put the brothers on high alert. They exchanged another look, silently agreeing to maintain their lie. But before they could act, Crimson moved. With a burst of speed, he closed the gap between them, launching a series of relentless attacks intended to split them apart. The brothers scrambled to defend themselves, but Crimson's ferocity overwhelmed them. His strikes forced Corsac to retreat, isolating him from his brother. Focusing all his power on Corsac, Crimson shattered his aura with an onslaught of heavy, precise blows. As Corsac staggered, Crimson delivered a devastating slash that severed his arm. Corsac cried out in agony, collapsing to his knees. Crimson placed the blade of his katana against Corsac's neck, his voice cold and unwavering. Tell me what I want to know, he said, his eyes locking onto Fennec's. I'll let him live, but only if you spill everything, and don't think you can lie to me. Already know the White Fang is planning something in Mistral. Crimson knew his uncle, Crow, was concerned about strange movement in Mistral and went there to investigate. In addition, Cinder and her team came from there, and since they are all working with White Fang, there was a good chance Adam and his bunch were there as well. Fennec froze, his mind reeling. The mention of Mistral sent a jolt of fear through him. Seeing his brother's bloodied and broken form, he realized the stakes. If I tell you, Fennec asked hesitantly. Will you really spare him? Crimson gave a curt nod. As long as you tell me what I want to know, I keep my words. Swallowing his fear, Fennec relented. We're planning to repeat what was done in Vale, he admitted, his voice laced with bitterness. This time, it's Haven Academy. Callie gasped, her hands flying to her mouth. How could you? She exclaimed, horror evident in her voice. That's crossing every line, destroying everything the White Fang was meant to stand for. Lines don't matter anymore. This is the only way to make humans respect us. Fear is the only thing they understand. To everyone's shock, Crimson chuckled darkly. For once, we agree, he said, his voice cold and devoid of empathy. By doing this, the White Fang will become a memoria cautionary tale to show that peace is better than violence. He shifted his gaze back to Corsac, who was clutching his wounded arm. Without warning, Crimson raised his katana and sliced through Corsac's other arm. As long as you're alive, Crimson said, his tone mocking. I've kept my word. Fennec roared in fury, drawing his weapon and charging at Crimson. But Crimson's speed and strength far surpassed his own. In a single swift motion, Crimson dodged Fennec's strike and countered, his blade finding its mark. Fennec's head separated from his body, and his lifeless form crumpled to the ground. Crimson sheathed his katana and turned to leave, his expression unchanged. Callie remained frozen, her wide eyes fixed on the gruesome scene. Her body trembled as she struggled to process the sight she had witnessed. Here is your answer, Crimson said, his voice devoid of emotion. Callie lowered her head, not willing to see the gruesome sight. Seeing such violence and hearing what the White Fang is planning broke her. She didn't think things would get this bad. Chapter 48. Crimson didn't wait for Callie's answer. His gaze stayed fixed forward as he walked, his strides deliberate and unhurried, leaving Callie behind. She remained frozen. The weight of the carnage and revelations hanging over her like a storm cloud. Her legs trembled, her lips parted as if to call out to him, but no sound escaped. He barely passed her when distant voices began to echo through the forest. Callie's ears twitched, catching the rising murmur of a crowd. She turned, panic gripping her. Unsure of what fresh conflict this might bring. Crimson continued walking, unperturbed, until he too halted, hearing the sounds of the approaching group. From the shadows of the trees emerged Gyra, his bandaged hands still stained with blood. Behind him were Blake, Sun, several guards, and a gathering of nearly 100 faunas. The group spread out, surrounding Crimson in a loose but intentional circle. Their faces were weary, their clothes dusted and streaked with the evidence of recent battles. Some carried visible wounds. It was clear their struggle against the Grim had been harrowing. Gaira stepped forward, his expression a mixture of anger and sorrow. His voice was low and grim as he addressed Crimson. We found the White Fang operatives on our way here, all of them slaughtered. You are a bloodthirsty monster, worse than Adam ever was. As he spoke, the faunus around him drew their weapons. Even Blake and Sun, their faces etched with hesitation, joined the others in readying themselves for a fight. Crimson's eyes scanned the crowd, his expression as calm and emotionless as ever, betraying no hint of fear or remorse. Stop this madness. Callie's voice broke through the tension, desperate and shaking. She stepped forward, her hands raised. Enough people have died already. Please, I beg you, don't throw your lives away for nothing. Gaira glared at her, frustration boiling over. How can we just stand by? Callie. This monster killed tens of our people faunus who had nothing to do with the attack on Vale. He brought the Grim to us, and because of him. We've lost so many more. For what? What reason could possibly justify all this carnage? Crimson, who had remained silent up until this point, let out a faint, mirthless smile. His eyes flicked toward Callie. Go on, he said in a quiet but cutting tone. Tell them what you heard, maybe it will wake your husband from his delusions. His words shifted the crowd's attention to Callie. She hesitated, her nails digging into her palms as her fists clenched tightly. She looked at the faces around her, saw the anger, confusion, and grief in their eyes, and took a shaky breath. The White Fang knew about the attack on Vale, she said, her voice trembling. And now they're planning to do it again. They're going after Haven Academy. They want to repeat what happened in Vale. A ripple of shock passed through the gathered faunus. Murmurs spread among them, disbelief and unease mixing with their anger. Many of them had believed in the White Fang's cause, convinced they were fighting for justice and equality. This revelation shattered that illusion. Crimson's voice cut through the murmurs like a blade. So, it turns out my actions weren't blind and quite justified. All of those White Fang you mourn were terrorists, those who died or got injured were to protect that kind of filth. Now, I'm heading to Haven. Pray their attack will fail this time, because if it doesn't you might have a war on your doorsteps. His words froze the crowd. Some lowered their weapons, fear or doubt overtaking them. Others hesitated. Unsure whether their loyalty to the White Fang's ideals was worth risking their lives for. Gira stood rigid, his uninjured hand clenched into a tight fist. His mind raced as he struggled to decide. Fighting Crimson would lead to more deaths, yet letting him walk away felt like a betrayal of everything they stood for. Seeing their hesitation, Crimson took a step forward, his movements deliberate. The gathered faunus tensed, their weapons raised slightly, but none dared attack. His voice was colder than ever as he spoke. You're wasting my time. My sister and uncle should be in Haven Academy now, and I need to be there. If anyone tries to stop me, I'll kill them, simple as that. Without another word, he began walking through the crowd, his presence like a storm cloud passing among them. The faunus parted reluctantly. Their fear outweighing their anger. Gaira, Blake, and Sun watched him go, torn between action and inaction. Crimson didn't spare them another glance as walked past the crowd. Wait. Blake's voice was clear and determined, coming from behind him. Crimson stopped, turning his head slightly to glance back. His crimson eyes narrowed as he watched Blake step forward, her resolve apparent. I'm coming with you, she declared, her voice firm. The announcement shocked everyone, including Crimson. His brow furrowed slightly, but he said nothing. No, absolutely not. Callie's voice trembled with a mix of fear and disbelief. She rushed toward her daughter, her arms outstretched as if to pull her back. Blake, you've seen what he's capable of. He's a monster. If he decides to harm you, you will have no way to defend yourself. Gaira stepped forward as well, his expression stern. Callie's right, he won't care who you are if you stand in his way. He's dangerous, Blake, far too dangerous. Blake turned to face her parents, her golden eyes filled with both determination and sorrow. I have to go, she said softly but firmly. The White Fang has to be stopped for everyone's safety, especially the faunus. If we let them continue, they'll destroy everything we've worked so hard to achieve. Her gaze shifted to the ground for a moment before she continued. And my friends are in Haven Academy, my teammates are there, I need to go to them, to help them. Crimson's cold, emotionless voice cut through the moment. Since when do you care? He asked, his tone dripping with disdain. Didn't you leave them without a word after everything they did for you? Blake winced at his words but didn't respond. You're a hypocrite. First, you defended the White Fang's actions, and now you pretend to be some noble hero. Don't kid yourself, you are nothing but a traitor. Blake lowered her head, shame washing over her. She took a deep breath before speaking, her voice quiet but steady. You're right, she admitted. I felt guilty and afraid back then. I defended the White Fang, and it led to the destruction of Beacon Academy and devastation in Vale. My partner, my friend, Yang, she protected me and lost her fingers because of it. Her voice faltered, but she pressed on. I couldn't face her after that, I couldn't see the result of my blind actions, so I ran away, but now if they're in danger, I have to go to them, I won't run anymore. Sun stepped forward, placing a comforting hand on Blake's shoulder. She's not evil, he said with a grin. She's just a little shy, that's all. Crimson watched them in silence for a few moments before turning away. Without a word, he resumed walking, his figure disappearing further into the trees. Callie approached her daughter, desperation in her voice. Blake, you can't go with him, he's too dangerous. Blake nodded but didn't waver. I know, Mom, she said gently. But as long as I don't stand in his way, he won't harm me. Once I reach Haven and meet up with my teammates, Crimson will become harmless, tame even, he wouldn't dare hurt me in front of his sisters. Her words brought no comfort to Callie, who shook her head in worry. Sun stepped closer, his usual playful demeanor replaced by a rare seriousness. I will go with her, he said. I will make sure she's safe. Gyra stood silent, deep in thought. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Be careful, Blake, he said. And do your best to avoid Crimson's ire, don't give him a reason to turn on you. Callie stared at him in disbelief. How can you approve of this? She demanded. Gyra sighed heavily, his expression weary. As much as I hate to admit it, he said. Crimson warned us several times, if he were completely unreasonable, he could have used the Grim to maximize the damage, he didn't, that means there is still some restraint in him, no matter how faint. Callie bit her lip, her eyes filled with worry. I hope you're right, she whispered, her voice barely audible. She turned back to Blake, her hands trembling as she reached out to touch her daughter's face. Please stay safe. Blake nodded, her resolve unwavering. I will, Mom, she said. I promise. With that, she turned and began walking, Sun by her side, following the path Crimson had taken. Callie watched them go, her heart heavy with dread. All she could do now was pray for her daughter's safety. Chapter 49. The grand hall of the White Fang headquarters was dimly lit, the flickering torches casting elongated shadows along the intricately carved walls. At the far end of the hall, Sienna Khan, the high leader of the White Fang, sat on her ornate throne. Her piercing golden eyes fixed on the figure approaching her. Adam Taurus, the infamous bull Faunus, strode confidently toward her, his red hair catching the dim light, and his mask concealing most of his face. Sienna's expression darkened as Adam came to a halt before her. Adam, she began, her voice cold and sharp. What were you thinking? Attacking Vale without consulting me? Do you have any idea of the chaos you've unleashed? Adam inclined his head slightly, his voice calm yet firm. I did what I deemed necessary, High Leader, there were risks of information leaking if we delayed, I couldn't take that chance. Sienna's eyes narrowed, her hands gripping the arms of her throne. Risks? Do you realize what you've done? The kingdoms will unite against us now, the White Fang will be seen as nothing more than terrorists a far cry from the movement goal we have worked so hard to build. Adam nodded, acknowledging her anger without flinching. I understand, and I accept the consequences, but there is more, I'm planning to target Haven Academy next. You have gone mad, Adam. Haven. After what you've done in Vale. Do you even comprehend the repercussions of such a reckless act? Adam shook his head slowly. I had no intention of attacking Haven at first, he admitted, his tone measured. But I've received troubling news, Xiaolong-Rose the moon demon of Vale has gone to Menagerie, he slaughtered tens of Faunus there, even luring Grim to replicate what happened in Vale. Sienna froze at the mention of Crimson's name, her expression a mix of disbelief and fury. What? Xiaolong-Rose in Menagerie? And you dared to tell me about attacking Haven when this happened because of your action in Vale and the destruction of Beacon? Adam bowed his head slightly, acknowledging her reprimand. It is my fault, I didn't anticipate this outcome when I attacked Beacon Academy, but now Crimson is our priority, we need to attack Haven and after we deal with him, I will accept any punishment you see fit. Sienna's gaze bore into him, unyielding. Tell me everything, first, what happened in Menagerie? Adam took a breath, his voice steady but grim. Crimson went to Menagerie alone and decimated the entire branch. The Albin brothers, Yuma, Trifall of them are dead. Along with tens of Faunus who had no ties to the White Fang, even Jihara was mutilated, his hand crippled. The sole survivor, Ilya, barely escaped and brought us this news. Crimson entered, killed, and left without anyone being able to stop him. Sienna sank back into her chair, the weight of the revelation pressing down on her. And how does attacking Haven solve any of this? Adam suppressed a smirk, careful to keep his expression neutral. Crimson is heading to Haven to regroup with his allies. If we strike first and set a trap with my allies, we can eliminate him before he becomes an even greater threat. Sienna regarded him silently, her sharp mind processing his words. How reliable are these allies of yours? They are formidable, Adam assured her. Individuals whose strength rivals my own. Additionally, the Branwen tribe has pledged their support for the operation. With their help, we will have the firepower needed to bring Crimson down. So you want to get rid of Crimson's allies first, but how can you be sure that we can set trap before Crimson meets with them? Sienna asked. He left Menagerie with a ship, near the same time Ilya came with the aircraft stationed there, accounting for speed difference. We will have a small window of time to carry on our operation and set the trap. My allies already began preparing for it. Sienna's posture relaxed slightly at this information, though her expression remained stern. After a long pause, she made her decision. Very well, she declared. The White Fan will join this operation, but mark my words, Adam, once this is over, you will face punishment for your insubordination. Adam bowed deeply, his lips curling into a subtle, unseen smile beneath his mask. As you wish, High Leader. Sienna's gaze lingered on him for a moment before shifting to the shadows of the hall. Her mind was heavy with the choices she'd made, but the promise of eliminating Crimson Rose was too significant to ignore. The evening air was cool, but tension hung heavily as Crow, Oscar, Ruby, Yang, Weiss, Nora, Ren, and Pyrrha approached the gates of Haven Academy. Their steps were purposeful, and their spirits were high despite the looming threat. They hoped the headmaster, Leonardo Lionheart, would manage to get the crucial support for the protection of Haven. But as they neared the Academy's main building front gate, the ground beneath them trembled. In an instant, a chain of violent explosions erupted, throwing the group off their feet. The shockwaves rattled through their bodies, and as the dust settled, many struggled to their knees, their auras flickering under the unexpected assault. Ruby was the first to try and rise, Crescent Rose snapping into position, but before she could fully stabilize, another series of explosions detonated around them. These weren't just ordinary bombs, small devices scattered around the area pulsed with a blue hue. They emitted waves of energy similar to those used by Atlas Police, stunning and disorienting the group. Ruby dropped to one knee, clutching her weapon. Yang gritted her teeth as she struggled against the debilitating effects, but even her resilience faltered. Then, as if the trap wasn't complete, 4 walls of glowing hard light erupted around them. The barriers were seamless, rising high and surrounding the group in what could only be described as a luminous cage. The group exchanged frantic glances, desperation and confusion reflected in their eyes. What is this? Weiss gasped, summoning a glyph to test the walls, but she was struck by an electric shockwave bringing her down to her knees before she could even use the glyph. Ren moved to steady her, his expression grim. Pyrrha tried to use her semblance, but she was shocked by the electricity as well. Before they could fully assess their predicament, figures began to emerge from the shadows and the surrounding paths. From all directions, enemies converged. Cinderfall, despite the disfiguration, strode forward confidently, her smirk cutting through the tense atmosphere. Emerald and Mercury flanked her like specters of doom. Raven Branwen appeared, her bandit tribe following close behind. Weapons ready. Adam Taurus and Sienna Khan arrived with a contingent of white fanged operatives, the group's flags flapping ominously in the breeze. Leonardo Lionheart emerged last, looking hesitant and frail, followed by Neo, Hazel and the ever-manic Tyrion. The trapped group stared in wide-eyed disbelief at the assembled force. Crow's gaze locked onto Lionheart, his expression twisting with fury. Traitor! He spat, his voice thick with venom. Lionheart flinched at the accusation, unable to meet Crow's eyes. His head hung low in shame. Tyrion approached the glowing cell with a gleeful skip in his step, his mad grin widening. Oh, how I would love to see you squirm, little heroes, he taunted, his voice dripping with sadistic amusement. Alas, the good doctor has other plans for you, he insists we take precautions, laying the groundwork for something greater, he tilted his head, his golden eyes gleaming. But don't fret, I'll savor watching you struggle. Hazel's imposing figure loomed near the rear, his fists clenched tightly as he glared at Oscar. His eyes burned with unspoken rage, the intensity of his hatred palpable even at a distance. Raven's gaze flickered between Crow and Yang. Her sharp eyes softened momentarily when they landed on her daughter, but she quickly masked her emotions, closing her eyes to the situation. She had made her choices, but that didn't make this moment any easier. The group inside the cage looked at one another, their hope teetering on the edge. They had walked into a perfectly laid trap, and now they were imprisoned and helpless with some of the most dangerous individuals in Remnant watching them. Time passed as the imprisoned group remained confined in their glowing cell. They huddled together, their strength sapped and their hope dwindling. The sun dipped lower and the night came, the moon hung in the sky illuminating the battleground as tension hung thick in the air. From the ranks of the allied forces, Raven Branwen stepped forward. Her stride was deliberate, her expression unreadable as she approached the glowing prison. The other factions, though watchful from their hiding places, made no move to stop her. Cinder's gaze lingered on Raven for a moment before she smirked, as if satisfied to let her proceed. Adam crossed his arms and muttered something under his breath, while Tyrion's unsettling grin only grew wider. Raven stopped a few feet from the cell, her piercing gaze meeting Crow's. "I warned you," she said, her voice calm but heavy with regret. "I told you the end would be bad," her eyes flicked to Young, softening ever so slightly. "And I told you not to get involved, Young, this is why." Crow scowled, stepping forward as far as the barrier allowed. "Are you here to mock us, Raven? After you decided to sell your soul and join Salem's forces?" His voice dripped with venom, anger barely restrained. Raven shook her head slowly. "I didn't join Salem," she replied. "I made a deal, for the tribe's survival, I agreed to assist them today." She paused, her gaze lingering on Young. "And I negotiated your safety, Young." Young blinked in confusion, her brow furrowing. Raven continued, her tone firm but tinged with something softer. "Once this is over, they've agreed to let me take you away. That's the best I could do." The group froze, stunned by her words. Ruby's eyes widened, and Weiss covered her mouth in shock. Yang's shock quickly gave way to fury. "You coward!" She spat, fists clenching tightly. "You think I'd go with you after this? You think hiding is the answer?" Raven sighed, her mask of indifference cracking just slightly. "It's not about cowardice, Yang, it's about survival. There's nothing in Remnant that can defeat Salem. This is the only way to stay alive." "You don't know that." Yang's voice cracked as she stepped closer to the edge of the barrier, her fiery spirit burning through her despair. "You're running away, just like you always do." Crow narrowed his eyes, cutting through the heated exchange. "What are they planning, Raven?" he demanded. "What's the endgame here?" Raven hesitated before answering, her voice low. "They're waiting for the last target, Crimson Rose." "My brother? Why is he coming here? Why are they after him?" Raven shifted her gaze to Ruby, her expression grave. "Salem's forces view him as a threat," she explained. "His actions in Vale earned her attention, and the White Fang despised him after what he did in Menagerie." She looked away, almost as if unwilling to meet their eyes. "He wiped out their entire branch there, and in the process, he killed tens of other Faunus. They view him as the enemy of Faunus kind." Ruby staggered back, her mind racing. "Crimson," she whispered, struggling to process the revelation. Raven took a deep breath before delivering the final blow of information. "Crimson became aware of the attack on Haven. He's coming here as we speak. That's why they haven't killed you yet." Her gaze swept over the group, her expression unreadable. "Someone in Salem's group believes that if you're killed, Crimson will act smart, hunt them down one by one instead of facing an army head-on. But if you're trapped here," she trailed off, her meaning clear. Ruby's fists tightened, fear flashing in her silver eyes. "They're using us as bait," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Raven nodded, her lips pressed into a thin line. "Yes, even if he knows it's a trap, he'll still come to save his family." The group exchanged grim looks, the weight of their predicament settling over them like a suffocating shroud. In the distance, the faint sound of footsteps echoed, signaling the beginning of something none of them were prepared for. Chapter 50. Crimson, Blake, and Sun had finally reached the bustling streets of Mistral. The city stretched out before them, its lights flickering faintly in the distance as night began to fall. The journey had been mostly silent. Sun, ever the cheerful one, attempted to break the heavy silence, offering jokes and trying to make small talk, but his attempts were met with little response. Blake's mind seemed to wander constantly, her thoughts clouded by the weight of what lay ahead. As for Crimson, he chose to ignore him. As they moved toward Haven Academy, Crimson halted suddenly, a feeling gnawing at him from within. His instincts told him that something wasn't right. His sharp gaze swept across the surroundings, noticing movement in the shadows. People, both Faunus and humans alike, were watching Themno, watching him. It wasn't the typical curious gaze one might expect from bystanders, but something far more deliberate. They weren't just looking, they were communicating with someone, and it was clear they were aware of his presence. Crimson knew something was off. He glanced at Blake and Sun, his voice low but firm. "We're being watched, something's wrong here." His tone was as calm as ever. Blake's sharp eyes narrowed as she scanned their surroundings, and Sun's usual light-hearted demeanor faded into caution. Crimson continued, "You two need to take a different route, stay hidden, and don't let anyone spot you. I'll handle this." Blake raised an eyebrow. "Do you think it's a trap waiting for us at Haven?" she asked, her voice steady despite the concern in her eyes. Crimson nodded slowly, his gaze never wavering from the figures in the distance. "It's possible," he murmured. "But I'll be going in alone. I'll enter through the front gate. You two should find a way in through the shadows. It's night now, so it'll be easier to stay undetected." His words were final, the decision already made. Blake hesitated for a moment before nodding, and Sun did the same. They knew better than to question Crimson. Without another word, the trio split up, each taking a different route toward Haven. Blake and Sun melted into the darkness, their footsteps muffled, while Crimson continued forward, his senses alert and ready for anything. Minutes later, Crimson stood at the edge of the Haven Academy courtyard, his eyes scanning the area. There, in the distance, he saw it, a glowing cage, its walls shimmering ominously in the night. Inside, he could make out the figures of RWBY, Yang, and the others, their silhouettes barely visible but unmistakable. They were trapped. Crimson's heart sank, but his face remained stoic. He didn't need to get any closer to know this was a trap, and yet, he chose to walk forward anyway. As he entered the courtyard, the atmosphere shifted. From all around, figures began to emerge from the surrounding buildings. White Fang operatives, bandits, and others people Crimson didn't recognize all converged toward him. But it was the last group that caught his attention. There, standing tall among the gathered forces, was Cinder Fall. Despite the disfigured appearance he had left her with, she was very much alive, and her eyes gleamed with malicious triumph. Behind her stood Mercury and Emerald, as well as Raven Branwen, flanked by her bandit tribe. Crimson's eyes flicked to the group surrounding him. He hadn't expected to see Cinder alive, not after the brutality he had inflicted. Inside the cage, RWBY's voice broke through the tension, urgent and filled with fear. "Crimson, get out of here. Run." Her words echoed in the stillness, but Crimson did not flinch. His gaze went over the cage, lingering on RWBY's for a brief moment, his eyes meeting hers. The fear was clear on her face, in all of their faces. The situation had taken a turn for the worse, and yet, Crimson remained unshaken. Despite the overwhelming number of enemies surrounding him, Crimson stood his ground, his calm demeanor unwavering. His eyes shifted to Cinder, his voice steady but filled with disdain. "Did you bring everyone responsible for the attack on Vale here?" he asked, his words cutting through the silence like a blade. "This is going to be problematic," Crimson thought to himself. Cinder's reaction was almost imperceptible. For a moment, she seemed to tremble, but then her composure returned, and she straightened. Her voice, when it came, was laced with a sickening sweetness. "This grand occasion is all for you, Crimson," she said, her words almost mocking. "You should feel proud, grateful even. Most of them appear to be cannon fodders without real combat power," Crimson thought to himself. Crimson's expression remained unchanged, his lips curling into a small, knowing smile. "You've saved me the trouble of hunting all over Remnant," he said, his voice cold and unfeeling. "Everyone is gathered in one place, how convenient." His words were casual, but the undercurrent of menace in his tone was unmistakable. His calmness seemed to unsettle the gathered forces, and for a brief moment, an unease spread among them. Cinder's smirk faltered for just a second, but she quickly regained her composure, her eyes flashing with cold fury. She wanted to see him worried, afraid, and desperate. But he was just like that night, cold and relaxed, as if there was nothing that scared him. Other figures, unlike Cinder, smirked at his boastful tone. They were confident in their victory. They had him surrounded. He was alone, and they had the upper hand. Cinder is angry and nervous, but the others are confident, Crimson thought. The group inside the cage felt nothing but horror as they realized what Crimson was planning. His words left no room for doubt. Crimson intended to fight them all, alone. Suddenly, marks appeared on Crimson's face as he drew his weapon and slashed at the air near him. The space seemed to shatter like glass. And behind it stood the surprised Neo. She barely managed to block the sudden slash with her weapon, stumbling and jumping back. The surrounding forces froze for a moment, shocked that Crimson had detected Neo so easily. "Crimson," Cinder said, her voice haughty and condescending. "We knew no one could beat you one-on-one, but that's fine, we don't fight fair. I wonder how long you'll last." As her words echoed across the courtyard, Ilya, Adam, Tyrion, Neo, and Hazel all charged at the same time. Crimson remained unfazed. He dashed quickly toward Neo, who was closest he struck with incredible force. Neo used all her strength to withstand the blow, her stance faltering. At the same time, Tyrion, still running toward Crimson, raised his weapon and fired. To his shock, Crimson used his speed and power to pull Neo, shifting their positions. The bullet meant for him struck Neo instead. Without wasting a moment, Crimson delivered a swift kick that sent Neo hurtling toward Tyrion. Tyrion, laughing maniacally, dodged her with ease. His laughter froze when he saw a glint of steel inches from his face. Adam intercepted the strike just in time, blocking Crimson's blade with his own. Crimson unleashed a flurry of slashes at Adam and Tyrion, forcing them onto the defensive. Hazel, empowered by dust, charged in from the side, delivering a devastating punch. Crimson evaded it by stepping back, leaving Hazel to swing at air. Hazel raised his hand to prepare for a follow-up attack, but instead, he felt weight pressing on his head. Crimson had used Hazel's massive form as a platform, leaping over him and dashing toward Ilya, who stood unprepared. With unmatched speed and precision, Crimson unleashed a devastating series of slashes. Ilya raised her weapon in a desperate attempt to block, but it was too late. His strikes landed with brutal accuracy, the final one sending her head flying. I should make them confused and nervous. Crimson thought internally as he spoke loudly. 1. The courtyard erupted into chaos hearing him, Crimson not waiting for them to react pivoted toward the White Fang camp. Their leader, Sienna, had already begun rallying her forces. But before he could reach them, Crimson changed direction abruptly, targeting the Haven headmaster. The man barely had time to react before Crimson's blade struck, decapitating him in a single blow. 2. Crimson spoke in a clear calm voice but everyone could hear it. Sienna, enraged, launched her chain weapon at Crimson's exposed back. But Crimson caught the headmaster's severed head and hurled it toward the chain, deflecting the attack. He then charged at the nearest cluster of White Fang soldiers. The Faunus forces scrambled to respond, but Crimson's speed and proximity rendered their firearms useless. Within moments, dozens of White Fang operatives lay dead, their blood staining the courtyard. Sienna and Adam, furious, screamed for their forces to scatter. Watching the carnage, Cinder clenched her fists, her anger boiling over. She summoned a dozen flaming spears and hurled them toward Crimson. He evaded them effortlessly, each spear exploding on impact and sending nearby White Fang members flying, some injured, others dead. 31. Crimson spoke again, people flinched slightly and were more alert. Good. Crimson, seeing their reaction, knew they were getting nervous now. Crimson was already on the move again. He dashed toward Sienna, who had joined Adam and Tyrion in forming a defensive line. Crimson's relentless assault forced the trio onto their back foot, their combined efforts barely enough to fend him off. From a distance, Vernal, Raven's second-in-command, decided to intervene. She signaled a group of bandits, and they began firing at Crimson from afar. Forced to break off his attack, Crimson turned his attention to Cinder and dashed toward her. When she saw him coming, her confident expression faltered. She raised a massive wall of fire between them, desperate to keep him at bay. Crimson stopped abruptly, slashing at the air near him. Another barrier shattered, revealing Hazel, who had been preparing a sneak attack. Hazel blocked the strike just in time, Neo appearing beside him with her weapon aimed at Crimson's chest. Crimson acted quickly, leaping back and avoiding her attack. Adam flanked him immediately, unleashing a series of rapid strikes. Crimson parried each one with ease, countering with a series of slashes that forced Adam to retreat. I should dampen their morales more, Crimson thought as he forced Adam to retreat. Crimson didn't pursue him. Instead, he stood his ground, his cold, deliberate voice cutting through the chaos. Let me ask you, he said, his gaze sweeping across the gathered forces. How long will you last? Despite being surrounded on all sides, Crimson's calm demeanor unsettled his enemies. Their confidence wavered. The cage holding Ruby and the others offered no solace. They watched in horror as Crimson, alone, faced a battlefield of enemies, yet remained unscathed. For every strike aimed at him, Crimson countered with precision. For every attempt to overwhelm him, he retaliated with devastating efficiency. His foes had brought their full might, but it was clear to all, Crimson was far from finished. Chapter 51. From the shadows, Blake and Sun observed the chaos unfolding in the Haven courtyard. Their hiding spot provided them a grim view of the battle. A spectacle both horrifying and awe-inspiring. Crimson stood amidst a sea of enemies, moving with precision and lethal efficiency. The sheer number of adversaries who had been lying in wait stunned them, but what left them speechless was how Crimson held his ground against such overwhelming odds. He wasn't just surviving, was winning. Sun, crouching beside Blake, whispered, "We're lucky your father didn't order us to attack. If the faunus had walked into this, it would have been a massacre." His voice was tinged with relief and dread at the thought. Blake nodded solemnly, her golden eyes fixed on the scene. "You are right, but we can't just sit here, we need to sneak in and free the others." Her gaze briefly flicked to the glowing cage in the distance, where their friends were trapped. "Crimson's keeping them occupied, it's the best chance we will get." Sun's jaw tightened as he nodded, determination replacing his initial fear. Together, they began planning their approach. Inside the cage, Ruby, Yang, Crow, and the others watched the battle in stunned silence, their breaths catching as Crimson's relentless strikes echoed across the courtyard. Ruby's clenched tightly, her knuckles white as she fought the urge to scream. Yang's hands trembled, her usually confident demeanor replaced by a mixture of anger and helplessness. Crow's jaw clenched, his sharp eyes darting to every movement Crimson made, calculating the odds. Each blow, each cry from the battlefield, seemed to reverberate in their chests, a haunting reminder of the brutality unfolding before them. Crimson's ferocity was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. The way he moved, his strikes calculated and devastating, left them spellbound. While Crow and Ajban marveled at the sheer skill and power on display, the rest flinched at the brutality of it all. Blood stained the courtyard, and the bodies of White Fang members and bandits littered the ground. Weiss broke the silence, her voice shaky but laced with reluctant admiration. "He might actually win this, by himself. How can someone fight like that? It's inhuman." Ajban, his voice suddenly more authoritative as he took over Oscar's body, replied. "No one can, not through training or decades of experience. Crimson is a prodigy, the likes of which I have never seen, his skill, his instinct, his raw talent theory unparalleled." He paused, his gaze narrowing as he assessed the battlefield. "But this fight is far from over, the heavy hitters have yet to make their move." Yang tried to attack the cage again but got electrocuted, dropping to her knees as she screamed in frustration, "Damn it, we can't stay here while he's fighting everyone by himself." The others shared the same sentiment. Crimson continued his relentless assault, his blade carving through the ranks of the White Fang. 51, Crimson spoke again as another operative died. "You demon, I will kill you." Sienna shouted, her eyes blazing. From the start of the fight, Crimson had been killing her people with terrifying efficiency. She couldn't help but think the demon cared about nothing but killing faunus, as all the dead so far were faunus. By this point, nearly half of the White Fang members were dead. Even the others had noticed how Crimson was aiming specifically at the White Fang. "Killing animals is addicting," Crimson replied with a cold smile. The White Fang operative shivered, knowing the demon was targeting them. One suddenly ran toward the Branwen tribe, and soon all followed suit, trying to make distance and use the Branwen firepower to keep him at bay. "Good, keep running in that direction," Crimson smirked, seeing things play as he intended. Crimson took a moment to trade blows with Tyrion, Adam, and Sienna without pushing further, waiting for the White Fang to reach a favorable position. Once they did, Crimson ignored the trio before him and dashed full speed toward the Branwen tribe, the White Fang members now positioned between him and the tribe. The tribe saw what was happening and started shooting, not waiting for their allies to reach them. Many White Fang operatives fell due to the friendly fire while Crimson zigzagged between them to avoid bullets, delivering slashes to the faunus he passed by. Soon he reached the Branwen tribe. Raven and Vernal both stood to block him from reaching their members, but Crimson used all his strength and speed to push the two into their ranks before changing direction. A familiar scene repeated itself. Crimson began to reap lives mercilessly, and attempts to stop him only made things worse, as they struck their companions. Crimson's movements were a blur, each strike was precise and deadly. The bandits fell in quick succession under his onslaught. At last, Vernal and Raven managed to attack Crimson, pushing him back, but the damage was done. Nearly half their tribe was eliminated. The two of them were furious. 100, Crimson's cold and calm voice rang out, sending chills through those still standing. His earlier words haunted them. How long could they last against this demon? Almost half of them are down. Hopefully, Blake and Sun will be able to free the others, Crimson thought. He needed to keep the crowd focused on him while culling as many of their numbers as possible. If the group were freed, this fight would become much easier. The cage's occupants watched in disbelief. The school courtyard had become a graveyard. To kill 100 opponents was no small feat, and many present were considered comparable to elite huntsmen. "I believe Mr. Rose's skill and power surpass those of a maiden," Ajban said through Oscar's body. "Even a maiden can't fight so many opponents at the same time," shock was evident in his voice. "If he wants to run away, he should be able to do it, and no one would be able to stop him," Ren added. "He won't run with Ruby and Yang imprisoned here," Pyrrha said helplessly. She watched the person she admired and viewed as a friend fighting against impossible odds. He was younger than her, and even so, he didn't back down or show fear. Crimson, Ruby was on her knees, tears streaming as she watched the carnage unfold. Seeing her brother's brutality in full display scared her, but remembering what would happen if he failed terrified her more. He has to go through this because of us, Yang said weakly as she lowered her head. The others shared similar feelings. Their actions had led to the current events, and if something were to happen to Crimson, they would never forgive themselves. Raven stared at Crimson with fury in her eyes. The death of her tribe hit her hard, but what made it worse was the price she was paying to kill Summer's son. Anger, guilt, and fear overwhelmed her. She had made her decision to survive, for her tribe to survive, but she had walked into a death trap. She remembered the few times she had seen Crimson from a distance in her bird form. Every single time, since childhood, the boy would notice her and stare her in the eye. It first happened when Summer left on that cursed mission. Then again during her friend's funeral, and it kept repeating. Over time, she stopped visiting her daughter at home because of him. A sense of danger and fear gripped her every time she saw him. Now she knew her instincts were right, the boy was a monster in human clothing. Raven Branwen, I must admit I never liked you despite never meeting you, Crimson spoke casually in the middle of their standoff. Because of Yang. Raven scoffed, adjusting her stance as Vernal walked slowly to the side. Hazel and Mercury also moved to assist their group. No, you just remind me of someone I despise, Crimson replied in a calm tone. Raven didn't know who he was talking about and didn't care. What mattered now was bringing him down. Another skirmish ensued. Raven, Vernal, Hazel, and Mercury attacked simultaneously, to which Crimson responded with dodges and well-placed strikes. Despite being surrounded, he remained calm, his eyes unblinking as he handled his opponents one after another. Raven's frustration mounted as the fight continued. Finally, she made a critical mistake. She overextended, leaving herself open. Crimson capitalized instantly, landing several precise hits that left her staggered. Enraged, Raven unleashed an ice wave, forcing Crimson to retreat. Crimson broke the ice off his weapon as he stared warily at Raven. He hadn't expected her to unleash such an attack with that much power. If he had been a little slower, he might have been encased in ice. Meanwhile, those who knew about maiden powers and saw what she did realized immediately that she was the Spring Maiden. Many eyes briefly turned to her before focusing back on Crimson. Raven narrowed her eyes in frustration, regretting that the boy had forced her to reveal her maiden powers. Damn it, Raven. She must have killed the Spring Maiden and stolen her powers. It appears to be the case, Ojban added grimly. So Crimson is fighting an army, a few individuals comparable to elite huntsmen, and 2 maidens, Weiss summarized, fear in her voice. The group continued watching helplessly. The odds weren't getting any better. Chapter 52. From her vantage point, Cinder scowled at the battlefield. Crimson was still standing strong. His blade carving through the chaos around him with terrifying precision. No matter how many of their forces fell, he showed no signs of slowing. Frustration gnawed at her. This battle had gone on far too long. Emerald. She barked, her voice sharp and commanding. Use your semblance, distract him. Emerald, standing nervously at her side, nodded. Her hands trembled slightly, but she focused her aura, casting her illusion. Crimson's weapon felt strange in his hands. He glanced down and saw its edges warping, twisting unnaturally. His grip tightened as his sharp eyes scanned the area, quickly piecing together what was happening. Memories of Pyrrha's experience during the Vital Festival tournament flashed in his mind. An illusion, he realized. Similar to what Pyrrha experienced back then. It forces images and sounds upon you, but it doesn't block out the real world entirely. He closed his eyes briefly, focusing on his breathing to separate the real from the fake. When he opened them again, the fight continued, his movements sharp and deliberate despite the disorienting visions. Emerald's illusions didn't slow him. Crimson danced between Vernal, Raven, Hazel, Mercury, and Tyrion, who had joined the fray. Their strikes came from all angles, but he countered or dodged with uncanny precision. Even with Emerald's influence, his performance remained almost superhuman. Cinder's teeth clenched as she watched her carefully laid plans unravel. They weren't making any progress. Her fists tightened as fiery resolve burned in her amber eyes. Enough of this, she muttered, rising into the air using her maiden powers. Flames coiled around her arms before forming into spears. With a guttural cry, she unleashed a barrage of fire down upon Crimson. He dodged with remarkable agility. His blade deflecting several of the fiery projectiles. The battlefield lit up with explosions, forcing his adversaries to retreat to avoid collateral damage. Raven watched the devastation for a moment before leaping into the air, her own maiden powers activating. Ice shards materialized in her hands before being hurled at Crimson. From the ground, bandits and White Fang operatives opened fire, filling the air with bullets and projectiles. Crimson's options narrowed. He darted across the battlefield, deflecting what he could and dodging the rest. His blade moved like a blur. But the sheer volume of attacks was overwhelming. Spotting a discarded shield, he snatched it up, using it to block some of the onslaught as he was steadily pushed back. Above him, Cinder's fury boiled over. She glared at Emerald, who stood pale and visibly shaken. "Why isn't it working?" Cinder roared. "It is. I'm using my semblance, but he's not reacting to it." Crimson, catching the exchange, smirked despite the chaos around him. "Is this your grand trick?" He taunted, his voice dripping with mockery. "A third-rate illusion? Pathetic. It's easy to tell what's fake and what's not. Her semblance is an inconvenience, it will help if she stops the annoying illusions," Crimson thought to himself as his sinister grin sent a shiver down their spines, though Emerald's face turned ghostly pale. Cinder and Raven exchanged a glance, their frustration evident. They stopped their aerial assault, realizing it was draining their energy without yielding results. Landing gracefully, they prepared for a more direct approach. Their eyes locked on Crimson as they charged, determination etched into their expressions. The battlefield shifted. Adam, Sienna, Mercury, Hazel, Tyrion, Neo, and Vernal closed in from all sides. The best fighters among their forces coordinated their attacks, leaving Crimson no room for respite. Blades clashed, fists struck, and the air shimmered with deadly aura-fueled attacks. Crimson's enemies moved as one, pressing him harder than ever before. The intensity of the fight escalated. Crimson's adversaries grew desperate, fear lacing their every strike. They couldn't allow him to escape, not after all of this. There would be no second chance. Originally, the forces they had prepared were to fight Ojban's allies along with Crimson. But the so-called allies fell quite easily to the entrance trap. They thought dealing with Crimson would be quite easy with how many people on their side. But he proved them wrong. He fought all of them on equal footing and even killed dozens of them. If they don't kill him today, they will be wiped out tomorrow. They knew if he comes after them, death will be the only outcome. He was way too strong that they in this moment were truly united. It was a fight for survival, their only thought was to end him here. Blake and Sun moved silently through the shadows of the back entrance to the school. The cacophony of battle, the clash of metal, the crackle of fire, and the echoes of shouting reverberated around the courtyard, urging them forward. They kept low, eyes sharp and ears twitching at the faintest sound. Ahead, 2 White Fang members stood watch, their attention split between nervous glances at the chaotic scene outside and hushed murmurs about the ongoing battle. Blake and Sun exchanged a glance, wordlessly communicating their intention, a plan to attack. Blake darted forward, Gamble's shroud extended, and with fluid precision, she incapacitated one guard before he could react. Sun, close behind, used his staff to trip and knock out the second with a single sweeping motion. The 2 Faunas quickly dispatched the guard and threw the bodies to the side. Blake exhaled softly, her golden eyes scanning their surroundings. "Let's keep moving, the longer we wait, the harder this will get." Sun nodded. "Yeah, and it sounds like Crimson is still going strong outside, keeping the entire army busy by himself." They sprinted through the dimly lit halls of the school, every second a race against time. The sounds of the battle outside grew louder with each step, a grim reminder of what was at stake. As they rounded a corner, a low growl froze them in their tracks. Emerging from the shadows was a grim seer, its grotesque, its floating body moving towards them. The creature glowed sinisterly, its elongated limp reaching for them. "Not now," Sun muttered, his staff spinning into position. Blake and Sun worked in tandem, their attacks swift and deliberate. Blake's precise slashes disoriented the seer, while Sun's clones distracted it from landing a direct hit. After a fierce minute, Blake drove Gamble's shroud into the creature's core, and it dissolved into black mist. Blake sighed, her chest heaving. "Let's hope no one heard that." Sun smirked, though his eyes remained wary. "If they did, we will deal with it, come on." They continued, reaching the front gate of the school. Through the partially opened door, they saw the chaos unfolding. Crimson was a blur of motion, holding his ground against an onslaught of enemies. Their friends remained trapped in a glowing cage nearby, their faces a mix of fear and frustration. Blake pushed the gate open just enough for them to slip through, praying the noise would go unnoticed. Miraculously, everyone was too focused on Crimson to pay attention to the 2 Faunas sneaking in. "Yang!" Blake called out, her voice a whisper but sharp enough to grab attention. Blake. What are you doing here? Blake offered a small, reassuring smile. Saving you, of course. Before Yang could reply, Crow's voice cut through the air. No time for the reunion, get us out of here now. As Blake and Sun hurried toward the cage, Pyrrha's voice rang with urgency. Something's wrong with Crimson. Blake and Sun froze, exchanging worried glances before stepping closer. They reached the cage and attempted to break the walls, but their weapons bounced off with a crackle of energy. You idiots! Crow growled, his frustration palpable. There's a shield generator nearby, find it and smash it. Blake's sharp gaze darted around searching for the generator, while Sun said, I think we just ran next to it, as he entered the building again. To the side near the stairs the said generator sat glowing silently. Sun pointed and said. There. He and Blake aimed their weapons, unleashing a synchronized barrage. Sparks flew as the machine shattered under their assault, and the shield flickered before vanishing entirely. The cage's occupant stumbled out, but before anyone could celebrate, Ruby's cry pierced the chaos. Crimson. It wasn't a shout of triumph or hope. It was broken, raw with fear and anguish. Everyone froze. Blake and Sun turned toward the battlefield, their eyes widening in horror. A building near the courtyard collapsed with a deafening crash, sending up a plume of dust and debris. The battlefield stilled. Enemies and allies alike stopped mid-motion, their attention drawn to the source of Ruby's cry. For a moment, the only sound was the crumbling remains of the building as it settled into silence. Blake's heart raced as she stared at the dust cloud. What happened? Sun swallowed hard, gripping his staff tightly. I don't know, but I don't like it. Their enemies seemed just as stunned, their earlier determination replaced with shock and unbelief. The tension hung thick in the air, a fragile thread ready to snap. The dust began to settle, no more screams or voices could be heard. Just the sound of Ruby crying. Chapter 53. Crimson's movements were relentless, his blade slicing through the onslaught of attacks from every direction. Sweat streamed down his face, his breathing ragged, yet his resolve never faltered. The combined force of his enemy Cinder, Raven, Tyrion, Hazel, Adam, and the others pressed him into a corner. Still, his iron will refused to yield. The flurry of strikes left him no time to blink. His eyes darted from one opponent to the next, calculating angles and anticipating the next strike. But then, in a fleeting moment, his gaze froze. Amid the chaos, standing just beyond the fray, was a boy. A child with long, dark hair tied neatly. Dressed in simple yet elegant attire, a mark like jagged flames etched on his face. He exuded an air of tranquility that clashed with the surrounding carnage. His kind, calm eyes met Crimson's, and he smiled a soft, serene smile that spoke of familiarity and warmth. The world seemed to slow. Crimson's breathing hitched, his surroundings fading into a dull hum. His blade paused mid-swing, his focus narrowing entirely on the boy. His enemies faltered, their attacks halting for a brief moment as they noticed his stillness. Keep attacking. Cinder's voice rang out, sharp and commanding, breaking the brief lull. But Crimson didn't react. He didn't hear her. The boy's serene smile twisted, morphing into something sinister. His gentle gaze darkened, and his lips curled into a sneer. Pathetic, the boy said, his voice cutting through Crimson's daze like a blade. Weak, a failure. Crimson's heart clenched, his mind spinning as the boy's words echoed. The momentary distraction was all his enemies needed. Cinder hurled a spear of flame that struck Crimson square in the chest, sending him skidding back. Raven followed, her sword cutting a deep gash across his side. Tyrion's pincers tore at him. Hazel's massive fist slammed into his chest, and Adam's blade struck true, severing the hand that held his weapon. Each blow landed with precision, shattering his aura. Crimson's body crumpled under the relentless barrage, yet he didn't flinch, didn't groan, didn't even blink. His gaze remained fixed on the boy, now transformed into a young man with striking, fierce features and an air of quiet intensity. The young man's sneer deepened. You've been trash since the day you were born, you tried to copy me, failed, and nearly died for it, and then, you sold yourself just to survive. The words pierced deeper than any blade. Crimson's body sagged, his back colliding with the wall as he slumped to the ground. His handless arm hung limp at his side, blood pooling beneath him. His enemies circled, their weapons raised, but even then, he didn't acknowledge them. The figure before him changed again, aging into an old man with gray hair and a weathered face. Yet the smile remained a twisted mask of contempt. All your struggles, all your sacrifices worthless, the man sneered. You became a demon, cast aside your soul. And abandoned everything, yet even after all that, you still failed. And now, you dare to pretend you're human? Pathetic, that's all you are, that's all you'll ever be. No effort, no act of redemption will ever change that. Crimson's vision blurred, but his gaze remained locked on the figure. You don't deserve redemption, you don't deserve a family, you don't even deserve a name, you are nothing, Michikatsu. The final word struck like thunder. I never loved you, I wish you weren't my brother. The enemies surrounding him unleashed their explosive weaponry in unison. Blades of fire, shrapnel, and concussive blasts struck his body, forcing him through the wall behind him. The structure groaned under the assault before collapsing entirely, burying Crimson beneath a mountain of rubble. The battlefield fell silent. Dust and debris clouded the air as the building settled into ruins. For a moment, no one moved, their eyes fixed on the destruction. Cinder's lips curled into a victorious smirk, her chest rising and falling with exertion. It's over, she said. The others exchanged glances, their awe at Crimson's sheer tenacity still lingering, but the sudden daze and how easily he went down left them confused. They didn't understand what had just happened. Emerald collapsed to her knees, her breath shallow and ragged. Sweat dripped down her face, and her complexion was ashen. Her trembling hands pressed against the ground as if to keep herself from collapsing entirely. Mercury, standing nearby, glanced at her with a mix of confusion and concern. His usually confident demeanor faltered as he crouched beside her. Emerald, he said, his voice laced with doubt. Did you show him something at the end? Emerald nodded weakly, her head hanging low. I think I did, she whispered, her voice shaky. My semblance, it felt like it grew stronger, like it was pulling on something deeper inside him. I don't know exactly what he saw, but, she swallowed hard, her throat dry. It was someone he loved, twisted, dark like a nightmare version of them. She lifted her tear-streaked face to meet Mercury's eyes, desperation etched into her features. I don't even understand what happened, it was like his mind broke. Cinder's laughter erupted, sharp and cutting, echoing across the battlefield. She took a step forward, her fiery eyes glinting with satisfaction. It doesn't matter, she declared, her voice dripping with cruel glee. He's dead now, nothing more than ashes under the rubble. From behind her, a scream pierced the air. Crimson. Ruby's voice cracked with anguish, the sound tearing through the hearts of her allies. Tears streamed down her face as she clutched Crescent Rose, her entire body trembling with sorrow and fury. Her silver eyes blazed, flickering with a light that was both beautiful and terrifying. The rest of her team, and those who had fought alongside them, drew their weapons. Yang's fists ignited. Her hair glowing like embers as her rage flared. Weiss's rapier gleamed, her glyphs swirling with icy precision. Even Pyrrha, always composed, gripped her spear and shield with a ferocity that betrayed her fury. They will pay, Pyrrha said, her voice a low growl. For everything, for him. Sun stepped forward, his staff pointed at the enemy, his face etched with seriousness. Nora and Ren flanked him, their weapons ready, their eyes locked on the enemy. Cinder sneered, taking a few steps toward them, her allies following closely. Adam stood silent, his hand resting on Wilt, his mask hiding his expression. Tyrion cackled manically, moving his pincers in anticipation. Only Raven remained unmoving, her eyes didn't leave the rubble, as her face began to show nervousness. Vernal, who was standing near her, glanced back at Raven wondering what is up with her leader. Look at you, Cinder taunted, her tone dripping with mockery. Clinging to your pathetic hope, he's gone, and you're next, do you really think you stand a chance against us? Oh, how delicious this is. The little lambs think they can avenge their fallen wolf, how delightful. Ruby's eyes burned brighter, her grip tightening on Crescent Rose. You'll pay for what you've done. Young stepped forward, her voice a low, eyes burning red, dangerous growl. We're not backing down, not this time. The two groups faced off, the air between them thick with tension. The battlefield was a storm waiting to break, the calm before an inevitable, explosive clash. Crimson stood amidst a grotesque battlefield, the ground beneath him soaked in blood and shattered bone. The air was thick with the metallic tang of iron, and the silence was broken only by the occasional crunch of broken fragments beneath his feet. Above him, the sky stretched in an oppressive black void. Devoid of stars, save for a single moon. Its pale light bathed the world in an eerie glow, casting long, distorted shadows over the carnage. Crimson knew this place. He remembered being here years ago, his eyes turning to the figure standing near him. Kokushibo stood there, staring at him, an air of malevolence surrounding him. You were defeated in the end not by power or skill, but by a twisted memory, Kokushibo spoke slowly. Are you here to mock me? After everything I did, I failed yet again. I wanted to make a new life and honor the old, but all of it is ruined now. You failed, true, but why would you think I am here to mock you? To bathe in your sorrow? To relish your misery? Crimson chuckled lightly and asked, then why? Kokushibo stared at him for a moment before speaking. Where you go, I go. He took a step forward. What you see, I see. Another step. What you know, I know. Another step. What you will be, I will be. Another step. I am the mirror of you. Another step. You are the mirror of me. Another step. You are me. Now the two stood face to face. Kokushibo drew his sword and stabbed it into the ground as he kept looking at Crimson. Ironic, don't you think? Crimson spoke this time. The same hatred, the same person, the opposite reason. It is true, nothing changed. Kokushibo gave a rare malevolent chuckle. Crimson looked up at the baleful moon, its light shifting to a deep, ominous red as if mirroring the blood beneath him. He took in the sight before closing his eyes, memories of every moment with his brother flooding his mind. Then, after what felt like an eternity, he opened them once more, now illuminated by the moon's crimson glow, and turned his gaze to Kokushibo. Then to the sword. His hand slowly extended toward it as his eyes drifted downward to the blood pooling beneath him. In its dark, rippling surface, a reflection stared back, 6 golden eyes gleaming through the abyss. I am the reflection of everything I have become, the monster I have never been able to escape. Crimson spoke slowly, his voice was different. Chapter 54. As the two groups faced off, the rubble behind them shifted. A faint, almost imperceptible sound, a low rumble echoed through the air. Ruby's eyes widened, her tear-streaked face snapping toward the source of the noise. Crimson. She whispered, her voice trembling. The enemy froze, their smug expressions faltering as they turned toward the rubble. The pile of debris shifted again, larger chunks tumbling down, as the air grew heavy with an unnatural pressure. Cinder's triumphant smirk vanished, replaced by a look of wary disbelief. Impossible, she muttered, her voice barely audible. From the center of the rubble, a figure began to rise, hidden behind the moving dust. His movements were slow, deliberate, and unnervingly steady. I always believed that I would rather die than let anyone see my real semblance, Crimson's voice called from the shadows. Cinder and everyone else focused on him again, pointing their weapons and preparing to attack. But from the shadows, 2 golden orbs opened, glaring at them. The sight froze them with an unexplainable fear. Even Ruby and her others felt a chill crawl down their spines. You attacked my home, harmed my sister, intended to kill my family, and now you violated my memories. Crimson's voice was slow and steady, but malice oozed with every word. I have had enough, the last word delivered in a sinister voice. Before everyone's eyes, the 2 golden orbs became 6. Along with them, a suffocating pressure filled the battlefield, an aura of dread and malice unlike anything they had ever experienced. Even those who had stood in Salem's presence found her intimidating aura to be a pale echo of this nightmare. Everyone froze, their bodies visibly trembling, pupils shrinking as they instinctively stepped back. Even Ruby and the others lowered their weapons, their emotions wiped clean and replaced with raw terror. Ojban, inhabiting Oscar's body, fared no better. He had roamed remnant for centuries, millennia, even, but nothing, not even the god of darkness, had invoked fear like this. From the dust emerged a monster unlike any they had ever seen. His pale, ashen skin contrasted sharply with his 3 sets of eyes. Each eye had a yellow iris surrounded by a red fleshy sclera, and black lines radiated outward from each pupil. They gleamed ominously. The top pair replaced his eyebrows. The middle pair bore symbols no one could recognize, and the bottom pair gleamed with predatory focus. The cracked, intricate pattern of his irises seemed alive, adding a sinister energy to his dignified yet terrifying visage. In his hand, he held a katana, an abomination of flesh and eyes that pulsed faintly as if breathing. Even Tyrion, usually manic and fearless, looked horrified. The monster scanned the crowd slowly, his gaze making everyone he looked at take an involuntary step back. What the fuck is that? Mercury asked, his voice trembling. No one could answer. My semblance, my peak, what I truly am, the demon spoke slowly, answering the question. His words carried a weight that deepened their dread. For my goddess. Tyrion screamed, raising his pincers to fire. But before the shot rang out, a flash of light blinded him. His hands split from his body and dropped to the ground. Tyrion stared at the stumps where his hands used to be. A cold, deliberate voice came from his side. You, little insect, should have known your place. As Tyrion registered the loss, his screams pierced the air. The battlefield fell silent except for his cries. The others looked on, horrified, as the demon appeared next to Tyrion in a blur. You said you don't fight fair, so why are you watching? The demon's voice was low and deliberate, each word chilling. The group opened fire in a panicked frenzy, but the demon vanished. They frantically searched for him, only for his voice to ring out again. You were the one who violated my memories. Emerald froze. He was standing right behind her. She tried to run but collapsed to the ground. Turning around, she aimed her guns at him, but before she could fire, she screamed. Her legs, severed at the thighs, remained standing as she bled profusely on the ground. For that, you shall bleed to death, the demon declared, his voice cold and final. Mercury, the closest to Emerald, launched a powerful kick aimed at the demon's head. The demon met the attack with his blade, slicing Mercury cleanly in half. His corpse hit the ground, blood pooling instantly. Hazel, enraged by the gruesome display, charged at the demon, his fists slamming forward with immense force. The demon caught Hazel's punch effortlessly and stared into his eyes. You are angry, the demon said slowly, letting the words sink in before continuing. But you should be trembling. The sickening sound of bones breaking filled the air. Hazel's anger turned to horror as the demon's grip crushed his hand like brittle wood. If not for his semblance, Hazel would have been screaming in agony. Neo rushed in from the side, blade drawn in a stabbing motion. The demon let her strike, but her weapon couldn't pierce his skin. She froze in place, staring at him in disbelief. His eyes locked onto hers, freezing her with a fear she couldn't comprehend. The demon casually flung Hazel into Neo, sending them both tumbling several meters away. You barely managed to fight me when I was still human, how will you face me now? The demon asked, his tone eerily calm. At this point, Cinder and her remaining allies were paralyzed with terror. They had thought the demon was a monster before. Now, he was a creature beyond comprehension, a true nightmare. Tyrion, who had been sobbing on the ground, turned and tried to flee, dragging himself away despite his injuries. The demon's golden eyes narrowed as he raised his sword. With a single swing, a crescent-shaped projectile flew toward Tyrion, slicing cleanly through one of his legs. Before Tyrion could scream, the demon appeared beside him in a blur. I didn't permit you to leave, the demon said, his voice cold and authoritative. Tyrion stared up at the demon, tears streaming down his face. Before he could beg for mercy, the demon stomped down, crushing Tyrion's skull with a sickening crunch. The Branwen tribe bandits, who had been watching in horror, broke ranks and tried to flee. The demon turned his gaze toward them, his voice ringing out with eerie clarity, moon breathing, seventh form. The demon performed a frontal crescent-shaped slash that unleashed countless curved and straight slashes, expanding outward. The fleeing bandits had no chance, they were cut down instantly, their bodies falling lifeless to the ground. The remaining enemies were frozen in place, too terrified to move. Cinder and Raven exchanged a glance before summoning every ounce of their maiden powers, unleashing a barrage of fire and ice toward the demon. Unfazed, the demon raised his sword again. Moon-breathing eighth form. A massive, long-ranged curved slash shot forth, leaving dozens of crescent moon blades in its wake. The attacks collided mid-air, resulting in an explosion that shook the battlefield and kicked up a thick cloud of dust. As the dust obscured the area, the demon's voice cut through the chaos. Moon-breathing 10th form. 3 rotating, saw-like slashes with crescent moon blades emerged from the dust, tearing through the air with terrifying precision. They targeted Cinder, Raven, Adam, Sienna, Vernal, Hazel, and Neo. The group fought desperately to defend themselves, but not all escaped unscathed. Cinder and Raven managed to deflect the attacks, but Sienna and Vernal were killed instantly, their bodies shredded by the blades. Adam fell to his knees. A deep slash across his chest, bleeding profusely. Hazel lost both of his arms entirely and was covered in wounds, while Neo collapsed, bleeding from multiple cuts, barely alive. The demon emerged from the dust, his katana now transformed. The blade had grown longer and more grotesque, with 3 protruding, jagged edges on its sides. The weapon pulsed menacingly, as if alive, exuding an aura that sapped the will of anyone who looked at it. He walked forward, his movements slow and deliberate, until he stopped suddenly, his gaze distant. He saw his brother standing before him once more, just as he had earlier, his smile twisted cruelly. The demon's breath hitched as his expression softened into sorrow. Brother. The demon thought, his heart heavy. I wanted to become like you, but my own weakness, and failing to understand the decisions you made, fueled my hatred for you, the demon spoke slowly, his voice much softer. It was long after your death that I realized how wrong I was, I regretted my hate, and still do, the demon continued, staring at the air in front of him. I tried to do what you couldn't see, even if a little. For the sake of both of us, I thought I was better. I believed I couldn't feel hate, anger, greed, envy, or any other ugly emotions, but in the end, I was no different. I failed. I'm so sorry for being a failure. His voice cracked with emotion, and tears fell from his eyes. Adam, noticing the demon's distraction, saw an opportunity. He glanced toward Emerald, pale and barely breathing, then summoned all his remaining strength. Channeling his semblance, Adam unleashed the accumulated damage in a single, devastating strike aimed at the demon's neck. The sword struck with brutal force, enough to sever most of the demon's neck. For a moment, Adam thought he had succeeded. But the wound closed almost instantly, the flesh knitting back together as if nothing had happened. Adam stumbled back in disbelief, staring at the demon, whose head tilted slightly as he observed the failed attack, despair filling his heart. The demon remained silent, the image of his brother vanishing from his mind. His additional eyes glanced at Emerald, who had just drawn her last breath. The sorrow within him grew, twisting into hatred and rage. In this form I am indestructible, I can recover from all injuries, including decapitation, not even the passage of time can harm me, I am the closest thing to an immortal. The demon declared, his slow, deliberate words sinking into the minds of everyone present. As absurd as his claim sounded, no one doubted it. To them, this creature was not a human anymore, it was a living nightmare. Most of the remaining White Fang and Branwen tribe members dropped to their knees, paralyzed by despair, awaiting their inevitable demise. You all made me feel something I thought I couldn't, hatred, the demon growled, his voice filled with venom. Raising his sword, he assumed a stance that exuded pure malice. I know you won't like my actions, you won't appreciate them in your name, but right now my very being is burning with hatred, every cell in my body is calling for their demise. Everyone could hear the hate and anger seeping in every word. His next words were spoken with an icy finality. Moon breathing, 14th form. The demon swung his sword, unleashing countless curved slashes that expanded outward in every direction, creating an omnidirectional vortex of crescent moon blades. Wherever the vortex passed, screams and destruction followed. Even the close buildings were obliterated, and the battlefield was reduced to ruins. RWBY and the others, realizing the magnitude of the attack, retreated into the school building to escape the carnage. As the vortex subsided, silence fell over the battlefield. Not a single enemy remained standing. Chapter 55. Crimson stood motionless at the heart of the battlefield, his grotesque form towering above the carnage. Shredded corpses lay scattered around him, the ground beneath soaked in dark, congealing blood. The air was heavy with the stench of death. Amid the devastation, a pitiful figure moved weakly, a lone survivor of his wrath. Raven Branwen, battered and broken, dragged herself away from him with trembling arms. Her left leg was severed below the knee, her right hand missing 2 fingers, and her left ear was torn away. Blood trickled from countless smaller wounds across her body, painting a grim tapestry of her agony. Crimson began to walk toward her, each step deliberate and unhurried. He could smell her fear, the desperation pouring off her in waves. The sound of her ragged breathing reached his ears, and as he drew closer, he spoke, his voice calm yet cold as ice. Where do you think you're crawling to? Raven froze, her movements stilled by his words. She turned her head to look at him, her pale face streaked with tears and blood. Her lips quivered, and she managed to whisper, her voice barely audible, please. Crimson tilted his head slightly, his golden eyes narrowing. You want mercy? He asked. Do you think you deserve it? Her breathing grew heavier, but she didn't answer. Her wide, tear-filled eyes met his, silently begging for her life. Her gaze stirred something deep within Crimson, but it wasn't compassion, it was anger. As he looked at her, he saw his own reflection. The shadow of his own actions. He remembered the family he had abandoned, the wife and child he had forgotten in his pursuit of power. The atrocities he committed in the name of hatred and revenge, culminating in the death of his own descendant. Raven mirrored him to an uncanny degree, and the realization twisted his fury into something even darker. Footsteps and hurried voices broke his thoughts. Crimson didn't turn around, but he still could see RWBY, Yang, and the others emerging from the school building. Their faces were pale, their movements hesitant as they took in the monstrous figure before them. Crimson, stop. Calm down. Crimson now turned to look at them, his multiple eyes scanned the group, his gaze lingering briefly on Oscar and Crow before returning to Yang. They were all afraid of him, even RWBY, who had always seen the good in everyone. But he pushed it aside. Crow stepped forward, his hands raised in a gesture of peace. Crimson, he said firmly. Calm down, don't kill her. Crimson's golden eyes fixed on Crow. You want me to spare her? His voice was low, almost a growl. Yang and Crow both nodded, their movements slow, cautious. Crimson's fury ignited once more. His voice rose, echoing across the battlefield. She abandoned her family. She left them to fend for themselves while she sought power and survival. She allied with the enemy, conspired to kill her own blood, and you want me to spare her? Why? Crow's reply was quiet but resolute. Because she's my sister. Yang stepped forward, her voice shaky but determined. Because she's my mother. They looked like him back then. Seeing their looks, it reminded him of his brother in his final moments. His brother had the same look in his eyes. Crimson's grip tightened on his katana, the blade quivering with barely restrained energy. His anger boiled over, and he slashed the air above Raven's prone form. The force of the swing created a shockwave that sent debris flying, causing everyone to recoil in fear. Raven flinched, closing her eyes as the wind from the attack ruffled her blood-soaked hair. You abandoned your family, Crimson said, his voice heavy with disgust. Now, you live only because of them. You don't deserve their mercy, but they have given it to you regardless. Make amends while you can. His gaze bore into her, the weight of his words sinking into her very soul. Then, before their eyes, the transformation began. The monstrous eyes disappeared one by one, fading into nothingness. His grotesque katana crumbled into dust and blew away in the wind. Crimson's pale, ashen skin regained its color, his human form re-emerging from the monstrous facade. He exhaled deeply, his shoulders relaxing. His red eyes, now free of malice, looked at the group with a calm, almost serene expression. It's over, he said quietly, his voice carrying a hint of weariness. The silence that followed was deafening. No one moved, no one spoke. The only sound was the faint rustling of the wind over the ruined battlefield. Raven stared up at Crimson, her breath hitching in her throat. She didn't dare speak. Crimson turned his back on her and began walking toward RWBY and the others. He stopped a few paces away, his gaze meeting Yang's. Take her, he said simply. Her life is in your hands now. With that, he turned away to leave, but Crow called him, Crimson, what was that? Crimson looks at him for a moment before answering. Not everyone understands why their semblance manifests the way it does. But I understand mine. I had a purpose I wanted to fulfill, and I was willing to pay any price for it. No price was too great. But I was weak, slow, fragile, blind, and afraid of death, afraid of dying before completing my purpose. Becoming a demon was the answer to that. He paused, scanning everyone, letting his words sink in before continuing. It made me stronger, faster, more durable. I can create a powerful weapon out of my own flesh, and can attack at range. I can regenerate from any wound. Even time holds no power over me. My extra eyes see all around me, in every direction. I can even see the transparent world. Transparent world? Crow repeated, the term unfamiliar. It is hard to explain, Crimson replied. I see things others can't. When I looked at you, I saw through the lie you and Dad have been telling us for 17 years. I assume it's related to your semblance, always active. Looking back, I should have noticed it sooner. So many things make sense now. Crimson chuckled mirthlessly at his own words. Crow's words stuck in his throat. Crimson pointed to Oscar and continued, and just like that, I saw Ojban's abomination ghost on him. He paused, his tone softening. I was willing to sacrifice anything to complete my purpose. That cost me my humanity. I became a demon, a monster, and after all of that I still failed. I am a disgrace to life itself. Crimson turned away to leave, but RWBY stepped forward after some hesitation. Crimson, she said softly, her voice filled with uncertainty. He didn't look back. I am too tired, RWBY, stay strong, he replied, his tone gentle yet distant. And then he was gone, leaving behind a battlefield littered with death and a group of survivors struggling to understand what just transpired. It was well past midnight, and the quiet of the farmhouse was almost suffocating. No one spoke, but the silence was heavy with unspoken thoughts. The weight of everything that had happened at Haven still hanging over them all. The battle, the aftermath, and the things they had learned each moment seemed to stretch on infinitely. RWBY sat in the corner of the room, her head resting in her hands as she stared at the floor. Her teammates were nearby. Their exhaustion palpable, yet none of them dared to break the silence. They had returned to the farmhouse where they had been staying, but there was no comfort in the familiar surroundings tonight. The walls felt like they were closing in. Even the warmth of the fire in the hearth seemed to mock the chill that had settled in their hearts. Blake and Sun had been filled in about the maidens, the magic, and the relics. But their reaction was muted. As though they had already exhausted their ability to be shocked. After the brutal violence of the battle, the story seemed to lose some of its weight. There was little more that could surprise them. The information hung in the air, but the air felt too thick to take it all in. Young sat on a chair near the table, her fingers absent-mindedly tapping the surface as she glanced at the stairs every now and then, waiting. She hadn't spoken a word, but the tension in her posture said enough. Upstairs, Crow and Ojban had been tending to Raven. They were the first to return, stepping down from the upper floor. Crow looked tired, his features hard to read, as though something about the situation was still weighing on him. When he spoke, his voice was raspy. Raven's condition is stable now, he said, his eyes shifting to Yang. She'll be weak for a while, though, that fight took a lot out of her. His last words came slower, almost hesitating. The weight of his own feelings seemed to seep through. Ren, who had been silent since their return, looked at RWBY, then Yang before he spoke. His voice was careful. Do you really not know about Crimson Semblance? He asked, his eyes moving from one face to another, searching for some sign of understanding. The two of them responded with a quiet but unanimous shake of their heads. RWBY shifted slightly in her seat, breaking the stillness. We've never seen anything like that before, Ren, she said softly. None of us knew. Crow took a long drink from his flask, his gaze distant as he stared into the fire. He didn't speak right away, as though the words weren't ready to form. Oscar, now occupied by the spirit of Ojban, spoke up. Crimson broke down there, probably for the first time. He said what he truly felt and believed. It was as if he was letting go of something, but did any of what he said make sense to you? What purpose did he fail to achieve? RWBY and Yang exchanged a glance before responding. RWBY spoke first, her voice low. He was always interested in art and music, he never really showed interest in anything that aligns with what he said. Crow's lips were pressed into a thin line as he considered what they said, his gaze flicking from one of them to the other. Pyrrha, who had been sitting off to the side with her head bowed, suddenly looked up. What about the dead person Crimson cares about? She asked, her voice fragile with curiosity. Yang shook her head, her expression unreadable. We don't know, she replied softly. RWBY added with a sigh, her voice barely above a whisper, he never cried, not even when Mom died, but today he was crying. The room fell silent once more, the weight of their words sinking in. Even Ren, who had said so little, now seemed lost in his thoughts, his eyes downcast as he processed the implications of everything they'd learned, everything they hadn't known about Crimson. The person who had always been an enigma to them. Crow shifted uncomfortably in his chair, his flask hanging loosely in his hand. He spoke with a heavy voice. I think I know. Everyone turned to look at him. Chapter 56. Crow looked around the room, his tired eyes meeting the curious stares of his companions. He sighed, the weight of years pressing down on him, and took another drink from his flask. The fire crackled softly, casting flickering shadows across the room, but there was an unspoken understanding in the silence that followed. Everyone was waiting for him to speak, to reveal what they didn't know, what had been hidden away for so long. RWBY's eyes were focused with both confusion and curiosity, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. Yang's expression was serious, a rare solemnity on her face as she leaned forward, hanging on every word Crow would say. Ren and Pyrrha were just as focused, their attention fixed on the man. Crow cleared his throat before he began. RWBY, Yang, you were too young to remember all the details. Summer she left on that mission without telling anyone, not even Tai. He paused for a moment, his voice thick with something unspoken. But Crimson noticed, he noticed something wasn't right. When Summer left in the middle of the night, he followed her, a 4-year-old boy, sneaking out to follow his mother, because he knew something was wrong. RWBY and Yang leaned forward, focusing on every single word. Crow continued, his voice softer now. Crimson confronted Summer. He knew she was afraid or worried about something, so he asked her to not leave, but Summer was Summer. She said it was her duty, and she promised him she would come back, and, like a child full of hope, Crimson promised her that he would take care of the family while she was gone. Crow's voice faltered for a moment, as if the memory was too painful to revisit. The others sat in stunned silence, listening to the story unfold. When the news of Summer's death arrived, Crow's words caught in his throat, but he pressed on. Everyone was devastated. RWBY couldn't even understand where did her mother go, while Tai he broke down and even blamed Crimson for it. Back then Crimson was acting too normally that it disturbed Tai. He lashed out at him, even struck him. But Crimson didn't cry despite the swollen face. He didn't show any sadness nor pain. Instead, he went to clean the floor because of the mess Tai had caused. I talked to him about it. Crow's voice trailed off, his expression distant, lost in the past. He said that his mother had broken her promise, but he would keep his. Crimson considered crying a sign of breaking that promise, so he refused to cry. He refused to show fear, worry, sadness or any emotion. He exhaled slowly, the weight of those years hanging heavy between them. I forgot about that, all these years, I forgot, but he never did. Ren shifted uncomfortably in his seat, his voice soft but curious. So, he was so determined to keep his promise that he denied his own emotions. Crow nodded slowly. Crimson was different from the rest, even back then. He was only 4, but after Summer's death, he stepped up. He took her place cleaning, cooking, doing everything she used to do. He didn't just do it, he did it better than anyone else. He became the family's anchor. I don't know how he did it. Maybe he thought that if he did everything perfectly, it would make up for what happened. Or maybe he was trying to live up to the promise he made to Summer. But he was something else, he was unique. Pyrrha shifted slightly in her seat, her voice filled with a quiet reverence. So the dead person he cared about is his mother? Crow gave a short, dry laugh. Yes, it's probably Summer. The one he admired, but also hated for the choices she made, and he couldn't understand. He hated her for breaking her promise. Crimson's purpose, the one that drove him, was to complete that promise. And everything he's done, all the things he's been through, it's been for that. Crow shook his head as he said, I always thought that RWBY was the one most attached to Summer and keeping her memory, but now I am sure it was Crimson. The room was silent for a long moment, everyone digesting the story Crow had just shared. The weight of Crimson's past, the pain he had carried since he was a child, was clear now. RWBY. Young, Pyrrha, and the others understood him in a way they hadn't before, but there was still one question lingering. Yang spoke first, her voice uncertain. But how does this tie into Crimson's semblance? Crow's voice grew quieter as he continued, each word heavy with the weight of his memories. Not long after Summer's death, Yang found something. At least, she thought it was a clue, something that might lead her to Raven. She was determined to find her mother, convinced that she could make things right, bring her back somehow. She tried to convince Crimson to go with her, but he refused. He told her to wait for Tai to come back, that their father would know what to do. RWBY shifted in her seat, her brow furrowed. She could feel the tension in the air as Crow spoke of the past. She and Yang knew that story. Crow paused for a moment, collecting himself. But Yang, she wasn't the kind to just sit and wait. While Crimson was busy with something else, she took RWBY, who was asleep. Probably too exhausted to protest, and put her in a small wagon. She went off on her own. Crimson thought they were both in the house, safe and sound. But when he went to check on them, he found the house empty. Ren's brow creased with concern. So, he went after them. Crow nodded, his gaze distant. He tried to contact Tai, but there was no answer, no one to help him, so, he grabbed a knife from the kitchen and ran, followed the wagon tracks into the forest, running non-stop, determined to find his sisters. The room fell silent, each of them trying to imagine the scene. Crimson, a young child, running through the forest, desperate to protect his sisters. Crow took another drink from his flask, his face darkening with the weight of what he was about to say. I came to check on them sometime after, and when I found they were gone, I went after them in my bird form. I was too late, though. When I caught up, I saw something that no child should be able to do. He paused, letting the gravity of his words sink in. Crimson was running at a speed that most adults will struggle to keep up with. No child his age should have been able to move like that, not for as long as he did. And not far in front of him, Yang was pushing the wagon with RWBY still asleep in it. They weren't alone, though. In front of them, 3 Bo wolves had appeared. I could see them clearly, even from the distance I was at. The others listened intently, as Crow continued, his voice thick with a mixture of awe and sadness. Crimson, he moved faster than I could have imagined. In an instant, he killed all 3 Bo wolves, but when I reached them, the scene was heartbreaking. Crimson was on the ground, unable to breathe, eyes bulging, covered in blood. His knife handle had snapped in his hand and sharpened stuck in it, causing a bleed. The boy had pushed himself beyond his limits. Crow stopped for a moment, his eyes narrowing as the memory resurfaced. I hadn't seen anything like that before, he muttered to himself, more to the room than to anyone in particular. Now that I think about it, it's the same thing that happened to Velvet at Beacon, so the start of his breathing style was back then. He took another long drink from his flask, letting the alcohol settle in his chest. I didn't know what was going on, I thought he was dying at that moment, so I did the only thing I could think of. I unlocked his aura. The room grew still as they all absorbed Crow's words. Later, when the doctor came and checked on him, he confirmed what I'd already suspected. The only reason Crimson's still alive today is because I unlocked his aura. Without it, he would have died that day, in the woods. Tai and I agreed to keep it from the others, from you kids, but I'm sure Crimson knew. He's always known. There was a long silence as the weight of Crow's words settled over the group. They were all lost in thought, processing the revelation. But what does this mean? How does it connect with his semblance? Crow didn't answer right away, instead staring into the fire, his mind clearly turning over the question. After a long pause, he finally spoke again. I think it's all connected. Crimson's description of his semblance, it is all about his purpose. His semblance is a manifestation of his promise in a twisted way, it's why he refuses to show weakness, refuses to cry or break. His semblance is him, a reflection of everything he's carried since that night. Chapter 57. Crow's fingers tightened around the empty flask, his knuckles white as he let it drop to the floor. His face covered with one hand, he exhaled sharply, trying to steady himself as the weight of the memories pressed down on him. He awakened his semblance right after saving Yang and RWBY, he said quietly, his voice hoarse. I remember how he was acting strange, almost like a completely different person. It was the only time I've ever seen him seem scared, worried about something, he sighed, lowering his hand and looking at the group around him. That's when it all started. RWBY and Yang exchanged a glance, absorbing Crow's words. Yang's lips pressed together in thought, while RWBY's brows furrowed, her youthful face reflecting confusion and concern. Pyrrha and the others sat silently, as if waiting for the next piece of the puzzle to fall into place. He went back to normal right after Tai explained aura and semblance to him, Crow continued. He showed us the mark that day too. I think that's when he decided he would hide his semblance, he'd keep it locked away, never letting anyone know about it. His voice cracked slightly, as if the memory was still fresh. Crow leaned back slightly, his expression heavy. His semblance description, the one we were given, it matched that day perfectly. Every need, every problem he encountered, was answered by his semblance, the way he worked, the way he lived. He looked at each of them, his eyes solemn. Yang lied to him, so his semblance gave him the ability to see through lies. He couldn't watch over Yang and RWBY all the time. So his semblance gave him more eyes, literally more eyes, more awareness. He was almost too late, so it made him faster. He ran until he collapsed, so his semblance made him stronger, helped him keep moving. His body was breaking from overexertion, so his semblance gave him a more durable body. The knife broke in his hand, so his semblance gave him a stronger weapon. He was far away, so his semblance gave him the ability to attack from a distance. And when he was dying, it rejected death, made him indestructible because he still had a promise to fulfill. Silence hung in the room, the weight of Crow's words settling heavily on each of them. Yang's eyes widened, and RWBY's lips parted in disbelief, but neither of them spoke. The pieces were coming together in a way they hadn't fully understood before. Crow rubbed his eyes and continued, he saw his semblance as a manifestation of everything ugly about himself. Taken to its extreme. That's why he showed us the mark, so he could hide the rest. His interest in art and music was his way of compensating for the ugliness he felt inside. He called himself a demon. In that form he stopped considering himself human. The group exchanged uneasy glances, recalling the time Crimson had spoken about himself. During battle, he referred to himself as something other than human, and later, he explicitly described himself as a demon. The weight of those words now took on a deeper, more tragic meaning. Crow leaned forward, his eyes growing distant as he remembered those dark days. His semblance wasn't just to make him survive, it was to fulfill something bigger than himself, a promise to someone he loved and hated all at once. He paused, his voice tightening with emotion. He said he admired this person, hated their choices. It's also why he refused to be a huntsman. He didn't want to be like Summer. He didn't want to become like her, and yet, in a twisted way, he was trying to protect his family in the same way she did, but he couldn't, and that was his greatest failure. Crow sighed deeply, his expression haunted. I think he eventually came to understand that Summer wasn't entirely wrong in what she did, that there were forces out there that could hurt her family. He was angry at himself for hating her for all those years, he regretted that. At this, Ashvin, who had been quiet throughout the whole discussion, finally spoke, his voice calm but filled with an understanding that resonated through the room. That explains a lot, Ashvin said thoughtfully. His behavior, the increased violence. The cruelty we saw in Crimson's actions. He saw the White Fang and Salem's group as a violation of his promise, as a threat to his family. They attacked, they hurt his sister. That's why he decided to attack Menagerie, to take the fight to them, to erase the threat. He was angry, and that anger consumed him. Crow nodded, his eyes dark. Salem's pawns, they made a mistake. It seems they showed him a twisted version of Summer, what she stood for, what she believed in. Crimson saw that, and everything he had been hiding for so long, all the pain, all the negativity, everything he has been bottling up, it came rushing out. It destroyed them and everything around him. The room was still, each person absorbed in the weight of Crow's words. No one dared to speak, but they could all feel the gravity of what had just been revealed. Crimson, Crow continued, his voice growing heavier. He saw himself as the better version of Summer, or maybe the better version of everyone. He believed he could rise above negative emotions, that he didn't feel them the way others did. He thought he was different, but in the end, he was wrong. He couldn't protect his family. His semblance, with all the might it provided him, couldn't be used as he considered it a break to his promise. He viewed it as too disgusting and even insulting to Summer's memory. And that's when he broke. Crow stopped, clenching his fists, his jaw tight. He cried after transforming, because he thought he failed, he believed he had failed his promise, his convictions were crumbling. Weiss, who had been silent up until now, spoke up, her voice trembling slightly but firm. Do you remember what he said about monsters in Port's class? Her words cut through the silence, drawing the attention of the group. I've never forgotten his answer, the worst monster he spoke of, the one he thought was the scariest, it was himself, he sees himself as a monster, he was devoured by his own darkness. The room went deathly quiet. The weight of Weiss's words hung in the air, each of them feeling the truth of it. Everything about Crimson, his actions, his demeanor, his fears, they all made sense now. Ruby looked down tearing, her heart aching as she thought about Crimson's struggles. Yang was beside her, her gaze distant, trying to make sense of everything. Ren, Pyrrha, and even Crow seemed lost in thought, each of them absorbing the profound understanding that had been revealed. Somehow that also explains his hatred and anger toward Yang's mom, Blake added, pausing for a moment to let her words settle in. He viewed her as Summer leaving her family behind. But instead of protecting and caring for them, she was selfish, even harmful. While Summer died, she lived, but she didn't deserve to. His last words to her were to make amends while she still could because Summer couldn't. Her words added to the heaviness of the moment. The truth hung in the air like a thick fog, each of them processing the painful understanding of Crimson's complex emotions. Ruby, tears streaming down her face, spoke next. After the attack on Beacon, we went with Crimson to check on the state of his school. That's where we met his friend, Cyan, who was devastated by the destruction and loss of life. Crimson, he spoke cruelly to Cyan. Intentionalido makes Cyan hate him, he explained later that hating others is easier than hating yourself. When you hate others, you can forget the pain, but when you hate yourself, the pain never goes away. He spoke from his own experience, and we were blind to it, even though we'd been by his side all the time. With each explanation they uncovered, the group's mood grew heavier. They began to reevaluate every action and word from Crimson, realizing that everything he had done or said carried a deeper meaning they had failed to see before. Pyrrha lowered her head, reflecting on everything she had heard. To make it even harder for him, he perceives the world differently than we do. It explains why he always feels so distant, sees things we can't. He mentioned being able to see the transparent world in that form. Whatever that means, he could see Professor Ojban's soul inside Oscar and even realize that your semblance is always active, Crow. Crow tensed at that, his eyes narrowing slightly. Ruby and Yang, as if remembering something, looked at him with a sudden shift in their expressions. They exchanged a glance before both turned to Crow, their eyes filled with questions. What was the lie you and Dad were keeping that Crimson spoke of? Yang asked, her voice a mix of curiosity and suspicion. Crow's gaze flickered to the floor, and a guilty expression crossed his face. He turned away from their questioning looks, feeling the weight of the truth pressed down on him. The silence stretched painfully, and the room held its breath. Crow sighed deeply, rubbing his face with his hands as he finally spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. You two aren't half-sisters, you're cousins. I'm Ruby and Crimson's father, not Tai. A stunned silence filled the room, each person frozen in shock. Ruby's eyes widened in disbelief, and Yang's mouth fell open, both of them unable to process the revelation. Even Ojban, who had been so composed through the entire conversation, looked taken aback. Ruby stood up, her voice cracking with emotion. How could you hide that from us? She cried, her hands trembling as she looked at Crow. Crow lowered his head, his expression heavy with guilt. Raven walked out on Tai and Yang. It broke. Tai left him sad and unsure of himself, he didn't feel confident raising Yang on his own. And I, because of my semblance, I couldn't stay around, it was too dangerous. So we made an agreement, Summer would be the mother, and Tai would be the father for you three. That way, you could have a normal family as you grew up. We planned to tell you the truth once you were older, but then Summer died. Tai and I were afraid it would only bring you more pain, but now, Crimson knows. The weight of the revelations hung heavily in the air, and the group sat in silence, each of them processing the understanding they reached. And for Crow, the burden of the secret he had kept for so long had finally been revealed. Chapter 58. The morning light seeped weakly through the curtains, casting long shadows across the room. No one in the group had slept well. The previous night's events replayed endlessly in their minds: Crimson's monstrous form, his complex emotions, and the revelations that had come to light. By afternoon, they gathered in the living room, subdued and silent. Listening to the news report on the attack at Haven Academy. The news anchor's voice was grave as she detailed the destruction inflicted upon the school and the tragic loss of its headmaster. Officially, it was said that the headmaster had died heroically defending the academy, but the group knew the truth. He had been a traitor, and his death was at the hands of Crimson. The report continued, outlining the extent of the damage. Haven Academy had been severely ravaged, but the attackers were defeated. Among the fallen were the White Fang's high leader, Sienna Khan, and Adam Taurus, the infamous swordsman whose name inspired fear throughout Remnant. The Branwen tribe, which had allied with the White Fang, was obliterated. Tyrion Kalos, the deranged serial killer, was confirmed dead as well. Despite the grim news, there was no mention of Crimson or the horrors he had unleashed the previous night. The destruction he wrought was more terrifying than any Grimm could ever be. For the sake of the world's fragile stability, his role remained hidden, a nightmare best kept in the shadows. As the report ended, Crow descended the stairs. His voice broke the tense silence. "She's awake," he said. Yang immediately rose to her feet, and Ruby followed without hesitation. The others tactfully stayed seated, understanding the need for a family conversation. In the dimly lit bedroom, Raven Branwen lay in bed, her body wrapped in bandages. Her pale skin contrasted sharply with the deep red of her eyes, which now held an unfamiliar vulnerability. As Crow, Yang, and Ruby entered, her gaze shifted to them, a flicker of gratitude passing over her face. "Thank you, for saving me," Raven spoke weakly, her voice strained. She paused, her lips trembling as she searched for words. "That monster, he." Crow crossed his arms, his expression grim. "Be careful how you talk about him, call him Crimson." Raven shivered slightly, recalling the nightmare, and she nodded fearfully, her fragile demeanor uncharacteristic of the formidable warrior they once knew. Yang stepped closer, her expression a mix of sadness and anger. "You shouldn't have joined Salem," she said, her voice tinged with disappointment. Raven sighed heavily, her gaze lowering. "I know." Raven sighed heavily, her gaze lowering. "I wanted to survive, I wanted my tribe to survive, I felt like I didn't have a choice. If I refused Salem, she would have killed me and wiped out everyone in my tribe. She's relentless." Her voice faltered as a pained expression crossed her face. "I made it worse," she admitted, her tone filled with regret. "I hastened their end, I led them straight to him, not knowing what he truly was capable of." She paused, taking a trembling breath. "I believed Ojban and his followers were doomed, that they'd be wiped out entirely. I thought it would all end there." Her eyes flickered with a trace of vulnerability as she continued, "But if, through all of it, I could at least save you, Yang, I thought it would be worth it. Why do you suddenly care? You left me, you abandoned all of us, don't pretend you're some selfless savior now." Raven's expression grew heavier with guilt, her voice softening. "That life, it wasn't for me. I was torn, afraid, and convinced I couldn't be a good mother, but after Summer died," she hesitated, her gaze dropping. "I watched over you, Yang, always, in my bird form, I stayed close, keeping an eye on you from a distance." Yang's eyes narrowed, her voice sharp. "Do you really expect me to believe that?" Raven sighed, leaning back against the pillows. "If you don't believe me, ask Crimson." Yang blinked in surprise, glancing at Ruby and Crow, who looked equally taken aback. Raven continued, her voice trembling slightly. "He always knew, even as a child, he could sense me. No matter how far I stayed, no matter how many birds or animals were around me, he'd look directly at me as if daring me to approach. He was aware of everything around him. He felt like a predator, always prepared to strike. It spooked me." She paused, her eyes darkening with a mix of fear and regret. "As he grew older, that instinctive Minami sense of danger screamed louder and louder. I knew if I got too close, he'd see me as a threat. Eventually, I stopped coming near your house altogether, and then, I noticed something else." Raven's lips curved into a weak, humorless smile. "The Grimms stopped appearing near your home. At first, I thought it was a coincidence, but it wasn't. Crimson, he was eliminating them. Anything he saw as dangerous never lasted long. Your house wasn't just a home, it was a death zone, and he was the beast lying in wait." She let out a bitter laugh, wincing from the pain it caused. "My instincts were right. If I had kept stalking you, I might have been one of the threats he eliminated years ago. But how? How could he do that for years without us ever noticing?" Crow exhaled slowly, his gaze distant yet thoughtful. "With his skill, strength, and speed, it's not impossible. If he made up his mind to do something, especially something like this, he'd find a way. We never noticed because he didn't want us to." Silence fell over them as the weight of that truth settled in. Crimson's silent vigilance, his relentless protection, and Raven's hidden presence, all of it painted a picture they hadn't fully grasped until now. It was a revelation that perfectly aligned with everything they had learned the night before, and it left them grappling with an even deeper understanding of the brother who had shielded them from the shadows. Last night was the first time I ignored my instincts, Raven continued weakly, her voice trembling. When he hesitated mid-battle, and we managed to take him down, I felt an inexplicable fear. It didn't take long to realize the nightmare we had awakened. Her face grew even paler as she recalled the harrowing experience. Her breathing grew ragged, and tears welled in her eyes. When that thing looked at me, it felt like his glare was dissecting every inch of my being. Even Salem's presence feels saintly compared to that wasn't a human. Ruby, Yang, and Crow exchanged uneasy glances, uncomfortable with how Raven referred to Crimson, yet none of them spoke up to protest. Raven was visibly shaking, her face pale and streaked with tears. The terror etched into her expression was undeniable. They could see she was deeply traumatized, reliving the moment in her mind. And despite their feelings, they couldn't bring themselves to blame her. They, too, had felt a chilling fear, even from a distance, and Crimson's wrath hadn't even been directed at them. For Raven, who had faced it head-on, it was clear the encounter had left her scarred for life. Ruby descended the stairs and entered the living room where her friends sat, their expressions heavy with the weight of the recent revelations. Weiss was the first to notice her. She set down her teacup and asked, "How is Raven?" Ruby sighed as she took a seat on the couch. "She's not doing well, she's shaken, traumatized, she can barely talk about what happened without shaking." Yang and Crow stayed with her, they're both worried. The group nodded solemnly, their thoughts reflecting a shared understanding. Ruby took a deep breath, preparing herself to recount what she had just learned. "There's something Raven told us," after Mom summarized. Raven, she watched over Yang from a distance, in her bird form. She didn't come close, but she was there. Blake furrowed her brows, her voice soft. "Why?" Ruby shook her head. She thought she wasn't fit to be a mother. She was scared, and she kept her distance, but that's not all. The room fell silent as Ruby continued, her tone uneasy. "Raven said Crimson always knew she was there, even when he was just a kid. He could sense her. She said he was constantly on guard against her. From her perspective, he wasn't just aware it was dangerous." "Dangerous? How?" Ruby's expression darkened. She said her instincts warned her to stay away even when he was a kid. And as Crimson grew older, she felt like his presence was more and more threatening. Eventually, she stopped coming near the house entirely because she was scared of him. The group exchanged uneasy glances, but Ruby pressed on. "And there's one more thing. Raven noticed that grim activity around our home started to drop over the years. At first, she thought it was luck, but then she realized, it was him. Crimson was hunting anything that might have been a threat. She called our home a death zone, with him as the beast lying in wait." The room fell into a stunned silence. Blake was the first to break it. "He's been protecting all of you, all this time, and none of you even knew." Weiss looked down, her hands folded tightly in her lap. "To go to such lengths, silently, it's unimaginable." Pyrrha spoke up, her voice tinged with concern. "That makes me worry about him even more. He didn't seem okay when he left. And when he said he was too tired, I don't think he meant just from the fight. I think he meant his mind, his emotions. He's broken." Ruby looked down, guilt washing over her. "I didn't even think where he would go, I was so focused on everything else." The group hesitated, their unease palpable. Most of them still felt the fear of Crimson's monstrous form from the night before. Even now, the memory sent chills down their spines. Finally, Ruby clenched her fists and stood. "We have to find him." Pyrrha nodded firmly. "I agree, he needs us." Weiss and Blake exchanged glances, then slowly nodded. "We are with you," Weiss said, though her tone was laced with unease. Sun, Ren, and Nora hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded as well. "We're in," Ren said. As the group prepared themselves for the search, Oscar, with Ojban's consciousness sharing his mind, remained silent. His gaze was distant, lost in thought. Chapter 59. Before the group set out, Ojban took control of Oscar's body, his voice calm but firm as he addressed them. "Before you go, there's something you need to understand about Crimson," he began, his gaze sweeping across the group. "When people are in a state of deep vulnerability or depression, they often reject those who claim to understand them. They don't want sympathy, they want solace, support, and quiet reassurance. Be mindful of what you say. Offer comfort, not judgment. Sometimes, just being there is enough." The group nodded solemnly, taking his words to heart. With that, they split into pairs to cover as much ground in Mistral as possible. Ruby and Weiss ventured into the lower districts, where the streets were a chaotic tangle of narrow alleys and dimly lit corners. Ren and Nora scoured the bustling marketplaces. While Blake and Son searched near the upper district, Pyrrha decided to search on her own near the city gates to see if he left. They all carried a photograph of Crimson, asking everyone they encountered if they had seen him. But hours passed, and no one had. Ruby and Weiss eventually stumbled upon a destroyed bar, the wreckage telling a silent, violent story. Broken glass crunched underfoot as they entered. The air thick with stale alcohol and faint traces of blood. The sign above the door hung askew, its name long obscured by soot and time. Inside, the dim light cast jagged shadows, and behind the counter stood a wiry man with a face carved by years of hardship. Ruby approached, holding up a photo of Crimson. "Have you seen him?" she asked, her voice steady despite the foreboding atmosphere. The bartender's eyes narrowed, his jaw tightening as he glanced at the picture. "Yeah," he said, his voice low and heavy. "I've seen him." Weiss leaned in, her tone sharper. "What happened here?" The man set the glass he'd been cleaning onto the counter with a shaky hand. "He came in last night, quiet, sat at the bar like he'd been here 100 times before, ordered a drink, I asked for his ID, he didn't say a word, just looked at me." His voice wavered. That look, it wasn't anger, it wasn't even annoyance, it was emptiness, like he was staring through me, like I didn't exist. Ruby frowned, but the man continued before she could speak. "This place," he said, gesturing at the destruction around them, "is spider territory, it belongs to little Miss Malachite. Her gang runs it, and they don't take kindly to strangers. A few of them were here, drunk, laughing it up, they noticed him, started jeering, taunting him. Calling him a lost pup and asking who let him off his leash, he didn't react. Just sat there, staring at his drink like he was somewhere else." The bartender's hands trembled as he reached for a cigarette, lighting it with a flicker of unsteady flame. But then one of them got bold, pulled a knife and waved it in his face. He was trying to get a rise out of him, you know. Trying to show off for the others. That's when he finally looked up. The man's voice dropped to a whisper, his eyes haunted. "I have seen fear before, seen men scared for their lives. But this was different. When he looked at them, it was like he wanted them to hurt him. Like he wanted a reason to do what he was about to do. His eyes weren't just empty, they were pleading, like he was begging for someone to make a move." Ruby's breath caught, but the bartender pressed on. The guy with the knife didn't stand a chance, he didn't even see it coming. One second he was grinning, the next he was on the ground, choking on his own blood. The boy didn't hesitate, didn't even flinch. He moved like a ghost, silent and brutal. By the time anyone realized what was happening, it was already over. The bartender gestured at the ruined bar, his voice cracking. He didn't kill them, but he made sure they'd never forget him, broke their boss's jaw, shattered bones, left them crawling, and when it was done, he just walked out, didn't look back, didn't say a word. Weiss's expression hardened, but Ruby's eyes filled with something closer to sorrow. "You want to know what happened here?" "That's what happened. A boy who looked like he'd given up on everything walked in, and now they are the ones praying he never comes back." Ruby and Weiss exchanged a heavy glance before thanking the bartender and leaving the bar. Outside, the cool night air did little to ease their unease. Weiss broke the silence. "At least we know he's not killing everyone that cross him." Ruby nodded weakly, her expression troubled. "I guess, but I don't know if that makes this better or worse." They stood in silence for a moment, the echoes of the bartender's story lingering in their minds. Ruby clenched her fists, determination hardening her features. "We have to find him." Weiss placed a hand on her shoulder. "We will." The sun had dipped below the horizon, casting the world in the cool hues of early night. Pyrrha, after hours of searching, reached the last city gate on the outskirts of Mistral. She approached the guard stationed there, her breath slightly labored from the exertion. "Excuse me," she said, showing Crimson's photograph. "Have you seen this person?" The guard studied the image for a moment before nodding. "Yeah, he passed through about an hour ago, didn't say much, just walked out and headed toward the mountain peak over there." He pointed to a jagged silhouette rising against the star-studded sky. Pyrrha's heart quickened. "Thank you." Without wasting another moment, she sent a quick message to the others. "Crimson left Mistral. I'm heading after him. I'll try to bring him back." Pocketing her scroll, Pyrrha broke into a sprint, the cool night air rushing past her as she dashed toward the mountain. The terrain grew steeper and rockier as she climbed, the faint light of the moon guiding her path. After some time, she spotted him. Crimson was perched atop a large rock, his back to her, gazing silently at the moon. His posture was still, almost statuesque, and the pale light cast an ethereal glow over him. Pyrrha slowed her pace, approaching cautiously. "Crimson," she called softly. He didn't move, his gaze fixed on the distant broken lunar sphere. We have been searching for you, she said, her voice low and calm. We were all worried, Pyrrha continued, stopping a few paces behind him. You shouldn't be, Crimson said. You know better. Pyrrha sighed, stepping closer and climbing onto the same rock. She sat beside him, her posture relaxed but her eyes watchful. He didn't acknowledge her presence, his focus elsewhere. After a moment of silence, Pyrrha began speaking softly. The more I have come to understand you, the more I've found myself admiring you, your strength, your determination, your nature. Crimson finally turned his head slightly, his eyes distant. Admiration is the furthest thing from understanding, he said. Pyrrha smiled faintly, nodding. You are right, I thought I understood you once, but as time has passed, I have realized how different you are from the rest of us. She hesitated before continuing. Your semblance, it's unlike anything I've ever seen, it's terrifying, I felt fear in its presence. Crimson remained silent, his gaze drifting back to the moon. But, Pyrrha went on. Once everything was over, I realized something. You are a greater person than I ever thought, your actions, your choices, they have always been selfless, even when they seemed ruthless, and that's what makes you remarkable. Crimson's expression didn't change, he didn't acknowledge her words. I still remember our conversation during the Vital Festival, Pyrrha said, her tone growing wistful. About how our goals can change and how that's okay, you told me not to worry about that, just to keep moving forward. She glanced at him, her eyes gentle. You can find a new purpose, Crimson, a new goal to work toward. Crimson let out a faint sigh. I also told you that the journey matters more than the destination, the choices you make along the way define you. Pyrrha nodded. And look at the choices you've made. During the attack on Beacon, when so many faltered, you stood firm, you avenged your sister, you saved me. You fought a dragon grim alone, those choices, those actions, theory, what truly matter. And they have shown all of us who you really are. Crimson's expression remained unreadable. He stared forward, as if lost in his thoughts, before speaking again. When Cinder's broadcast started, I realized things were going to go wrong, he said, his voice low and filled with quiet bitterness. The first thing I felt was anger because I knew the life I'd worked for would be ruined that night. Pyrrha stayed silent, letting him speak, knowing that whatever he had to say was important for him. I asked RWBY to go with the other students to Beacon, to find Yang, while I went down to the city to hunt Cinder, Crimson continued, his voice growing heavier with each word. In that moment, I chose to act on my anger. Instead of prioritizing to escort RWBY and find Yang. I considered Beacon safe enough that they didn't need my protection, I wanted to destroy the people causing the trouble. And that resulted in Yang's injury. Pyrrha shook her head. It wasn't your fault, you didn't know what was going to happen. Crimson stayed silent for a moment before speaking again. When I made it to Beacon and saw Yang injured, I became furious. To this day, I'm not sure if I was angry because of her state or because I felt my pride had been hurt. I acted on that anger, I killed the White Fang in Beacon. And when I went after Cinder, my only thoughts were about killing her. I didn't care about anyone else, I didn't consider your well-being at all. When the dragon appeared before me, I was angry that I couldn't make Cinder suffer more, so I lashed at it. I didn't fight to protect, I was just lashing out at whatever came my way. Crimson paused, looking at her, his eyes searching. Do you think my choices are admirable? Pyrrha went silent, unsure how to respond. The question lingered in the air between them, heavy and unresolved. Crimson, sensing her hesitation, continued. I hated how I looked when I was a demon, he said, his voice low, almost regretful. I despised it more than anything, I was willing to die before anyone saw it. During the fight, I acted with the intention of keeping them busy. Of killing as many as possible. I thought, as long as Sun and Blake freed you all, the pressure on me would be reduced, and I could kill them off easily. I never once considered transforming, even though it was the best option to keep my sisters and everyone else safe. But when I saw that twisted illusion, my hatred overwhelmed whatever disgust or shame I had, I chose to transform out of the worst emotion. Pyrrha opened her mouth to speak, but no words came out. Crimson continued, his tone bitter, almost pained. So I have been wondering, I will never be anything but a monster driven by self-hatred, he murmured. He paused again, staring at the moon. The silence stretched between them. I wanted to live the remainder of my life to the best of my ability, so when my time comes no one will tell the story of a monster but a human, Crimson said quietly. He paused a little before continuing. There really is no fathoming the depths of my hatred for this world. Why was someone like me born? RWBY and Yang didn't deserve to have a demon for a family. Sighing deeply, Crimson stood, his back to Pyrrha as he spoke. I want to spend my time alone, tell them to go on with their lives. Without waiting for a response, he turned and walked away, disappearing into the darkness of the night. Pyrrha sat motionless on the rock. Staring at his retreating form, her heart heavy with the weight of his words. The cold wind whispered through the trees, and the moon continued its slow, silent journey across the sky. Chapter 60. Pyrrha's footsteps were heavy as she made her way back to the house, the night air cool against her skin. But it did little to ease the weight on her heart. Every step seemed to carry the burden of the conversation she'd just had with Crimson, each word echoing in her mind. The silence of the mountain felt louder now, the quiet a stark contrast to the turmoil she felt inside. As she entered the house, her friends were gathered around the table, faces lit by the soft glow of a lantern. They turned to her as she stepped inside, concern immediately evident in their eyes. "Pyrrha!" Ruby exclaimed, standing up quickly. "Did you find him?" Pyrrha paused at the door, her gaze lowering to the floor. She swallowed hard before speaking, her voice a quiet whisper. "He left." "What do you mean, he left? You didn't Why did you let him go?" Pyrrha took a deep breath, her gaze flickering toward Ruby, who stood silently beside her sister. She could see the confusion and worry in their eyes, but there was no anger, only the desperate hope that Crimson could be brought back. The weight of their expectations hung in the air, but Pyrrha knew she had no simple answers. "He thinks he's a demon," she said, her voice faltering. "Unworthy of a family, he told me that he acts out of hatred, not love, his anger consumes him, he doesn't believe he's worthy of you." The room fell into stunned silence. Ruby's eyes widened, and Yang's expression softened, her usual fiery resolve replaced by something darker, more sorrowful. It was clear they had no idea how deep Crimson's struggles ran. "But why?" Ruby asked, her voice breaking through the silence. "Why does he think that?" We are his family, we care about him." Pyrrha shook her head slowly. "It's not that simple. Crimson carries so much guilt, convinced that everything he's done, all the choices he's made, have been driven by hate. He doesn't believe he's capable of love. And that you don't deserve to have a demon for a family. But he's wrong. We've all seen what he's done, he's always been there for us, he's not a demon." Pyrrha's eyes hardened slightly, her own feelings raw as she spoke. "That's what he believes, he told me he's been wondering if he will ever be anything but a monster driven by self-hatred." The words hung in the air, heavier than any of them could have expected. Ruby looked down at the ground, clearly processing the enormity of what Pyrrha had shared. Yang looked just as stunned, her usual sharp wit gone, replaced with the quiet silence, trying to comprehend the emotional devastation her brother was enduring. Ashbin, who had been silently observing the conversation from the corner, finally spoke up, his voice calm yet laced with concern. "Crimson's state is worse than I had anticipated, he's begun to deny his own emotions, distancing himself from any form of attachment, his guilt has clouded his perception to the point where he doubts every action he's taken, he believes that he's only driven by hatred, not by love, and it's consuming him. Is there anything we can do? How do we help him?" The room fell silent once more as Ashbin, despite his usual wisdom, seemed lost for words. He looked between the group, the weight of the situation clear in his eyes. I don't know," he admitted quietly, his voice barely above a whisper. "Crimson's mind is trapped in a spiral of self-doubt and guilt, and right now, even I am unsure of the best way to help him." The words stung more than any of them could have expected. Ruby's expression faltered, her shoulders slumping as the reality of the situation set in. Yang's gaze hardened. But there was no outlet for her usual resolve, no way to fight this battle with the same straightforward approach she was used to. Pyrrha stepped forward, her heart heavy, but she knew the truth of the matter. "We need to give him time." Ruby, with determination returning to her voice, looked up at Pyrrha. "Then we will wait, and when he's ready, we will be here for him." Pyrrha nodded, a faint, sad smile forming on her lips. "Yes, we will." Crimson walked through the forest with unwavering resolve, his steps steady but heavy. The sun rose and set as he continued, his mind clouded with thoughts too dense to lift. The battle with the Grimm along his path was a fleeting moment, their snarls and claws posed no challenge. Each creature fell with a single strike of his blade, leaving no room for interruption in his solitary march. By evening, he arrived at a serene pond, its surface reflecting the fiery hues of the setting sun. Exhausted but restless, he sat beneath a tree, his back resting against its rough bark, his gaze fixed ahead as if lost in a trance. Anyone who might have seen him there would assume he was meditating, perhaps even at peace. But within him, a storm raged. Crimson's mind churned over the choices that had brought him to this point, the lives he had lived. And the question that gnawed at his soul, why had he been reborn? His regrets ran deep, and his purpose felt more elusive than ever. For 6 days, he sat unmoving, lost in this internal battle. Neither hunger nor thirst touched him, his body ached, but he did not heed it. The world around him faded as his thoughts consumed him entirely. On the seventh day, his stillness was broken by distant screams. They echoed faintly through the trees, urgent and desperate, but he remained unmoved, his trance unbroken. Then, a single word rang out. "Brother." The cry shattered the walls of his mind, dragging him back to reality. The voice was sharp, innocent, and filled with fear, a voice that pierced deeper than any blade. Crimson's eyes sharpened. His hand instinctively gripped the hilt of his sword as he leaped to his feet and dashed toward the sound. Breaking through the trees, he found two rabbit faunus boys huddled together as a grim Ursa loomed over them. The beast moved slowly, savoring their terror. Crimson surged forward, his blade flashing in the waning light. In a single, fluid motion, he beheaded the grim, its body crumpling to the ground before vanishing into the ether. The boys stared at him, their fear gradually giving way to awe. Crimson's eyes softened as he looked at them. They couldn't have been older than Yorichi had been when he left their home. "What are you doing out here alone?" he asked, his voice steady but firm. The boys hesitated, then one spoke up. "We came to get firewood, our father's busy with Mama, she's about to have a baby." Crimson nodded. Without a word, he walked to a nearby dry tree and sliced it into neat pieces with the swings of his sword. The boys watched, amazed, as he worked. Then he turned to them and extended a hand. "Give me the rope," he said. One of the boys fumbled to hand him a coiled rope. Crimson tied the firewood into a bundle and hefted it onto his shoulder. "Lead me to your home," he instructed. The boys exchanged glances before nodding and guiding him through the forest. Before long, they arrived at a small, humble house nestled against the mountains. A nearby settlement was visible in the distance. As they approached, the boy's father ran out, his face a mixture of anger and fear. "Rowan. Kerwin. Why did you leave without telling me? We wanted to help. You couldn't leave Mama alone." The father's stern expression softened, guilt flickering in his eyes. "Don't do it again," he said firmly, then turned to Crimson. "Thank you for bringing them back safely." Crimson nodded slightly and set down the firewood. From inside the house, the screams of a woman in labor pierced the air. The father turned and rushed inside, the boys following close behind. Crimson stood outside, hesitating. He turned to leave but stopped, glancing back at the house. Moments later, he stepped inside and called out to the father. "Is there a doctor in the settlement?" The man's face darkened. "There is, but he won't help us, we are faunus," he said bitterly. Crimson's expression remained stoic. He turned and left without another word. He went to the settlement, reaching it in minutes. He sought out the doctor and found him quickly. "There's a delivery," Crimson said curtly. "You need to come." The doctor hesitated, then began gathering his supplies. "Where?" he asked. Crimson didn't answer. Instead, he grabbed the man's bag with one hand and hoisted the doctor onto his shoulder with the other, ignoring his protests. Crimson ran back toward the house at a speed that defied belief, reaching it in mere minutes. The doctor, pale and trembling, took one look at the house and froze. "I won't go in," he said in a final tone. Crimson's hand rested on the hilt of his sword, his voice cold as ice. "Be thankful for the chance to deliver a life. You are not allowed to turn your back on them, because if you do, your body and head will be separated with sadness." The doctor's knees buckled under the weight of Crimson's presence. Swallowing hard, he nodded and entered the house. Crimson stayed outside, leaning against the wall in silence. Time passed slowly. But eventually, the cry of a newborn pierced the air. Crimson froze, the sound stirring something deep within him. It was the first time he had ever played a role in bringing life into the world rather than taking it. He stood there for a long moment, unsure of what to feel. Chapter 61. The doctor stepped out from the small house, his movements hurried and nervous. His eyes darted toward Crimson, and for a brief moment, his face betrayed fear. Without a word, he turned and bolted away, the sound of his steps echoing in the distance. Crimson didn't react. His gaze was fixed on the ground, his thoughts pulling him deeper into a silent abyss. The world around him felt distant, the faint cries from inside the house barely registering in his mind. Minutes turned to hours, and time seemed to stretch endlessly until the door creaked open once more. This time, it was the father who emerged. He was cradling a small bundle wrapped in a soft, worn blanket. Behind him, the two boys followed, their eyes wide with curiosity and awe. The father's face was a mix of exhaustion and relief, his voice steady as he approached Crimson. "It's a girl," he said, his words filled with quiet pride. "She's safe and sound, thanks to you." Crimson looked up, his crimson eyes locking onto the father's. He gave a small nod but said nothing. His expression remained unreadable, though a faint flicker of something softer passed through his features. The father, emboldened, stepped closer. "Here," he said, gently holding out the newborn toward Crimson. Confusion flashed across Crimson's face as he hesitated, unsure of what to do. "We talked about it," the father continued, his voice warm but firm. "My wife and I, we want you to name her. It would mean the world to us if our benefactor could bless her with a name." Crimson stared at the father, his mind racing. He hadn't expected this. He had come to help, nothing more. To be asked to name a child felt foreign. Almost too intimate. He glanced down at the tiny life in his hands, her eyes closed, her breathing soft and steady. For a long moment, he said nothing, the weight of the request settling heavily on him. The father seemed to sense his hesitation. "Please," he said quietly. "You saved her life, you've given us more than we could ever repay, a name from you would be an honor." Crimson looked at the newborn again. Her fragility, her innocent sight was almost overwhelming. Finally, he spoke, his voice low and measured. "Summer," he said, his tone carrying a faint but unmistakable note of reverence. "Summer was the name of the woman who gave birth to me. If it is a suitable name, I would like to name her after her, in hope she will grow as strong, and as kind." The father's face broke into a wide smile, his eyes shining with gratitude. "Summer," he repeated, nodding. "It's a beautiful name, thank you." From that moment on, the small family of 4 became 5. Summer had entered their lives, a bright new presence that brought hope and joy to their home. Crimson spent the night with them. Sitting quietly by the fire as the family exchanged stories and laughter. For once, the weight on his shoulders seemed to lighten, if only slightly. The next morning, Crimson prepared to leave the father, stood by the doorway with his wife, still weak but smiling warmly. "If you're ever passing through, please visit," the father said earnestly. His wife nodded, holding Summer close. "You'll always be welcome here," she added softly. The father then pulled out a cloak and handed it to Crimson and said, "You are heading south, it is rainy there, hope this will help you." Crimson hesitated for a moment before thanking the man and turning around to leave, but as Crimson stepped outside, the 2 boys ran up to him. Their youthful energy was palpable as one of them spoke eagerly. "We want to be like you. Strong and free, traveling the world, we'll do anything to become like you." Crimson crouched down, meeting their eyes. His expression was serious but not unkind. "Chasing the shadow of someone you admire will only leave you lost in their footsteps," he said, his voice calm but firm. "True strength lies in cherishing the present, standing firm for those you love, and finding your own path to protect what matters most." The boys stared at him, their youthful excitement dimmed by the weight of his words. Crimson stood and glanced at the family one last time. "Remember," he said, his voice quieter now. "There are treasures in this world no power can reclaim. Once lost, hold them close while you still can." The boys looked to their father, confused by Crimson's words but sensing their importance. The father's expression turned somber as he watched Crimson walk away, heading south. "What did he mean?" one of the boys asked. The father sighed, a hint of sadness in his eyes. "I think he's lost someone, or something, that meant everything to him." The family stood in silence, watching until Crimson disappeared from view. His words lingered in the air, a quiet reminder of the fragility of the things they held dear. 10 days later, Crimson reached the city of Kuchinashi. The journey had been long and arduous, with little more than the rain and his own thoughts for company. As he stood at the edge of the city, his cloak damp from the persistent drizzle, he recalled Crow's stories of this place. A city where the worst of criminals gathered, where crime empires were born and flourished in the shadows of corruption. Kuchinashi was nestled within the open mouth of the surrounding mountains, earning its local nickname, "The Egg in a Viper's Nest." From his vantage point, Crimson could see the neon lights piercing through the perpetual fog and rain, casting an eerie glow over the ancient city. The weather systems trapped by the mountains created an oppressive, wet atmosphere, amplifying the unease that clung to the place. Anti-air artillery bristled on the outskirts as a stark reminder of the city's defenses, and distant wails of sirens echoed through the valleys, their mournful tones carrying far. Crimson entered the city, keeping his head low beneath his hood. The streets were a chaotic maze of Eastern-style architecture lit by garish neon signs advertising every vice imaginable. The contrasting blend of old and modern created an unsettling harmony, as if the city itself couldn't decide whether to preserve its traditions or fully succumb to its corruption. He moved steadily toward the central strip, the heart of the city, recalling Crow's description of it. This was where public business and clandestine deals intertwined seamlessly. The strip was dominated by the hedges, a sprawling, cacophonous marketplace connected to the criminal underworld. As he waded through the crowd, Crimson observed the spectrum of activity, vendors hawking wares loudly, dust dealers showcasing their products with dramatic displays, and shadowy figures slipping into the eastern corners where drugs and other illicit goods exchanged hands. The central strip also housed key landmarks, a local hospital, a blacksmith shop, and the sheriff's office, now commandeered by the Wave, a growing crime syndicate. Crimson noted the lightning dust-reinforced cells in the jail, a grim necessity in a city where even huntsmen couldn't be fully trusted. His destination lay ahead, the Skillful, a tavern infamous for its huntsman activity and the power plays orchestrated within its walls. Crow's stories had painted it as a hive of opportunity for those seeking work. Danger, or both. Crimson needed money, and extermination missions, the kind that involved clearing out grim infestations or putting down dangerous individuals, offered a chance to earn it quickly. 2 burly guards flanked the entrance to the Skillful. As Crimson approached, one stepped forward, blocking his path with a hand. "Huntsman license?" he demanded. The other guard smirked, arms crossed, eyeing Crimson with suspicion. Crimson's brow furrowed. "Don't have one." The first guard laughed harshly. "No license, no entry, tavern rules, doesn't matter if it's active or stolen, you need one to get in." Crimson stared at him for a long moment before acting. In a blur, his fist connected with the guard's jaw, sending him sprawling to the ground unconscious. The second guard cursed, drawing a weapon, but Crimson calmly held up the first guard's license. "This good enough?" The remaining guard blinked in surprise before narrowing his eyes. "You're dead." He lunged, but Crimson sidestepped effortlessly, disarming him with a swift motion and knocking him out cold. He adjusted his cloak and stepped over their prone forms, pushing open the tavern doors. Inside, the atmosphere was alive with chatter, laughter, and the occasional raised voice. The scent of alcohol and smoke hung heavy in the air. Crimson's entrance turned heads, but most quickly returned to their drinks, recognizing the kind of trouble that had just walked in. Behind the bar stood an older woman with a sharp gaze and a smirk that suggested she'd seen everything this city had to offer. Her silver hair was pulled back into a tight bun. And her movements were efficient as she poured drinks and barked orders at her staff. She looked up as Crimson approached, her eyes narrowing. "You realize what you just did out there?" she asked, her voice low but carrying weight. Crimson shrugged. "Needed a license, got one." The second guard didn't know what was good for him. The woman's smirk widened. "Name's Opal, I run this place, and you have got guts, I will give you that. Now, what do you want?" "Work," Crimson replied. "Something that pays." Opal nodded slowly, studying him. "You've got the look of someone who can handle themselves, bounty work or grim extermination?" "Bounty," Crimson said without hesitation. Opal reached beneath the bar, pulling out a few papers. "This one's high risk," she said, sliding a particular posting toward him. "Dangerous target, but the pay's worth it. Think you can handle it?" Crimson glanced at the paper, committing the details to memory. "I can handle it." Opal chuckled softly. "We will see about that. Good luck, kid." Tucking the paper into his cloak, Crimson turned and headed back into the rain-soaked streets. Chapter 62. The Lower Valley was a district that even the shadows feared. Known as Kuchinashi's Warehouse District, it was where the criminal underworld conducted its most clandestine operations. The entire area was a labyrinth of massive storage buildings, each one fortified like a fortress. Armed guards patrolled the perimeter of every warehouse. And the atmosphere was suffocating, laden with the stench of damp metal and the ever-present tension of concealed violence. No one entered the Lower Valley without intent, whether to do business, settle debts, or meet an untimely end. Crimson walked through the foggy streets of the district, his boots splashing in shallow puddles as he approached his destination. The target was the Armor Syndicate, a notorious gang specializing in weapons dealing. Their leader, Stanham Armor, was a former huntsman from Mistral Academy, a fact that had given the syndicate both prestige and fearsome reputation. Crimson had been provided the location of their stronghold, a warehouse like any other, save for the increased number of guards and faint sound of machinery within. As Crimson neared the warehouse, he noted the guards stationed at the entrance. They were rough-looking men, armed with rifles and batons, their postures exuding a mix of boredom and tension. One of them noticed Crimson approaching and immediately raised his weapon, barking. "Oi! Where do you think you're going?" Crimson halted a few paces away, his hands resting casually on the hilts of his sword. "This is the Armor Syndicate's base, isn't it?" he asked, his tone calm but cold. The guard narrowed his eyes. "Yeah, what of it?" In an instant, Crimson's sword was drawn. A flash of steel, a spray of crimson, and the guards collapsed lifeless to the ground, their severed heads rolling onto the wet pavement. Crimson stepped over the bodies, pushing open the heavy warehouse door without hesitation. Inside, the warehouse exploded into chaos. Syndicate members emerged from every corner, drawn by the sound of gunfire and the commotion outside. Crimson moved like a phantom, his blade slicing through the dimly lit space with deadly aim and merciless brutality. Men shouted, weapons were fired. And crates were overturned in the chaos, but none of it deterred Crimson. He fought without hesitation, his movements a blur of lethal efficiency. Within moments, the air was thick with the metallic scent of blood, and the ground was littered with the bodies of the Syndicate's enforcers. The gunfire and screams drew the attention of Stanham Armor, who had been in his private quarters deep within the warehouse. The noise outside stopped abruptly, replaced by an eerie silence that sent a chill down his spine. Grabbing the massive greatsword from where it rested against the wall, he stepped outside to confront whoever had dared to attack his stronghold. What he saw made his blood boil. His men were all dead, their bodies strewn across the floor in grotesque positions. Standing among the carnage was a young man. His dark cloak spattered with blood, his sword glinting faintly in the dim light. The man was walking slowly toward him, his expression unreadable. "You've got guts, I'll give you that," Stanham growled, his voice a mixture of fury and disbelief. "Who the hell are you, and why are you here?" "I'm nobody," Crimson replied flatly. "This isn't personal, I'm just collecting a bounty." Stanham's laughter was deep and mocking, echoing through the empty warehouse. "Do you have any idea who you've messed with, boy?" he said, gripping his sword tightly. "I'm Stanham Armor ex-huntsman, leader of one of the strongest syndicates in Kuchinashi, and you," he pointed the massive blade at Crimson. "You're just a dead man walking." As he spoke, a pale yellow light enveloped his body, shimmering like molten gold. His aura condensed and solidified, forming a suit of armor that gleamed with unnatural strength. The armor covered every inch of his body, leaving small gaps for movement. Stanham's voice rang with pride. "This is my semblance, the strongest armor ever created, no blade can pierce it." Crimson tilted his head slightly, his expression unchanging. "The strongest armor," he repeated, his voice soft. "Because you're the weakest." Before Stanham could react, Crimson moved. He closed the distance between them in the blink of an eye. His blade flashing toward the faint gap at Stanham's neck where the armor didn't quite meet. The strike was precise and devastating, severing Stanham's head from his body. His armored form crumpled to the ground with a resounding crash, lifeless. Crimson wiped his blades clean, retrieving Stanham's ID and scroll as proof of the kill. Before leaving, he set fire to the warehouse, watching the flames consume the evidence of the massacre before disappearing into the night. Sometime later, Crimson stood outside the Skillful Tavern once more. The guards at the entrance eyed him warily, but he ignored their nervous glances and stepped inside. The warm, noisy atmosphere of the tavern seemed almost alien after the grim silence of the lower valley. Opal spotted him immediately, her sharp eyes narrowing as she approached the bar. "Back already?" she asked, a smirk tugging at her lips. "Too tough for you." Crimson dropped Stanham's ID and scroll onto the counter with a quiet thud. "The warehouse is gone," he said simply. For a moment Opal was stunned, her smirk fading as she registered his words. She recovered quickly, nodding as she transferred the lien to his scroll. "Well, I'll be damned, didn't think you'd pull it off." She watched as Crimson pocketed his scroll and turned to leave. As he walked away, Opal found herself staring after him, her smirk returning. She'd sent him on that mission expecting him to either die or run in fear, but he'd returned alive and victorious. "Who is this kid?" she muttered under her breath, her curiosity piqued. Crimson disappeared into the rainy streets without answering, leaving behind a tavern full of whispers and a bartender who couldn't shake the feeling that she'd just witnessed the beginning of something far larger than a bounty. Crimson walked away from the Skillful Tavern, the bounty tucked into his pocket. The sum was pretty good enough to sustain him comfortably for more than a year, should he choose to live frugally. But comfort wasn't his priority. His mind is still drifting to his memories and the recent events. He had no grand plans for the money, no vision of a brighter future. What he needed now was simple, a place to stay, somewhere far from the noise and prying eyes of the city's underbelly. The upper cliffs. A quieter district perched on the edges of the city's elevated terrain, seemed like the best choice. The buildings there were old and weathered, housing those who had enough to escape the chaos below but not enough to truly rise above it. Crimson rented the first apartment he found. The landlord, an indifferent old man, handed him a rusty key in exchange for a month's rent. The place was far from luxurious, barely above average by the city's modest standards. The peeling wallpaper, cracked tiles, and faint smell of mildew told a story of neglect. But Crimson didn't care. He had no desire to search for anything better. He only wanted solitude. The apartment was a one-room affair in a crumbling building that had likely seen better decades. It was quiet enough, and that was all that mattered. With a place to stay secured, Crimson turned his attention to basic necessities. He made his way to the market, a bustling maze of stalls selling everything from fresh produce to questionable trinkets. He avoided eye contact with the merchants, picking up canned goods and dry supplies that could last him a week. Efficiency was his only goal. When he returned to the building, the stairwell was dimly lit by a single flickering bulb. As he climbed to his floor, he paused. Sitting on the narrow stairs were two small girls, their presence unexpected in a place like this. They looked similar, undoubtedly sisters. The older of the two couldn't have been more than 6 or 7. While the younger one was a year or two younger. Their frames were thin, their pale skin stretched tight over delicate bones. Their clothes were ragged, their hair unkempt. But it was their eyes that struck him. Wide and frightened, they darted to the bags in his hands, betraying their silent hunger. Crimson stopped and stared at them. They didn't move, though their small bodies trembled slightly. His gaze lingered on them for a moment longer than he intended. Then, without a word, he placed one of his bags on the floor in front of them. The older girl hesitated, her hand twitching toward the bag, but Crimson didn't wait to see what she would do. He turned and continued up the stairs, the other bag still in his grasp. The apartment door creaked as he opened it, the faint smell of dampness greeting him. He set the remaining bag down on the counter and collapsed onto the worn mattress in the corner of the room. His body felt heavier than it should have. As he lay there, staring at the cracked ceiling, his thoughts wandered. Why did I do that? He hadn't spared a thought for others in years, his philosophy shaped by hard truths and bitter experiences. The world is a dark place. And to stand at its peak means looking down on countless sufferings. That was what he believed. The strong thrived, and the weak suffered. Yet, for some reason, he had given those girls food without a second thought. He couldn't remember the last time he had felt pity for someone else. Was it really a pity? Or was it something else? Whatever it was, the question lingered, refusing to be silenced. For the next week, Crimson didn't leave the apartment. He spent his days in quiet meditation, letting his mind drift through the stillness. His meals were sparse, taken only when his body demanded it. The canned goods he had kept were enough to sustain him. Though he barely tasted the food as he ate. He focused on regaining control, on silencing the thoughts that had unsettled him. Yet, no matter how much he meditated, he couldn't find peace. The image of those two small figures on the stairs were added to these thoughts. Outside, the rain continued to fall, drumming against the windows in a rhythm that felt almost accusatory. Crimson sat cross-legged in the center of the room. His eyes closed, his breathing steady. The world outside moved on without him, but within his solitude, he kept replaying the two lives and asking himself questions. Chapter 63. Crimson spent a week in isolation, meditating and reflecting in the quiet solitude of his small apartment. When his supplies began to dwindle, he ventured out into the city again. As he descended the creaking staircase, the two small girls he had encountered before were sitting in the same spot. This time, when they saw him, there was no fear in their eyes. Instead, they looked wary, with a faint glimmer of hope shining through their guarded expressions. He met their gaze briefly but said nothing, walking past them without a word. The market was bustling as usual, its narrow streets packed with vendors shouting their wares and customers bartering. Crimson spent more time here than during his last visit, picking up cooked meals. Fresh fruits, vegetables, and meat. He moved methodically from one stall to the next, selecting what he needed without engaging in unnecessary conversation. When he returned to his building, he found the two girls standing instead of sitting, as if waiting for him. Their thin frames and hollow eyes spoke volumes. Without hesitation, Crimson handed them a bag containing freshly cooked meals. It was enough to feed both of them for the day. He paused for a moment before speaking. If you're hungry, come to my place, last door on the next floor. He didn't wait for a response and climbed the stairs, leaving the girls behind. The next day, as he sat cross-legged in his small apartment, lost in meditation, a knock at the door interrupted his silence. He rose and opened it to find the two girls staring up at him. They said nothing, their wide, silent eyes fixed on him. Crimson looked at them for a moment before turning and walking back into the room, leaving the door open behind him. Without looking back, he said a single word, "Sit." The girls entered cautiously and settled on the floor. Crimson prepared breakfast for them, working quickly and efficiently in the small kitchen. When the food was ready, he placed it in front of them. "Eat," he said simply. The girls exchanged glances, then looked up at him as if wanting something else. He stood there, arms crossed, watching them. After a moment, he asked, "Need more for someone?" The older girl nodded silently. Crimson turned back to the kitchen. Eat, he said again, as he prepared more food. The girls ate their share quietly, and when he handed them the extra food, they left. From that day forward, they began coming to his apartment for every meal. It became a routine, Crimson preparing food while they ate in silence. Sometimes they would linger in the room, sitting quietly as he meditated in the corner. He didn't ask their names, nor did they speak. It was a fragile, wordless understanding. 2 weeks passed in this manner until one morning, when Crimson opened the door expecting the girls, he found a woman standing there instead. Her pale complexion and hollow eyes mirrored her daughter's. Her shoulders were slumped, and she exuded a sense of deep despair. "I am their mother," she said quietly, her voice trembling. "Can I come in?" Crimson stepped aside, gesturing for her to enter. She hesitated, then walked in and stood awkwardly in the center of the room. Crimson sat down on the floor and waited. The woman's composure broke. She fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face as she begged him. "Please take my daughters and leave the city with them, I'll do anything you want." Her voice cracked as she reached for the hem of her tattered dress, pulling at it. "You can have me, or sell me, I don't care, just take them away." Crimson's expression remained unreadable. "Put your clothes on," he said, his voice calm but firm. "Why not leave with them yourself?" The woman clutched her dress and sobbed as she explained. "Leaving by aircraft is too expensive, only the rich can afford it, and leaving on foot," she shook her head. "It's too dangerous, hiring a huntsman here costs more than I will ever have." Crimson frowned slightly. "Then why come here at all?" She wiped her eyes and told him the story of her arrival. She and her husband had come to Kuchinashi as part of a merchant caravan. Her husband, a huntsman, was tasked with protecting the caravan. They were supposed to stay for only a month, but her husband disappeared one day without a trace. When the caravan prepared to leave, she had to make a choice, wait for him or leave without him. She stayed, but her husband never returned. Without him, life in the crime-ridden city became unbearable. Her savings dwindled, and desperation drove her to work as a prostitute. Then, 3 weeks ago, one of her clients followed her home and assaulted her in front of her daughters. When she tried to resist, he beat her so badly she couldn't leave her bed for weeks, leaving her daughters to starve. Worse, her daughters had not made a sound since that day. The woman broke down completely, sobbing as she admitted her regret. "If I'd left with the caravan, if I'd been stronger," she whispered. "I wouldn't have to beg you now." Crimson's voice was quiet but firm. "A single moment of weakness can lead to a lifetime of regrets." She nodded, her tears falling silently, and Crimson added, "But if today is the worst day ever, tomorrow has to be better." The woman looked at him, her despair flickering briefly into hope. He stood abruptly. "Go back to your daughters, come to me tomorrow morning with them." Before she left, he handed her the food he had prepared for the girls. She took it gratefully, bowing and thanking him repeatedly as she left. That evening, Crimson made his way to the Skillful Tavern. Opal raised an eyebrow as he approached, clearly surprised. "Thought you'd left the city," she said, smirking. Crimson ignored her remark. "The Hana Guild, where are they?" Opal's smirk faded. "That's not a name you throw around lightly," she said cautiously. "Information has a price." Crimson tossed a pouch of lean onto the counter without hesitation. Opal waited briefly before nodding. She scribbled down an address and slid it toward him. 3 warehouses, all in the lower valley, their mansion is in the upper cliffs. Crimson pocketed the note and left without another word. That night, Kuchinashi burned. The warehouses, once fortresses of the criminal underworld, were reduced to smoldering ruins. Their contents lost to the flames. The Hana Guild's mansion, a symbol of opulence and fear, stood as a charred husk by morning. The city's underworld was shaken to its core, its heart pierced by an unseen hand. Before the Hana Guild's mansion was consumed by fire, Crimson stood before its leader, a man known as Shinjen Hana. The guild master, once proud and untouchable, now knelt trembling, his defiance eroded by the carnage Crimson had wrought. "What do you want?" Shinjen demanded, his voice cracking as fear overtook him. "Everything," Crimson replied coldly, tossing his scroll at Shinjen. "Transfer all your accounts, now." Shinjen hesitated for a brief moment, his pride struggling against the inevitability of his situation. A sharp glint of Crimson's blade near his throat decided for him. With shaking hands, he entered the account codes and authorized the transfer. The scroll pinged as the transaction completed, and Crimson glanced at the screen to confirm the money had moved. "You've taken everything I have," Shinjen muttered, his voice hollow. "Why?" Crimson's crimson eyes bore into him as he answered. "I don't know why I am doing this. With one swift motion, it was over. The blade cut clean, and Shinjen collapsed, lifeless, onto the floor. Crimson spared the mansion no further thought as he set it alight, watching the flames rise into the night sky. By dawn, rumors spread like wildfire, whispering of an unstoppable force that had obliterated the Hana Guild and reduced its empire to ash. No one knew who was responsible, but the sheer speed, brutality, and precision left everyone terrified. The name of the Hana Guild, once a byword for power in Kuchinashi, was now synonymous with ruin. Crimson vanished into the shadows as quickly as he had arrived, leaving behind only fear and smoldering wreckage. Opal, hearing the news the next day, had her suspicions. That kid, she muttered to herself, shaking her head. But she kept her thoughts to herself. No one would believe her, anyway. The following morning, Crimson opened his door to find the woman and her daughters waiting. Without a word, he led them to the aircraft platform. Once there, he hired a small transport for them, handing the woman a scroll before she boarded. "There's enough in there to raise them until they're old enough," he said. The woman's eyes widened in shock, tears streaming down her face. I don't know how to thank you." "The sooner you leave, the better," Crimson said, turning to leave. "Wait," she called after him. "What's your name?" Crimson paused but didn't look back. He walked away in silence, disappearing into the crowd. He didn't want to remember them. And he didn't want them to remember him. Chapter 64. After the episode with the mother and her daughters, Crimson returned to his dimly lit dwelling. The encounter lingered in his mind, stirring emotions he couldn't quite name, fragments of empathy tangled with the ever-present weight of guilt. Sitting cross-legged on the cold floor, he closed his eyes and resumed his meditation. The muted sounds of Kuchinashi filtered through the walls, blending with the turbulence of his thoughts. He sought clarity, but his mind twisted and turned, refusing to settle. A week passed like this. Each day, Crimson wrestled with memories of his past and fragments of a future he couldn't yet see. On the 7th morning, he rose. His resolve crystallizing. It was time to leave Kuchinashi, with its suffocating despair and endless cycle of violence, was a reflection of his own inner torment. Heading south toward the mountains, he prepared to face whatever path awaited him. The mountain belt loomed on the horizon, a jagged natural wall dividing the lush expanse of the Hinoki forest from the barren, unforgiving desert of Anima. The climb was perilous, the slopes steep and relentless. Loose stones shifted treacherously underfoot. And the narrow paths left no room for error. For most, the journey would have been impossible. But Crimson, hardened by years of combat and survival, ascended with precision and an unyielding will. It took a grueling week to reach the summit. When he finally stood atop the mountain ridge, the sight before him made him pause. To the west, the Hinoki forest stretched endlessly, its green canopy glimmering under the golden sunlight. To the east, the desert sprawled out in stark contrast, its vast sands shimmering with a harsh brilliance. Crimson found a flat rock near the edge and sat down. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, he felt a faint sense of peace. The contrast of the landscape resonated within his divided world, just like his own fractured soul. He remained still as the sun sank below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and crimson. The moon rose, heavy and luminous, casting its pale light across the opposing terrains. When dawn broke, the sky softened into gentle pastels, a quiet beauty that stirred something deep within him. As the first rays of sunlight warmed his face, a voice broke the stillness. "It's a beautiful view, isn't it?" Crimson's body tensed. His hand instinctively moved toward his weapon as he turned sharply toward the source of the voice. What he saw froze him in place. Standing a short distance away was a creature unlike any he had encountered. Its form was majestic, almost otherworldly. The being had the body of a lion, its golden fur shimmering with an ethereal glow. Its antlers, resembling those of a stag, stretched gracefully skyward, adorned with a faint silvery luminescence. Feathered wings, wide and regal, rested folded against its sides, their colors shifting between the hues of twilight and dawn. Its eyes, deep and knowing, seemed to peer into Crimson's very soul. The creature stepped closer, its movements deliberate and elegant. "You have climbed far to be here," it said, its voice calm yet resonant, like a flowing stream. Crimson said nothing at first, his crimson eyes locked onto the being. This was no ordinary creature. It exuded an aura of immense power and timeless wisdom, both commanding respect and radiating gentleness. Finally, Crimson spoke, his voice steady but low. "What are you?" The creature tilted its head slightly, as if amused. "Perhaps you remember the fairy tale of the shallow sea?" Crimson's eyes widened as recognition dawned on him. "God of animals," he murmured. The being hummed softly. Yes, that is one of the names I am known by, though, I prefer to be called the God of Harmony. Crimson's gaze remained wary, though his curiosity piqued. And may I ask why a god has manifested before me? The God of Harmony observed him for a moment, its deep gaze unwavering. Long ago, I interfered in the world of mankind, seeking to bring harmony and end unnecessary conflict, yet, for every conflict I quelled, another would arise. I grew disappointed in humanity's shallow nature and ceased my interventions. Still, I continued to watch. Crimson listened silently, his mind racing as the god continued. Then, I saw you, the god said, its tone tinged with intrigue. And my interest reignited. You fascinated me. Crimson frowned, his confusion evident. What are you talking about? The god's voice grew thoughtful. You. A beacon of negativity and intensity that shouldn't exist within a single soul. I saw your heart burn with guilt, sorrow and self-loathing. Your eyes can see what others can't. Yet you don't have hopes or dreams now. You have given up the time you have left. You want to be alone, to be forgotten. Crimson felt a chill. How long have you been watching me? Since the vital festival, the god replied. I looked into your mind and memories. I have seen all you endured and every thought that crossed your mind. Alarmed, Crimson's posture shifted, his body preparing to strike. The god raised a hand calmly. Violence is unnecessary. I mean you no harm, you don't believe it, but you are a kind soul. Kind soul. My victims would beg to differ. The god shook its head. You are a kind soul burdened by pride, misfortune, and a moment of weakness. You became what you are out of despair and helplessness, yet part of you has always regretted it. Over time, you have reflected on your choices, you humbled your pride, accepted your fate and did your best to change. Crimson was silent for a long moment before speaking. That doesn't make me kind, it makes me a monster trying to be human. The god regarded him steadily. And if a human can become a monster, why can't a monster strive to become human? Crimson's gaze fell to the ground. Even if I piece together what I've lost, it won't be the same. Your guilt has become your god, the god said simply. Crimson shook his head. People cannot change the past, someone has to bear the weight of their sins. What if I offer to take it away? The god asked. A clean slate, no memories, no guilt, no ties to bind you. Crimson stilled for a moment, recalling the moment he became a demon when he forgot the faces of those closest to him. His eyes hardened with resolve as he spoke firmly, my scars are proof of my existence, I won't forget who I am. The god seemed pleased. Then you are more human than most. If others reflected as you do, this world would know more harmony. Crimson exhaled. I'm no example, I've just spent more time thinking than most. The god chuckled softly. More time than even immortals, it seems. Crimson's brow furrowed. Immortals? The god's gaze turned distant. Two pitiful and foolish souls, Ozma and Salem. Their endless conflict has wrought much destruction upon this world, a war that has lasted for thousands of years. Yet neither of them has reflected or considered changing their ways. Crimson blinked, his curiosity piqued. And what does this have to do with me? The god returned its focus to him. I offer you a chance at peace, but you must earn it through the method I deem fit. Crimson smirked faintly. Your methods didn't work in the story. The god laughed. True harmony is not guaranteed, it is a choice. If you spiral again into darkness, it will be yours alone. Crimson thought silently, then nodded slowly. Fair, I'll accept your offer, I don't have anything to lose. The god raised its hand, light enveloping Crimson as it spoke. Then let us begin. As the blinding light faded, Crimson's senses returned to him, but the world around him was unrecognizable. He was falling, plummeting through an endless void of shifting structures and eerie light. The space was otherworldly, a chaotic labyrinth of wooden platforms. Walls, and beams that appeared and disappeared as if the castle itself was alive. The floors moved, shifting like the keys of a piano, rising and falling without rhythm. The air was thick with an unnatural stillness, broken only by the faint echoes of creaking wood and an ominous melody that seemed to hum through the void. Crimson's descent ended abruptly as he landed on a wooden platform. The impact was jarring, but he quickly rose to his feet, his eyes scanning his surroundings. He noticed his clothing had changed, his usual attire was gone. Replaced by a deep purple kimono with an intricate black hexagonal pattern spread across it. His pants were now pitch black, blending with the shadows of the surreal castle. His sword was still at his side, though it felt different, now it seemed to glimmer faintly in the dim light. High above him, a platform emerged from the shifting architecture. On it stood the god of harmony, gazing down at Crimson with an inscrutable expression. Beside him sat a woman with long, flowing black hair adorned with a single hairpin, her fingers lightly plucking at the strings of a biwa. The haunting melody filled the space, echoing through the infinity castle and adding to the surreal atmosphere. Crimson narrowed his eyes, his hand instinctively resting on the hilt of his sword, taking in the familiar sight he thought he would never see again. The god of harmony's voice carried easily over the distance, calm and resolute. This is your quest, the infinity castle. If you wish to find peace, you will fight for it. Crimson scoffed, his lips curling into a faint smirk. I didn't take you for the type to encourage violence, god of harmony. Isn't conflict the very thing you seek to end? The god's gaze did not waver. Peace is not born from passivity, harmony does not exist without conflict. The resolution of chaos is what gives birth to order. You must face the darkness within and around you if you are to claim the peace you desire. Before Crimson could reply, the god of harmony raised a hand. This quest will not be easy, Crimson, but nothing of true value ever is. The god's form shimmered, beginning to dissolve into motes of light. As he faded, his voice echoed one last time, firm and final, peace comes after war, harmony follows conflict, prove yourself worthy of it. With that, the god of harmony vanished from sight, leaving Crimson standing alone on the platform. The haunting melody of the biwa lingered, a chilling reminder that the quest was about to begin. Chapter 65. The sharp, resonant notes of a biwa echoed through the infinity castle, filling the vast, surreal void. The haunting melody reverberated through the shifting structure as if mocking the silence. Around Crimson, the world warped. Wooden platforms adorned with ornate carvings appeared beneath his feet, forming an enormous arena. Pillars shot up around him like the twisted spines of a great beast, encircling him in an ominous cage. Crimson stood in the center, his crimson eyes scanning the dimly lit space. From the shadows, two figures emerged. The first was a woman of eerie beauty. Her long, flowing hair white streaked with black framed a delicate face marred by cruelty. Her pale skin shimmered with vibrant floral patterns that shifted unnaturally, as if alive. She wore an elaborate kimono, and coiled around her was a deadly sash that writhed like a serpent. This was Daki, a predator masked as a porcelain doll. Beside her stood a grotesque figure, his sickly green skin covered in sores and his hunched posture making him seem inhuman. His bony frame wielded two jagged, blood-red sickles, the edges glistening with an aura of danger. His sunken, glowing eyes burned with hatred and malice, and his grin revealed a row of jagged teeth. This was Jotaro, exuding a sinister energy that made the air oppressive. Daki sneered, her voice dripping with mockery. Oh, look, brother, another toy for us to play with, I wonder how long he'll last. Jotaro cackled, his voice raspy and venomous. TCH, you don't get it, do you, sister? He's not just a toy, he's a chance for me to even the score. He stepped forward, his grip on the sickles tightening. The sufferings of my past were lessons on what to do to others as revenge. If I don't cause misery equal to my own unhappiness, I'll never balance the scales. That's how it works when you're a demon. And we kill anyone who tries to tell us otherwise. Crimson remained silent, his gaze steady and cold. Slowly, he reached for his sword, the polished steel catching the faint light. Without a word, he drew it, the blade slicing through the air with a quiet hiss. Oh, the toy wants to play. Fine, let's see how long you last. Jotaro grinned darkly. Let's make it slow and painful. The siblings moved as one. Daki's sashes lashed out like living blades, their edges slicing through the air with lethal precision. Jotaro followed closely, his sickles glowing with a blood-red aura. Crimson dodged the initial assault. His movements fluid and precise. The sashes cracked against the wooden pillars, splintering them into shards, while Jotaro's sickles carved deep gashes into the platform, causing it to quake. Crimson countered with a calculated slash, aiming for Daki's exposed side, but her sash intercepted the blow, coiling around his blade. She smirked triumphantly. Got you. Before she could tighten her grip, Crimson twisted his sword free with a burst of strength, sending the sash recoiling. Jotaro lunged at him, his sickles radiating streams of blood that solidified into deadly, spiraling projectiles. Flying blood sickles. Jotaro roared, unleashing a storm of crimson blades that tore through the air. Crimson moved like a shadow, dodging the blood sickles with superhuman speed. The projectile struck the surrounding pillars and walls, detonating on impact. Shards of wood and splinters rained down as the arena was torn apart. Crimson used the destruction to his advantage, weaving through the chaos to close the distance. Daki snarled, her remaining sashes whipping out in a wide arc. Don't think you can ignore me. The sashes twisted and coiled, creating a deadly dance of slashing and binding attacks. Crimson ducked under one sash and deflected another with his sword, the force of the impact sending shockwaves through the air. Jotaro, taking advantage of the distraction, leaped high into the air and raised his sickles. Rotating circular slashes, flying blood sickles. He bellowed, spinning the sickles in a whirlwind of blood and steel. The attack created a massive dome of destructive energy, the ground beneath him splintering into jagged fragments as the projectile spread outward. Crimson leaped back, narrowly avoiding the onslaught. The blood sickles carved through the platform, splitting it into jagged sections and sending debris flying. Dust and smoke filled the air as the arena crumbled, leaving Crimson standing on a precarious edge. "Is that all you've got?" Jotaro taunted, his grin widening. Crimson said nothing. In the chaos, he darted forward, his sword gleaming as he targeted Jotaro. The demon swung his sickles to block, but Crimson anticipated the move. In a blur of motion, he pivoted, slashing through the chain connecting Jotaro's weapons. Jotaro snarled, stumbling back as Crimson turned his attention to Daki. Her sashes lashed out, but Crimson's sword danced through the air, severing them one by one. With a powerful upward strike, he cut through the last sash, leaving her vulnerable. "Sister, move!" Jotaro shouted, but it was too late. Crimson's blade arced through the air, slicing cleanly through both demons' necks in a single, decisive strike. Their heads fell to the ground, their bodies crumpling as their regeneration failed. As the siblings' forms began to disintegrate, their true personalities emerged. "You useless idiot!" Daki shrieked, glaring at Jotaro. "This is all your fault. You're always dragging me down." "Me? You're the weak one. I had to carry you the whole time." Their bickering continued, even as their forms dissolved into ash. "Stop," Crimson said, his voice calm but firm. The siblings fell silent, their glowing eyes fixed on him. "It's not worth it," he said. "Not at the end, you have nothing left but each other's last moments, don't waste it on anger." For a moment, the siblings stared at him, their expressions unreadable. Then, slowly, they turned to face each other, their gazes softening as regret flickered in their eyes. Their bodies crumbled into ash, carried away by an unseen breeze. The sharp, haunting notes of the biwa resounded once more, reverberating through the remains of the shattered platform. The sound carried an unsettling weight, signaling another shift. Crimson remained still, his crimson eyes narrowing as the world around him began to change. The wooden floor beneath his feet disintegrated, replaced by a smooth, lacquered surface. Walls of white HG screens rose around him, their translucent panels casting faint shadows as if hiding figures just beyond view. The faint light that filtered through created a surreal, dreamlike atmosphere. Crimson took a single step forward, his boots echoing softly against the floor. The silence was thick, broken only by the faint whisper of movement behind the screens. Then, the HG in front of him slid open, revealing a grotesque figure. Gyako, the demon artisan, slithered forward. His body was twisted and otherworldly, resembling an elongated vase. His pale, slimy skin was adorned with scales and covered in grotesque mouths that twitched and gnashed with unsettling randomness. Where his arms should have been, too long. Muscular tentacles extended, their ends tipped with sharp, claw-like pincers. His face was equally bizarre, with bulging, golden eyes set above a grinning, lipless mouth. Gyako's voice was high-pitched and grating, dripping with arrogance and self-obsession. "Oh, what a delightful surprise. A mortal, stepping into my gallery uninvited? TCH, how rude, but I must say you're fascinating. So much potential for beauty and destruction. I, the great artist, shall sculpt your demise into my next masterpiece. Oh, how exquisite it will be, a testament to my unparalleled genius. Shall we begin?" Crimson remained silent, his unreadable gaze fixed on the grotesque demon. Slowly, he unsheathed his sword, the faint sound of the blade cutting through the air serving as his only response. "Ah, the silent type. A stoic hero. How utterly banal, but no matter, your silence shall speak volumes when I reshape you into art." With a guttural laugh, Gyako raised both tentacles, and the air around him shimmered as he activated his blood demon art. Pots emerged from the ground. Their surfaces adorned with intricate patterns. The lids burst open, releasing grotesque aquatic creatures, twisted fish with razor-sharp teeth and pulsating, slime-covered bodies. They flopped and slithered across the floor, their mouths snapping hungrily. "Behold!" Gyako declared, his voice rising with glee. "My creations. Each one a masterpiece of horror. Let's see how long you can survive their embrace." The creatures lunged at Crimson, their movements erratic and unpredictable. He stepped forward. His blade slicing through the air with precision. Each strike was flawless, severing the abominations before they could reach him. The ichor from their dismembered bodies splattered across the floor, but none of it touched him. "Oh, how splendid. But that was only the beginning, allow me to show you true artistry. The pots began to multiply, appearing in a circular formation around Crimson. From each, streams of water shot out, twisting into sharp, spear-like projectiles. They converged on him with deadly precision, but Crimson moved like a shadow. He darted between the attacks, his sword deflecting the spears with effortless grace. Why won't you stand still? Art requires stillness, contemplation. You're ruining the composition. Crimson closed the distance in an instant, his blade aimed directly at Gyako. The demon recoiled, disappearing into one of his pots with a laugh. You'll have to do better than that. The pots began shifting across the floor, their movements erratic as they surrounded Crimson. From each, grotesque hands and tentacles emerged, clawing at him. Crimson's expression remained unchanged as he danced through the chaos, his sword cutting down every appendage that reached for him. Enough of this mockery. I'll end you with my finest creation. The ground beneath Crimson split open, revealing a massive pot that erupted with a tidal wave of molten gold. The golden liquid surged forward, threatening to consume him. Crimson leaped into the air, his blade flashing as he descended, cutting through the pot in a single, decisive strike. The wave collapsed, the golden liquid dissipating into nothingness. No. My masterpiece. My perfect art. Crimson landed in front of him, his movements silent and deliberate. Before Gyako could retreat, Crimson's blade slashed through him with surgical precision, severing his head from his twisted body. The demon's head hit the ground, rolling to a stop. Gyako's golden eyes widened in disbelief as his body began to disintegrate. No, this cannot be. I was supposed to be eternal, my art eternal. Crimson sheathed his sword without a word, stepping past the dissolving remains of the demon. The white G screens around him began to fade, leaving him alone in the vast emptiness of the Infinity Castle. The biwa's haunting melody returned, signaling the end of the battle and the beginning of the next trial. Chapter 66. The sound of the biwa echoed again, pulling Crimson into the familiar void as the Infinity Castle shifted. The room around him dissolved into swirling shadows, replaced by a vast chamber adorned with floating lanterns, their orange light flickering against the dark walls. The space felt alive, oppressive, as if it was waiting for the bloodshed to come. From the shadows emerged Hentengu, trembling and pitiful. His hunched figure clawed at the floor, his skeletal frame shuddering with every breath. Twisted horns curled over his bald head, and his wide, terrified eyes darted around the room. "Why?" he whimpered, his voice frail and quivering. "Why do you chase me? I didn't do anything wrong. You're the monster, not me." Crimson remained silent, his katana gleaming in the lantern light. Suddenly, Hentengu's expression twisted into something darker. His face split in a grotesque display as his body began to tear apart, birthing 4 distinct demons, each one embodying a powerful emotion. Sekido, the embodiment of anger, stood tall with crimson skin and jagged horns, gripping an electric staff that crackled with violent energy. His expression was a permanent scowl, his rage palpable. Karaku, the embodiment of pleasure, smirked lazily. His green skin and golden eyes shimmered in the lantern light, his large fan resting casually on his shoulder. Izetsu, the embodiment of sorrow, had a lean frame and blue skin. His melancholic expression never wavered as he carried a sharp, spear-like weapon. Urogi, the embodiment of joy, with yellow skin and wide, manic eyes, perched like a bird of prey. His large, feathered wings flapped once, sending a gust of wind through the room. The 4 demons spoke in unison, their voices overlapping in a chilling cacophony. "Your fate is sealed, human, we are Hentengu's wrath incarnate." Crimson shifted his stance, his blade at the ready. Sekido struck first, slamming his staff into the ground and releasing a surge of electricity that spread across the floor in violent arcs. The room erupted with crackling energy. Lanterns shattering as the lightning surged toward Crimson. With a swift movement, Crimson leapt into the air, dodging the attack. Karaku laughed, swinging his massive fan to create a powerful gust of wind. The force was so strong it splintered the wooden floorboards and sent debris flying toward Crimson like missiles. Crimson deflected the incoming shards with precise strikes of his katana, his movements fluid and deliberate. From above, Urogi dove with a piercing screech, his claws extended to tear into Crimson. Crimson sidestepped the attack just in time, the talons raking harmlessly across the floor. Izetsu approached from behind, his spear thrusting forward with deadly accuracy. Crimson turned and parried the strike, the clang of metal echoing through the chamber. He countered with a swift slash, forcing Izetsu to retreat. Crimson moved with precision, systematically targeting each demon. In a flurry of strikes, he severed Urogi's wings, sending the demon crashing to the ground. He followed up with a devastating slash to Karaku, cutting through his fan and rendering him defenseless. A final, powerful swing decapitated both demons, their bodies disintegrating into ash. Sekido roared in fury, his attacks growing more erratic. Lightning surged wildly as he charged at Crimson, but his rage left him open. Crimson dodged the strike, closing the distance in an instant. His blade flashed, and Sekido's head fell, his body crumbling moments later. Izetsu attempted to retreat, his sorrowful expression unchanged. Crimson pursued, his blade moving faster than the eye could follow. A single, precise slash ended Izetsu's life, his ashes joining the others. As the ashes settled, the room darkened, and the sound of a drumbeat filled the air. From the shadows emerged Zohakuden. The combined form of Hentengu's emotions. His hulking frame loomed over the room, his 6 arms holding drums that radiated an ominous energy. His face was grotesque, twisted with hatred. You dare defy us? Zohakuden bellowed, his voice shaking the room. Feel the wrath of my justice. He struck the drums, unleashing a devastating barrage of attacks. Shockwaves tore through the room, shattering what remained of the lanterns and splintering the walls. The force was overwhelming, but Crimson navigated through the chaos with unyielding focus. Zohakuden struck again, creating enormous wooden dragon heads that surged toward Crimson with jaws wide open. Crimson dashed forward, his blade slicing through the constructs with ease. The dragons disintegrated, but Zohakuden continued his assault, the drumbeats relentless. Crimson closed the distance, deflecting the shockwaves with calculated movements. He leapt high into the air, his blade shining as he descended upon Zohakuden. With a powerful, sweeping strike, he severed all 6 of Zohakuden's arms before delivering the finishing blow, decapitating the demon in one fluid motion. As Zohakuden's body dissolved, a small, trembling figure emerged from the shadows, Uremi, Hentengu's true form. The tiny demon scuttled across the floor, his eyes wide with terror. Please don't hurt me, Uremi whimpered, his voice trembling. I'm just a weak, harmless creature. Crimson's expression remained stoic as he approached. With one final, precise strike, he ended Uremi's life, his blade cutting cleanly through the demon's neck. The room fell silent, the oppressive energy dissipating as Uremi's body crumbled to ash. The lanterns flickered one last time before extinguishing, plunging the chamber into darkness. The haunting sound of the biwa returned, and the infinity castle shifted once more. Crimson stood unmoving as the world around him twisted and reformed into a vast open courtyard. The floor was cracked stone, stained with dark red streaks. The air was thick with the stench of blood and death, an unsettling silence preceding the battle to come. At the center of the courtyard stood Akaza, the Upper Moon 3. His muscular frame was marked with intricate blue patterns that glowed faintly against his pale skin. His fiery orange hair framed his sharp, predatory features, and his piercing golden eyes locked onto Crimson with an intense, unyielding gaze. But what drew Crimson's attention were the mutilated corpses that lay behind Akaza. Tai Xiaolong's lifeless body was torn apart, his torso nearly severed and his face unrecognizable. Crow Branwen's form was even worse. His limbs twisted and broken. Blood pooled beneath them, their weapons lying discarded and stained. Akaza stood over Tai's severed arm, which he casually brought to his mouth, biting into the flesh with a sickening crunch. He chewed slowly, savoring the moment, his gaze never leaving Crimson. So, you're the one I've been waiting for, Akaza said, his voice cold yet laced with excitement. He threw the arm to the side, the mangled limb landing with a grotesque thud. You've got their scent all over you, friends of yours, huh? They were weak, pitiful, not worth a proper fight. Crimson's grip on his katana tightened, his expression unreadable. You've got the look of a warrior, Akaza continued, stepping forward. His tone shifted, becoming almost reverent. A strong fighter, someone worthy of respect, show me your resolve, human, show me your strength. Without another word, Akaza surged forward, his speed a blur as he closed the distance between them. His fist ignited with a blue flame-like aura as he launched a devastating punch toward Crimson. Crimson sidestepped the blow with precision, the force of Akaza's strike shattering the ground where he had stood. Fragments of stone flew in all directions. The shockwave rattling the courtyard. Crimson retaliated with a swift slash aimed at Akaza's neck, but the demon twisted his body with inhuman agility, narrowly avoiding the blade. Akaza laughed, exhilarated by the exchange. That's it. That's the kind of fight I crave. He leapt into the air, spinning as he delivered a series of airborne kicks, each one glowing with destructive energy. Crimson blocked the strikes, his katana moving like a blur to deflect the blows. The impact of each kick sent ripples through the air, cracking the stone beneath Crimson's feet. Akaza slammed his fist into the ground, creating a glowing circular pattern beneath them. The symbols pulsed with energy, and Akaza grinned. "Let's see how long you can last," he roared. The circle emitted a surge of power, enhancing Akaza's movements and allowing him to predict Crimson's attacks. He moved with uncanny precision, dodging and countering with devastating punches and kicks that left craters in the ground. Crimson evaded most of the strikes, his focus unwavering, but the sheer ferocity of Akaza's attacks kept him on the defensive. Crimson shifted his stance, his katana glowing faintly as he began to counter Akaza's relentless assault. He moved with a calculated grace, using Akaza's momentum against him. A well-timed dodge placed Crimson behind the demon. And with a single, powerful slash, he carved a deep wound across Akaza's back. "Yes. That's the strength I've been searching for. Show me more." He retaliated with a flurry of punches, each one leaving glowing trails of energy in the air. Crimson met the attacks head-on, his katana deflecting the blows with a metallic ring. Sparks flew as their clashes grew more intense, the courtyard crumbling around them. As the battle raged on, Akaza began to falter. Despite his incredible strength and speed, Crimson's precision and composure gave him the upper hand. With a series of swift strikes, Crimson severed one of Akaza's arms, then the other, rendering the demon unable to attack. Akaza fell to his knees, his body regenerating slowly. He looked up at Crimson, a mix of frustration and admiration in his eyes. You're stronger than I thought," he muttered. "But it's not enough, strength is everything and I won't accept defeat." Crimson remained silent, his katana raised high. In one fluid motion, he brought the blade down, severing Akaza's head from his body. As Akaza's body began to disintegrate, he looked up at Crimson one last time, a faint smile on his lips. You're different from the others, maybe there's more to strength than I thought." His voice trailed off as his body crumbled to ash, leaving nothing behind. Crimson stood amidst the destruction, his blade stained with blood. Behind him, the remains of Tai and Crow lay untouched. The sound of the biwa echoed once more, signaling the castle's next shift. Chapter 67. The Infinity Castle began its unsettling transformation. The shifting walls stretched and twisted, forming a grand, open chamber. Intricate ice sculptures adorned the room, glowing faintly in the cold, pale light that filled the space. The temperature plummeted, frost creeping across the walls and floor. At the center of the chamber stood Doma, upper rank 2. His radiant smile and serene demeanor were at odds with the macabre scene surrounding him. His long, flowing hair glistened like spun silver, and his brightly colored robe shimmered in the icy light. His unerringly calm golden eyes locked onto Crimson, but it was the shelf behind him that truly commanded attention. 3 severed heads sat neatly on display, their expressions frozen in anguish. Ruby's wide, lifeless eyes stared into the void, her hair matted with dried blood. Yang's head bore a grim expression, her golden locks dulled by the crimson streak staining them. And at the center was Summer's head, her features hauntingly serene, as though caught in a final moment of peace. Doma noticed Crimson's gaze lingering on the grisly trophies and clapped his hands together in delight. "Ah! I see you've noticed my collection," he said with an almost childlike glee. "Aren't they beautiful? A whole family, preserved so perfectly. I must admit, it wasn't easy to gather them, but the results speak for themselves, don't they?" Crimson's eyes darkened, but he remained silent, his grip tightening on his katana. Doma tilted his head, studying Crimson's expression. "You're so stoic. How refreshing, most people cry or scream at this point, but you're different, I like that." He stepped forward, gesturing to the heads behind him. "You know, I'm not really into collecting men, males aren't my thing, but you're special, I think you'll make a fine addition to my little family, and I'll do it for him, my dear friend, you just killed him, didn't you? Such a shame, he was always so uptight, but he had his charms. I think he'd appreciate me bringing you down, don't you?" Without waiting for a reply, Doma raised his hands, and the air around him grew colder. A swirling mist formed, and blades of ice materialized, their edges razor-sharp. He flicked his wrist, sending the shards hurtling toward Crimson in a deadly barrage. Crimson moved swiftly, his katana flashing as he deflected the projectiles with precise, calculated movements. The ice shards shattered on impact, raining fragments across the chamber. "Oh, you're quick. How delightful. Let's see how you handle this." Doma extended his arms, summoning a massive storm of icy lotus petals that spiraled through the chamber. The petals danced around Crimson, their sharp edges cutting through the air with lethal intent. Crimson darted through the onslaught, his movements fluid and deliberate as he weaved between the petals and closed the distance to his opponent. Icicle barrage and frozen constructs. Doma conjured towering icy constructs, grotesque statues of twisted faces and reaching hands. The constructs lunged at Crimson. their frozen limbs crashing down with immense force. Crimson dodged and countered, his katana slicing through the icy figures with ease. Shards exploded in every direction, littering the battlefield with debris. Doma's grin faltered slightly as Crimson's relentless advance continued. "You're quite the fighter," he mused, his tone still light but laced with a hint of unease. "But can you keep up forever?" Doma raised both hands, summoning a colossal dome of ice that encased the battlefield. The temperature dropped even further, frost forming on Crimson's blade and clothing. The walls of the dome pulsed with energy, and Doma's voice echoed within. "Let's end this dance, shall we? Either you freeze, or you fall." Doma launched himself at Crimson, his movements blindingly fast as he unleashed a flurry of strikes with his ice-coated fans. Crimson met each attack head-on, his katana clashing against the fans in a symphony of steel and ice. With a sudden burst of speed, Crimson sidestepped one of Doma's attacks, using the opening to deliver a devastating upward slash. The strike severed Doma's arm, sending it flying across the chamber. Before Doma could react, Crimson followed up with a precise, horizontal strike that severed his head from his body. Doma's head hit the ground with a dull thud, his body collapsing moments later. The icy dome shattered, and the chamber began to disintegrate. As Doma's body disintegrated into ash, his severed head remained intact for a moment longer. His golden eyes looked up at Crimson, still wearing that unsettling smile. "You're quite something," he murmured, his voice fading. "I hope you find what you're looking for before it destroys you." With those final words, his head crumbled to dust, leaving nothing behind but the haunting memory of his actions. The haunting sound of the biwa rang out once more, reverberating through the shifting walls of the Infinity Castle. Crimson stood amidst the chaos, his senses sharp, his resolve unwavering. The walls bent and twisted as the castle began its transformation again. But this time, Crimson did not wait. As the castle shifted, he caught a glimpse of Nakheim, seated cross-legged with her biwa in hand, plucking the strings with mechanical precision. Her pale, featureless eyes stared straight ahead, her movements controlling the castle's disorienting shifts. Crimson's gaze locked onto her, and without hesitation, he dashed forward. Crimson's form blurred as he moved with unmatched speed, weaving through the shifting corridors and platforms with purpose. Nakheim's head tilted slightly, her hands never faltering on the biwa as she tried to trap him in the infinite maze. Wooden walls sprouted and twisted, blocking his path, but Crimson's katana tore through them effortlessly. In a single fluid motion, Crimson leaped onto the platform where Nakheim sat. Her hands froze on the biwa strings, her expressionless face finally betraying a flicker of surprise. Crimson's blade flashed, severing her head before she could react. As Nakheim's lifeless body crumpled, the Infinity Castle began to crumble. The walls, floors, and platforms collapsed into nothingness, consumed by darkness. When the darkness receded, Crimson found himself standing in the middle of a deserted town. The air was heavy, silent except for the faint rustling of the wind. The streets were lined with abandoned houses, their windows shattered and doors ajar. A metallic scent filled the air, the unmistakable stench of blood. Crimson's grip tightened on his sword as he walked forward, his footsteps echoing in the empty streets. His eyes scanned his surroundings, sharp and alert, until they landed on something that made him pause. Corpses. The bodies of people he had known or seen were scattered across the streets, their lifeless eyes staring into the void. Pyrrha's broken form lay slumped against a wall, her spear shattered beside her. Weiss, Blake, and many others, their once vivid features now pale and lifeless, were strewn about like discarded dolls. The sight was harrowing, but Crimson's face remained emotionless. His sharp senses caught movement above him. A shadow loomed at the top of a nearby building. Crimson looked up to see a man seated casually on the roof, silhouetted against the starless sky. Without a word, Crimson leaped onto the building, landing silently before the figure. The man turned to face him, revealing his human form Muzan Kibutsuji. Muzan stood, his appearance deceptively gentle. His sharp, piercing eyes held a predatory glint, and his voice was smooth yet cold. "So, you've made it this far, I wonder how a mere human survived this long," Muzan began, his tone calm and measured. "Humans don't know when to stop and bow down, you are all pathetic and weak, born to be devoured." Crimson remained silent, his eyes locked onto Muzan's every movement. "Do you know why humans are weak? It's because they cling to their fleeting lives, to their fragile emotions. They build bonds, chase dreams, and for what? To suffer and die, but I am eternal, I abandoned such meaningless things long ago. I am perfection. And you," Muzan's voice turned venomous. "You will be nothing more than another failure, crushed beneath my power." Muzan's body shifted, grotesque and monstrous. Tentacle-like appendages sprouted from his back, writhing and coiling with deadly intent. His skin darkened, and his form became larger and more menacing, his eyes glowing with malice. Without hesitation, Musen attacked, his tentacles striking with the speed of lightning. Crimson evaded the strikes with precision, his katana deflecting the ones that came too close. The building beneath them trembled as Musen's strikes tore through it, sending debris flying in all directions. Crimson retaliated, his blade cutting through Musen's appendages with ruthless efficiency. The two clashed in a violent storm of power, each strike causing shockwaves that reverberated through the town. Musen's attacks grew more aggressive, his tentacles regenerating almost instantly. One managed to graze Crimson, tearing a portion of his kimono, revealing his bare shoulder. Musen sneered. "Is that all you've got?" Musen taunted, his voice dripping with contempt. "You're nothing but a fleeting spark in the face of my eternity." Crimson stopped, standing tall amidst the destruction. His eyes glowed with a fierce resolve as he sheathed his katana. Musen tilted his head, curious but wary. Then, it happened. Crimson's body began to shift, his aura darkening and expanding. His form transformed into something otherworldly, his features taking on the characteristics of Kokushibo. His hair grew longer. His skin took on a pale, demonic hue, and 6 glowing eyes opened across his face, burning with an unrelenting fury. "You speak of eternity," Crimson said, his voice deeper, resonating with power. "But even eternity ends." Musen roared, launching himself at Crimson with unparalleled speed and ferocity. Crimson met him head-on, his grotesque blade cutting through Musen's attacks with ease. The two clashed violently, their blows causing massive explosions that obliterated the surrounding buildings. Crimson's strikes were relentless, precise, and devastating. Musen's regeneration struggled to keep up, his movements becoming slower and more desperate. With one final decisive strike, Crimson severed Musen's head, his blade cutting cleanly through the demon's neck, followed by cutting his body into small pieces. Musen's body crumbled to the ground, his tentacles separated from it thrashing wildly before disintegrating into ash. His severed head fell to the ground, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. As his remnants crumbled, Musen's voice was faint but firm. "You were a monster as well, only a monster can beat another, embrace your nature, savor the power and life, and you will be perfect." Crimson replied, "Desiring eternity is a foolish endeavor, in the grand scheme of things, life is but a fleeting moment, because it's fleeting, that moment becomes very important." Musen smiled mockingly before he disintegrated into ash. The town was silent once more, Crimson was the last person standing. Chapter 68. Crimson stood in the ruins of the town, his breathing steady, still in his demonic form. The silence was shattered by the sound of rushing water, followed by the distinct groaning of breaking wood. He turned his head sharply, his senses warning him of something immense approaching. In the distance, a crimson tide surged forward, a wave of blood sweeping through the streets. Houses and debris were swept away like fragile paper as the flood approached with terrifying speed. Crimson leapt onto the closest remaining building, his feet finding precarious balance on the rooftop. He watched as the wave consumed everything in its path. Its torrential power obliterating the town. Even the building beneath him could not withstand the force, crumbling beneath the weight of the flood. Crimson fell. But instead of sinking into the blood, his feet found purchase on the surface. He stood atop the swirling, churning red tide as though it were solid ground. The blood beneath him was warm, its metallic scent thick and cloying, clinging to the air. The world around him shifted. The previously starless sky now held a moon, glowing a malignant red. It hung high in the darkness, casting a baleful light over the blood-soaked expanse. The moon's eerie glow reflected off the surface of the blood, painting the entire scene in hues of crimson and black. Crimson's eyes darted across the endless horizon, searching for what would come next. Then, he saw them. People. Figures began to rise from the blood, grotesque and lifeless. Ruby stood closest, her face pale, her eyes empty sockets with blood streaks flowing down her cheeks. Beside her was Yang, holding her own severed head in her hands, her lips twisted into a chilling smile. Crimson's heart, though hardened through centuries of living, felt a pang as he saw more people coming, Crow, Pyrrha, and Weiss. Each of them broken and mutilated, standing like grotesque mannequins. Behind them stood the enemies he had defeated, Cinder, Tyrion, and many others, their twisted forms no less haunting. From his past life, he saw the mist Hashira and other people he had met, their forms rising like specters from the blood. Hundreds, perhaps thousands of them surrounded him, forming a macabre circle. Each of them bore the wounds that had killed them, missing limbs, gaping slashes, or twisted, broken forms. The sheer weight of their presence was suffocating. Their silent gazes pierced through him, their eyes or lack thereof burning into his soul. Crimson's attention was drawn behind him by an unnatural stillness. He turned slowly to see something that made even him pause. Himself. Standing a few paces away was Crimson's own reflection in his demonic form. The doppelganger's eyes gleamed with an unsettling light, its stance a mirror of Crimson's own. It held a blade identical to his, dripping with blood. The demon smiled faintly, its voice dripping with mockery. Why do you cling to your humanity? You know and understand how pathetic humans are, don't you? They are slow, weak, and burdened by emotions, their strength is fleeting, their existence fragile. You know this truth better than anyone, so why refuse what you've become? Why deny ascending and becoming something better, superior? Crimson didn't respond immediately. His grip on his sword tightened as he raised it, the blade gleaming under the red moonlight. People working together with enough will and courage can beat even us, Crimson replied. Ah, can they now? The only one who can beat us is us. The demon swung its blade, unleashing a crescent-shaped slash of moonlight, its edges shimmering with deadly intent. Crimson countered instantly, his own blade carving through the air, releasing a similar crescent slash. The two attacks collided mid-air, the impact releasing a violent shockwave. The force of their clash caused a rain of blood to fall from the sky, staining everything below. The blood pooled on Crimson's shoulders, trickling down his body as he stared down his adversary. The demon took a step forward, its movements fluid and confident. You know I'm right, don't you? Humanity is a weakness, emotion is a burden, you've seen it, experienced it, people eventually. It gestured toward the grotesque figures surrounding them. Will die, people you trust will betray you, they can never understand you, and those you swore to protect. They feared you the moment they saw your strength, so why cling to the fragile facade of humanity? Crimson's eyes narrowed, his lips pressing into a resolute line. He didn't speak, but his body shifted. Slowly, deliberately, his demonic form began to recede, his features softening as he transformed back into his human self. The doppelganger tilted its head, a twisted smirk curling across its face, a distorted reflection of Crimson's own. Ah, so you've finally seen reason, it said, its voice low and dripping with malice. Crimson unsheathed his blade, the steel gleaming under the blood-red moonlight. His voice was calm yet firm as he spoke, the first words cutting through the silence like a razor. What I know, you know, what I will be, you are the mirror of me, and I am the reflection of you. He raised his blade, the edge unwavering. Human versus demon, let's put it to the test. The demon's laugh echoed like a sinister melody. You dare challenge me? It sneered, stepping forward, its movements eerily smooth. I am the better version of you, stronger, faster, more durable, my awareness surpasses yours, I heal from wounds that would kill you in an instant and unburdened by emotions or time. Its smirk widened as it leaned closer. So tell me, human, what can you do? Crimson remained silent, his sword raised defensively. With a roar, the demon attacked, unleashing a barrage of crescent-shaped slashes from its moon-breathing techniques. Each strike enhanced by its blood demon art. The air filled with whistling crescents that split the blood pond below them and ripped apart the grotesque people around them. Crimson deflected what he could, but the sheer force of the onslaught forced him back, step by step. Look at you. The demon mocked, its voice dripping with amusement. Struggling to keep up, how long can you last, little human? Crimson's eyes narrowed, his focus sharpening as the barrage continued. Slowly, he began to anticipate the attacks, dodging and parrying with increasing precision. Step by step, he closed the gap between them. The demon's grin faltered, replaced by a flicker of surprise as Crimson's blade met its own in a clash of sparks. Ah, I see, the demon said, its voice low and mocking. You've managed to see a transparent world even as a mere human. With a growl, the demon's sword shifted, elongating and sprouting jagged, blade-like protrusions along its edges. It swung with renewed ferocity, sending Crimson flying with a single strike. As Crimson staggered to his feet, the demon circled him like a predator. Doesn't it infuriate you? It hissed. Ruby and Yang get to live, to get old, while you are running out of time because of them. You're dying, human, you know it. Crimson's lips thinned into a hard line, but he said nothing. Oh, you can lie to them, you can lie to yourself, but not to me. The demon's grin widened, its voice growing darker. Crow didn't save you that day. He just gave you 20 years to watch your life drain away, that's why you refused to teach them breathing style. Not because they couldn't learn. But because you couldn't bear to see them end up like Yudian Young. You even denied them the knowledge of total concentration breathing, fearing that with their talent, they would develop a new breathing technique. Crimson gripped his sword tighter, the knuckles on his hand turning white. You got angry about the attack on Beacon, not because of the damage it caused or the lives lost. You were angry because you knew you didn't have time left to start over, that your efforts were in vain and nothing changed at the end. The demon continued, circling closer. Yang's lie and actions led you here. If she had not run that day, you wouldn't have crossed the limit, none of this would have happened. Why did you go south? Because they might be heading north. Deep down, you wanted them to think you had abandoned them and were living somewhere alone, because they would never expect you to die not after your display at Haven. And for what was all of that? Yang isn't your sister, your parents lied to you the whole time. But you can still live, you just need to accept me, that family isn't worth your sacrifice. Nothing is. Crimson's voice finally broke through, calm yet steely. I decided long ago that if fate is cruel to them, I will not be its accomplice. The demon smirked before replying, how kind of you, but remind me, didn't you become a huntsman and help them more? Crimson pursed his lips and tightened his grip on the sword. Oh, right. You're afraid that if you take up a weapon and fight, one day you might shatter them like glass on a whim, just like when you once thought of killing Tai. You felt regret and disgust for that thought, but the truth is, you fear that one day you will act on a fleeting impulse, they are too fragile to resist. Crimson's eyes widened, his body trembling slightly. He had no words to reply. The demon's words were the thoughts haunting him. The knowledge that he was always a moment away from digging another grave. This world has no rules for us. You spent so much of your life restraining yourself, and not one bit of it will do you any good. Just stop pretending to be human. I want to let go. I want to kill. I want to devour people. Crimson stared at the demon, his eyes still shaking slightly before calming down and replying, I deserve to be chained, I don't want to become you, I am longing for the day I die. The demon roared, lunging forward to clash with Crimson once more. Their blades met with a resounding clang. Each strike sending shockwaves rippling through the blood-soaked battlefield. The intensity of their duel churned the crimson tide beneath them, waves of blood rising and falling with every ferocious impact. Their clashes grew in both speed and strength, the force of their blows reverberating through the air. Crimson's blade met the demon strike for strike, his movements a seamless blend of precision and power. Despite the demon's monstrous speed and relentless ferocity, Crimson held his ground, his breathing sharp and controlled, the rhythm of battle fueling his resolve. The demon unleashed crescent-shaped slashes, the shimmering arcs of its blood demon art slicing through the air. These deadly crescents carved through the blood pool and obliterated the grotesque figures that surrounded them. Crimson ducked and weaved, his blade moving in a blur as he deflected the slashes. However, not every crescent was deflected cleanly, and their scattered paths wreaked havoc around them, leaving shredded bodies in their wake. With a guttural growl, the demon shifted its stance, executing moon-breathing techniques. Its movements became almost hypnotic as it transitioned seamlessly into the 14th form, Catastrophe. 10-man crescent moon, an intricate barrage of chaotic, interweaving slashes. Crimson's eyes sharpened as he sidestepped the spiraling attacks, his blade deflecting those too close to evade. The air shimmered with deadly crescents that split the blood tide and left jagged trails in their wake. Not giving Crimson a moment's reprieve, the demon roared and transitioned into the 16th form, Moonbow. Half moon, a graceful yet devastating assault of overlapping arcs designed to disorient and overwhelm. Crimson gritted his teeth, ducking beneath one arc while twisting his body to block another. His blade vibrated with each parry, the sheer force of the attacks threatening to overwhelm him. As the fight wore on, Crimson's body began to show the toll of battle. Cuts appeared across his arms and torso, blood seeping into his torn clothes and staining the ground beneath him. Each wound was a reminder of the demon's immense power. But Crimson's resolve remained unshaken. His breathing, though labored, maintained its rhythm, and his gaze never wavered from his opponent. The battlefield had become a chaotic maelstrom of blood, steel, and crescent-shaped devastation. Despite the pain coursing through his body and the unrelenting onslaught of the demon, Crimson fought with unyielding determination. Each clash of their blades echoed with defiance, the sound resonating across the blood-soaked expanse as the battle raged on. But the battle took its toll. Crimson's body began to falter under the relentless assault. Blood dripped from a dozen wounds, and his vision blurred as the strain pushed him to his limits. Even so, his blade found its mark. In a swift motion, he severed the demon's hand and slashed its neck. The demon stumbled back, its headless form teetering as Crimson stood, his sword embedded in the ground for support. You're not done, Crimson said as he breathed heavily. Let's finish this. The demon's head reformed, and its body began to shift grotesquely, with protruding fangs and mandibles, large, uneven white horns on the front and back of its head. Pointed nails, red outgrowths on its face, its pupils looking in different directions, shorter and messier hair, several thin tubes poking out of its body, and numerous black and red scorpion tail-like appendages haphazardly sprouting all across its entire body, a grotesque parody of itself. Its voice was guttural and distorted. "I'll devour you." Crimson's blade turned bright red as he raised it, preparing for the last clash. And then, the two clashed once more in a final, desperate battle. The demon's grotesque sword tore through Crimson's body, severing his arm, piercing his legs, slashing his throat, and carving a deep wound across his chest. Blood poured from his mutilated form, and his vision went dark as he lost both his eyes. Despite his broken body, Crimson's will remained unshaken. With one final, defiant swing, his blade carved through the demon's body vertically. The demon screamed, its body splitting in half as Crimson's sword continued its path. The demon's two halves collapsed, disintegrating into ash as the battle ended. Crimson dropped to his knees, his body trembling and broken. His bloodied sword lowered, and a faint, weary smile crossed his lips. Chapter 69. The weeks following the nightmare of Haven were calm for Team RWBY, Pyrrha, Nora, Ren, Crow, Raven, and Ashbin. The group found a fragile rhythm amidst their struggles and uncertainties. Raven, gravely injured during the fight, spent weeks bedridden, her usual demeanor dampened by pain and exhaustion. Young and Crow were her primary companions during this time, though their reasons differed. Young sought answers and perhaps a glimmer of reconciliation, while Crow's loyalty as her brother compelled him to ensure she recovered. The others kept their distance, mistrust still lingering in the air. And in the wake of all they had endured, Blake finally found the courage to face Young. Under the weight of regret, she stood before her, voice unsteady as she apologized not just for leaving, but for the silence that followed. For abandoning her when she needed her the most. The words spilled out, raw and desperate, but Young didn't let her finish. With a sigh, she closed the distance between them and pulled Blake into a tight embrace, the tension melting away as she whispered, "Just don't run again." It wasn't just forgiveness, it was an unspoken promise. The moment felt like a missing piece clicking into place, and for the first time since their reunion, Team RWBY truly felt whole again. At the same time, the younger members of the group channeled their energy into training and missions around Mistral. The region's lack of active huntsmen had left its people vulnerable to the Grim, and the team's presence offered much-needed relief. Days were spent patrolling outside Mistral, escorting people, and repelling Grim attacks. These experiences hardened them further, sharpening their skills and strengthening their resolve. After nearly a month, Raven's condition improved enough for her to leave the bed, though not without aid. The loss of her leg to Crimson's ferocity meant she relied on a walking stick for mobility. She was visibly diminished, her sharp gaze now clouded by a quiet resignation. The group, led by Ashbin, convened to discuss their next move. Trust was scarce, and Raven's position within their ranks remained tenuous. Even Crow and Young, those closest to her, harbored doubts. The decision was made to retrieve the relic of knowledge from Haven's vault and transport it to Atlas, where it could be better protected. The group unanimously agreed that keeping the relic under Haven, with its compromised defenses and Raven's presence, was too great a risk. Raven's loyalty was questioned by all, including Crow and Young. Raven, for her part, didn't protest whatever choice they made. She used her maiden powers to open the vault. As the doors parted, the group retrieved the shimmering relic, its presence a sobering reminder of the burden they carried. Under Ashbin's guidance, the group began their journey to Argus, the next step toward Atlas. During a quiet moment on the road, Raven approached Crow and Young, her expression uncharacteristically hesitant. "You shouldn't trust Ashbin," she warned, her voice low but firm. Crow's response was swift and cutting. "After everything you've been through, after everything you've done, you still haven't learned? When will you stop running?" Raven fell silent, a mix of guilt and helplessness crossing her face. She knew her words would fall on deaf ears. Whatever she said, no one would believe her. Her resolve to change was as fragile as the trust she sought to regain, and the weight of her past hung heavily between them. Some time later, the group finally boarded a train bound for Argus. The journey offered a brief reprieve, but danger was never far. As the train sped through the wilderness, it came under attack by Manticore Grim. The creatures descended on the train with feral ferocity, their claws raking against the metal and their roars echoing in the confined space. The group fought valiantly. But the battle was arduous. Blades slashed, bullets flew, and semblances were used in a desperate bid to repel the relentless Grim. Despite the difficulty, they eventually overcame the threat and reached Argus safely, their spirits bruised but unbroken. Arriving in Argus, the group made their way to the Nikos family estate. The sprawling property exuded an air of history and prestige, its well-manicured gardens and stately architecture a stark contrast to the chaos they had left behind. Pyrrha's mother, a regal woman with the same fiery hair and kind gaze, greeted them warmly. Beside her stood Xiaolong-Rose, Pyrrha's grandfather and former mentor. His grizzled appearance and commanding presence spoke of a life hard-lived, yet his eyes gleamed with a sharp intelligence. Later that day, Xiaolong-Rose found himself speaking with Crow and the group. The older man remarked, "I see, you have kept yourself busy," his tone laced with familiarity. "Busy's one way to put it," Crow replied, leaning against the wall. "Can't exactly retire when the world's falling apart." Xiaolong chuckled. "You've always had a flair for the dramatic, Crow, you and your team were the same back then, full of fire and stubbornness." "You know each other?" RWBY asked curiously. Both men's eyes showed a touch of nostalgia as Crow answered, "Back in the day, the old man was a great huntsman, and my team, STRQ, shadowed him. I must say working with him wasn't a picnic, but the old man taught us well." The group was surprised by the unexpected connection. Chiron's expression softened. "I had to be harsh with you, you were a reckless bunch, but you had potential." Even Raven, for all her defiance, had a sharp mind and an instinct that couldn't be ignored. At the mention of his sister, Crow's gaze darkened. "She's not the same person you knew, Xiaolong, she's lost her way." Xiaolong recalled Raven, who sat alone in a room since her arrival. She looked broken and pitiful. He sighed. "Perhaps, but people can change, Crow, I've seen it happen, just like she changed, she can go back to her old self, you need to stand by her side." The conversation shifted as Xiaolong recounted tales of his time working with Ojban's group. "We fought battles most huntsmen couldn't even imagine," he said, his voice tinged with both pride and sorrow. "And yet, the real war is still being fought, Salem's shadow has always loomed, but I never thought it would come to this." "Neither did I," Crow admitted. "But we're still here, still fighting." The young in the group listened attentively to their tales. Later in the night, the quiet of the Nikos estate was a welcome reprieve after the chaos of their journey. Pyrrha sat with her mother in the estate's parlor. The soft hum of life outside filtering in through the open windows. Her mother, poised and graceful as always, poured tea into delicate porcelain cups. "It feels like a lifetime since we've had time to sit like this," her mother said, her voice carrying a mixture of nostalgia and warmth. "I've missed these moments with you." Pyrrha smiled softly, her hands cradling the warm cup. "So have I, mother, being back here it brings back so many memories." The two fell into a gentle rhythm, their conversation drifting to lighter topics, memories of Pyrrha's childhood, the flowers blooming in the garden, the estate's enduring beauty. For a time, the weight of their struggles seemed to fade. After a pause, her mother set her cup down and leaned forward slightly, her gaze curious. "Pyrrha," she began, her tone light but probing. "Is there someone who has caught your eye?" Pyrrha blinked, her cheeks tinting red. "Mother." "It's an honest question," her mother teased, though her smile was kind. "You've grown into a remarkable young woman, and I can't help but wonder if someone has managed to see that." Pyrrha hesitated, her thoughts drifting unbidden to memories of a certain person, his strength, wisdom, and kindness etched into her mind. "There may be someone," she admitted quietly, her gaze lowering. "But now isn't the time to think about such things, and he had a lot on his mind and decided to leave." Her mother reached across the table, placing a gentle hand over Pyrrha's. "The world is in turmoil, but that doesn't mean you should deny yourself happiness. Whoever this person is, I hope they see you for who you truly are." Pyrrha gave a small, grateful smile, but her thoughts remained conflicted. The next day, as the group settled into the estate, Chiron's curiosity about his granddaughter's progress could not be contained. "Show me what you've learned, Pyrrha," he said, a challenge laced with pride. Pyrrha obliged. Stepping onto the training grounds where she had spent her formative years. The sparring session was intense, a dazzling display of technique and skill. Pyrrha moved with grace and precision, her every strike calculated and her every defense flawless. When they finished, Xiaolong regarded her with unmasked admiration. "You are the greatest talent that appeared in a century," he declared, his voice brimming with pride. Pyrrha, ever humble, shook her head. "A friend I met, he surpasses me." Chiron's brows furrowed in curiosity. "Give yourself some credit, Pyrrha," he said. "Humility is admirable, but you have earned your place." Crow, who had been watching from the sidelines, stepped forward. "She's not wrong," he said, his tone carrying confidence. The others nodded in agreement, their expressions solemn. Intrigued, Xiaolong and Pyrrha's mother pressed for details about Crimson. The group recounted his feats, his actions during the fall of Beacon. His confrontation with an army at Haven, and the sheer strength he had shown. As the stories unfolded, the Nikos family's expressions shifted from mild interest to astonishment. The feats described seemed almost too incredible to believe. "Surely, you're exaggerating," Chairon said, though his tone lacked conviction. "I wish we were," Crow replied, his voice tinged with a mixture of respect and caution. "Crimson is different, he's not like anyone you have ever met, in a league of his own. He is the most amazing person I have ever seen, strong and wise," Pyrrha added. "And where is he now? If even half of what you say is true, then this Crimson Rose could be one of the greatest huntsmen in history. He left on his own journey, with all the talents he was blessed with, he was burdened by thoughts and emotions that he couldn't process. I hope in time he will come and join us." Ozpin took over Oscar's body and added. Chapter 70. After 2 weeks of rest at the Nikos estate, the group had settled into a temporary peace. It had been a time of learning, with Chairon Nikos offering his wisdom to those willing to learn and Pyrrha finally finding some solace in spending precious time with her mother after such a long separation. There were no immediate dangers pressing. No urgent missions at hand. The luxury of time was something none of them could truly afford, but in these moments, it felt almost tangible. The group gathered in the Nikos estate's grand hall, a fire crackling in the hearth as they discussed their next steps. It was there, amid the flickering shadows, that Ozpin's voice broke the tension. "We can't stay here forever," Ozpin began, his tone measured as always. "We must move on to Atlas, we need to deliver the relic." The rest of the group nodded. Even Chairon and Pyrrha's mother agreed despite their reluctance to let Pyrrha leave after only 2 weeks' stay. Raven, sitting by the window, didn't even glance in Ozpin's direction. Her face was a mask of silent disapproval. Her arms were crossed, her posture stiff, as though the very suggestion filled her with unease. Chairon Nikos, ever the wise, noticed her discomfort. With a soft sigh, he decided to try and help her. He called, "Raven, if there's something you'd like to share with the group, now would be the time." The room fell silent, all eyes turning to the woman who had long been ignored and distrusted. Raven clenched her fist tightly, her voice cold and full of bitterness. "You can't trust him," she spat, her words striking the room like a whip. "Ozpin hides things, he lies, he's doomed so many already, and now he wants you to follow him into another painful end. Don't be fools, you've seen it yourselves, but you don't know the half of it." A heavy silence followed her words. The group exchanged glances, frowns etched on many faces, obviously not liking what she said. Only Chairon seemed unfazed, his calm demeanor unshaken. Chairon nodded thoughtfully, his age-worn eyes meeting Ozpin's. "Ozpin, you have always had a reason to keep secrets, I've always trusted that, but Raven speaks with conviction, perhaps you should share your point of view." Ozpin's expression remained unreadable, but he sighed, as though weary of the conflict. "I'm sorry that you've come to distrust me this much, Raven," he said, his voice level. "But I've met many people in my time, and experience has taught me that sometimes, it's necessary to control what information is shared. It's not that I don't trust everyone or lack faith in humanity," he continued, addressing the group. "But unexpected things happen, and sometimes, withholding certain details is for your protection and everyone else. Look at what happened with the headmaster of Haven." He paused for a moment, a ghost of sadness flitting across his face. "He was a great man who served our cause faithfully for a long time, but in recent years, Salem reached him, and he changed. He is not the first and probably not the last, you must understand that." But Raven wasn't having it. She took a sharp breath, her hands clenched into fists at her sides. "Hiding information is one thing, Ozpin, but sending people to their deaths is another." The room froze, all eyes now fully trained on Raven. She stared at Ozpin, her voice dropping into a cold, emotionless tone. "Salem is immortal, she cannot be killed," she revealed, her words like thunder in the room. "And you knew it, you sent people to fight her, knowing they would die, Summer included." A gasp echoed through the room. Shock rippled through the group, the implications of Raven's revelation settling over them like a dark cloud. Ruby's heart dropped in her chest. Summer, her mother. Raven's voice cracked slightly as she continued, the weight of her words carrying years of guilt. "I was there, watching from a distance, I saw it with my own eyes. Her weapon couldn't kill Salem, her silver eyes didn't help, I was terrified and didn't dare to get close. I saw Summer fall and ran away, all of it, because Ozpin lied to us." Tears welled in Raven's eyes, but she held them back, her face hardening into an expression of both pain and guilt. Ozpin stood motionless, his eyes searching for words, but none came. He swallowed hard, as if the truth had struck him as forcefully as it had struck them. I didn't," Ozpin began, but his voice faltered. "Please, calm down." But before he could continue, Crow leaped from his seat, fury in his eyes. He slammed Ozpin into the wall with such force that the wall cracked. "Is that true? Crow growled, his fists clenched as he held Ojban against the wall, his face inches from his old friend and mentor. The relic of knowledge, unnoticed in the chaos, tumbled from its place on the table, its gleaming surface catching the light as it fell. RWBY, distracted and confused, picked it up with a frown. Ojban ignored Crow's aggression and reached out toward RWBY with urgency. "Give it back, Ms. Rose," he said, his voice strained, but RWBY hesitated, the relic now feeling heavy in her hands. Yang, however, spoke up before Ojban could say anything more. "There's something much more important than that damn relic right now," she was angry, her red eyes blazing. Oscar took control of the body and spoke hurriedly. "Ojban is hiding something, he is afraid you all will find it." Oscar's eyes widened as the tension in the room reached a fever pitch. He fell to the ground in pain as he wrestled with Ojban, preventing him from taking control. He spoke again. "He is afraid that you will use the relic." Oscar said with a strained voice. "You can do that by calling her name." RWBY, shaking, her heart racing, took a deep breath. "Jin," she said, her voice steady. The relic glowed with an ethereal light, and in an instant, the spirit of the relic manifested before Thema light green figure of a woman in revealing clothes. Jin, the ancient being that had lain dormant for so long, hovered before them, her gaze calculating. "What do you wish to know? You have 2 questions left in this century." Ojban's eyes widened in panic as he lunged toward RWBY. "No!" he shouted, his voice filled with desperation. "Stop!" But RWBY, recalling Raven's words, asked the question that had been haunting her. "What is Ojban hiding?" The world around them seemed to stop as the truth began to unfold. "You wish to know what Ojban is hiding," Jin said, her voice resonant and melodic. "Very well, let me show you the truth." The room dissolved into a sea of shifting light, and the group was transported to a vast expanse of memories. They hovered as spectators in an ethereal void, the events unfolding before them as if they were reliving history. Sometime later, the narration of the story ended. Jin floated in the air and said, "That's all you want to know, you have 1 question remaining, use it wisely." She then disappeared and the world went back to normal and silence reigned. The truth had been revealed, and now they were more confused than ever. The week following Jin's revelation was marked by an oppressive gloom that hung over the Nico's estate. The group was fractured, their spirits weighed down by the impossibility of their task. They had fought so hard. Endured so much, only to learn that their enemy could not be defeated. The truth gnawed at them like a relentless tide, pulling them deeper into despair. Crow found solace in the bottle, retreating into his old habits. He drank heavily, drowning in the realization of how he had wasted his life chasing a fight he could never win. Summer's death, her sacrifice, seemed pointless now, a cruel twist of fate that left him hollow. Raven, surprisingly, joined him. The twin, often at odds, found an unspoken connection in their shared misery. They sat together in silence, their bond reforged by pain and regret. Team RWBY and NPR were no better. The weight of Jin's words had left them paralyzed, uncertain of how to move forward. RWBY, usually the optimist, was subdued. Yang kept her distance, her fiery spirit dampened. Blake was quiet. Her thoughts a mystery to everyone. Weiss, for all her sharpness, seemed adrift without a clear path. Even Nora, the energy of the group, had no energy to lighten the mood. Ojban, burdened by centuries of failure and revelation of his secrets, withdrew into the depths of Oscar's mind. He was unreachable, leaving Oscar alone to deal with the aftermath of the truth. The boy was overwhelmed, trying to navigate the chaos without the guidance he once relied on. Pyrrha's mother watched her daughter with growing fear. She didn't want Pyrrha to continue with the group. The thought of losing her only child to a hopeless cause was unbearable. She voiced her concerns to Cheiron, but the old warrior only sighed, sitting alone with his thoughts. Even he, with all his experience, found himself shaken by the revelation. The weight of it seemed to age him further, his once bright eyes clouded with sorrow. A week passed in this dismal routine. No one spoke of plans or goals, they simply existed, consumed by their grief. But one day, RWBY broke the silence. She called everyone to the grand hall, her voice steadier than it had been in days. "We can't keep going like this," RWBY began, her silver eyes shimmering with unshed tears. I know things seem hopeless right now, but we still have a responsibility. The relic needs to be delivered to Atlas, we can't leave it here, if Salem gets her hands on it." Weiss nodded, her expression grim but resolute. "Even if Salem can't be beaten, we can't let her destroy the world, we still have to fight for what we can." Pyrrha, hesitant, glanced at her mother before speaking. "I wonder what Crimson would do if he were in our place." The mention of his name brought a palpable shift in the room. Ruby and Yang both flinched, their expressions sad speaking volumes. Yang sighed, her voice heavy. Crimson thought Mom Summer's death was in vain, he believed she should have stayed with her family and hated her for leaving, now, he is living with guilt for the hate he felt. Maybe he wasn't wrong in the first place. Ruby's eyes filled with tears, her shoulders trembling as the weight of it all pressed down on her. Pyrrha regretted asking that question while the others exchanged somber glances, their despair deepening. Nora, ever the optimist, broke the silence. It's been 2 months since he left, I wonder what he's up to now. Blake, sitting cross-legged by the hearth, leaned back. He's fine, she said quietly. There's nothing in this world that could threaten him. If you're so curious, we've got a relic, don't we? Why not use it to find out what Crimson's up to? Chairon frowned deeply, his voice stern. To use a question on something so trivial would be wasteful, that relic is meant for greater purposes. Greater purposes? The most important question has already been answered, and we didn't like what we heard, what's left? Might as well use it for something less depressing. Ruby and Yang exchanged uneasy glances, clearly tempted but hesitant. Pyrrha, her curiosity piqued, joined the conversation. Maybe Crow has a point, Crimson could be more useful than the relic right now, he's strong, and we know he can be relied on. Weiss crossed her arms, her voice sharp but agreeing. Pyrrha's right, Crimson might be worth more to us than an unused question, at least he is a one-man army and have some great insights. The others murmured in agreement, while his transformation scared them. It was true that he can provide more assistance than any other person or relic at the moment. Chiron's frown deepened, and Pyrrha's mother looked scandalized at the waste. But even their disapproval couldn't quell the growing consensus. Raven, who had remained silent throughout, finally spoke. Her voice was low, her gaze distant. I agree, she said, surprising everyone. I don't want to meet him again, but if there's anyone who can stand against what you want to face, it's him. Ruby looked around the room, seeing the resolve in their eyes. She swallowed hard, her hands trembling as she reached for the relic. The decision was made. They would use their last question to find Crimson. Chapter 71. Ruby held the relic of knowledge in her trembling hands. The faint blue glow pulsed gently, and the room fell silent as everyone watched her with bated breath. Taking a deep breath, she summoned the spirit once more. Jin, Ruby called, her voice steady despite the turmoil in her heart. In an instant, the relic glowed brightly, and Jin appeared before them, her ethereal form hovering in the air. Her gaze swept over the room before settling on Ruby, her voice melodic and curious. It hasn't been long since we last met, Jin said with a small smile. What do you wish to know this time? Ruby hesitated for a moment, her thoughts racing. Then, with a determined look, she spoke. I want to see everything my twin brother, Crimson-Rose, has been up to since he left us. Jin's expression softened slightly, and with a graceful wave of her hand, the world around them shifted. The grand hall of the Nico's estate faded away, replaced by a forest drenched in the muted hues of twilight. They saw Crimson walking alone, his steps heavy and his posture slouched. Chiron's sharp eyes took in the young man's appearance. The look in his eyes, he is exhausted, the old warrior noted. Time seemed to move faster as the group observed Crimson's journey. He fought off packs of Grimm with a practiced ease. He walked endlessly, not stopping to rest for an entire day and night. Finally, he reached a serene pond surrounded by trees and settled under one of them. For days, Crimson remained there. He didn't eat, sleep, or speak, his gaze fixed on the still waters of the pond. The group exchanged worried glances, unable to comprehend what he was going through. What's wrong with him? Weiss asked, her voice soft with concern. On the 7th day, the silence was broken by distant screams, children's voices, full of terror. Crimson's eyes sharpened, and he sprang to his feet as though awakened from a trance. Without hesitation, he darted toward the sound. The scene shifted to show Crimson arriving at the source of the screams, 2 young faunus children cornered by a Grimm. Crimson dispatched the monsters in an instant. They watched as he stood before the trembling children, his expression softening. Though he said little, his actions spoke volumes. He helped them gather firewood and silently escorted them back to their small, humble home. He still shows kindness despite his state, Pyrrha whispered, a faint smile breaking through her somber demeanor. The others nodded in quiet agreement, their spirits lifting slightly. When the scene shifted again, they saw Crimson speaking with the children's father, a weary-looking faunus man. Crimson's initial intention to leave was clear, but he hesitated at the threshold before stepping inside. They watched him asking if the nearby settlement had a doctor. Blake, observing the exchange, shook her head sadly. Discrimination against faunus is everywhere, she said. The next moment. They saw Crimson rushing toward a settlement with a speed that defied logic, his exhaustion seemingly forgotten. The group marveled at how he managed such feats after days of restlessness. He found the village doctor and brought him back with an urgency that left no room for refusal. They witnessed the doctor's blatant racism and Crimson's strangely phrased threat, then snickered seeing the doctor enter scared of Crimson. "He has a unique way of threatening people," Chairon remarked with a faint smirk. "I like him already." The group watched as Crimson waited silently outside the house. Hours passed, and then a cry pierced the air, the first cries of a newborn. They saw the doctor escape and the father emerge, cradling his newborn daughter with reverence. With a glad voice, he asked Crimson to name her. Crimson seemed taken aback, but after a moment of deep thought, he spoke. "Summer was the name of the woman who gave birth to me. If it is a suitable name, I would like to name her after her, in hope she will grow as strong, and as kind." Ruby's breath hitched, and tears streamed down her face. The others smiled faintly, touched by him. Yang placed a comforting hand on her sister's shoulder, her own eyes shimmering. The scene shifted again, showing Crimson spending the next day with the family. He planned to leave, but not before offering advice to the children. His words were simple yet profound, carrying the weight of someone who had lived through far more than his years should allow. Chairon, observing the interaction, nodded approvingly. The boy is much wiser than his age. The others also agreed and felt sympathy that every word Crimson spoke reflected his own life and thoughts. The group watched in silence as Crimson finally departed, leaving the family behind. The vision sped up, following Crimson's solitary journey. His path took him to the sprawling, ominous city of Kuchinashi. The dark alleys and grimy streets seemed to pulsate with malice, making even the most hardened among them feel uneasy. Chairon crossed his arms, his expression dark. "Kuchinashi," he muttered. "City of crime, a nest of evil, the worst city in the world." Crow nodded, his face shadowed by memories. "Not a place for anyone with a sense of morality," he said. "What is he going to do here?" The others had only heard tales of the city, and now those stories seemed far too tame compared to the reality before them. Crimson entered the city, his movements calm but purposeful, as if he knew exactly where to go. The group watched in silence as he reached a seedy establishment with a flickering sign that read "Skillful Tavern." Crow raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "He's been listening to my stories," Crow said. "I told him about this." The scene showed Crimson approaching the entrance, only to be stopped by two burly guards. They explained to him what the rules are for entry. Without hesitation, Crimson knocked one of the guards and handed his license to the other guard. His face betraying no emotion. When the second guard was going to strike, Crimson, his expression unchanged, delivered the same fate to the second guard. Crow burst out laughing, slapping his knee. "That's the best entry I have seen." The others, however, were speechless. Was he always this unreasonable? Blake asked. Inside the tavern, Crimson walked straight to the bar, his demeanor cold and unyielding. The bartender, an old lady, handed him a mission. The group frowned as they watched. "A bounty?" Weiss said, her voice laced with disapproval. "Is he seriously going after people?" Chairon, however, seemed more thoughtful. "The mission is to go after a crime syndicate," he said. "They gave him this mission to make his life difficult, this is their way of paying him back for attacking the guards." What followed was nothing short of astonishing. The group watched as Crimson went to the base of a dangerous crime syndicate. He walked from the front door, dispatching everyone inside mercilessly. Even their supposedly powerful leader fell in moments. Chiron's eyes narrowed as he watched Crimson collect evidence of the mission before setting the entire place ablaze. "Now I see why you think so highly of him," Chairon said. "The way he fights it makes the most skilled huntsmen look like amateurs, even Pyrrha couldn't compare to that kind of talent." Pyrrha smiled slightly but said nothing. The group followed Crimson as he returned to the tavern, claimed his bounty, and left without fanfare. They saw him find a cheap inn, taking the first room he came across without a second thought. His lack of care for comfort was painfully evident. The next scene showed Crimson buying canned food. "Crimson's always been picky about food," Yang said with a sad face. He'd never touch anything canned, but now. On his way back, they saw two young girls huddled together, trembling at the sight of him. The group's hearts ached for the pitiful children. Then, to their surprise, Crimson bent down and handed over more than half of what he'd bought, saying nothing as he walked away. "He is a good person, even when he's at his worst, he still helps others," Ruby said, her voice tinged with admiration and sadness. "But despite that, he thinks of himself as a monster." The others felt pity for him. The days passed in a vision, showing Crimson meditating in silence. Eating sparingly. Eventually, he encountered the two girls again. Their faces lit up with hope as they watched him. Crimson went and bought fresh food and cooked meals for the girls. When he handed it to them, he added a few quiet words. "If you're ever hungry, come find me." The group couldn't help but smile at his actions, their respect for him growing with each scene. They watched as Crimson continued to care for the girls, providing them with food daily. He also sent food to a third person he didn't even see or know. Weiss noted how the girls remained silent and how Crimson didn't attempt to engage them in conversation. The turning point came when they saw the girl's mother for the first time. She was gaunt and frail, her eyes hollow from suffering. Her story of loss and despair was heart-wrenching, and the group felt a deep sympathy for her. Crimson listened to her quietly before speaking. His words were calm yet firm, offering her hope and urging her to return to her daughters and find him the next day. "What a man," Che-Iron muttered, his admiration evident. The vision shifted to show Crimson buying information about the Hana Guild. Chiron's expression darkened. "The Hana Guild," he said. "One of the oldest and most dangerous crime families in Kuchinashi, no huntsman dare to go after them." Crow nodded in agreement. "It's suicide to take them on alone." But what they witnessed next left them in awe. In a single night, Crimson dismantled the Hana Guild. He moved through their bases like a demon, leaving destruction in his wake. By the time dawn broke, the guild was no more. Crimson had taken all their money before killing their leader and burning their base to the ground. The next day, Crimson guided the girl's mother and her daughters to an airship. He handed her the money, urging her to use it to raise her children. When she asked for his name, he paused a little before walking away without responding. The group was silent again. Pira's mother wiped away her tears, her voice trembling. "You didn't give him the justice he deserved." Chapter 72. The vision continued, pulling the group further into Crimson's solitary journey. They watched as another week passed in the dark, oppressive city of Kuchinashi. Crimson spent his days meditating in silence, eating little, and moving with a quiet resolve. Then, without warning, he left the city and began heading south toward the mountain belt. The group followed his arduous trek, the terrain growing steeper and harsher as days turned into a full week. By the time Crimson reached the summit, despite the exhausting path, he stood tall against the biting winds. He found a perch near the edge of the mountain, the horizon stretching out endlessly before him. Weiss gasped, breaking the silence among the watchers. "It's beautiful," she murmured. The others nodded, captivated by the breathtaking sight. The rolling clouds, the radiant sun, and the vast expanse below seemed to stretch forever. It was a serene moment, a reprieve from the grim realities they had witnessed before. Crimson sat there an entire day observing the scenery. Then it happened. An unexpected voice cut through the silence, deep and commanding. The group watched as Crimson's head snapped toward the sound, his body tense and on guard. The sight of the creature that emerged left them stunned, being unlike any they had ever seen, radiating an otherworldly presence. Crimson's expression shifted, his stoic demeanor breaking to reveal genuine surprise. He held his ground, his muscles taut as if preparing for battle. "What is that?" Ruby whispered. The creature spoke, its voice resonant and echoing with power. It introduced itself as something far beyond mortal comprehension, a god from the fairy tales they had once dismissed as mere legend. The group listened intently as Crimson cautiously engaged in conversation with the god, his responses measured and deliberate. The dialogue that unfolded revealed more about Crimson's inner thoughts and struggles than the group had ever known. "The time you have left," Pyrrha murmured, a sinking feeling settling over her. When the god spoke of the immortals, the group collectively tensed. Just last week, they had learned the truth of Salem and Ozma's story. To hear the topic resurface now, from a god no less, was unnerving. What's more, the god continued that Crimson have reflected more deeply than immortals have in their millennia of existence. The god seemed to praise Crimson indirectly. The group exchanged glances, recalling the days they had watched Crimson sitting alone, lost in thought. "That makes sense," Blake said softly. "Does it?" Yang muttered, her brow furrowed. "Think about it," Blake replied. All that time he spent on his own, just thinking, he wasn't idle, he was processing, reflecting, maybe that's what sets him apart. The god's words hung heavily in the air. Finally, the god offered Crimson something unexpected, a method to find peace. However, it would be on the god's terms. The group leaned forward, their eyes fixed on Crimson as he stood silently, his face unreadable. After a long pause, he accepted. The moment his acceptance was given, a brilliant light enveloped him. The group shielded their eyes as the world shifted, transforming into a place none of them recognized. Crimson fell from the sky, landing with a jarring impact on a strange platform. He glanced around, his expression mirroring the group's confusion. "Where is he?" Weiss asked, her voice tinged with awe. The world around her was unlike anything she has ever seen. The others didn't answer, they were also looking all around them. Crimson inspected his surroundings, his sharp eyes taking in every detail. The group noted his attire had changed. When the light faded, the god reappeared, now accompanied by a woman who radiated an aura of calm strength. The group watched as Crimson's stoic expression returned, his gaze focused on the god. The conversation that followed revealed that Crimson was to fight in this strange realm. The woman's presence seemed significant, and her serene demeanor contrasted with the tense haunting atmosphere. "Wait a second," Ruby said, narrowing her eyes. "That instrument, it's the one Crimson created." Crow nodded, his face lighting up with recognition. "Yeah, he called it Biwa." Blake tilted her head thoughtfully. "Maybe this place is a reflection of Crimson's mind," she suggested. Weiss shook her head. "No, it's probably something else, a place that draws elements from him, but it is not his creation." The sound of the biwa echoed through the space, its haunting notes reverberating in the air. Before the group's eyes, the world around Crimson shifted. The serene platform was destroyed. Replaced by a dark, ominous arena with pillars shot up around him casting long shadows. Crimson stood at its center, his sharp eyes locking onto two figures before him. The group leaned in, observing the two figures. They appeared humanoid but were undeniably otherworldly. The woman had a dangerous allure, her revealing attire accentuating a charm that felt both deadly and unnatural. Her eyes glowed faintly. And her movements exuded an unsettling grace. Beside her stood a grotesque man, his skin mottled and uneven, with a twisted body and a face that seemed disgusting. "What are they?" Blake whispered, her voice trembling. The two creatures began speaking, their voices dripping with malice and twisted amusement. They addressed Crimson as if he were a mere toy, something to break for their own entertainment. "They are mocking him," Pyrrha said, her eyes narrowing in anger. Crimson remained silent, his expression stoic, but he raised his sword. Then, the fight began. The group could hardly keep up with the speed and ferocity of the battle. Crimson darted forward, his movements awe-inspiring, while the two creatures countered with abilities that defied logic. The woman's sashes lashed seemed as if they were part of her own body controlling them if they were deadly limbs. The man, in contrast, used sickles that had a sinister look to them, his attacks shaking the ground and tearing through the arena. Raven, who had been silent for the entirety of their viewing, finally spoke. "Either of them could rival a maiden," she said, her tone grim. "Especially the man." The others exchanged uneasy glances. If Raven, someone who was a maiden, thought so, the stakes were higher than they had imagined. Despite the overwhelming power of his opponents, Crimson held his own without an issue. The fight didn't last long, but it was enough to leave the group awestruck. The arena was left in ruins, cracks running along the ground, and fires flickering weakly where torches once stood tall. In the end, Crimson stood victorious, his blade dripping with the blood of his foes. With a swift motion, he beheaded the woman, then the man. As the two creatures lay dying, they began hurling insults at each other, their hatred spilling out in their final moments. Crimson stepped between them, his voice sharp and commanding. "Stop, it's not worth it, not at the end, you have nothing left but each other's last moments, don't waste it," he said, silencing them both. Ren, who had been silent throughout, spoke softly. "He seems to hate the idea of family or siblings fighting, even at the end, he wouldn't let them tear each other apart." The others exchanged glances but said nothing, unsure of how to process what they had just witnessed. Then, the biwa sounded again. The world began to shift once more, the battlefield dissolving into darkness. When the scenery returned, Crimson now stood in a vast hall surrounded by countless shiji, their paper screens glowing faintly in the dim light. One by one, the shiji began to slide open. The group tensed as a grotesque creature emerged. It was unlike anything they had ever seen, even in their darkest nightmares. "What the fuck is that thing?" Crow cursed loudly, his voice breaking the silence. The group shivered, their fear palpable. The creature's high-pitched voice filled the hall, its words welcoming and dripping with malice. Ruby and Young instinctively reached for each other, their hands clasping tightly as they silently prayed for Crimson's safety. The battle that followed was even more terrifying than the last. The creature moves and attacks unlike anything they had ever seen before. And the sight of the fish made them pale, they felt like throwing up. Yet Crimson fought on. Strange abilities from the creature seemed to defy the natural laws, but Crimson adapted, countering each attack with ingenuity and precision. Finally, with one last, devastating blow, Crimson felled the monstrosity. The group collectively exhaled, their relief evident. Crow shook his head, his face pale. I never thought I'd see the day when I'd think Grimm were cute by comparison, he muttered. The god of horror is a more fitting name, Blake added, her face still pale. The others nodded, their expressions grim. Even after everything they'd seen, this battle had been beyond anything they could comprehend. As Crimson stood alone in the ruined hall, the haunting note of the biwa echoed once more, its melancholy sound heralding another transformation. The world around Crimson dissolved again. Reshaping itself into a vast chamber, circular platform bathed in the soft, flickering glow of countless lanterns. The group leaned forward, their eyes locked on the scene. From the shadows emerged another creature, but this one was different. It was grotesque, like the others, but it was trembling with pitiful sobs. Its misshapen hands covered its distorted face, and the sound of its crying filled the air with an eerie sorrow. What is that? Ruby asked softly, her voice tinged with unease. No one answered. The group watched in silence as the creature's sobs subsided, its twisted body shifting slightly. It raised its head, revealing a face that was somehow both monstrous and deeply tragic. But the moment of pity was short-lived. Without warning, the creature let out a guttural wail, and its form began to change. Crimson tensed, his stance shifting as he prepared for what was to come. The creature's body twisted and contorted, and before their eyes, it began to split into multiple figures. Each clone was larger, more imposing, and scarier than the original. The air grew heavy with malice, and the lanterns around the platform flickered wildly, their light dimming under the oppressive presence of the clones. And then, the fight began. The group watched in awe and terror as Crimson darted forward. His movements a blur. The clones attacked in unison, their strikes powerful enough to shatter the platform beneath them. The battle was chaos incarnate. Each clash of Crimson's blade against the creatures sent shockwaves rippling through the air. This is even worse than the last one, Weiss murmured, her voice barely audible over the sound of the battle. Despite the overwhelming odds, Crimson remained untouched. His blade found its mark time and time again, cutting down the clones. The platform was left scarred and battered, but Crimson stood unscathed, his breathing steady as he surveyed the aftermath. Che-Iron let out a low whistle, breaking the silence. That boy's skills and strength, they defy logic. The others nodded in a silent agreement. Before they could dwell further, the sound of the biwa filled the air once more. The world around Crimson began to shift again, the lanterns fading into the void as the platform dissolved. Yang let out a frustrated groan, crossing her arms. Just how many times is this going to happen? She muttered, her tone a mix of annoyance and concern.